Chapter 601, Daxianglo Temple A. As soon as Zhu Xiaobao saw that he had really taken away a pair of tiger claws, he immediately wanted to go one step further and put the tiger-head gun into his bag. But this time Zhu Xiaobao failed, and the tiger-headed spear was still standing there motionless. Zhu Xiaobao repeated his old trick and condensed the white tiger's appearance. The two tiger claws had already shown a dazzling purple-gold color, and he used both palms to pounce on the tiger-headed spear. But the white light of the tiger head gun flashed, and Zhu Xiaobao's white tiger Dharma image was bounced back. Zhu Xiaobao yelled, fell to the ground, and showed his original shape, looking at the tiger-headed spear in depression. No matter how hard he tried, he still couldn't shake this tiger-headed gun. At the end, the stone platform in the cave gradually disappeared. It seems that the white tiger beast also knew that Zhu Xiaobao's little cultivation was not enough to collect the tiger-head spear. I didn't bother with him anymore, and just put away the stone platform. Hey! Are you so stingy? At least you can help me. Can't you just let me collect the 2 arrows of inherited treasures at once? Zhu Xiaobao shouted angrily in the cave. But there was no other sound except the echo in the cave. Even the original white halos no longer appear. Zhu Xiaobao sat down on the spot and summoned 2 tiger claws. At this time, the pair of tiger claws had completely turned into purple gold, with inscriptions flowing on them. And they did not feel any weight at all. The more Zhu Xiaobao looked at it, the more he liked it, and couldn't help but study it carefully. This kind of material must have never been seen before, and it can be integrated into one's own body. This cannot be explained by the knowledge of later generations. Anyway, many things in this world are full of mystery. It seems that being able to travel here is not a bad thing. And as I looked at it, a set of tiger claw moves appeared in my mind. There was no need to memorize or learn this set of tiger claw moves. I had already mastered them. Moreover, Zhu Xiaobao discovered that many of the moves of this set of tiger claws were very similar to the moves of the iron claws that Yushuang, Yuxue, and the others usually used. However, the moves of this set of tiger claws were more subtle, and many of them had never been seen before. And it seems that ordinary people can't use it. It is used in conjunction with the Dharma. It seems that those moves of Yushuang and Yuxue are just simplified tiger claw skills. I performed a tiger claw fist in the cave to familiarize myself with my latest martial arts. It turned out that I was very powerful. My movements were accurate, and every move was perfectly matched. Many of the moves are performed by these tiger claws driving Zhu Xiaobao's body, so of course they are unmistakable. Hee hee! Not bad. This time it can be considered a small gain. I can join the ranks of masters just by having these purple and gold tiger claws. Forget it. I will store this tiger head gun here until I get it. Come and collect it after you have completed the 8th level of cultivation. Zhu Xiaobao was in a good mood, clapped his hands, and said to himself. With one jump, Zhu Xiaobao once again condensed the Dharma form, and with a tiger roar, he rushed out of the cave. From midair, he pressed 2 tiger claws against a big tree, and saw that the entire trunk of the big tree was crushed into powder. And when the white tiger Buddha fell to the ground, the branches and leaves next to it fell down one after another. Then with a flash of red light, the branches and leaves burned instantly, and Zhu Xiaobao also ducked out of sight. When Zhu Xiaobao appeared again, he had already appeared in front of the Great Elder. At this time, he had put away his Dharma image and returned to the smiling Zhu Xiaobao. In this series of actions, Zhu Xiaobao used 3 attributes. The fire attribute instantly ignited the branches and leaves. The earth attribute withstood the thick resin and tree trunks that fell down unscathed. The wood attribute allowed him to cooperate with the mandarin ducks. The sword's footwork flashed in front of the Great Elder, twice as fast as before. Congratulations on being promoted to the 8th level of Chito's hard technique. Is this the purple gold tiger claw? One of the 2 inherited treasures? The Great Elder was surprised and a little unbelievable. But he led all the elders to respectfully give Zhu Xiaobao a great gift. There is no end to cultivation, and those who achieve it will be respected. Now Zhu Xiaobao's cultivation is definitely worthy of such a grand tribute from them. Yeah, there are many. Easy to say. It just falls into place. Great Elder, I have a question I want to ask. Zhu Xiaobao waved his hands. And you didn't care so much about the respectful attitude of the elders. On the contrary, he was still in his heart some doubts. I don't dare to ask for advice. Please tell me, King Qiantai of England. The Great Elder quickly bowed and said again, I want to know what role these 5 attributes of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth have in cultivating? And why can I still break through to the 8th level even though I have integrated the 4 attributes of metal, wood, fire, and earth? Zhu Xiaobao expressed his doubts. Of course, he did not shy away from the other elders. Instead, he hoped that some of them could provide some clues and experience. We are not very clear about this. You know that no one has ever broken through to the 8th level of the mind. Moreover, we have not integrated other attributes at all. I am afraid that this matter will disappoint Chateaus. The elder was a little embarrassed. Said. Other elders also looked at each other. And some people didn't understand what Zhu Xiaobao meant by asking. This is a bit troublesome. If I can solve this mystery, I think I can collect the tiger head spear, Zhu Xiaobao said with a little disappointment. Chateaus, you should ask the great venerable Wu Wei about this matter. He knows a lot about the inheritance of mythical beasts. And he is very fond of all the descendants of the mythical beast clan. The great elder was cautious at this time. He said, because he didn't know what the purpose of Master Wu Wei was. Anyway, he was very concerned about all the descendants of the mythical beasts. That's it. That's fine. I'll go ask the great venerable Wu Wei. Zhu Xiaobao nodded. But these words reminded Zhu Xiaobao that the great venerable Wu Wei should know more. But Chateaus, it is related to the secrets of our clan. So be careful. The great elder reminded him again. Although he also respected the great venerable Wu Wei, he always erred on the side of caution. Yes, I understand. Zhu Xiaobao stopped staying and immediately went down the mountain and returned home. Back at Prince Ying's mansion, Zhu Rong and Zhu Mei cultivated themselves on the little horses to see if they could enhance their attributes. But the result was very disappointing to Zhu Xiaobao. His 2 attributes seemed to have reached an upper limit without much progress. On the contrary, Zhu Rong and Zhu Mei benefited a lot, and their respective attributes were greatly improved. But there are also some gains. The metal properties of Zhu Xiaobao have also been greatly improved. Seeing Zhu Xiaobao's gloomy look, Zhu Rong smiled gently and said, Xiaobao, you are already very powerful. It's too late for others to be happy. I guess your non-natal attributes cannot be enhanced too much now. Highway Temple because the wood attribute is too weak. You still have to find the 19th princess, or other members of the Azure Dragon Divine Beast tribe. And you still have to have very pure blood. That's right. Why didn't I think of that? The Princess of England is better than the King of England. Come on. Give me a hug. Zhu Xiaobao suddenly shouted in surprise. Which was probably the reason. Zhu Xiaobao immediately hugged Zhu Rong unscrupulously. Looking at the huge beauty behind him, he was filled with envy. Zhu Xiaobao didn't have the ability to pick her up like this. Even if Zhu Xiaobao has this strength now, he doesn't have this capacity because Zhu Mei's figure is too huge. Oops! Put me down quickly! Zhu Mei is still watching. Zhu Rong's face suddenly turned red, and she scolded shyly, and then added, But this time, Zhu Mei and I must go together, because it is very likely that the process of dual cultivation will require the assistance of other attributes. Okay, if you don't tell me, I will take you two with me. Zhu Xiaobao gently put Zhu Rong down and said happily. This time, Zhu Xiaobao acted resolutely and set off that night. He didn't even go to Yuqianro to say goodbye, but only sent someone to report to Yuqianro. There were more people this time. So Zhu Xiaobao and the others sailed a large ship, which was also the exclusive flagship of the King of England. And the Black Wind twins followed behind. On the boat, Zhu Xiaobao had a free time to spar with his old apprentice. Now the old apprentice was holding a kitchen knife, but it was just a draw with Zhu Xiaobao, because Zhu Xiaobao was not afraid of his pair of purple and gold tiger claws at all. The sharpness of this kitchen knife allowed the old apprentice to gain a slight upper hand without the help of Dharma images, because although Zhu Xiaobao's current movement skills are fast and strange, the old apprentice is good at this kind of flexible and changeable fighting style, and he has very rich practical experience. But it is impossible for the old apprentice to defeat Zhu Xiaobao, because Zhu Xiaobao still has super strong defense, and the 2 purple gold tiger claws are still glowing with blazing red light. So the final result was that Zhu Xiaobao's clothes were in tatters and had several pieces cut off, and the old apprentice was not much better, with green smoke coming out of his clothes in many places and actually being burned. Got it. But overall, the old apprentice wins. Oh, master, what if it's a tie? The old apprentice yelled a little depressed as he took pictures of the smoking areas on his body. He was a genuine great venerable. But now, he was facing such difficulty against Zhu Xiaobao, who had cultivated as a martial master. So he was still very depressed. Ha ha ha! If you lose, you lose. What's wrong with admitting it? You are indeed much better than me now. Zhu Xiaobao smiled calmly. He was very satisfied to be able to fight like this. And he also knew that the old apprentice did not intend to kill him. But he was still afraid of really hurting Zhu Xiaobao, because the kitchen knife filled with true energy could still break through Zhu Xiaobao's defense. Even the huge turtle-back shield may not be able to completely block the full blow of this kitchen knife. When they arrived at Yingshuan County, they met Merongfeng first, then changed into a carriage and rushed to Qibei County. At this time, Tong Wuxi was leading the team. But this time, he brought Mu Chunyi with him. And Zhu Xiaobao planned to install a toilet, bathroom, and fan in the princess's mansion. Because the princess mansion of the 19th princess is still relatively simple and a bit shabby. As a responsible man, of course, he would never let the 19th princess suffer such injustice. But when they arrived in Qibei County, Zhu Xiaobao found out that the 19th princess actually went to the Daxiangguo temple. She went to the inheritance place of the Qinglong clan to practice the inner magic. This greatly surprised Zhu Xiaobao. They did not expect that venerable Wu Wei would be so powerful and could lead the 19th princess into the great Xianghua temple during such a tense period. You must know that Daxiangguo temple is in the imperial city of Daxia Kingdom, right behind the palace. Ha! Why is this so difficult? It's great for others, but it's very simple for Master Wu Wei. Daxiangguo temple is his home base, and the generals who guard Chengdong County are also supported by him well. As long as it's not about seizing the legitimate heir, they won't embarrass the 19th princess. Duan Muqi seemed to have known for a long time that Zhu Xiaobao would come back again, and was not surprised at all. On the contrary, he had already made arrangements. But when Zhu Xiaobao saw Duan Muqi, he was a little stunned, because Duan Muqi was followed by a fierce woman, wearing handcuffs and shackles, and holding a huge stone in her hand. Wherever Duan Muqi goes, she will follow him. This shrew turned out to be the female pirate Yangwu Jade. Ha! This is also a helpless move of mine. She must defect to my sect. I am inspecting and training her. Duan Muqi also laughed a little awkwardly. It turned out that since Yang Wu Feizui confessed all the information he knew, he had been clamoring to follow Duan Muqi all day long, which made the old man a little overwhelmed. In the end, he could only adopt this method and investigate for a period of time. By the way, he also taught her some common sense of life and principles of life. Unexpectedly, Yangwu Jade was happy to follow Duan Muqi like this. Everything she came here felt novel, and it also felt very plain and fulfilling. This feeling was something she had never experienced more in her pirate career. Ha! This woman looks a bit like me. Old man, can you let me have a fight with her? I heard she is very strong. Jumei was delighted to see Liexin at this time, and stood up to ask Duan Muqi. Just fight. Who's afraid of whom? Yang Wu Feizui, not to be outdone, took a step forward and said. This, Duan Muqi was in a bit of a dilemma. He knew how fierce Jumei was, even though Yangwu Jade was considered to be extremely powerful. I'm afraid it was still a bit inferior compared to Jumei. Then let's compare. But don't be too harsh. Just click and stop. Zhu Xiaobao also said with great interest. He also thought that Yangwu Jade was quite interesting. He was tall, strong, and dark-skinned. The two iron chains weighed almost 150 kilograms. Now that Zhu Xiaobao had spoken, someone immediately removed Yangwu Feizui's handcuffs and shackles, and also brought her weapons. Yangwu Feizui was also unambiguous. He picked up two iron chains and launched an attack on Jumei. She also somewhat understood that the beauty in front of her was taller than herself, so she might not have the advantage in strength. So she attacked first. Wow! Boom! Suddenly, a deafening sound of metal collision was heard from the place where the two were fighting. This kind of sound can only be made by the collision of extremely heavy weapons. Hey! Okay, it's fun! Jumei was also attracted by this unpopular weapon. At first, she even got a little bit of shiokui. The iron chain was pulled over. Jumei hammered it with the golden armor. Unexpectedly, the front end of the iron chain was still there. It bypassed the golden armor hammer and hit Jumei on the back. If it weren't for the turtle-back shield, Jumei would have been injured. Jumei also swung the golden armor hammer and roared as she fought with Yangwu Jade. After more than 10 rounds, Yangwu Jade couldn't do it anymore. Jumei was stronger than she thought. Moreover, his moves were fast and his footwork was flexible. In the end, he threw away the golden armor hammer, grabbed two iron chains, and threw Yangwu Feizui directly over his shoulder. Boom! Like a ramming force, a cloud of dust suddenly rose up, and Yangwu Jade was thrown heavily to the ground. But he was not injured, but was unable to resist, because the 2 iron chains were already in Jumei's hands, and were still wrapped around her head and neck. As long as she exerted force, Yangwu Fuchui's neck would be strangled. I lost. Yangwu and Fuchui simply admitted defeat immediately. She knew in her heart that she was too far behind Jumei. Damn it! Did you end it as promised? It's really a hacking fall. Zhu Xiaobao was stunned when he saw it. The sound of the 2 people fighting was really too loud. This ramming like over-the-shoulder throw hurts. You are very powerful. Can I take you as my teacher? Unexpectedly, Jumei let go of his hand. Yangwu Jade stood up and knelt down in front of Jumei, asking seriously. Oh, you are very powerful. But your movements are clumsy, and your moves are too simple. I will teach you more in the future. Jumei is not polite. She likes this Yangwu Jade very much. But she didn't expect that Yangwu Jade was actually much bigger than her. But Jumei doesn't care about this. She is qualified to say this now. Thank you, Master. Yangwu Feitsue immediately kowtowed to Jumei, and the 2 simple women became master and disciple. There is no need to wear handcuffs or shackles this time. Everyone can see that this Yangwu Jade is a simple and straightforward woman. And she is quite likable. Zhu Xiaobao brought people back to his temporary palace. Zhu Rong immediately started working as soon as he arrived. She had to arrange rooms for many people. And while the 19th princess was not around, Mu Chuanyi could just take care of the temporary palace. Many of the living facilities have been renovated. Brother-in-law, how long will the 19th princess have to go? When will she leave? Zhu Xiaobao asked a little depressed. He came here mainly to focus on the 19th princess's good attribute. But he couldn't see her right away. Ha. We have been gone for 7 days. And this time Wu Yu also went with us. Duan Muqi said with a smile. Wu Yu? How could she go to the inheritance place of the Qinglong clan? Zhu Xiaobao asked, very surprised. And then he remembered that he really didn't see Wu Yu after arriving here. Because the Great Lord Ice and Fire also went together. Wu Yu was led by the Great Lord Ice and Fire to get it. Don't forget that Wu Yu is also a member of the Wu family. She and the 19th princess are from the same clan. Don't worry. If you can really enter the place of inheritance, then the return of the 19th princess will be of greater help to you, said Nianqi with the presence of the old god Duanmuqi. That's right. Why didn't I think of this level? Okay. Then I'll wait patiently for a while. Zhu Xiaobao slapped his forehead. Duanmuqi really made sense. On the coast of Dongcheng County, the county guard is waiting anxiously on the shore. It has been several days, but he has not yet arrived. At this moment, a small boat slowly drove up in the distance. There was a person standing on the bow, calm and smiling. Is this the great venerable Wu Wei? The county guard immediately asked excitedly. General, I have been waiting for a long time. It is because I am old and inactive. The great master Wu Wei replied loudly on the boat. Quick! Drag Chuan over quickly, and let the great venerable come ashore. The county guard immediately ordered hurriedly. Chapter 602, Daxiangwo Temple B. The great venerable Wu Wei is a godlike existence in Daxiak Kingdom. Although it is a period of war, no force is allowed to enter the imperial city and the 4 counties surrounding the imperial city. But no one can stop Master Wu Wei from returning to Daxiangwo Temple, because the great venerable one does not participate in secular battles for the right to inherit the throne. On the contrary, it was precisely because venerable Wu Wei was in charge that no one dared to invade the imperial city. Chief Yulao, these are some of my followers. Has the recent war affected the imperial city? The great venerable had even forgotten the name of the arms dealer, so he just asked casually. No. Who dares to come while you are in charge? The county guard immediately said respectfully. As for the followers behind the great venerable Wu Wei, he would not interfere. Okay. Then send us back to Daxiangwo Temple. Great venerable Wu Wei said calmly, and then boarded the carriage that had been prepared long ago. Princess 19th and Wu Yu also quickly lowered their heads and got into the carriage. Feeling in their hearts, I was sighing that the intimidating power of the great master Wu Wei was really strong. And he came in so easily. After passing through Chengdong County and walking for half a day, we finally arrived at the imperial city and then the Daxiangwo Temple. Although it has long been famous, this is the first time for Princess 19 to come because she has only stayed in the imperial city for less than 2 years. And she usually lives in a simple way. At that time, her situation was not good, so she was always cautious. At that time, She was always bullied by other princesses and princes. This situation did not change until Zhu Xiaobao appeared. When she thought of Zhu Xiaobao, Princess 19's heart became eager. These days, she suddenly missed Zhu Xiaobao very much. And she also developed a sense of dependence and happiness. This feeling made her a little regretful. It turns out that happiness has been there for a long time. It's right in front of my eyes, but I haven't been able to find it yet. Entering from the backyard of Daxiangguo Temple. This place is not managed by the monks of Daxiangguo Temple, but by some very mysterious people. Speaking of which, they are all members of the Wu clan. Princess 19 was surprised to find that there are several people among them. She looked familiar. You guys stay here first, and I will take you to the inheritance place tomorrow. Even I can't enter that place. But you? I believe you can. Grand Venerable Wu Wei entered the lobby and said, Thank you, Great Lord. The 19th princess and others were very grateful to the Great Lord Wu Wei and quickly saluted. Even the Great Lord Ice and Fire was very excited. She finally saw that the 19th princess could enter the inheritance place. Got it! After bathing and dressing, and resting for the night, the 19th princess put on casual clothes the next day, and followed Master Wu Wei to a side courtyard. Although this place didn't look very impressive, there was something special inside. When the 19th princess came in, there were already more than a dozen people waiting inside, and they all looked at the 19th princess eagerly. Ha ha. They all have the Qinglong bloodline and can enter the inheritance place. But the purity of the bloodline is limited, and the highest level has only cultivated the Qinglong hard technique to the 4th level. Great Venerable Wu Wei pointed at a 5/6 level. The old man about 10 years old said, I've met my senior. Princess 19 quickly saluted. Don't dare. Don't dare. The princess's aptitude is extraordinary. It's better to invite her to the place of inheritance first. The old man quickly said with his hands over his hands. Of course he knew his aptitude. He had been practicing for many years, and now it was almost over. It was difficult. One step further. Yes. Princess 19 nodded, and then walked slowly towards the entrance of a rockery. Although Wu Yu and the Great Lord Binghua also tried to follow, they were hit by an invisible force before they reached the entrance of the cave. Blocked back. Wu Yu felt very disappointed. She really did not have the blood of the dragon, so she could only watch the 19th princess slowly walk in. Once inside, the 19th princess looked around curiously. The cave was very large, and there was no need for torches. It was emitting a green light, and the environment in the cave could be seen clearly. The layout in the cave is very simple, with only a few stone tables and chairs, and a few futons, which are used by the tribesmen to practice their mental skills here. There is also a spring in the far west, which is clear and transparent, which is somewhat beyond the expectations of the 19th princess. There is nothing else, and there is no legendary inherited treasure. Of course, the 19th princess also knows that if you want the inherited treasure to appear, you must cultivate your mind to the 7th level or higher, like all the little treasures before it will appear. The 19th princess did not delay any longer, but found a futon to sit down on, and began to use her mental method. Soon, a strange scene appeared. A lot of cyan halos began to appear in the cave, gradually filling the entire cave. The 19th princess's mental skills were running more and more smoothly, and there was a feeling of endless rush in her body. Outside the cave, Great Venerable Wu Wei and others also saw that as time passed, a lot of cyan halos began to appear at the entrance of the cave, which diffused from the cave. Venerable Wu Wu and Great Venerable Ice and Fire both looked very solemn, and the Wu clan members were also very surprised. This was a situation that had never happened to other clansmen who were practicing mind skills inside. Even the old man with the highest cultivation level among them. I have never enjoyed this kind of treatment. She is really talented. Why don't I have the blood of a dragon? Wu Yu also muttered to herself in disappointment. She also wanted to help Zhu Xiaobao in this, but now it seems that she was still disappointed. It doesn't matter. Even if you don't have the blood of Shenlong, your martial arts qualifications are the best I have ever seen. Don't worry. There will be no problem in being promoted to Martial Lord. The Great Lord of Ice and Fire comforted him on the side. On the 3rd day, a clear sound of dragon roar came from the cave, and at the same time, a blue dragon statue more than 2 feet long rose out of the cave, circled in the air 3 times, and then returned to Shandong again. This is the Qinglong Dharma appearance. This is the Qinglong Dharma appearance? She has actually reached the 4th level of cultivation. She is as solid as a bullet. What an amazing talent! The old man of the Wu clan shouted in surprise. His heart, he has also reached the 4th level of cultivation, and can already condense the Qinglong discovery. However, his Dharma form is very illusory, and its duration is also very short. He will never be able to do it as easily as the 19th princess. After another 3 days, the 19th princess came out of Shandongzhou. Although she did not show up for 7 days, the 19th princess turned out to be even more energetic, and her figure also changed a lot. She became plump, tall, slender and beautiful, and as the 19th princess came out, the cyan halo behind her gradually disappeared, and everything returned to its original state. Well, I wanted to break through to the 5th level, but I didn't succeed. Now this is the only way. It seems that it will take some time to break through again, Princess 19 said with a little regret. You have actually reached the 4th level of cultivation? It's incredible. The old man pointed at the 19th princess with a trembling voice and exclaimed in amazement. It took him decades of cultivation to reach the 4th level. Layer. The gap is a bit too big. So although he was very excited, he was also somewhat depressed. Oh, the 4th floor? Well, it's pretty much what I thought. Let's go. Let's rest for a day and then return to Qibei County. I have received a message and Zhu Xiaobao is already waiting for you in Qibei County. Master Wu Wei, however, he was not too surprised, because all he saw were geniuses. The achievements of the 19th princess were nothing, because the mental skills at the beginning were all low level and easy to break through. This is the most difficult of the 3 levels, and the higher you go, the harder it gets. After a day of rest, Princess 19 and others began to return to Qibei County. At this time, the 19th princess has been sitting in the carriage and staying at home, consolidating her cultivation. She felt that she had started too late and wanted to race against time to speed up her practice. At the same time, her heart is full of expectations, looking forward to meeting Zhu Xiaobao as soon as possible. She can also sense the existence of the wood attribute first, but it is not strong enough and needs the 4-phase divine vein technique to speed up the improvement. Once at sea, the 19th princess could no longer practice with peace of mind, because the ups and downs on the boat made her unable to concentrate on her practice. So she simply had several sparring sessions with Wu Yu on the boat. But unfortunately, she is not Wu Yu's opponent yet. After all, the improvement of mental skills does not have such a strong supporting effect on the improvement of actual combat. But there is also a surprise. Her teleportation technique has improved a lot. This martial art is still the unique secret of Nandong 72. Unexpectedly, with the bonus of the wood attribute, it can be easily mastered by the 19th princess. It can be performed, and it does not cost a lot for her to perform this martial skill, because most of it relies on the power of blood. As for the footwork of the Yuanong sword, the 19th princess cannot catch up with Wu Yu because she and Zhu Xiaobao spend too little time practicing together, while Wu Yu is already very proficient. After traveling on the sea for 7 days, bypassing the 36 islands in the southeast, we finally returned to Qibei County. Unexpectedly, Zhu Xiaobao was already waiting at the pier with his people. He was more anxious than the 19th princess. Princess, you are back. Let me hug you. Zhu Xiaobao shouted loudly as soon as they met, and he hugged Princess 19 unscrupulously. Oh, why are you so presumptuous? So many people are watching? Princess 19 did not expect this. She was surprised, happy and shy, and quickly wanted to push Zhu Xiaobao away. But the hand was soft and had no strength at all. I'm hugging my wife. Do I still need to avoid suspicion? Come on. Wu Yu, let's hug too. You see, Wu Yu is more open-minded than you, Zhu Xiaobao said with a thick-skinned smile. Okay, Sister Jenner has just come back. I think it's better to go back to the prince's mansion to rest first. At this time, the Princess of England said with a smile from behind. The business was very soft, and she also deliberately changed the title of the 19th princess to Jenner. Sister. The real name of the 19th princess is Xia Jenner. This is how the 19th princess is classified, as a member of Zhu Xiaobao's harem. Yes, I've met Sister Rong. The 19th princess Bing Xue was smart, and could not understand the meaning of the painting. She also smiled, and nodded to Zhu Rong. Since Zhu Rong has taken the initiative to show her kindness, she can't embarrass Zhu Rong. Wu Yu and Zhu Mei will not understand this little thought. It's just that the two of them seem to be talking differently than usual. It seems like we are a little closer. After coming back, the 19th princess first returned to the princess mansion. Unexpectedly, Her princess mansion had been completely renovated. Not only was it luxuriously decorated, but a toilet and bathroom were also built behind the bedroom, and a ceiling fan was installed in the room. Looking at the layout of the room, it is also carefully designed and very warm. All kinds of daily necessities are also the most exquisite, or the most luxurious. My master specially asked me to remodel this for you. I hope the princess will be satisfied. At this time, Muchuni walked out with a smile. She was also very satisfied with her results. Oh? Is that so? Thank you so much. Princess 19 was immediately filled with a sense of happiness at being loved and cared for. She couldn't wait to stay with Zhu Xiaobao. Just the two of them. Just as she was thinking about it, Wu Yu had already barged in. When she saw everything in the room, she was very envious and surprised. But then she shouted a little sourly, Princess, let's go. Xiaobao is sending a carriage. Got you. Ah? In such a hurry? I haven't showered or changed yet. Princess 19 was immediately at a loss. She wanted to fall into Zhu Xiaobao's arms right away. But she also wanted to clean herself up and look pretty first. Bright. Well, Xiaobao said, you will have everything when you go to him. Humph. I have nothing. Wu Yu said with a bit of discomfort. Well, good sister, you can live here with me from now on. What I have is what you have. Princess 19 immediately hugged Wu Yu and said softly, Really? Keep your word. Wu Yu was relatively straightforward and immediately became happy. There was no reception banquet this time. When they arrived at Zhu Xiaobao's place, Wu Yu was turned away, and then she vaguely heard the two of them making out. It can be said that Zhu Xiaobao and Princess 19 couldn't wait to get together. And then, they started practicing passionately. This time, the dual cultivation really surprised both of them, because their attributes had been greatly improved. Especially Princess 19, who felt that her fourth-level mental skills had become more consolidated. Just like last time, the two of them stayed behind closed doors for 3 consecutive days. It was not until the 4th day that Zhu Xiaobao and the 19th princess came out in high spirits. The 19th princess had a trace of shy. How's it going? Xiaobao. What's the effect? Zhu Rong has been waiting outside the door for a long time. She knows that Zhu Xiaobao is not here simply for the love of men and women, but is here in a hurry to improve the wood attribute. Looking for the 19th princess. Very good. I estimate that at this speed, it will not take more than half a year to reach the 8th level of perfection. Zhu Xiaobao smiled and nodded, affirming, Then we have to stay here for a while? Zhu Rong looked at Princess 19, blushing for no reason, and then asked again. Of course. My wood attribute needs to be improved a lot to catch up with the other 3 attributes. Zhu Xiaobao was naturally huge, and suddenly he thought of another question. Is old man Wu Wei here? I have something to call you. I'm waiting for you in the lobby. Zhu Rong couldn't help laughing when she heard Zhu Xiaobao calling the Great Venerable Wu Wei. It was Zhu Xiaobao who dared to call the Great Venerable like this. Let's go together. This matter has something to do with you too. Zhu Xiaobao looked at Zhu Rong, and then at the 19th princess. Zhu Rong is dignified and elegant. Xia Zhen'er has a pure and delicate fragrance. What a pair of jasper beauties. With a wife like this, what more could a husband want? When they came to the hall, Duimuki was playing chess with the great master Sanwei. Although he was the lowest in cultivation, his chess ability was the highest. But Duanmuchi was also sweating profusely, faced with the pressure of the 3 great venerables. Duanmuchi couldn't stand it even if he was calm. It turns out that the old apprentice also came with him this time. Horse 4 into 2. Cannon 6 draws 3. Car 2 into 6. As soon as Zhu Xiaobao came in, he didn't rush to ask questions, but immediately gave 3 moves to the 3 great sages, which immediately turned the precarious situation around. I'm admitting defeat. Duinmuki quickly stood up and said with his hands over his hands. He couldn't play this chess. The pressure was too great. And now Zhu Xiaobao came. So he gave up very wisely. Ha. The 3 of us are not as good as Shibao's 3 moves. The gap is really huge. Great Master Wu Wei also laughed and messed up the chessboard. There was no point in playing anymore. Great Venerable Sir, I have a question. Zhu Xiaobao also said straightforwardly at this time. Ha. You said it. Grand Venerable Wu Wei seemed to have been waiting for Zhu Xiaobao's question. He sat down, picked up the teacup and took a sip. Since it is a 5-element attribute, why can I be promoted to the 8th level when I only have 4 attributes? I am puzzled. Please ask the great master to explain it. Zhu Xiaobao also sat down. And several women, they were all standing behind him and looking at Master Wu Wei. Ha ha ha! I knew you would ask this question. If you hadn't asked, I would have been worried. This shows that you already have a good understanding of the art of the 5 elements. Master Wu Wei suddenly laughed. Then tell us about it. Let us also gain knowledge. The great Lord of Ice and Fire asked curiously from the side. Actually, it's not that you are missing an attribute, but that the 5 elements are complete. Because although your divine beast bloodline is fire attribute, your mortal body is water attribute. So now you are also complete with 5 elements. You can be promoted to the 8th level. The great venerable Wu Wei simply stated the reason. There is also a water attribute. Why can't I feel it? What special effects does this water attribute have? Do you think it can display any special abilities just like other attributes? Zhu Xiaobao is still a little confused. And the explanation is a bit confusing. It was beyond his expectation. But it seemed to be reasonable. You have to figure it out on your own. After all, I don't have the bloodline of a divine beast. And I can't cultivate your mental skills to a high level. Great Master Wu Wei shook his head with regret. The question was answered. But Zhu Xiaobao was not very satisfied, as it seemed that it had not been fully explained. The most important thing is that he still needs to explore by himself. How to explore this? Zhu Xiaobao looked at the 3 women behind him. They had nothing to do with the water attribute. Whatever. Let's practice first. Anyway, Xiaozhu can already break through to the 8th level. So don't worry about it so much. Xiaozhu, is it my turn next? Jumei said simply and loudly. But the last sentence made Zhu Xiaobao a little bit overwhelmed. Isn't this female man too straightforward? Oh, I made a mistake. Sister Zhu Rong is next. And then me. Jumei said a little embarrassed when she saw the big guy's surprised look. He. Ha 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 ha. Suddenly the hall burst into laughter. And Zhu Rong and Princess 19 were both blushing and heart-beating, wanting to kick Jumei out. Chapter 603 Selecting the Target. This time Zhu Xiaobao has a good reason to live in Qibei County. Of course, his palace has become very comfortable now, and has everything he should have. The key is that he is accompanied by 4 beauties. Well, of course Jumei is a bit bigger, but her appearance is even more handsome. However, the current inner garden of Prince Ying's mansion is not allowed to be entered casually. Those who can enter here are Zhu Xiaobao's personal guards. Ordinary servants are not allowed to enter, because Dharma images are often displayed here. It is still not allowed to be seen by too many people. Now the 19th princess is condensing the Qinglong Dharma appearance, and fighting with the Suzaku Dharma appearance. Of course, this Suzaku Dharma appearance was displayed by Zhu Rong. Now the 19th princess's martial arts cultivation and mental skills are far behind Zhu Rong. And Zhu Rong's fire attribute just restrains the 19th princess's wood attribute. So the 19th princess is not Zhu Rong's opponent. She is just trying to improve her combat power. Every time she was defeated, the 19th princess was always in a state of embarrassment, because her clothes were burned beyond recognition, and the beauty was leaked in many places. Zhu Xiaobao is watching the battle, always very excited and having some very strong desires. In fact, Zhu Xiaobao enjoys this kind of life, living happily with the girls. But he also knows that these are temporary, and there are still many things to do next. So they all cherish this time very much. Moreover, Zhu Xiaobao also whimsically practiced the footwork of the Yuanyang sword with 2 or 3 women at the same time. Unexpectedly, it also had very good results, as long as the people in the outer circle kept a certain distance. But if you use this kind of footwork with 3 women at the same time, it will be a bit messy, and the effect will not be very good. During this period, Zhu Xiaobao's mental skills were also improving rapidly, because the perfection of the 5 elements actually played a significant supporting role in cultivating the mental skills. Unfortunately, the 19th princess's mental skills were still too weak, and she had not been able to do so. Breakthrough to the 5th level. What makes Zhu Xiaobao depressed is that the water attribute of the main body has no special performance. It is like a wild card, neither strong nor weak. Could it be that my natural proficiency in water properties is the characteristic of this attribute? That's too bad. Although he is a little unwilling, Zhu Xiaobao will not be obsessed with this matter. He likes to live a relaxed and happy life. During this free time, I was still playing a few games with Duan Muqi. Duan Muqi's chess ability has grown very fast. Now his old apprentice and others can't beat him. Even the great master Wu Wei is watching the game with interest. The pavilion was not only filled with various pastries and fruits, but was also filled with smoke. It turned out that Duanmuchi was smoking a cigar, while Master Wu Wei and his old disciple each had a cigarette stick and were puffing away the smoke. Well, now these two great sages have fallen in love with this thing. Smoking a bag of cigarettes in their free time is really a fairy-like enjoyment. Alas! Lost again! Duanmuchi sighed, finally admitting defeat, having lost 3 games in a row. Then he remembered what Zhu Xiaobao seemed to be asking him just now, and asked quickly, "What did you ask me just now?" "Well, I'm asking now that we should turn our attention to Daxia Kingdom. Where do you think the best place to start is?" Zhu Xiaobao also breathed a sigh of relief. It is already a bit difficult to win against Duanmuchi. This old man is very good at chess. Very fast. Well, now it seems that it can only be King Ming. Duanmuchi pondered for a moment, looked at the two great sages, and then said in a low voice, "Ha ha! Talk about it. We are not interested in these worldly things. Come on, Lao Jiao, let's play a game too." Great Master Wu Wei said with a smile, and also called on his old apprentice to play a game. Yes, yes. I hate this kind of fighting. I don't know what it is for. The old apprentice is not polite. He is still somewhat confident against the great Master Wu Wei. I thought it was Southeast County. Why is it Prince Ming? Zhu Xiaobao only had a general understanding of the development of the situation, not details at all. He thought that these should be Duanmuchi and Murong Feng's affairs. Several other members of Duanmu Xialong who I sent out have returned. They went to the Southeast 36 Islands to find out information. Unexpectedly, the Southeast 36 Islands are now heavily guarded and full of experts. They were unable to find out anything. Valued information. Moreover, all the 16 islands in the Southeast Mountains are now owned by Ji Jisheng, with a total strength of no less than 1.2 million. There are thousands of warships, and dozens of generals and guards at the level of great martial arts masters. It is really unexpected that Ji Jisheng is like this. How did it develop over the years? My biggest mistake was to underestimate this person, Duanmuchi said with a frown. How about I go to Ji Jisheng's place and have a look in person? Zhu Xiaobao was also a little depressed. He didn't expect that Ji Jisheng could develop like this. From this point of view, his achievements are not low, if the 7th princess is included. Among the powerful forces in Southeast County, Ji Jisheng is a giant. No! There are currently 2 great sages on the Southeast 36 Islands. Forget about the 9 Venerables. That human monster Great Venerable is not easy to deal with. Even I can't take him down. After hearing this, the great Master Wu Wei quickly interjected. It turns out that although they were playing chess, their ears were still listening. So, I have set my target on King Ming now. Even though he is still joining forces with Jialanga, they are already close to each other. What's more, with Yi Qihong there and Lingyu Mountain as support, it will be easy to capture Shiyuan City. What we have to watch out for is other companies taking advantage of the situation. So we still have to wait for the best opportunity, Duanmuchi said while twisting his beard. Oh, when will the opportunity appear? Zhu Xiaobao felt a little relaxed. He didn't want Princess 19 to attack Shiyuan City so soon. He also wanted to enjoy the good life now. The opportunity has arisen. Today there is a severe drought in King Ming's fiefdom, and the harvest has dropped sharply. In addition, he is already in short supply of food, so he can no longer hold on. It depends on who takes action first. The first prince or His Highness the 6th prince. Duanmuchi, but he poured a basin of cold water on the little treasures and looked at them with a smile. Quite a bit gloating about their misfortune. In Prince Ming's mansion, Prince Ming and Princess Ming were sitting opposite each other with gloomy expressions on their faces. They had just received a reply from Jialanga. Their request for help could not be satisfied for the time being. They only sent a token of 200 cows and 300 sheep. This is just a drop in the bucket for the millions of people in King Ming's fiefdom. Now they are unwilling to sell it even if they spend money, because everyone has suffered from drought. But it is more serious here in King Ming. Madam, you should think of a solution quickly. If this continues, we will really run out of food. Prince Ming looked at the always resourceful Princess Ming and said anxiously, What can I do? I can prevent natural disasters and man-made disasters, but I can't do anything about such a serious drought. Now the fishermen have been asked to come out to catch fish, but there are too few people left in Shiyuan City. Princess Ming, he also said helplessly. This bastard, 6th brother, obviously didn't suffer from any drought, but he refused to buy us food. And this bitch, Jialanga, started to alienate us. I'm getting desperate. I'm going to send troops to grab food. King Ming suddenly became furious. Cried, "Don't you understand? Now everyone is looking at us. And we have become the most vulnerable party. They are just unwilling to take action first." Princess Ming said a little sadly, as if she saw King Wen's original attitude again one scene. He was originally ambitious to compete for the throne. But now he has to worry about his future survival. "How about we return Shiyuan City to the 19th princess?" Prince Ming himself didn't believe that he would say such a thing. But he still looked at Princess Ming expectantly. All major events in his life were made by Princess Ming for him. "TSK! Are you mentally ill? We recruited Xia Zixio and drove her out of Shiyuan City. Although she was the seventh sister, we also played a role in fueling the flames." Princess Ming suddenly smiled disdainfully, and then suddenly flashed after a flash of spiritual light. He raised his hand, thought about it carefully and said, Wait! This is a way! After all, Xia Zixio and Ma Songju are both dead now. And in the face of interests, everything is easy to talk about." Although Princess Ming didn't quite believe in this method, she still analyzed it calmly. The more she thought about it, the more she felt that this method was very possible. Although the 19th princess is weak, she is actually attached to the influence of Zhu Xiaobao. Now Zhu Xiaobao's reputation is at the peak of the sky. Not only is she of the divine beast bloodline, but she has also recovered the southern Zerwei kingdom. Now it has become the Great Purple Ray Kingdom. Although its land area and population are not as large as those of the Great Xia Kingdom, they are not far behind. The key is that the Great Purple Ray Kingdom is now free from war, and is in a stage of rapid development where all industries are prospering. This pair of 19 princesses is undoubtedly a huge supporter. They can attack, retreat or defend, but they don't know what conditions the other party will put forward. "Come here. I will serve you with pen and ink." Princess Ming stood up and ordered. She wanted to write a letter to the 19th princess in person. Within a few days, this letter arrived in Duanmuqi's hands. Princess 19 specially showed it to Duanmuqi. She didn't know Princess Ming's intentions. Princess Ming was a very scheming woman and was best at taking advantage of others. When King Wen was destroyed, it was King Ming who accepted her suggestion. But Princess Ming actually boasted in her letter that she had let King Wen, Princess Wen and others live. "Ha ha! Princess Ming is very aware of current affairs." Duanmuqi immediately seemed very happy after reading the letter, and then turned to Zhu Rong and asked, Brothers and sisters, was she the one who let you go?" "Yes. I thought we would be captured and humiliated by Prince Ming, but I didn't expect that Princess Ming arrived in time and shocked the troops, allowing us to escape to Shiyuan City calmly, and then boarded the ship to escape." Zhu Rong said, a little embarrassed. She was very reluctant to mention these things. She was now the Princess of England, so if it weren't for Duanmuqi, she would have been very repelled by this issue. Hey! Old man Duanmu, aren't you wasting your time? What's there to talk about with him?" Zhu Xiaobao saw that Zhu Rong's face turned a little pale, and he immediately shouted in dissatisfaction. He didn't shout this time. "Brother-in-law," which shows that Zhu Xiaobao is already very dissatisfied. No! We need to talk. Unexpectedly, Duanmuqi didn't care, but shook his head and said with great joy in his words, "You mean we go back to Shiyuan City?" Princess 19 also asked in a dilemma. "Now that we have just settled here, do we have to leave again? What's more, she still has her own heart and is unwilling to leave Zhu Xiaobao too far. Taking back Shiyuan City is only one of the most basic conditions. We also need to let King Ming's troops be used by us. Not only by us. Even surrender to us," Duanmuqi said excitedly. But everyone listened more and more. It feels more and more incredible. "Brother-in-law, you didn't drink wine this morning? Didn't you take any medicine?" Zhu Xiaobao also asked with doubts. "Yes. How is this possible? I am already surprised that Princess Ming can write this letter." Princess 19 also said in disbelief. "That's right. You didn't expect that Princess Ming would write this autograph letter. Right. So unexpected things may not happen. Think about it. Among all the forces, the 19th princess is the weakest. Let her settle in the west in Yuancheng. King Ming is not so worried. And this is exactly what we need." Duanmuqi looked at Zhu Xiaobao and then continued. "The total number of the 19th princess's troops is less than 1 million. Although there are Xiaobao's support. But you must know that if Xiaobao sends troops to help the 19th princess, it will be equivalent to the Great Zerwei Kingdom declaring war on the Great Xia Kingdom. It is definitely not a wise move. So King Ming needs our help. And so do we. King Ming's army. Only then did everyone suddenly realize that Duimuki was very thoughtful and bold. After what he said, everyone felt that this was indeed a good opportunity. Letting the 19th princess settle in Shiyuan City seems very dangerous. But it takes the absolute initiative. First of all, King Ming did not have a navy. And secondly, Shiyuan City had already built a city wall. So it could be defended. There were red cannons stationed there. So King Ming would never dare to act rashly. What's more important is that Lingyu Mountain is very close to Shiyuan City. If needed again, support can be provided immediately. Tens of thousands of female warriors are equivalent to hundreds of thousands of troops. What's more, Zhu Xiaobao still has a close friendship with the king of Shijue. When the time comes, Jialanga will not dare to interfere with King Ming's fiefdom, and may even be ordered by the king to start a war with King Ming. Oh, Mr. Duanmu is really smart. So what should we do next? Are we going to move into Shiyuan City now? The 19th princess suddenly became excited. Shiyuan City is where she got her start. And once she moves into Shiyuan City, the city is tantamount to declaring that one has joined the battle to seize the inheritance. Ha ha! Don't worry. The ones who are worried now are Prince Ming and Princess Ming. What we have to do is to sit down and talk with them. And we must get enough benefits before we can move in. But this time, I will go to negotiate with Princess Ming. And I will personally go. This woman is not simple. I'm afraid you won't get any advantage. Duimuki twisted his beard and said with a smile. This also means that he has also intervened in the disputes in Daxia Kingdom. And will definitely have a fight with the 7th princess in the future. Duimuki was also very excited about the battle. Soon the two sides agreed to negotiate on Luofeng Island. From the fiefdom of King Ming to Luofeng Island, there was no need to pass through Southeast County. Therefore, even if King Ming did not have a decent navy, there were still dozens of warships. There should be no what is the problem. The 19th princess is even more convenient. After passing Princess Island, you can reach Luofeng Island without any risk. But this time, Zhu Xiaobao accompanied the 19th princess to Luofeng Island purely as a bystander. The real protagonists of the negotiation were the 19th princess and Duanmuqi. Madam, there are only a dozen warships. I'm afraid you will be in danger. How about I go with you? King Ming felt really bad when he looked at the 17 carefully selected warships. Now he is actually asking people to come back to Daxiyuan City. And almost all of his warships were blown up by the 3 auspicious treasures. During the last battle with Lingyu Mountain, there is no time or energy to repair it. So now we can only pick out these 17 warships. No! We cannot do without you in the fiefdom. If there is any emergency, you still need to make the decision. Killing me, a female prostitute, will not do them any good. Princess Ming was very calm. And she also considered it. The stakes are high. And she is confident in this negotiation. It may very well be the finishing touch that turns the situation around. Prince Ming can still pick out some of his soldiers and generals who have experience in naval battles. And this time the guards around Princess Ming are also the most capable and powerful 12 black armored guards, most of whom are at the peak of the great martial arts. Moreover, Princess Ming's own cultivation is also a great martial artist. The military uniform turned out to be more imposing than the 12 black-clad guards. The journey was indeed calm, and there was no danger. Ordinary pirates would not dare to rob such a fleet of warships. And the 7th princess's warships would not dare to invade easily. You must know that the warships on Lingyu Mountain and Lingyu Island are controlled by female warriors. And their combat effectiveness is extraordinary. There is such a terrifying existence as the 3 auspicious treasures. Therefore, the 7th princess is not willing to cause trouble after suffering several losses. When they arrived at Luofeng Island, Princess 19 and the others hadn't arrived yet. Princess Ming was a little unhappy about something. But she had to wait patiently. It was obvious that Lifengdao got the news and sent a special boat to bring them food and drink, as well as fresh water needed for daily life. What was even more unexpected was that the food sent from Luofeng Island was quite exquisite. Even the cook came with the ship and made a special trip to prepare it for Princess Ming. Princess Ming sighed a little. The food here was actually better than what she had in Prince Ming's mansion. Although she and Prince Ming had no worries about food and drink, they had been streamlined a lot and were no longer as luxurious as before. Moreover, it has been a long time since she had these pickled pepper chicken feet, soy sauce beef, and dongpa pork elbow. After eating and drinking, and taking a bath with the best milk silky soap, Princess Ming changed into her casual clothes and walk out of the cabin. From a distance, she saw 6 medium-sized warships approaching from the east. There was a clipper in front of her, but one look at it made Princess Ming's face change. This clipper was the colorful ship that made people jealous, and the figures on the bow could also be seen clearly. It's Wu Yu. Hee. Madam Prince Ming. Long time no see. Duanmuchi is so polite. As the 6 warships approached, Duanmuchi stood on the bow and said with a cheerful smile, Mr. Duanmu, you have really come out of the army again. What a joy and congratulation. Princess Ming said a little insincerely. The joy and congratulations are definitely out of the question. When Duanmuchi suffered, all the major forces wanted to win over him. Unexpectedly, he chose Lingyu Mountain. Now he is assisting the 19th princess. Hee. Madam Prince Ming, do you think we should go to my boat or yours? Duanmuchi still asked with a smile. And it was time to get down to business. Let's go to your boat. Princess Ming said a little embarrassed. There was really nothing decent to entertain Duanmuchi on her boat. Not to mention that she had already accepted the food and drink supplies from the other party. Okay, Princess Ming, please move on board. Please. Chapter 604, 50 million kilograms of iron and stone. Although her life has been relatively poor recently, Princess Ming's identity is still there. She has several important officials under her, as well as 12 black-armored guards. Even the 2 maids beside her are also of high cultivation. There were more than 30 people in the group, with heads held high, bright helmets, and bright clothes. Princess Ming's powerful aura is quite intimidating. Duanmuchi nodded slightly, but he understood a little bit in his heart that Princess Ming was deliberately showing her strength. But she is a bit too pretentious. If you know the real strength, she is very calm and down to earth. I think the princess is giving people the feeling of being strong on the outside, but strong on the inside. Ha. We haven't seen each other for many years, but Princess Ming is still as charming as ever. Duanmuchi cupped her hands and smiled. Compared to Princess Ming, Duanmuchi's dress was very ordinary, even a little casual. But even this kind of randomness made Princess Ming still feel that she was at a disadvantage. I'm deeply sorry that I haven't been able to invite Mr. Duanmu, but it's very exciting to be able to cooperate with Mr. Duanmu for once. Huh? Didn't the 19th princess come? Princess Ming also returned the gift very politely. And then when asking about the 19th princess, she actually preferred to talk to the 19th princess in person instead of talking to Duanmuchi, an old fox. Ha. To show her grandeur, the princess went back to the cabin to change her clothes. She also asked Princess Ming to wait a moment. Duanmuchi smiled and let Princess Ming into the cabin. This was a specially decorated cabin, and it looked just like the conference room. As everyone took their seats, they naturally divided into 2 sides sitting facing each other. The chair in the middle was empty, reserved for the 19th princess. At this moment, the 19th princess appeared with Wu Yu. She was wearing something familiar. It was the same official uniform she wore in Shiyuan City. And she also had a silver crown on her head that represented the princess' identity. She looks heroic. And the 19th princess has also matured over the years. And she has a calm feeling in her movements. In contrast, Princess Ming is old, with obvious crow's feet at the corners of her eyes, and a few gray hairs sprouting from her head. She has worried about too many things this year, and she is a little exhausted. I've met Princess Ming, second sister-in-law. How are you? I never thought we would have another day to sit down and negotiate. Princess 19 smiled formulaically, and then sat on the chair in the middle without hesitation, while Duanmuchi sat around her. It's okay. There are just some little troubles recently. Unexpectedly, Sister 19 is getting more and more proud. In fact, your second emperor brother often regrets that he shouldn't have treated you like that. In fact, what happened to Xia Zixia was not in our plan. I didn't expect him to have a meeting with Ma Song. Princess Ming smiled slightly, and then felt a little embarrassed and wanted to explain what happened. As soon as the 19th princess appeared today, she felt that she was completely different from before. She already had a kingly aura, very similar to the 7th princess back then. Don't talk about this. These things have passed. Xia Zixia is of no importance to the situation. Let's talk about the current cooperation. I think the second emperor's sister-in-law also wants to get to the point as soon as possible. Right. Princess 19 waved her hand slightly and said. There is no expression on his face. Okay. Let's get down to business. First of all, Prince Ming and I plan to return Shiyuan City to 19th Sister. Judging from 19th Sister's outfit today, 19th sister also intends to return to Shiyuan City. Princess Ming also immediately, he changed his expression to a more businesslike one and threw out the benefits first. Of course. This is the most basic. Otherwise, there would be no need to negotiate at all. What else? Princess 19 nodded. And then asked, also, we will withdraw all the garrison. Shiyuan City is completely under your control. You are still the original lord of Shiyuan City. Of course, if there is any accident, we will immediately send troops to support. So this time you will go to Shiyuan City. After Yuancheng, you will definitely have peace of mind. You can develop and grow with peace of mind, Princess Ming said very confidently, which means that with the support of Prince Ming behind her, the 19th princess should be grateful. Oh, what else? After hearing this, the 19th princess asked again with an expressionless face. There was no surprise or gratitude at all that Princess Ming expected. This made Princess Ming feel very passive, as if she was talking to herself. But she couldn't stop. Also, you must pay a certain amount of food as a fee for us to provide protection to Shiyuan City. At the same time, we must also use your shipping and trade routes to ensure the food supply of King Ming's fiefdom and Shiyuan City. Of course, I will pay according to the price, Princess Ming said as tactfully as possible. This is the focus of this negotiation. That's all? Sister-in-law of the second emperor. I don't see any sincerity or benefit in these proposals of yours. And we also need to ensure supplies. As a joint force, we have to send troops to help if there is a war. And we also all of a sudden and the emperor brother, 6th emperor, and 7th sister are at odds with each other. Isn't this asking for trouble? Then what's the point of me returning to Shiyuan City? Princess 19 exchanged glances with Duan Muqi, and then said with a faint smile, Humph. As long as you are an independent existence, as long as you are still the 19th princess, you will always be their opposite. This has nothing to do with our joining forces. On the contrary, joining forces with me is an extra layer of protection. And you also have your own territory. How can I say there is no benefit? Don't you just want to have a foothold in Daxia? Princess Ming immediately said rudely. And even her civil and military subordinates nodded frequently. As if the 19th princess had it, it's as if you're not satisfied with the cheap price. Then let's not talk about such a joint effort. I don't need to go all the way back to Shiyuan City. When you are almost done fighting, I will come back and have a look. The 19th princess actually started to clean up the things on the table very simply. Actually not ready to talk. Huh? Sister 19, what do you mean by this? Since it is a negotiation, you can definitely tell your request. Why do you have to do this? Princess Ming did not expect that Princess 19 would not talk about it. And she suddenly felt a little bit worried. If the 19th princess really stops talking, the situation between her and Prince Ming will be very embarrassing. Maybe we really have to send troops to grab food. Hee! Princess Ming, can you please listen to what I have to say? Duan Muqi said with a smile, and at the same time made a gesture to invite the 19th princess to sit down. Mr. Duanmu, please speak, Princess Ming said politely. She did not dare to show any slightness to Duan Muqi. This man is the most powerful. Ha ha! Since it is a negotiation and both parties have a tendency to join forces, then with all due respect, this time the negotiation is centered on us, Duan Muqi still said with a smile. But these words made Princess Ming feel nervous immediately. What do you mean? Now we are giving up Shiyuan City. Isn't this sincerity enough? Humph. Come out. If we want to take back Shiyuan City, Princess Ming, what do you think we have a chance of winning? Duan Muqi also spoke forcefully, and his momentum suddenly overwhelmed Princess Ming. Okay then, let's talk about your suggestions. Princess Ming was at a loss for words. When she and Jialanga joined forces, Shiyuan City was beaten to the point of being unable to fight back. Now if the 19th princess really wants to capture Shiyuan City, it will be really easy. At the critical moment, King Ming does not have a decent navy, and it is difficult to mobilize a large number of troops to defend Shiyuan City now. Every movement of troops and horses costs a lot of money. Okay, we have 5 suggestions. First, King Ming must withdraw all the garrison troops in Shiyuan City. Second, we do not need King Ming's protection, so we do not need to pay any fees. Third, we can provide you with everything you need. The price of the needed food is the same as that on the market, but it is by no means necessary. If we have difficulties, we must first solve our own guarantee of supply. Fourth, the original residents of Shiyuan City are not allowed to be taken away by force. In addition, if King Ming, even if the people in the fief intend to move to Shiyuan City, they cannot be stopped by force. Fifth, you must provide 50 million kilograms of iron and stone at one time. In return, we will transport 100,000 dan of grain. Duan Muqi had already planned it. The conditions were stated one by one, and Princess Ming's eyes opened wider and wider. Duan Muqi, you have gone too far. 50 million kilograms of iron and stone. Do you know how many kilograms of iron and stone my fief produces in a year? 100,000 dan of grain is only enough to feed my soldiers for half a month. Also, protection the fee must be paid. My Shiyuan City is not given to you for free. Princess Ming immediately slammed the table and shouted angrily. In the cubicle of this negotiation room, Zhu Xiaobao and his old apprentice were drinking wine and eating food, listening to the negotiation process easily. With their current cultivation level, those in the cubicle could not notice them, but their ears can clearly hear the conversation next door. Princess Zhu Rong did not come this time because she did not want to face Princess Ming, let alone the past events. So in addition to the 19 princesses and other major figures, Zhu Xiaobao only brought his old apprentice and Jumei. Jumei is also sitting next to him now. She doesn't care about negotiating these things. She just eats and eats to her heart's content. The key is that Jumei is still bringing her apprentice Yang Wu Feisui. This shrew is also a foodie. Her appetite is not much smaller than Jumei's. And now she has fallen in love with this place. Following Jumei, the food is really delicious. And you can also develop your own skills. Hey! My brother-in-law is really good at it. This condition is a bit excessive, but I like it. Zhu Xiaobao said with a smile when he heard Princess Ming pounding the table angrily. I am restless and angry. It seems that Princess Ming is not confident enough. No need to ask. Duan Muqi is going to win again this time. The old apprentice was able to analyze the situation at hand from Princess Ming's state. Yeah, disciple. I really want to go to the cave heaven paradise in Shiyuan City again. The 3 years I stayed there have turned into 5 years. Time flies so fast. Zhu Xiaobao also felt a little emotional. Said, in 1 month, he will be 25. Which means it has been 9 years since he came to this world. From the little fat boy who was a slave, he has now become a 1,000-year-old king of England with advanced cultivation and fame all over the world. Time flies so fast. Yes, I'm thinking about it too. It's such a good wine, the old apprentice said while smacking his lips. He was thinking about delicious food and drink. The 3-year-old Chen had already made him want it. And now, he couldn't stop eating it. 2 years later. 5 years later. How tempting it would be. Hack! I'm warning you. That wine is my treasure. Each jar is worth thousands of gold. Don't worry about me. Zhu Xiaobao said fiercely immediately. At this moment, the door of the compartment was opened. It turned out that the two parties broke up on bad terms. The 19th princess also came back somewhat depressed. Only Duan Muqi was the one who didn't take the old god's presence seriously at all. It seemed that she was confident. Fool, come here. Prepare a banquet for Princess Ming and her party. When they have eaten and drank enough, they will come to us for negotiation. Duan Muqi said with a wave of his hand. Then he sat down without any courtesy and started eating and drinking with Zhu Xiaobao and the others. Mr. Duanmu, are you really sure? If the second emperor's wife really leaves, then our trip will be in vain. Princess 19 asked, somewhat worried. Run for nothing? She will definitely agree. The fiefdom of Prince Ming can no longer hold on. If she doesn't agree, then we will take Shiyuan City by force. By then, the outcome for Prince Ming and Princess Ming will be even worse than that of Prince Wen. Duan Muqi, although he was still smiling, there was a trace of murderous intent in his eyes. Princess Ming looked at the dishes on the table and was really surprised. They were so rich, and the wine was the best. Looking at the civil and military ministers, they no longer care about their image. Their mouths are full of oil while eating, and the chopsticks in their hands are expanding and contracting rapidly. Princess Ming looked a little speechless. Now that the Ming dynasty is entrusting the land, even the landlords are short of food. These civil and military ministers are also living a very hard life. It has been a long time since they have seen such a sumptuous banquet, and it tasted so damn good that even Princess Ming couldn't help but eat more. Princess Ming took a few bites, put down her chopsticks, and just drank. She was worried. If she really stopped talking, what would she do next? Looking at this sumptuous banquet, people are clearly telling you that they have food and they can afford it. If it is true, as Duan Muqi said, that they wait for a year and a half, until both sides are injured after several people are killed, and then come to Shiyuan City. Then they will not join forces, but they will occupy it by force. But the other party's attitude is too arrogant. This is just taking advantage of the situation. What's more, Princess Ming also has to guard against the 19th princess turning her back on the guests. When the time comes to establish a foothold in Shiyuan City, if she turns against her and joins forces with other companies, wouldn't she be attacked from both sides? And the result will be even worse? As for what Duinmuki said about people voluntarily migrating to Shiyuan City without stopping them, Princess Ming didn't care. Shiyuan City is now full of abandoned farmland, and most of the restaurants and shops are empty. Who would have thought that? Come here? What do you think of these 5 suggestions put forward by Duinmuki? Princess Ming asked a little distractedly to the ministers, who were desperately stuffing their stomachs with good wine and food. I think other than 50 million kilograms of iron and stone, everything else is acceptable. I thought that 50 million kilograms of iron and stone could be exchanged for 100,000 days of grain. Princess 19 has a limited number of troops, and she can still help us guard Shiyuan City. I think it's worth discussing. Well, this is what people want. And one meal made these civil and military officials soften. Princess Ming lamented a little in her heart. This Duinmuki must have arranged such a sumptuous banquet on purpose. What's even more terrible is that everyone also has a gift, which is the most popular thing on the market. Of course, Zhu Xiaobao came up with this gift-giving aspect, and he is good at it. After dinner, the two sides came to the negotiating table again. This time, Princess Ming obviously compromised and basically agreed to Duinmuki's 5 suggestions. However, she was also very cautious and added another rule. The number of troops stationed in Shiyuan City should not exceed 500,000. As long as there are no more than 500,000 horses, they won't pose much of a threat to King Ming's fiefdom. That's okay. But, Princess Ming, we only have 500,000 troops. If your war situation becomes tense, I won't be able to help you much. You have to think about this. Duanmuchi closed his eyes and thought for a moment, and then said in a reminder, We don't need you to send troops to help. Princess Ming hummed confidently. As long as she survives this period of time, she is confident that the fiefdom of Prince Ming will prosper again. Okay, then it's a deal. Let's sign the agreement. Look, I prepared 100,000 grains of food here. You can take it back later. Duanmuchi waved his hand decisively. He said, while pointing to a row of cargo ships docked not far away. Thank you. Princess Ming's eyes lit up as soon as she saw the food. And he also admired the courage of the 19th princess and Duinmuki, who actually asked her to bring the food back first. There is no problem in signing this agreement. The follow-up plan is that it will take the 19th princess roughly 3 months to gradually move her people here, including her people. In fact, many of them fled from Shiyuan City. Those who went out to seek refuge with the 19th princess are very willing to migrate back now. After all, it is hard to leave their homeland. In addition, there are many clan members of the 19th princess. Princess Ming calculated in her mind and was a little surprised. In this case, Princess 19 was quite powerful in Shiyuan City. He really has the strength to dominate one side. Standing on the bow of the boat, looking in the direction of Shiyuan City, Zhu Xiaobao said with a sigh, I didn't expect to be able to return to the Cave Heaven Paradise soon. I really miss that place. Yes, I'm also very curious about your Cave Heaven Paradise. Pass the order and fetch the 4 elders of the Du family and their craftsmen immediately. We will start work on the Cave Heaven Paradise immediately to build the red cannon. Duanmuchi moved quickly and was ready to start work. Got it. Are you planning to use Prince Ming's iron stones to build cannons and set them up on the city wall to defend them? Zhu Xiaobao asked in surprise. No, not to defend them, but to shock them. To shock everyone. Returning to King Ming's fiefdom. Although King Ming was not very satisfied with the agreement, he was still very happy when he saw 100,000 days of food. Now that food is too tight. These 100,000 days of food can meet half a month's supply. Moreover, his subordinates were all in favor of abandoning Shiyuan City, because Shiyuan City has become a deserted city, and the garrison sent there has to seal the land and supply supplies in turn, which is really not worth the gain. Besides, if the enemy really attacks from the waterway, Shiyuan City will not be able to defend it. They will not be able to defend it at all. There is no decent navy. Now handing Shiyuan City to the 19th princess can be said to have thrown away a big trouble. Chapter 605. proclaiming himself king. 3 days later, King Ming's troops stationed in Shiyuan City began to withdraw one after another, and we began to move into Shiyuan City with 50,000 troops, taking over Shiyuan City. Although there are only 50,000 troops, they are full of energy and have no fear. What's even more unexpected is that the common people who usually don't see it come out to welcome the 19th princess's troops back. This made King Ming and Princess Ming feel even more depressed and worried. Unexpectedly, Princess 19th's influence in Shiyuan City is so deep. But this was just the beginning. Immediately afterwards, Duanmuki used various methods, and immediately issued notices everywhere, announcing to the world that the 19th princess would become the King of the West, and officially regard Shiyuan City as her fiefdom. That's unreasonable. It's simply unreasonable. She actually led the Western King by herself, and she still dares to claim the king? Come here. Give me an army of 500,000, and I will destroy this Western King now. King Ming heard the news. He suddenly became furious. Not only did he give up Shiyuan City, but he also gave birth to a prince. How could this not make him angry? Wait! What are you doing? Can't you see that this is Duanmuki's trick? He just wants to see our attitude. Now Shiyuan City only has we use 50,000 troops. Even if it is a total annihilation, it will not be enough for the 19th sister. The impact is not big. But in this way, we will be more passive and create a strong enemy for no reason. This is the result that the other 3 princes most want to see. Princess Ming was calmer, and stopped Prince Ming's impulse immediately. Behavior. Then what should we do? Are we just going to let her act like this? Our princes are all appointed by our father. Why should she? This is a rebellion. She still wants to fight for the throne? Prince Ming was almost fainted. It's a bit awkward to speak. Now that the emperor has passed away, what kind of personal title is there? Does it matter whether she can accept this Western King or not? Can't you see? She has long wanted to compete for the throne. Alas, I don't have it either. I thought that she would develop so fast and be even more powerful than the 7th sister back then. And there is Zhu Xiaobao behind her, which is the fundamental reason why she dared to claim the title of king. Princess Ming frowned as she sat there. To be honest, she didn't expect that the 19th princess would do something like this, which made her very embarrassed. What attitude should she take? Then what do you think we should do? Suddenly a Western King stood next to us, and we ignored him. Wouldn't this make the other princes laugh? King Ming was still roaring angrily. Well, it doesn't matter whether it's a joke or not. What's important is that we have to look at the attitudes of the other princes and then decide how we should deal with this. So now we must remain silent and not express any opinions or express your stance. Princess Ming was relatively calm. After thinking for a while, she said calmly, in fact, this Western King has no practical significance. The most important thing is how much territory and troops he has. In the villa of the eldest prince Xia Ziyuan, he was drinking and eating meat. 2 people were sitting opposite him. One was the most brutal venerable man one among the 9 great lords, and the other was Ao Yang, who had disappeared for several years. Ever since he was beaten into a eunuch by Zhu Xiaobao, he has been living in a simple way, practicing hard, and also received the guidance of the great venerable Man Wang, and was finally promoted to the martial lord. Because he followed Man Wang, the great master studied and practiced. So the first prince did not treat him lightly, and he still had a seat in front of the first prince. Because the 3 of them have a common hobby, which is cannibalism. They get together every once in a while to enjoy a meal. The wine on the table was actually the top quality Xiao Daozi bought from Shahu City. The meat on the plate was a beautiful Western girl who had just been slaughtered. They now eat in a variety of ways. They already have rich experience in which parts of the meat can be eaten raw, which parts of the meat need to be rinsed, and which parts of the bones need to be boiled into soup. The maid serving on both sides could see their legs trembling, fearing that if they were not careful, they would become meat on the table. What? Sister 19 actually led the West King on her own. Hee. This is interesting. My second brother is going to be furious this time. Suddenly there is a West King next to him. Mr. Situ, what do you think? The eldest prince was feasting on a leg bone. When he heard the report, he was a little disdainful at first, and then he laughed. Well, although this 19th princess is not very powerful, she must not be underestimated. She has the full support of Zhu Xiaobao behind her, so she is more dangerous than Prince Ming. I think we not only have no objection to this matter, but should also send someone to help this matter. 19 princesses sent congratulations, and just leave from Prince Ming's fiefdom and send someone bold and careful. The person who spoke was the eldest prince's current chief aide, named Situbufon. In fact, he had already been with the eldest prince. It worked. But the first few times, because of his outspoken advice, the eldest prince demoted him to the stable to feed the horses. It was only after Murong Fong left that he was used by the eldest prince again. He always believed that his talents were not inferior to Duinmuki. So he always wanted to find opportunities to prove himself. In the past few years, he has become the most important staff member around the eldest prince. What a good idea! Light another fire for my second brother. He won't be able to sit still. He will definitely send troops to Shiyuan City. But who should be sent? If they pass through King Ming's fiefdom, it will be a narrow escape. Maybe even I can't even deliver it to 19th sister. The eldest prince immediately clapped his hands and praised, and then felt a little embarrassed. This matter seems to be very dangerous. No, this job looks dangerous, but it's actually safe. Let's just send my disciple Su Yan to go there. Situbufon smiled and shook his head. Why is this? The eldest prince asked, somewhat puzzled. If King Ming dares to kill the envoy we sent, he will not only offend us, but also represent his opposition to the 19th princess to lead the Western King on her own. Wouldn't that offend both families at once? So I decided the princess is so wise that she will definitely not do this. Situbufon said firmly. Oh. Ha 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 ha. Hi. Mr. Situ is really smart. Even better than Duanmuchi. The eldest prince laughed suddenly, and suddenly took out a bone and handed it to Situ. Bufon. Come, Mr. Situ. I'll treat you to a stick bone. It's really delicious. Thank you, Chitos, for your kindness. I still don't dare to eat this thing. Situbufon quickly shook his head and said, he doesn't have the guts to eat human flesh yet. Ha ha ha. Well, then don't force it. You are really unlucky. The eldest prince suddenly laughed and said, in the study of His Highness the Sixth Prince Shengwang Xiaozishan. He also got the news. He frowned a little at first, but then he smiled sinisterly after thinking about it. This is a good opportunity to put Prince Ming and Princess Ming in a dilemma. It would be best to make King Ming angry and kill the 19th princess at all costs. In fact, among all the princes, His Highness Xiaozisheng is the most scheming. There are many counselors around him, but not many are truly capable. At least he doesn't think any counselor can surpass Duanmuchi. Not to mention Duanmuchi. Not even Murong Fong can compare. Therefore, most of the strategies were decided by His Highness himself. After Duanmuchi escaped from the prison of the 7th princess, His Highness the 6th prince was a little overconfident. After all the calculations, Duanmuchi could only come to join him. Unexpectedly, Duanmuchi went to Zhu Xiaobao's place. This made His Highness the 6th prince a little surprised and a little annoyed. If he had been more proactive, Duanmuchi would probably have been his #1 advisor. Later, seeing the development of Lingyu Mountain and the rise of Zhu Xiaobao, the 6th Highness regretted it even more. There are two people that His Highness is most concerned about right now. One is Zhu Xiaobao, and the other is Ji Zhishan. Speaking of which, Zhu Xiaobao still has royal blood, so it is reasonable to regain the southern Zirwei kingdom. But why did Ji Zhishan integrate the 36 islands in the southeast? And now it can influence many of the strategies of the 7th princess, which is very puzzling. His Highness the 6th prince wouldn't believe it just based on what happened on the bed. Chitos, I think we can support the 19th princess in this matter. It just happens to take this opportunity to repair the relationship with the 19th princess. Moreover, the 14th princess is also under the command of Murong Fong of the Great Purple Rui Kingdom. No matter from which aspect, we should stand with the 19th princess. The speaker was Yin Rui, the most favored concubine in the past 2 years. Speaking of which, concubine Yin was once a talented daughter of King Wen. At the beginning, some talented women with family backgrounds returned to their respective families. Almost all of these talented women did not suffer any misfortune, and they were relatively lucky. Of course, many people were recruited by Prince Ming and His Highness the 6th prince to accompany the king. Of course, all the women of King Wen want to get involved. But this is much luckier than those talented women who escaped with King Wen. But this Yin Rui came to her by herself, saying she was a concubine, but she wanted to be like Princess Ming, capable of doing big things. And she also had some martial arts skills. She liked to accompany His Highness 6th prince on hunting trips and discuss some political affairs. Just because she behaves differently, she is now very favored and has the capital to express her own opinions in front of His Highness the 6th prince. Her biggest idol now turned out to be Murongfeng. She also wanted to be like Murongfeng. Not only to command the three armies, but at least to make suggestions.
Oh, tell me. Why? You must know that we are still joining forces with Prince Ming. If we openly support the 19th sister, doesn't that mean we are against Prince Ming?
His Highness asked with great interest. Seeing Yin Rui wearing soft armor and really looking a bit heroic, I couldn't help but feel a little excited. These past few years have been the most proud of his life. Not only did he take over half of King Wen's fiefdom, they were also major grain-producing areas. Moreover, his fiefdom is now almost the same as that of the eldest prince. But the population is more than 2 million more. In other words, he has already made a very good start in the battle for the inheritance. The next thing to do is to expand your advantages.
Humph. Can't you see this? Although King Ming has millions of troops, his fiefdom is short of food. What's more important is that he has now let the 19th sister into Shiyuan City. Although it has temporarily alleviated his shortage food crisis, but it has also laid hidden dangers for ourselves, which is equivalent to being attacked from both sides. The more we show our kindness to the 19th princess, the more worried he becomes, and he can only be more tolerant to us. This is the so-called pressing situation,
Yin Rui said with confidence. She was very willing to express herself like this in front of His Highness the Sixth Prince. This feeling was something other concubines could not enjoy.
Ha ha! Yes, that's a good analysis. How about it? Do you dare to take my congratulatory gift to the 19th princess? By the way, you can also meet the Xiwang Qiantai?
His Highness the Sixth Prince nodded with satisfaction, and then asked with a smile. Road.
Oh? I'm going. Is there any danger?
After all, Yin Rui still couldn't compare to Murongfeng, and she immediately exclaimed a little nervously.
Ha ha! Don't worry. You will definitely have peace of mind during this trip. Prince Ming and the 19th princess will welcome you in person.
His Highness the Sixth Prince sighed a little in his heart. After all, this Yin Rui is not Murongfeng, but it is good to have such an opinion.
Then I'll go there myself,
Yin Rui said hesitantly. She was really undecided. Although she really wanted to make a difference, she was still a little worried because it was a matter of life and death.
Okay. You can set off tomorrow. Now, as a reward, I will personally help you get rid of this soft armor. The scenery inside is even better.
Your Highness. In Southeast County, in the palace of the Seventh Princess, Ji Jisheng was treating the Seventh Princess like a master. He raised his hand and slapped the Seventh Princess hard on the butt.
Ouch! Feel comfortable. Come again. Focus again.
The Seventh Princess lay down like a dog. Ji Jisheng grabbed the hair on the back of her head and raised her head. She was still howling. At this time, she didn't care about anything, just enjoying this super refreshing feeling of pain and happiness.
Bitch! Did you know that the 19th princess has already made herself a king? Are you still howling here? Think about what to do.
Ji Jisheng shouted a little angrily, and gave the Seventh Princess a hard slap.
When we are done, I will order the troops to be sent out to destroy this ignorant little girl,
the Seventh Princess said a little recklessly, her IQ now being at its lowest.
What are you talking about? Bitch! I came all the way back from the island to hear such stupid suggestions from you. I think you've been in trouble lately.
Ji Jisheng suddenly got a little annoyed and increased the punishment on the Seventh Princess. Thinking of this actually made the Seventh Princess even more excited, and she was about to climax.
Okay. Good fight. Be harder. And when it's over, I'll listen to you and everything you say.
The Seventh Princess became even more excited, twisting her butt and yelling wildly. She didn't even want to know what Ji Jisheng was talking about. She just wanted to reach the top as soon as possible. Ji Jisheng was also a little helpless, so he could only speed up and become more ferocious and violent. He also felt the excitement that he had not seen for a long time. And soon the two of them were finally satisfied in the perverted madness. The Seventh Princess was still lying on the bed enjoying the afterglow, but Ji Jisheng kicked her politely.
Chitos, the 19th princess has established herself as the king of the West. What are you going to do? Oh, I already know about this. This bitch actually has ambitions to seize the throne. But I underestimated her. What do you think we should do?
The Seventh Princess said with satisfaction at this time. She has no restraint on Ji Jisheng's attitude. As long as the two of them are alone together, Ji Jisheng is the master. He gave the Seventh Princess a slap at every turn, which was quite hard. But the Seventh Princess still enjoyed it. I have to say that the two are also a very strange combination.
Alas! The arrival of the 19th princess is not scary. The scary thing is that Zhu Xiaobao. Who would have thought that he would regain the Nanzarui kingdom in such a short time? And even bring the 19th princess into the harem. It's really depressing boring,
Ji Jisheng said with great displeasure. He still misses the 19th princess. But he never expected that the 19th princess would commit herself to Zhu Xiaobao.
Humph. Are you still thinking about 19th sister? You are very persistent.
The 7th princess immediately snorted with jealousy.
What do you know? From now on, all the women in the world belong to me. When you ascend the throne, I will capture this bitch and deal with it. I will make her life worse than death,
Ji Jisheng said viciously.
Xiuji. In fact, let's just defend the southeastern county. That's good. Who cares who will be the emperor? If we continue like this, we will have to fight for several years. Maybe more than 10 years. We will all be old by then. What's the point?
What? The 7th princess is now a little discouraged. She is somewhat of a carpe diem idea.
Idiot! Do you think that when the other families are unified, the final winner will let you go? Stop dreaming. Especially the eldest prince. I'm afraid he is still thinking about you. Right.
Ji Jisheng said a little angrily. The woman is a bit negative now. She has lost the vigor she once had. It seems she wants to live a comfortable life.
Yeah. Yes. Yes. Xia Ziyuan. This bastard. I must kill him with my own hands. Xiao Ji. What do you think we should do about the 19th princess?
The 7th princess suddenly woke up. And she had a deep hatred for the first prince. This time made her full of fighting spirit again.
I have thought about it. It is not appropriate to be completely hostile to Zhu Xiaobao now. On the contrary,
we should support the 19th princess in becoming king and let Prince Ming deal with her. In this way, you prepare a gift and send someone to deliver it to the 19th princess.
Go! Ji Jisheng had thought carefully before coming, and his ambitions now are much greater than those of the 7th princess.
Okay, then it's up to you. Who do you think is more suitable to send?
The 7th princess has now begun to get used to Ji Jisheng giving orders.
Well, let Wu Xuanzai go. His resourcefulness is not inferior to Duen Muki's.
In the paradise of Cave Heaven in Shiyuan City, Zhu Xiaobao, Duen Muki, Princess 19, and others were enjoying the 5-year-old that had just been taken out. It turned out that Wu Yu was not the only one who came to Shiyuan City as King Ming found out. In fact, the 19th princess, Zhu Xiaobao, and others had quietly gone to the Cave Heaven paradise while it was dark.
The wine is really good. I didn't expect that there are so many good wines stored here.
Duan Muqi is not usually a big drinker, but today he couldn't help but drink a few more glasses.
Brother-in-law, please take it easy. This wine has a lot of stamina,
Zhu Xiaobao said with a little heartache. In just a short time, a few people drank 2 jars of 5-year-old wine. But seeing Princess 19 looking a little distracted, Zhu Xiaobao couldn't help but ask,
Princess, what are you worried about? Mr. Duanmu, what do you think the attitude of the other 3 princes will be? Will they all attack me?
The 19th princess is not worried about King Ming, but she is very worried that leading the king of the West will attract the rejection and hostility of the princes.
Ha ha. I guess the princes will send people to congratulate the princess.
Unexpectedly, Duan Muqi smiled and waved his hand.
Ah? How is this possible? We'll wait and see. It could take as little as 2 days, or as many as 5 days. An envoy will definitely come to visit us.
Chapter 606, Proclaiming himself King B. Returning to the Cave Heaven Paradise again. Zhu Xiaobao was still very excited. This was the first place he owned independently. He created many miracles here, and also accepted his old disciple and Mei. So this Cave Heaven Paradise is very important to him. It is a very touching place for Zhu Xiaobao. Looking at the defensive facilities and concrete roads that were built at the time, they are already a bit old. Looking at myself, I have also transformed from the little fat guy back then into a tall and strong young man. I have to admit that time is really a waste of time. Soon, in the blink of an eye, I have been in this world for 9 years.
Xiaobao, what are you thinking about?
Princess 19 saw Zhu Xiaobao's solemn expression and asked worriedly. Zhu Xiaobao rarely looked like this.
Well, I was thinking that time flies so fast. It's been 9 years in the blink of an eye. But Daxia still hasn't been able to tell a winner or loser. It just killed Qingwen. I don't know how long we have to wait. How long will it take to fulfill your wish?
Zhu Xiaobao did not look back, but still looked at the endless sea in the distance and said,
I don't know either. But I know that if I want to succeed, I can't do without you.
Princess 19 was also a little hesitant. She was actually not sure. Compared to the other princes, her strength is still too poor. The only confidence she has is that she has Zhu Xiaobao behind her to support her.
Ha ha. It won't be long. It takes a long time to accumulate in the early stage. But the results can be seen in a short time due to the explosion in the later stage. Of course, it is also the most tragic period. Winners and losers. Many people's the fate may be decided in just a few days.
Duanmuki also said with a smile at this time. He had seen the previous battle for the throne, which lasted for nearly 20 years.
Oh, then look at these families now. Who will be destroyed first? Prince Ming?
Zhu Xiaobao looked at Duan Muqi and asked excitedly. If Prince Ming is eliminated first, then the 19th princess can march straight in. The fiefdom of King Ming was divided.
Ha ha. Not necessarily. It depends on how he chooses. If he is willing to surrender to us, there may be a good result.
Oh God, Duanmuki said thoughtfully.
What? Surrender to us? Is this possible? Hey. Tell me what will happen if King Ming really surrenders to us.
Zhu Xiuber's eyes widened. He had never thought of this idea. Even Princess 19 on the side opened her mouth,
but couldn't say anything. She was also surprised. Prince Ming. His strength can rival that of the eldest prince. Their armored army is world famous.
The secret must not be leaked. When you get here, just do your thing. And the princess and I will take care of the rest.
Duan Muqi was very embarrassed and shook the fan in his hand. It's autumn now. Who is still using it? Fan? Immediately afterwards, the 4 elders of the Du family and the craftsmen from the original cave Heaven Paradise arrived. These people were very excited to be back here. They also never forgot the life here. And the equipment they buried when they left was still there. Now you can let your hands and feet go wild. This time, not only the craftsmen from the original cave Heaven Paradise came back, but also the original aborigines who escaped also came back one after another. Many people are in Lingyu Mountain and Princess Island, but it is hard to leave their hometown. As soon as they heard that the 19th princess returned to Shiyuan City, many people came back with their families. Just transporting these people took a lot of manpower and material resources. Hundreds of cargo ships were transporting them back and forth non-stop. Hatchet put in a lot of effort in this. And of course, he also received a lot of benefits. He forcibly took away more than 200 jars of Zhu Xiubao's 5-year-olds. And took away Zhu Xiubao's 5-year-old treasure. I was beating my feet and scolding in distress. Sure enough, just as Duanmuki expected, just 2 days later, it was this person who came to deliver congratulations and gifts to the 19th princess. The first person to arrive turned out to be the 7th princess's person. That is, the great counselor, Wu Xuancai. Because the 7th princess took the waterway, which was unimpeded. She was the first to arrive.
Wu Xuancai. Well, I'll entertain this person. You just need to meet him as a courtesy as the king of the West. That's it.
When Duanmuki heard that Wu Xuancai was here, he thought about it for a moment, and then said to the 19th princess this Wu Xuancai had always been the counselor after Duan Muqi. So he always wanted to replace Duan Muqi. He was also the first person to jump out to support Ji Jixing. So Duanmuki wanted to meet this person. The 19th princess received Wu Xuancai in the original City Lord's mansion. The City Lord's mansion had been temporarily repainted. Although it was a bit hasty, it was already in good condition. The most eye-catching thing was that there was a plaque hanging on the door, which said, Western City. There are 3 big golden characters of Prince's Palace, and there are many soldiers at the door. It already has the majesty of the Prince's Palace. The 19th princess received Wu Xuancai in the main hall. On this occasion, everyone was very polite and harmonious. The gifts sent by the 7th princess were jewelry, jades, and some specialties from Southeast County. But there was nothing new. After leaving the main hall, Wu Xuancai received Duanmuki's warm invitation and prepared a sumptuous banquet, which Wu Xuancai couldn't refuse. Speaking of which, when he saw Duanmuki in the main hall, he still felt a little nervous. Now I became even more nervous. And I didn't even know why.
Mr. Wu, I haven't seen you for a long time. I didn't expect that we would have the opportunity to drink together at the same table. I am really very happy.
After being invited to go, Duanmuki did not expect to say very enthusiastically as soon as they met. It seemed that it was a little bit. I don't hold any grudge against what happened in the past. When Duanmuki was sentenced to be beheaded, Wu Xuancai worked hard. But now Duanmuki is so enthusiastic. which makes Wu Shuangcai even more wary.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Duanmu.
Wu Shuangcai also handed over his hands with a smile on his face. And then the two of them came to the table together and sat down separately. The two of them exchanged a few polite words. And then Duanmuchi brought the topic to the main topic.
How is the seventh princess? Although I am no longer in Southeast County. But after all, I am still very concerned about the relationship between the king and his ministers. But now like this, that's good. Master Wu's grand ambition has been achieved. Huh? If I had known this, why did I do it in the first place? Wu would not do anything to disobey the master.
Wu Shuangcai's face suddenly darkened. As expected, Duanmuki had ulterior motives for inviting him to dinner. It turned out that he couldn't see him replacing the second one, the position of a great counselor.
She is indeed loyal. But I don't know whether it is the seventh princess that Mr. Wu is loyal to. Or Ji Jishan?
Duanmuchi asked with a smile.
Of course it's the seventh princess Rongwang Qiantai. Master Duanmu. What do you mean? You want to sow discord between our monarchs and ministers?
Wu Shuangcai's face became even more ugly, because he was indeed supported by Ji Jishing and secured his position as the #1 advisor. But he always believed that his talents and learning were not inferior to Duanmuki.
It's not a provocation. But what I said from the bottom of my heart. Ji Jishan has evil intentions. And Mr. Wu needs to remind the seventh princess. Although I no longer serve under the seventh princess, I don't want the seventh princess to be in the hands of an insidious villain.
Duanmuki, he said calmly, and poured himself a glass of wine with determination, and then refilled it for Wu Shuangcai.
Nonsense! Mr. Ji is so loyal. Not only has he stabilized the 36 islands in the southeast and quelled the banditry, but he has also been named a general. How could he have such evil intentions?
Wu Shuangcai said angrily after taking the case.
Really? Then may I ask Master Wu, how many soldiers and horses are there on the 36 southeast islands? How many warships? Has Master Wu ever seen the heads of the bandit leaders who were put down? Has the 36 southeast islands ever turned them over? A penny of tax? Can Master Wu still easily land on these 36 islands now? Can Master Wu's suggestions for the seventh princess be implemented smoothly?
Duanmuchi asked in quick succession.
This should be 500,000 horses and 1,000 warships. I don't know the rest.
Wu Shuangcai said vaguely. This made Wu Shuangcai a little hesitant. He didn't know many things. But one thing was certain. That is, the strategies he proposed for the seventh princess could only be implemented with the consent of Ji Jishing. And there was not even one of them that Ji Jishing did not agree with. It was not implemented. And Wu Shuangcai was not very satisfied with this matter. I always feel that I am not as important as Duanmuki.
Let me tell you. There are now 1.5 million soldiers and horses, and 2,000 warships on the 36 islands in the southeast. In addition, the reason why Ji Jishing's martial arts has improved rapidly is because there are 2 great sages on the island. These I'm afraid Mr. Wu doesn't know about it. Right.
Duanmuki gave a set of data directly, then picked up the wine glass and took a sip.
How do you know this? Besides, Master Ji's apprenticeship is his private matter. I can't interfere with it. And the great master will not get involved in worldly affairs. Duanmuchi, don't bother trying to sow discord between our monarchs and ministers. Don't even think about the relationship.
Wu Shuangcai said with a blush on his neck. Then he also picked up the wine glass and drank it all in one gulp.
Alas! Master Wu, you are too worried. I can't bear to see the seventh princess destroyed by such villains. Besides, Master Wu is also the seventh princess's great advisor. Of course, he must share the worries of the seventh princess and take precautions in the future. Red is one of them.
Duanmuki graciously served Wu Shuangcai another full glass of wine. And Wu Shuangcai drank it all in one gulp. Although he felt unhappy, the wine still suited his appetite. And Wu Shuangcai couldn't stop drinking it. In the end, Wu Shuangcai was drunk and staggering around, still cursing, and returned to the inn, and said goodbye to the 19th princess the next day. Unexpectedly, the 19th princess also prepared a return gift for the 7th princess. And Wu Shuangcai also got a gift. Among them, there were 4 altars that were 5 years old, which surprised Wu Shuangcai. But on the way back, Wu Shuangcai was sitting in the cabin and was upset. He kept thinking about what Duanmuki said. The key was that Duanmuki also asked him to bring a letter to the 7th princess. The letter contained what? Made Wu Shuangcai very curious. But he didn't dare to open it. There was a fire seal on it.
Brother-in-law, Is what you told Wu Shuangcai useful? I see how upright he is, so I won't be fooled at all.
Zhu Xiaobao asked quietly after Wu Shuangcai left.
It will definitely work. I just don't know which side he will fall to in the end. I hope he still chooses the 7th princess. Otherwise, it will be too detrimental to the 7th princess,
Duimuki said with a smile. But when he thought of the 7th princess, how much Duimuki still a little confused. Although the 7th princess was against him and killed Zhao Shenlong, Duimuki did not want the 7th princess to be destroyed in the hands of Ji Jisheng. He did hope to defeat the 7th princess in an upright manner on the battlefield. Returning to Southeast County, Ji Jisheng was not there, so he returned to Southeast 36 Islands. The 7th princess opened the letter from the 19th princess and Duanmuqi. Read it, smiled faintly, and threw it aside. Then she was very happy with the gift sent by the 19th princess, because they included a large box of fried stinky tofu, 2 jars of pickled pepper chicken feet, 10 pounds of beef and sauce, etc., and 10 jars of 5-year-old beef. It had been a long time since she had eaten these things. The 7th princess couldn't help but swallow her saliva, and immediately ordered people to start frying the pan, and then began to feast, nodding and praising frequently while eating.
Okay, it's delicious. Oh, Mr. Wu, do you want to eat some too?
The 7th princess was in a very good mood now, and casually asked Wu Shuangcai, who was standing aside.
Thank you, Qian Sui. I've already eaten there.
Wu Shuangcai's mind was not on eating now, but on Duimuki's letter. So he waited for a while and asked weakly,
Qian Sui, where is Duimuki?
What does the letter say? Humph. Why don't you still hold on to what happened back then? And say that Xiao Ji has a disloyal heart? Well, by the way, I praise you a lot, saying that you are not only strategic, but also loyal. It seems that this time you performed well in Shiyuan City,
the 7th princess said with satisfaction while nibbling on the chicken feet.
Ah, that's it.
Wu Shuangcai was suddenly surprised and happy, but he also became more entangled in his heart. Should he remind Qiantos? 2 days later, King Ming encountered a trouble. The eldest prince's envoy openly wanted to pass by King Ming's fiefdom, indicating that he was going to congratulate the 19th princess. But the soldiers under King Ming did not dare to let them pass, and quickly ran back to report to King Ming.
What? The boss is so arrogant that he wants to pass by me openly. Do you want to report this? Now that they are here, kill them all.
King Ming suddenly roared angrily.
Slow down. Don't act rashly. Why do you think they have to pass by us? They can completely go around from Shahu City.
Princess Ming frowned and waved her hand, stopping Prince Ming's order.
What do you think Madam wants to do?
Prince Ming was still angry, but he still trusted Princess Ming's words. He waved his hand and summoned the 2 messengers back.
Well, who is the leader this time? How many followers are there?
Princess Ming asked carefully.
The leader is called Su Yin. They are not many in number. Less than 100 people in total. 2 carriages.
His soldiers immediately reported back.
Su Yin? It's that Situbufan's disciple. It seems that it must be Situbufan's plan to pass us by this time. If we don't let them go, or kill these people, it will definitely give the 19th sister the wrong impression. And we are not satisfied with her. He is the
King of the West,
so he deliberately creates difficulties. He is deliberately trying to provoke conflicts between us and the 19th sister in order to profit from it.
Princess Ming immediately understood the power of this, and she was still very clear-headed. Now we must not have a stalemate with the 19th princess, but we need to try our best to maintain cooperation, which is the way to survive.
Then let them go like this?
King Ming asked still unwillingly. He was already extremely dissatisfied with the 19th princess becoming king, and now he actually had to accommodate the eldest prince's envoy. This made Prince Ming even more depressed.
Of course, not only must we let them go, but we must also show enthusiasm to show that we also agree with the 19th sister becoming king. Well, in addition, we will send 2,000 elites to escort along the way to ensure that there will be no accidents within our fiefdom. I'm afraid someone will take the opportunity to cause trouble,
Princess Ming said decisively.
And she was very thoughtful, and immediately thought of the possible consequences. So she sent 2,000 more troops to protect her along the way.
Ah! You are so angry with me that you still have to protect them along the way? Madam, do you take this ignorant 19-year-old girl too seriously?
Prince Ming was so angry that he smashed the table in front of him with his palm. Wow wow yell.
Humph. Just watch. I expect that 6 Brothers envoy will arrive soon. And we also have to prepare a congratulatory gift to send to 19th sister. In addition, prepare 50 million kilograms of iron and stone. We are better than others. The three families have shown more sincerity.
Princess Ming glanced at Prince Ming indifferently, and then said calmly, although Prince Ming has always obeyed his words. This time, she was still somewhat disappointed. There has been no progress at all over the years, and he has become worse, getting more and more reckless. It took 2 days. Su Yan and his entourage passed through the Ming dynasty fiefdom very easily. They had good food, drinks and hospitality along the way. It turned out to be true as his master said. There was no danger, but it was very good. The relaxed and freehand style. Sure enough, just as Princess Ming had expected. Just 1 day later, the envoys of His Highness the Sixth Prince also arrived, and they had to pass through Prince Ming's fiefdom. But King Ming was already furious at this time. And I heard that the person who came was actually a woman. And she was a talented woman who was in the hands of King Wen. King Ming specially rushed to take a look. When he saw it, he was immediately attracted by concubine Yin Rui's charming appearance and arrogant temperament, which made King Ming even more angry. In order to carve up these talented women, he and His Highness the Sixth Highness fought openly and secretly. In the end, His Highness the Sixth Highness took over the majority, because many families had migrated to His Highness's territory. Everyone knew that King Ming was cruel by nature and would kill people at every turn. So many families moved to His Highness the Sixth Prince. But this time, there is no reason to kill these envoys, because King Ming and His Highness the Sixth Prince have not yet broken up. So they have to say, okay. Similarly, Princess Ming still sent people to protect her to ensure that no accidents would occur in their fiefdom. King Ming was so angry that he ran away. He went back to the inner house to find several talented women who had been divided up by King Wen, and vented his anger. In the end, he killed one of them. But he still couldn't let go of the anger in his heart. The several talented women in my hands have been raised into mature women in the past few years. How can they compare to 1/10,000th of that Yin Rui? Seeing the messengers arriving one after another, Princess 19 finally felt relieved, which showed that his hope had been recognized by everyone. This means that she has taken a substantial step towards seizing the throne. What's even more surprising is that King Jialengda and Wang Ting of the Shijua Kingdom also sent envoys. This was beyond Duanmuki's expectation. The name of the envoy was also very strange. Fong Binu. Chapter 607, proclaiming himself King C. This time it was Duanmuki's turn to be a little surprised. He thought that the royal court would send an envoy, but he did not expect that Kings with Jialengda would also send an envoy. What he did not expect was that the congratulatory gifts turned out to be 12,000 cows and 30,000 cows. 6,000 sheep, a fraction of which belonged to Jialengda. There is a section to the northwest of Shiyuan City that is unclaimed land. Beyond that is the desert. Then there is Shahu City, and beyond that is the boundary of Jialengda. Therefore, the envoys from the royal court and Jialengda's envoys could directly enter Shiyuan City without passing through King Ming's fiefdom. But these cattle and sheep made King Ming very jealous. So many cattle and sheep could solve a big problem. Now his fiefdom is even more nervous about meat. It takes several days for the army to have a meal of meat. So King Ming really wanted to rob these cattle and sheep, or buy them. But she was forcibly suppressed by Princess Ming. Duan Muqi thought about it carefully before coming to the 19th princess's house. When he saw her, he laughed and said,
"It seems that Wang Ting's side has risen again. Although this is not a good thing for Daxia."
"It is good for Daxia.
Shi Wangchitos is definitely a good thing. And Jialengda has also sent an envoy, which means that she has begun to change her direction. The cooperation with Mingwang basically ends here." "Yeah, I know. Actually, they are not here for me this time, but for Xiao Bao."
Princess 19 also smiled slightly. When she said this, she didn't feel dissatisfied at all. Because she was originally, it was only with the help of Zhu Xiaobao that we got to where we are today. Not to mention that now that the two of them have become one, there is no need to worry about these things at all.
Hey, Wang Ting repays his kindness and helps the king understand the situation. This is the way to survive. This Jialengda still has some brains. What should we do with these tens of thousands of cattle and sheep? There is no free range in Shiyuan City Place.
Zhu Xiaobao also laughed. But he was also a little worried. Now they are not short of food, let alone meat. The cattle and sheep in Hatchita can not only meet their needs, but also satisfy Lingyu Island and Luofeng Island. According to the demand, it was even sold to the Great Purple Rui country.
It's easy. Just let them drive the cattle and sheep directly to Hatchitu. That's it. It's also a good time for others to see that the King of the West not only has his own strength, but also has strong helping hands around him. TSK. But also don't tell me. This Hatchitu is really a very lucky person. Every time he gets an advantage, he is indispensable.
Duinmuki twisted his beard and said with a smile. He was completely convinced by this. Hatchitu is indeed a very strange person. Existence. Every step in the past few years has been on point. And I have never missed a single step.
Prince Ming is probably going crazy these days. I really didn't expect that the eldest brother, sixth brother, seventh sister, Shijua Royal Court and Jialanga would all send envoys here at the same time. But Mr. Duanmu, why should I? But I'm getting more and more worried.
Princess 19 couldn't help but laugh when she thought of Hatchitu. Although she couldn't help the surprise in her heart. Princess 19 also felt a little uneasy.
Well, the princess can feel this, which means that you are not fooled by the illusion in front of you. There is a sinister intention behind these messengers. That is to provoke the anger of King Ming. Probably only Wang Ting is sincere. After all, Xiaobao's original promise has been fulfilled.
Their elephant neck
disease has all been cured. And now they can't do without the salt we provide.
Duanmuchi nodded with satisfaction. Princess 19 has been sure enough. As I grow up, I can see a lot of hidden uneasiness and conspiracy. Moreover, he handles things calmly. And he does have the ability to lead a party.
I would also like to ask Mr. Duanmu to personally greet the envoys from the Wang Ting. I will receive the envoys from the first emperor and sixth brother here first.
Princess 19 was not proud, but nodded seriously. The Wang Ting represents the entire West Jew kingdom. So from an etiquette point of view, it should be paid more attention to. So Duinmuki must go to greet him personally. Besides, the purpose of Jialanga is not clear yet. Is he forced to follow the envoy of the royal court? Or does he want to come? Yes, this must be clarified.
Okay, I think so too. I'll go get ready right now.
Duanmuchi immediately cupped his hands and went back to prepare. After Duinmuki left, Zhu Xiaobao said with some discussion.
Hey, princess, how about I accompany you to receive this concubine Yin Rui? I heard that she is still a talented woman of the original King Wen. I am very curious. No, you won't show up in public for the time being. Besides, your curiosity is too strong. Your eyes are lewd, and you have evil thoughts. So you are not allowed to leave the West Prince's mansion before Yin Rui leaves. Wu Yu, you have nothing to do today. Don't worry about it. Just keep an eye on him.
The 19th princess immediately snorted with a cold face. Zhu Xiaobao's request seemed very ordinary. But the 19th princess was very concerned about it. Wu Yu was immediately given a death order.
Yes, princess. Don't worry. If he dares to step out of the gate of the West Prince's mansion, I will break his legs.
Wu Yu also said viciously.
You two are trying to put me under house arrest. I won't do it. Oh, yo, it hurts. It hurts. Let go. I promise not to go out.
Can't you?
Zhu Xiaobao originally wanted to show off his power to scare these two women. Unexpectedly, the 19th princess and Wu Yu made a clean move. One of them grabbed one of his ears, twisted it left and right, and instantly surrendered to the British King Chitos. Duinmuki came outside the city to greet Wang Ting's envoy. The person who came was no stranger. It was Qiu Baiyan, the younger brother of Wang Ting's national advisor Qiu Baisheng. This Qiu Baiyan has been living in Lingyu Mountain for several days. So when we met, he smiled and handed over his hands.
Mr. Duanmu, it's been a long time. I really miss your delicious food. So I'm going to try my best to win it this time. Here comes the errand. Ha. This is simple. As long as you can eat it, I guarantee that it will be available around the clock.
Duanmuchi also laughed and said,
Excellent. Then I will be disrespectful. Oh, by the way, this is the envoy of kings with Jialanga, named Fang Benu.
Qiu Baisheng also said with a laugh, and then pointed to a gentleman next to him said, This man is about 30 years old, but his face is calm, and he has a feeling of being calm, not shocked by honor or disgrace. This surprised Duanmuchi. Intuitively, this person is not simple.
I've seen Mr. Duanmu down there. Benu.
The man bowed and saluted. Although he was very polite and respectful, he was neither arrogant nor humble, and had no intention of getting close to him.
That's polite.
Duanmuchi nodded, but did not ask in detail. Now that Qiu Baiyan was by his side, he knew that nothing could be asked. As for the cattle and sheep arriving in Hatchett's area, of course there is no problem, as long as the things are delivered. And everyone is familiar with Hatchetu. And they also know that this guy relies on keeping up with Zhu Xiaobao. In the past few years, he has become very prosperous. Now his tribe has several affiliated small tribes. And he has already gained a place and a good reputation on the grassland. On the 19th princess side, Su Yan, the eldest prince's envoy, had just sent away, and Yin Rui, the 6th prince's envoy, came immediately. The 19th princess is indeed very busy these days, but she is very excited in her heart. With everyone's recognition, she has reached a height that she thought was difficult to reach at the beginning. But now her goal is higher, far beyond what a little Shiwang can satisfy. Although the eldest prince's gifts were valuable, they were all gold, silver and jewelry, and there was nothing new. However, in the letter, he was very supportive of the 19th princess, and even said that he would kill anyone who dared to do anything unfavorable to the 19th princess. Will help. It was obviously a reference to the king. The 19th princess also knew the character of the eldest brother quite well. Of course she would not take him seriously, and she had no intention of having a close relationship with him. From the rumors about the 7th princess, she also knew something about the eldest brother. The evil deeds of the royal brother are evil. Not to mention that this eldest brother also has a very scary hobby. However, Princess 19 did not show any rejection, and also prepared a generous gift for Su Yan to take back. Of course, the lavish gifts from the 19th princess are the high-end products most loved by these powerful people today, which undoubtedly further stimulated King Ming and Princess Ming, because Su Yan still passed through their fiefdom. Almost everyone in the Mingwang fiefdom knew about the gifts given by the 19th princess along the way. The angry King Ming jumped around in the palace and cursed. The 19th princess had a good impression of His Highness the 6th prince's envoy, because the concubine Yin Rui was very eye-catching, wearing soft armor, riding a war horse, and leading 500 female soldiers. She was in high spirits along the way, passed through the fiefdom of King Ming. Unexpectedly, there is such a talented woman under King Wen. The 19th princess cannot remember this talented girl Yin Rui. It is said that she is relatively close to King Wen, and she often goes to Prince Wen's mansion. But it seems that she has never seen her before. This talented woman Yin Rui. But when I met him this time, I still had some good impressions, because the other person was indeed very outstanding and courageous. Not to mention very heroic. Although he was not as good as the Princess of England and myself. He was already quite good, just because she had a good impression. The 19th princess even hosted a banquet for Yin Rui privately in the palace, which made Yin Rui feel even more important. Self-confidence has also expanded even more. When they arrived at the Shiwang mansion, Yin Rui also made a request to bathe and change clothes here. The 19th princess hesitated for a while and agreed. Just after taking a bath, Yin Rui felt a little disappointed. She didn't expect that the life here at the 19th princess would be so enjoyable. She had never experienced the kind of shower and toilet. It felt so convenient. It turns out that Zhu Xiaobao has been bored these days, and has already finished tinkering with the facilities in the Shiwang mansion. Anyway, the craftsmen have returned now. He has capable people under his command. This can be done in less than 2 days. The 19th princess held a private banquet with Yin Rui for another purpose, which was to find out about the situation of the talented girls of King Wen, and to help them if possible. This was also the request of Princess Zhu Rong when she arrived. After all, many talented women have a very good relationship with the Princess of England, and I don't want to see their consequences be too tragic. But after asking, the 19th princess no longer interfered with these matters, because those talented girls had been divided up by King Ming and His Highness the 6th Prince, and their lives were not too bad now. At least better than those who escaped with King Wen. Much better. The atmosphere of this small banquet was quite lively, and they were all women. Wu Yu also sat aside to keep company. But after further conversation, Princess 19 still shook her head. Concubine Yin Rui seems to be a little eager for quick success, and wants to show off her talents. She is full of confidence in His Highness the 6th Prince in her words. She even wants to win over the 19th Princess and His Highness the 6th Prince to join forces to achieve a great cause. It stands to reason that this Yin Rui is a few years older than the 16th Princess. But her knowledge and self-cultivation skills are obviously much worse than the 19th Princess. Moreover, her self-confidence was too inflated,
which made Wu Yu next to her a little unhappy. She wanted to teach this woman a lesson, but she was stopped by the 19th princess.
Yeah, I heard that the 14th princess is still in the Great Purple Rui Kingdom. I wonder when I hope Chitos can send the 14th princess back. My prince will be very grateful.
Rui was also attracted by the fine wine and delicacies in front of her. She was attracted. She had never tasted such delicious and novel dishes. And the wine was even more refreshing and mellow, which made people want to stop. She accidentally drank a little too much and asked a question that she shouldn't ask. His Highness the Sixth Prince has known about this matter for a long time, but has never pursued it or made any remarks. But Rui took the 14th princess back out of the blue.
Ha ha! Well, you have to ask the 14th princess herself about this. She doesn't want to go back now. It's not that she is forced to stay.
The 19th princess was also stunned, and then said with a slight smile,
Huh? How is it possible that you would give up your glory and wealth and go to the Great Purple Ray Kingdom to live under someone else's roof?
Rui suddenly said with dissatisfaction.
Sanyo, don't forget your identity. You are just a messenger. Don't be presumptuous. Besides, the 14th princess is now under Murong Fong. Murong Fong is the national preceptor of the Great Purple Rui Kingdom. And we are not the Great Purple Rui Kingdom. Your servant. You asked the wrong person.
Wu Yu said coldly from the side.
Oh, you deserve to die. You are drunk and blind. Please forgive me for being 1,000 years old. The King of the West.
Rui suddenly realized that she had made a mistake. The 19th princess is now the King of the West. And as Wu Yu said, the 14th princess, the princess is now in the Great Purple Country, and has nothing to do with Princess 19. By saying this, she was tantamount to involving the Great Purple Rui Kingdom, and offending the 19th princess. So I was so frightened that I woke up and confessed again and again.
Ha ha! Since it was a drunken gaffe, I won't mind. Sanyo.
I think you drank a little too much. That's it for today. Go back and have a good rest.
Princess 19 still smiled slightly and waved her hand. Said,
Yes. Please excuse me.
Rui also quickly saluted, and then returned to the post house in a somewhat embarrassed state. She felt uneasy, blaming herself for being troublesome. She wanted to show off in front of His Highness the Sixth Prince, but unexpectedly it was self-defeating. As soon as Rui left, Jumei came in with a letter from a flying pigeon and handed it to the 19th princess. It turned out to be a reply from Princess Zhu Rong of England. It read, Rui is a girl who has high ambitions but low ambitions. She is eager for success and is unbearable.
Reuse.
It turns out that as soon as Rui arrived, the 19th princess had sent a letter to Zhu Rong to ask about this girl. Now that she received the reply, the 19th princess smiled slightly. It seems that Zhu Rong has a very accurate eye for people. This woman, it's really just an appearance. The next day, Rui stayed nervously at the post house and did not go out. She could not leave yet because the gift for His Highness the Sixth Prince was not ready yet. So she had to wait another day. In fact, she was also thinking about those gifts because she also had one. Princess 19 did not summon her today, but was entertaining Qiu Baiyan and Fan Binnu, the envoys who had just arrived from Shijue Kingdom. Of course, in terms of etiquette, the 19th princess paid more attention to Qiu Baiyan. He represented the royal court, while Fan Binnu only represented kings with Jialenga. Duanmuki, who was standing at the top, was secretly observing Fan Binnu. This person's behavior was too calm, and he had a strong purpose. But what is his ultimate goal? Next, the banquet will be held as usual, and Duanmuchi will be the main one. It doesn't matter. But after the banquet, Duanmuki immediately reported the news, and Fan Binnu quietly went to the post house where Rui was, and went alone. Stayed inside for quite some time. After dinner, Duanmuchi came to another post house. This was the post house that received the Shijue Kingdom. Of course, Duanmuki could enter without any obstruction. What was even more surprising was that there was no guard in Fan Binnu's room. Duanmuki opened the door and came in. Fan Binnu was having dinner. He was completely different from Qiu Baiyan. His meal was very simple, even shabby. It was just a plate of green vegetables and a bowl of multigrain rice, with a bowl of water next to it. Huh?
Is the food in the post house so bad? Come here. Call the manager of the post house.
Duanmuchi said, a little surprised and a little annoyed. This is related to the hospitality of Shiyuan City. So he immediately wanted to find the shopkeeper.
No. These are my orders, and have nothing to do with the shopkeepers.
Fang Binnu didn't seem surprised at all when he saw Duan Muqi. He stood up and
saluted,
before saying lightly,
"Oh, why?"
Duan Muqi asked in surprise.
"Huh? A slave is not worthy of good food. He is satisfied if he can eat well,"
Fang Binnu said lightly, and then continued to eat his rice until all the vegetables and grain rice in the bowl were eaten. And then he took a sip of water, which was the end of his dinner.
"Slave status? Are you really a slave? Why are you asked to be the messenger? Didn't Jialanga let you out of slavery? Is this impossible?"
Duan Muqi suddenly felt that his brain was not enough. This person, he was still a slave, but he did serve as an envoy. What the hell is Jialanga doing?
"I became a slave voluntarily, and I don't need my master to escape from slavery. I only have one thing to live for."
Fang Binnu gave Duan Muqi a seat and ordered a cup of tea from the door for Duan Muqi. He could be simple, but he must not wait for Duan Muqi. After doing these things, he stood aside and said calmly,
"Oh, what's the matter? Kill Prince Ming and Princess Ming. Ha ha. I'm afraid I'm going to disappoint you. Now that Prince Ming is food, he has overcome the difficulty. No, on the contrary, it seems to me that his death is coming soon."
Chapter 609, Don't be surprised if you give gifts to many people. Although he thought differently, Fang Binnu was very confident, and his eyes were full of heat and madness. Although he tried his best to hide it, Duan Muqi was still keenly aware of this heat and madness. In fact, once Duan Muqi felt that this person was different from the beginning. "Why are you so confident? Just because you went to Imrui's place? Who are you? You should be from Daxia. Right."
Duan Muqi now pays more and more attention to Fang Binnu. But Duan Muqi had no hostility, because what Fang Binnu did was not harmful to the 19th princess. Moreover, Duan Muqi did not leave immediately. Instead, he ordered another table of food and drinks, and sat down with Fang Binnu to have a good chat. Fang Binnu didn't show any stage fright, and sat upright opposite Duan Muqi.
"Humph. I know you will spy on me, but it doesn't matter. You don't need to bother investigating my details. I am the second son of the Fang family in Shiyuan City, named Fang Bin. I once did things for King Wen. So, talented girl Imrui and I have known each other for a long time. Wouldn't it be too much to pay her a visit?"
Fang Binnu said frankly, because he knew that since he had begun to show his face, he would definitely be investigated. There was nothing difficult about his identity. Those talented women and people in Prince Wen's palace knew about him, and even the original Princess Wen also knew about him.
"Oh, so you are revisiting your old place? Fang family. I think about it. It seems that they have been executed by everyone."
Duan Muqi raised his head and thought for a while, and finally remembered that Shiyuan City was the two largest families are the Fang family and the Lu family. Now the Lu family is very proud, but in comparison, the Fang family is not so lucky, because the Lu family was on the side of King Ming at the beginning, while the Fang family was on the side of King Wen.
"That's right. I'm the only Fang family member who escaped. So I vowed to kill Prince Ming and Princess Ming. Of course, the Lu family won't let them go either."
Fang Binnu's face suddenly became ferocious, and his eyes were filled with murderous intent.
"I understand. But why did you go to Jialanga? After all, you are a foreigner. It seems that you have more hope of helping you get revenge by going to other princes."
Duan Muqi asked a little strangely.
"Humph. It's not that I haven't thought about it, but it seems impossible to me. The eldest prince is cruel by nature, and there was Murong Feng by his side at the time. His Highness the Sixth Prince joined forces with King Ming to carve up King Wen's fiefdom. So it's not possible. Maybe. After all, I am also King Wen's advisor. As for the seventh princess, I originally wanted to defect to her, but since Ji Jisheng suddenly emerged, I gave up this idea. Later, Kingswood discovered me and took me to her without caring about my identity. I stayed with her, so I was willing to be a slave and work for her."
Fang Binnu was honest and told Duan Muqi the truth.
"Ha ha. You are very smart. You are willing to be a slave because you are afraid that the tribal leaders under Jialanga will reject you and plot against you. But they won't care about your slave status."
Duan Muqi nodded and said with a smile. He also poured Fang Binnu a full glass of wine.
"That's right. I'm not from the Shijua kingdom, so I can only protect myself in this way. In fact, what I regret most is that I didn't see the potential of the 19th princess at the beginning. When the British King Zhu Xiaobao rose, I already regretted it. It's too late. So, Mr. Duanmu has a unique vision,
Fongbinu said with a sigh after taking a sip of wine. At that time, he had never been optimistic about the 19th princess. Nor was he optimistic about Zhu Xiaobao. Because Zhu Xiaobao had no desire to compete for hegemony at all. But it happened that Zhu Xiaobao, whom no one was optimistic about, actually regained Nan'an within 2 years. Ziruic Kingdom. And there are also great talents such as Duan Muqi, Murong Feng, Tao Shiqian, etc. gathered around them. And there are even more people who are able to fight. That's why Slave Fongbin sighed.
Ha ha! Mr. Fong is also full of strategies. Hasn't such a great talent been reused in front of King Wen?
Duan Muqi smiled and waved his hand. Although he was slightly praised by Fongbinu, Duan Muqi was not interested in this. People still dare not take it lightly. On the contrary, I paid more attention.
Alas! I have reminded King Wen a long time ago that even if he is not fighting for the throne, he must be prepared to protect himself, let alone join forces with King Ming. But he didn't listen to me at all. In the end, his family was ruined. Even our families were also ruined. Then I will be implicated.
Fongbinu's face was full of grief and anger. He had a feeling of a monarch and a minister, but also had deep resentment towards King Wen. But more importantly, he was helpless, because he had already seen that King Wen was not someone to compete for the world. He could only be a happy prince.
It's a pity. If King Wen could listen to your advice, although he wouldn't be able to dominate, he wouldn't be defeated so quickly.
Duan Muqi also sighed a little, being too greedy for comfort. But Duan Muqi followed up and asked,
Mr. Fong, I have one more thing. I don't know whether I should ask it or not. Ha ha! You are talking about my visit to the talented girl Yin Rui. Right. I said it was just to reminisce about old times. Do you believe it?
Fongbinu had long known that Duan Muqi would ask this question. So he smiled instead, and said he raised his glass to signal a toast.
Please!
Duan Muqi was a little embarrassed, so he had to drink a drink, and then said,
Of course I don't believe it. That's why I asked this. It's okay to tell you. I asked talented Lady Yin Rui to bring a letter to His Highness the Sixth Highness. It was written by my master to His Highness the Sixth Highness. As for the content of the letter, I don't know.
Fongbinu told him quite frankly. Duan Muqi.
Oh, thank you for speaking frankly. But you said that King Ming's death is coming soon. Isn't it too early? King Ming is not weak now. Although we have stationed in Shiyuan City, we have no intention of fighting with King Ming. We are enemies.
Duan Muqi was also very honest, explaining that he would not go to war with King Ming.
Ha ha! Mr. Duanmu, how about we make a bet? Within a month, if King Ming starts a war, no matter who the opponent is, I will win. If there is no movement from King Ming for more than a month, I will lose. Let's bet 10 taels of gold. What do you think?
Fongbinu suddenly said with a smile.
Oh, I've accepted this bet. It's absolutely impossible to start a war within a month.
Duan Muqi was shocked, but he still said confidently,
Then we'll see. Okay, let's wait and see.
When Fongbinu woke up the next day, he carefully thought about his conversation with Duan Muqi yesterday. He felt a little regretful, as if he had said too much, but after thinking about it again, it didn't matter even if Duan Muqi knew a little bit. His main target was Prince Ming. There is no need to worry about Jialanga, because there is no one smarter and more loyal than him. When Duan Muqi returned to his residence, he was puzzled. Why was Fongbinu so confident? Is there something important that he didn't know about? He sent a letter from Fij to Zhu Rong overnight, asking about Fongbin. Send out personnel right away to investigate the Fong family. The next day, the 19th princess's return gift to His Highness the Sixth Highness was ready. Of course, this return gift was the same as the first princess and the 7 princesses, and she would never favor one over the other. But for the portion given to Yin Rui, the 19th princess specially added some soap, toilet paper and the like. Although she made a mistake yesterday, the 19th princess still wanted to make good friends with concubine Yin as much as possible. This surprised Yin Rui so much that she hurriedly came to the West Prince's mansion to express her gratitude, and then took the people back with satisfaction. But when it was the turn to return gifts to Wang Ting and Jialanga, the 19th princess was a little undecided. What kind of gift should she give in return? Speaking of which, Jialanga had fought against Lingyu Mountain, and Duan Muqi was in charge at the beginning. So the 19th princess still cautiously invited Duan Muqi here to listen to his opinion.
A big gift. Absolutely a big gift. Wang Ting can handle it. But Jialanga must give a big gift to thank you.
Duanmuki said with certainty, as soon as he entered the hall.
Mr. Duanmu, what does this mean? Do we want to be friends with Jialenga? I'm afraid what King Ming will think.
Of course Princess 19 also had to consider King Ming's feelings. So she was a little confused. Duanmuchi's attitude is surprising.
Well, King Ming's thoughts are not important. But Jialenga is very important. I don't know what it is exactly. But one thing is for sure. It's not strange for Li Duo.
Duanmuki shook his head. This was the first time he felt so uncertain. But he had an intuition that Fang Binnu must have some important information in his hands. Otherwise he wouldn't be so sure. After all the other civil and military officials had dispersed, Duanmuki briefly recounted the conversation with Fang Binnu last night. And the 19th princess finally understood the whole story. Suddenly, I felt a little nervous. If it was really like what Fang Binnu said, wouldn't it mean that a war was coming? It seems that I am not ready yet. As of now, Shiyuan City only has 150,000 troops. And others are still being shipped here one after another.
Ha! It doesn't matter. Even if there is a fight, we are still behind King Ming. As long as we ensure his food supply, let him fight. We just need to take care of Shiyuan City. This kind of sitting on the mountain and watching opportunities for tiger fights don't come often.
Duanmuchi said with a confident smile. The original plan was to make use of King Ming's troops. But he didn't expect it to come so quickly. At this time, Zhu Xiaobao came in with Yume. Generally, he would not participate in the handling of government affairs by the 19th princess. What Tay was most afraid of were these tedious things. Every time he heard it, he would feel sleepy at the end and had to force himself. He barely managed to finish listening. So he was generally not willing to participate in this kind of government affairs. But this time, Zhu Xiaobao was a little worried. The reason was that Jume felt that Xuanwu's mental method had reached a bottleneck and needed to go back to the place of inheritance to understand it. This made Zhu Xiaobao a little embarrassed. Now Shi Yuancheng really cannot do without him. Everything is waiting for improvement. And he must make the decision on many things. So he wanted to take Jume with him, while Qiu Baiyan returned to the court. But she was worried about letting Jume go alone, because she didn't have any plans, and was afraid that she would suffer a loss if she went out alone.
Ha! If you care, you will be confused. Jume has such a high level of martial arts. And there are probably not many people who can plot against him. Let's do this. I will ask Shen Bao to accompany her. And also inquire about the situation in Shijua Kingdom.
When Duanmuchi heard this, he suddenly laughed and said,
I told you. I can do it alone. You still have to worry.
After Duanmuki smiled like this, Jume said a little embarrassed. She didn't think she would suffer.
That's right. Let third brother accompany you so that I can rest assured. Jume, you try to stay in the carriage and don't show yourself in public. Okay?
Zhu Xiaobao immediately felt relieved after hearing Duanmuki's suggestion, but still told Jume very seriously.
Oh, got it.
Jume muttered in dissatisfaction, because she was the least accustomed to sitting in a carriage. For this matter, Duanmuki specially greeted Qiu Baiyan, and Qiu Baiyan wholeheartedly agreed. Jume and Zhu Xiaobao had been to the royal court before, so Qiu Baiyan was very familiar with it and could help Zhu Xiaobao. Bao was very happy to do a favor.
Thank you very much. Mr. Qiu, by the way, has anything happened in the royal court recently? Why did I hear that King Yu's men are getting ready to move?
Duanmuchi bowed deeply, and then pretended to be casual and asked.
No. Wang Ting has been resuming production in the past 6 months.
Although the elephant neck
disease has been cured, Wang Ting has just returned to life. He is a little busy, but Prince Mohan worked hard to cure it and was deeply affected by it, supported by all the people.
Qiu Baiyan said a little puzzled. He really didn't notice anything unusual.
Oh, that's good. I'm just asking. Ha. As you know, King Yu's troops have always been very restless, and they might be robbing somewhere.
Duanmuchi also said vaguely. Afterwards, the two chatted for a few more words. Duanmuchi did not gain much. He just knew that Wang Ting was responding very quickly. Prince Mohan and Princess Mo Yu each performed their duties, and began to deal with many matters related to the restoration of Wang Ting. They were all very grateful, and admired Zhu Xiaobao, because Zhu Xiaobao had really completely cured the elephant neck disease. After loading the car, both Qiu Baiyan and Fang Binnu came to join the 19th princess. They were very polite and respectful, without the slightest contempt. Although the 19th princess was not strong enough, there were many young people behind her. Treasure, Zhu Xiaobao, on the other hand, ran to the carriage and stuffed a big package inside, which was full of food and several jars of wine. Zhu Xiaobao stretched his head into the carriage and still warned, "Be careful on the road. Don't keep fighting with others. Come back soon. I don't feel relieved if you're not with me." "Oh, got it. Xiao, you said that. I don't even want to go." Whoa. Unexpectedly, Jumei actually cried while hiding in the carriage. This was the first time that this female man felt worried and sad. Cried. Okay. It's a good thing that you are going to the inheritance place. Why are you crying? Remember, you must listen to the third brother along the way. Zhu Xiaobao also felt that his eyes were a little sore. So he immediately waved his hands and said, and then went on his own left. He didn't want others to see him, let alone run into Fang Binnu. With the enthusiastic farewell from Duanmuki and others, Qiu Baiyan and Fang Binnu's motorcade finally set off. Fang Binnu didn't know that Jumei was also in Qiu Baiyan's motorcade, but he was a little surprised that the return gift given to Jialanga by the 19th princess seemed to be very heavy, almost catching up with Qiu Baiyan's car battle. Hee! Mr. Fang, have a good trip, and don't forget our bet. Duanmuki even smiled with Fang Binnu in the end. Thank you, Mr. Duanmu. Ha! I will definitely not forget the bet. I am still waiting to receive 10 taels of gold. Fang Binnu also smiled and saluted. Okay. Please. In less than a day, they had arrived at Kingswood Jialanga's territory. Jialanga was a little surprised to see so many return gifts. And she was even more pleasantly surprised, because the 19th princess gave her not only those high-end daily necessities, but also there are also many weapons and armors, which Jialanga lacks most. Jialanga couldn't help but feel that Fang Binnu was paying more and more attention to him, because it was Fang Binnu who proposed congratulating the 19th princess. The tribal leaders under his command did not agree with it, and many even regarded the 19th princess as a hostile party. The reason is very simple. Duanmuqi is now the strategist of the 19th princess. Duanmuqi defeated Jialanga's army of 1.2 million. But now that they see so many weapons and armors, these people are starting to get jealous. Qiu Baiyan only had a meal at Jialanga and then left immediately. They still had a long way to go. And Qiu Baiyan was also a little worried, although he didn't know any very confidential information. But after Duanmuqi asked, he also felt that he had overlooked something, because his senior brother seemed to have a solemn expression before coming, and he was a little undecided. Looking back now, something must have happened that he didn't know about. Also on the way back, Yin Rui was in a very good mood. There were 2,000 soldiers of King Ming escorting her behind her. She was arrogant all the way. This was originally the fiefdom of King Wen. She was revisiting her old place, but she was in a complete mood. It was different. Now she was leading the team alone, and even King Ming had to send someone to escort him. This aloof mood made her feel a little arrogant. It would have been okay to just go back to the business, but this Yin Rui just wanted to do something. Suddenly, she saw a mountain not far away, and immediately remembered that this was the place where she and King Wen hunted together. She suddenly had a sudden impulse to go into the mountains to hunt. She felt a little sorry for herself when she went out so fully armed and in military uniform instead of showing off her skills. Envoy Yin, the front is a forbidden area for hunting by King Ming. Outsiders are not allowed to enter. The military commander behind the escort immediately rushed to Yin Rui's horse and stopped her. What forbidden area? This is originally a hunting place. I have been here several times. Prince Ming asked you to protect me, but he did not ask you to restrict my freedom. Get out of my way. The forbidden area is only for you servants. Not target me. Yin Rui shouted angrily. I'm sorry. Messenger Yin. Prince Ming Qiantai is probably inside. You'd better not go in. The general was really embarrassed, so he had to move out Prince Ming to scare Yin Rui. Humph. So what about King Ming? If it weren't for our King Sheng, you would have starved to death. Get away. Yin Rui shouted angrily, waved her hand, gave the general a whip, and then spurred the horse, rushed out. The general ignored the wounds on his face, and quickly sent someone to deliver a message to King Ming. Yin Rui's followers were also a little hesitant, so they had to separate half of them and follow her into the mountains. Although Yin Rui set off first, the messenger was more familiar with the road than she was. He quickly rushed to Prince Ming's horse and gave a detailed report. King Ming was immediately furious. He waved his hand and shouted, Everyone who comes is hiding and let them come. Since you are seeking death, don't blame me for being rude. Chapter 609, Impulse is the Devil? Inrui rode with his 300 followers. So majestic. I didn't even see anyone along the way. It's just nonsense that Prince Ming is dabbling in it. Besides, so what if Prince Ming is involved? Does the current King Ming dare to compete with His Highness the Sixth Prince? Inrui was still in high spirits along the way, and she had been here several times before. She still remembered clearly where the prey was. It was a pity that he could only be the one who followed King Wen and cheered. Among the many talented women, she can only be regarded as being in the middle. Not very favored. How can it be like now, when you can lead people to hunt in person? Sure enough, not long after running into the mountains, she saw a hare. Inrui excitedly opened her bow and fired 3 arrows. Unfortunately, she didn't even touch the hare's fur. She was so angry that she chased after him. The group of people chased further and further, gradually entering the depths of the mountain forest. When she raised her head, she suddenly spotted another deer. This made Inrui very excited. She opened her hand and shot an arrow, but missed again. Instead, the guard around her shot an arrow in the leg of the wild deer. The deer suddenly felt pain. He jumped and ran forward wildly. Inrui and his men chased and killed them desperately. It would be great to bring such a big prey back. The deer was injured and couldn't run fast. It could only turn left and right, run and jump. However, Inrui and others couldn't shoot, but the deer couldn't get rid of them. Just when Inrui was getting a little anxious, a black iron arrow shot out, piercing the deer's head with one arrow. The unlucky deer fell to the ground, its body still shaking. Twitch. Who? What kind of person? How dare you shoot my prey? Inrui suddenly shouted in embarrassment. Humph. Your prey? I think you look a lot like prey. Following the words, a large number of guards appeared from behind the woods and rocks not far away. These people were all wearing bright armor and dazzling swords. The leader it is none other than King Ming. Ah? I've seen King Ming live 1,000 years old. Inrui was immediately startled and sat on her horse in a panic. She had even forgotten that she should dismount her horse and salute. Who gave you the courage to break into my forbidden area and slander me? I think you are looking for death, King Ming said viciously, but his eyes were fixed on Inrui in front of him. And he still needless to say, a military uniform is really unique. How dare you not get off your horse and apologize to King Ming? Don't you even understand these etiquettes? Lu Shiyan, the counselor next to King Ming, quickly shouted loudly at this time. In fact, Lu Shiyan didn't want King Ming to make things worse, so he rushed to say something, just to ask Inrui to accompany him, so that he might be able to leave safely. Lu Shiyan is still relatively calm, and he must not quarrel with His Highness the Sixth Prince at this time. I didn't slander Chitos. I didn't know you were in the forbidden area. I'll get out right now, Inrui said in a panic, and quickly turned the horse's head and wanted to leave. Because when she saw the look in King Ming's eyes, she suddenly felt very scared. Then she looked at the 2,000 guards behind King Ming. They all had cold expressions with murderous intent. She had already panicked in her heart. King Ming's momentum made her feel a little bit cannot bear. Humph. Did I let you go? You can come and leave whenever you want. Do you think this is child's play? Kneel down. Everyone leaves their horses and weapons. I can let you go. King Ming sat upright. Immediately, he said with contempt for these people, Kneel down! Kneel down! The guards around King Ming also shouted fiercely. Inrui was at a loss for a while, and felt that King Ming was deliberately humiliating her. I am the concubine of King Sheng and the envoy of His Highness Sixth Highness. How dare you do anything to me? I have already apologized. What else do you want? Inrui shouted angrily on the horse. Without a horse, what would happen? If you don't have to walk to get out of this forbidden area, wouldn't it mean that you can't return to your car even after dark? And until now, she still firmly believed that King Ming did not dare to do anything to her, because King Ming would never dare to turn against His Highness Sixth Prince. He doesn't have this strength now. Humph. Trespassing into the forbidden area, intending to assassinate the king. I will shoot them all if they come. After hearing Inrui's words, King Ming was undoubtedly threatening and warning him, and he felt extremely angry and said coldly with a wave of his hand, How dare you? Inrui shouted in horror, but before she could finish her words, she saw the guards around her starting to be shot and fell from their horses. Inrui was immediately frightened. This was a real murder, and it was still by her side. Seeing the blood on the ground spreading, Inrui felt that she was on the verge of collapse, and she couldn't even hold the bow in her hand. She couldn't hold it anymore. She wanted to beg for mercy at this time, but her mouth was half open. But she couldn't speak. A talented woman like her has never participated in a real battle. Of course she couldn't bear the cold shooting. Of the 300 followers, Yin Rui was left alone in a blink of an eye. Seeing King Ming approaching slowly on horseback, Yin Rui shouted in horror.
Don't come over. I was wrong. I am willing to dismount and kowtow to apologize. Humph. Don't you think it's too late to say this now? You bitch. I've been in a bad mood these past few days. If you want to die, then you can't blame me.
Prince Ming was already aroused by this panicked talented woman. Xiahua. He's already killing people. He doesn't care if he does more. King Ming stretched out his hand and lifted Yin Rui up from the horse, and then placed her horizontally in front of his saddle. Yin Rui immediately felt extremely uncomfortable, and this posture made her even more embarrassed and angry. So she kicked her legs wildly. Still want to resist. King Ming felt that the evil fire was getting worse. So he slapped Yin Rui on the butt, and then shouted,
Today's hunting is over. Let's return to the palace. Yes.
The guards also felt very relieved and responded loudly. Only Lu Shiyan was secretly worried. This matter had become a big deal. He quickly sent a personal attendant to deliver a message to Princess Ming. This matter is beyond his jurisdiction, and only Princess Ming can solve it. When Princess Ming rushed to the forbidden area, she looked at the dead bodies that were shot all over the ground. Her face was gloomy. At this time, only Lu Shiyan was still waiting there. As soon as he saw Princess Ming, he told the whole story exactly what happened. He don't dare to exaggerate or shrink.
Idiot!
Princess Ming gave Lu Shiyan a cold look, then turned her horse's head and ran out of the forbidden area. She didn't know who she was scolding. When they arrived at Yin Rui's chariot, there were still 200 guards waiting there dryly. They had no idea what was happening in the forbidden area. But when they saw Princess Ming coming in person, they all felt a little bad.
Go back and tell Sixth Brother that Yin Rui and his men tried to assassinate King Shajia, but they were killed by King Ming's guards. Well, I will explain it to Sixth Brother in person at the Blackwater River in 2 days.
Princess Ming looked at these people coldly, said,
Yes.
Those who followed wanted to ask something, but seeing the murderous look on Princess Ming's face, these people did not dare to ask, and hurriedly drove off in a panic. This time, there were no escort soldiers either. When Princess Ming rushed back to the palace, she immediately found a secret room where Prince Ming had been having fun behind Princess Ming's back. Princess Ming had known about it for a long time, but she was just too lazy to expose him. But it was different today. Princess Ming came over directly, and the guards at the door did not dare to report to Prince Ming, so they just let Princess Ming in. But when Princess Ming came in, King Ming had already finished his work. That Yin Rui was miserable, completely naked, and she was still sitting there playing the piano to entertain King Ming. King Ming sat there carefree, drinking wine and listening to the piano, waiting for the second rise. It turned out that Yin Rui had completely lost her pride when she got here. When King Ming roared, she obediently started to undress and take off her belt, which somewhat disappointed King Ming. But when he thought that this was the concubine of His Highness the Sixth Prince, he became very excited again. He walked through the front door and the back door. He felt that this was the most exciting time in recent times. So he confessed without even half a stick of incense. Princess Ming actually calculated that time was almost up before she barged in. As a woman, she didn't want to see that sordid scene. So she pushed the door open when she heard the sound of the piano. When King Ming saw Princess Ming, he immediately laughed nervously and said,
Well, you can't blame me for this today. This bitch deliberately provoked me, in front of so many people. If I don't take action, where can I put my face?
Yes, I know. I don't blame you for this.
Unexpectedly, Princess Ming said calmly. Her voice was very calm, and she didn't seem to be angry. She also said to Yin Rui,
Stop playing. Come here.
Yes. Yes.
At this time, Yin Rui lost her original arrogance and domineering look, and walked over humbly. But when she saw Princess Ming, she felt even more scared.
You played 3 wrong notes. And you, a talented girl, are just trying to make up for it.
Princess Ming said lightly. She was also proficient in music, and these talented girls were not worth mentioning in her eyes.
Yes. Please forgive me, Madam Princess,
Yin Rui said tremblingly. Of course she knew she had made a mistake, but Prince Ming didn't hear it at all. Unexpectedly, Princess Ming said it clearly. I had known for a long time that Princess Ming knew people well, but she didn't expect that she was also proficient in music.
Excuse me? Do you know how much trouble you have caused me? How should I forgive you?
Princess Ming said coldly.
Please let me go back. Don't worry. I won't say anything about what's going on here. And I will also help you in Prince Ming Qian's way. And ask Prince Sheng Qian's way to send people to deliver food. And I promise not to make things difficult for you again.
Yin Rui, regardless of her identity. She quickly knelt down in front of Princess Ming and cried bitterly, saying that she still fantasized about returning to His Highness the Sixth Prince.
Ha ha! Making things difficult? Do you also know that Sixth Brother has been making things difficult for us? You are telling the truth?
Princess Ming suddenly laughed, then grabbed Yin Rui's hair, lifted her up and said,
Let you go back and never say anything about what happened here. But I'm still worried. No. I will never tell it. You know, it won't do me any good to tell it.
Yin Rui seemed to see hope and said hurriedly, trying to be sincere. The smile comes.
That's fine.
But Princess Ming seemed very satisfied. But mid-sentence, a short knife she had held in her hand quickly swiped across Yin Rui's neck.
Why did you kill me?
Yin Rui was defenseless, covering her neck with both hands. But the blood kept spurting out, and a lot of it sprayed on Princess Ming's face. But Princess Ming remained motionless, letting the blood spurt on her. Her face gradually became more and more bloody and cruel. The eunuchs and maids serving King Ming on both sides were so frightened that they fell to the ground and did not dare to take another look.
Humph. Because the dead will never talk about it.
Princess Ming waited until Yin Rui collapsed and finally died. Then she said coldly,
Are you going to kill me now?
King Ming was also frightened and trembled. What was even more terrible was that he wanted to do it a second time. So he came over and asked a little unwillingly. I was still secretly annoyed. And if I wanted to kill him, I should wait until he was satisfied before killing him.
Snapped.
Unexpectedly, Princess Ming slapped Prince Ming hard, then waved her hands and left. Prince Ming covered his cheek and was very puzzled. But he did not dare to ask further. This was the first time he had seen Princess Ming in such a cold-blooded and furious state. At the 19th princess, Yin Rui and others had not left for a day. But all the 50 million kilograms of iron stones promised by King Ming were delivered. This surprised Duan Muqi. This time, King Ming was very sincere. He thought that King Ming would was shipped in several batches and took a while. But I didn't expect that they would all be delivered at once. Just hundreds of iron and stone carriages were transported. And they were transported back and forth several times. Zhu Xiaobao was immediately elated. These iron stones were urgently needed for him to cast the red cannon. Although he still had some stock in hand, it was still far from enough. Now he not only had to cast the red cannon, but also weapons and armor, which were being worked on day and night. Keep building, because Shiyuan City needs to quickly improve its strength in order to gain a foothold here. But then urgent news came that Yin Rui had broken into the forbidden area without permission, and had been kidnapped by King Ming. But we don't know what will happen next. Duan Muqi smoked a cigar, squinted his eyes, and thought for a while before smiling.
What do you mean? Prince Ming suddenly became so sincere. And all 50 million kilograms of iron and stone were delivered so quickly. It turned out that he was the one who caused the trouble. But Guang, it seems that this is not enough. I have to add more fire to him. What do you mean? Aren't we joining forces with him?
Zhu Xiaobao asked a little confused.
Yes. But His Highness the Sixth Prince also sent us a gift. So we can't favor one over the other. Right. Ha ha. Princess, don't you think so?
Duan Muqi said with a smile, and asked the 19th princess with a slight smile. Zhu Xiaobao may not understand, but the 19th princess must understand. Otherwise this, Western King, will not be able to live long.
I understand. We can be friends with many people, but Prince Ming can only join forces with us. Otherwise, once he recovers his strength, we will be the most dangerous.
Princess 19 nodded with understanding.
Smart. Much smarter than some top students.
Duan Muqi explained exaggeratedly.
Get out!
Zhu Xiaobao shouted angrily. This old man has been a little swollen recently.
What? Killed? Where's the body?
His Highness Xiaozisheng, the sixth prince, asked in disbelief after hearing the report from the 200 guards, who hurried back. Assassin the king and kills the driver? He knows Yin Rui's martial arts skills best. That is, can he assassinate King Ming with his fists and legs? But after listening to the guard's detailed description of what happened, he finally understood that Yin Rui was too arrogant, which led to his own death. However, The body was not brought back with the car. Instead, Princess Ming said that she would meet with him in 2 days to discuss it in detail. His Highness the Sixth Prince had a very bad premonition in his heart. I was afraid that Yin Rui was not simply killed. He knew the character of his second brother best. So he would kill him so simply? Obviously it's not very credible. His Highness the Sixth Prince was pacing back and forth in the study, lowering his head in deep thought. This seemed a bit unreasonable. At this critical moment, Prince Ming shouldn't be his enemy no matter how lustful he was. What's more, the guards also said that there were soldiers escorting each other when they came and went. With Princess Ming's wisdom, she would never make such a stupid mistake. The reason why King Sheng Xiaozixing was able to develop rapidly was because he was very scheming, and he was a person who did great things. He won't get angry for a woman. He can even ignore his own sister's fight. And he won't lose his mind for Yin Rui. Although a talented woman like Yin Rui seems to be very favored, His Highness the Sixth Prince just feels that it is a bit novel, and will not entrust him with important tasks. However, as a man, he couldn't tolerate being cuckolded. So when he heard that Yin Rui's body had not been transported back, he had a bad feeling in his heart. What's even more strange is that the Sixth Highness has just received the news here, but it has already spread in the fiefdom. Yin Rui was defiled by King Ming. It was because concubine Yin refused to submit that she was killed. In the blink of an eye, Yin Rui became the embodiment of a chaste and fierce woman.
Come here. Check it out for me right away. I'll kill anyone who spreads rumors and causes trouble.
His Highness the Sixth Prince was shocked. He didn't expect that word would spread outside so quickly. Someone was secretly adding fuel to the flames. At the same time, the news also spread in the Mingwang fiefdom. In the Mingwang fiefdom, most people talked about it happily because Mingwang had obviously humiliated King Sheng. For more than a year, King Ming's troops and people have suffered from King Sheng's troubles. And now everyone feels bad. Princess Ming was extremely shocked and angry. She didn't expect this matter to spread so quickly. Someone was deliberately causing trouble. Who is the one? After much deliberation, the possibility of the eldest prince is the greatest. The eldest prince has always been incompatible with King Ming. So he took this opportunity to stir up trouble, so that King Ming and King Sheng could fight and reap the benefits.
Come here. Prepare a car and go to Heishui River immediately.
Princess Ming immediately gave the order. She wanted to resolve this matter this morning. Before reaching the Heishui River, Sheng Wang Xiaozixing had already brought 50,000 cavalry to crush the Heishui River. Although he is very rational, the current rumors have forced him to take some action. Otherwise the people and the army in his fiefdom will start to look down on him. King Sheng Xiaozixing's face was livid, and he rode a green horse at the front. From a distance, he saw Princess Ming on the other side of the Blackwater River, riding calmly on her horse, waiting for him. Chapter 610, 100 Secrets and a Sparse. His Highness the Sixth Prince saw that Princess Ming on the opposite side did not bring many troops. Only 2,000 guards, which showed that Princess Ming did not want to start a war, but wanted to reconcile with him. Of course, His Highness the Sixth Prince will not launch an attack rashly. It seems that there are 2,000 people. The defense along the Blackwater River behind is not for show. Moreover, Princess Ming has always been known for her resourcefulness. His Highness the Sixth Highness will never underestimate the second emperor's wife. There is a bridge on the Blackwater River, and the two princes are still in a joint state. So the people of both sides usually have contacts with each other, mainly businessmen and hawkers. But it has become less and less this year because of the business opportunities in Prince Ming's fiefdom. There are fewer and fewer, especially this year. A once-in-a-100-year drought has occurred, and there have been cases of robbery. So many businessmen and vendors no longer dare to make a living here in the Mingwang fiefdom. Princess Ming took the lead on the bridge with a calm expression. She stopped in the middle of the bridge and waited for His Highness Sixth Prince. Behind her was a carriage with a coffin on top. Of course, His Highness the Sixth Prince also understood what Princess Ming meant, and he still admired the second emperor's wife in his heart. She was still so calm in the face of 50,000 cavalry. If it weren't for Princess Ming, Prince Ming would not have been able to do it for so long. He only took 2 guards to urge his horse onto the bridge, and stopped in front of Princess Ming.
Sixth brother, long time no see. How are you?
Princess Ming took the lead and said low with a slight smile.
Humph. Okay. Second sister-in-law. Don't you know? Originally, the water in the well is not the same as the river. But now I ask the second sister-in-law to give me an explanation.
His Highness the Sixth Prince looked at the coffin behind Princess Ming, and then said with an unkind expression,
Well, this matter was a misunderstanding. Compared to you, the guards who went back told me that concubine Een broke into the forbidden area without listening to dissuasion, which led to her death. It was also my general, who guarded the forbidden area, who was too much reckless. I didn't expect that the knife hit concubine Yin's vitals. I know that my sixth brother was very fond of concubine Een, so I came here to explain it to you. Of course, I also feel deeply about concubine Yin's death. What a pity! Necessary compensation will also be made to concubine Yin's family.
Princess Ming looked solemn, and turned to the guards behind her and shouted,
Come here! Bring up the head!
Immediately, a primary school student ran up with a red lacquered wooden box. Inside was a bloody human head.
This is the head of my general. He acted recklessly and accidentally killed concubine Een. So now I have brought his head to be buried with concubine Een,
Princess Ming said, pointing to the head that was brought up. In fact, she took a death row prisoner from the prison, beheaded him, and put it in a wooden box. It's not the head of any general at all.
Manslaughter? But the rumors I heard are not like that. It seems that King Ming was also present at the time.
And the rumors now are very unpleasant.
His Highness the Sixth Prince said gloomily. He did not believe that this head could belong to some general. Where is the head? He has seen many of these little tricks.
This is someone who is spreading rumors to stir up trouble, intentionally fueling the flames and instigating the relationship between our two families. Sixth brother, you must not listen to these slanderous rumors. If you don't believe me, you can open the coffin and conduct an autopsy. Since concubine Een was killed, except for my maid I helped with the cleaning and tidying up. No offense at all.
Princess Ming immediately vowed that since everything has been cleaned now, nothing can be seen at all. Even if Prince Ming did it, she would never admit it. It's called death without evidence. Unexpectedly, the sixth prince waved his hand, and a woman actually came from behind. It was obvious that she was a very shrewd woman. She first pulled the carriage carrying the coffin across the bridge, and then opened the coffin in the carriage. Start checking carefully. This made Princess Ming feel a little bad in her heart. His Highness the Sixth Prince wanted to find out something. After the woman examined her, she whispered in His Highness's ear for a while. His face suddenly became gloomier, but he did not have an attack on the spot. Instead, he waved his hand and said,
This matter is not that simple. I'm afraid the second emperor's wife doesn't understand many things very well. Should I let the second brother come and talk to me in person? Sixth brother.
What do you mean? This time it was Princess Ming's turn to be a little confused. She didn't know what the woman said to His Highness Sixth Prince. She supposedly had already done a very thoughtful job.
I told you to let Prince Ming come in person. Oh, by the way, are the two maids who are helping Een Rui scrub the house the same two behind you?
His Highness the Sixth had a strange expression, but his eyes were sinister, which made Princess Ming a little confused. Measures!
It's the two of them. What? Is there any problem?
Princess Ming was caught off guard and had to say casually. In fact, the people who helped Een Rui scrub and clean up were the maids and eunuchs from Prince Ming's secret room. The two maids behind her did not to do these things. Although their status is as maids, they are much higher than ordinary people. Even King Ming does not dare to take their ideas.
Can you lend me a hand? Since they are helping to deal with the aftermath, they might as well do good things to the end. Sister-in-law of the second emperor. Is this not too much to ask?
His Highness the Sixth Prince looked at the two men in soft clothes with ill intentions. A's maid said,
I'm afraid this is inconvenient. I can't live without them in my daily life.
Princess Ming said a little embarrassed, mainly because she was not sure what His Highness the Sixth Prince wanted to do. Let these two maids go. Their loyalty is definitely acceptable, she was new. But Princess Ming didn't want to hand over her maid to His Highness the Sixth Prince.
Then let one stay.
His Highness the Sixth Prince said a little impatiently, looking at the two maids with disdain. In her eyes, the two maids were not worth looking at all.
Okay. Just go and help take care of concubine Yin's funeral. Don't worry. His Highness the Sixth Prince will not do anything to a servant.
Princess Ming had no choice but to order a maid behind her. Said. Of course she also meant what she said, trying her best to protect the maid.
I'm waiting here for Prince Ming to live 1,000 years old. Sister-in-law of the second emperor. Please come back.
His Highness the Sixth Prince actually turned the horse's head and walked away. There was no intention of continuing the conversation at all. And his 50,000 troops also camped on the spot and had no intention of leaving. Princess Ming was very depressed and turned back. So she had to go back to the palace first. She couldn't figure out what went wrong. The key point was that after the woman checked Yin Rui's body, could it be that what else is strange? But when she killed Yin Rui was naked, and there were no scars on her body. This is very strange. What's more, His Highness the Sixth Prince's words are even more strange. What do you mean by?
There are many things that the second emperor's wife doesn't understand very well. Along the way, the more Princess Ming thought about it, the more doubtful she became. But she still tried her best to think in a positive light. If His Highness the Sixth Prince wanted to find some face for his daughter, and humiliated and abused her, then it would be acceptable. Sacrifice one made in exchange for one. Reconciliation is worth it. For this reason, Princess Ming returned to the palace, and did not go to see Prince Ming immediately. Instead, she called her most trusted imperial doctor, and asked many questions privately. Finally, she figured out what the problem was. It turns out that Yin Rui was raped by King Ming. Not only from the front, but also from the back door. How could Princess Ming understand this? Even if King Ming had this intention, he had no such choice. So Princess Ming really didn't know anything about this kind of thing. No wonder the woman could tell there was a problem at a glance. Although it was washed clean, the situation behind it could be seen at a glance.
Damn beast! Come on! Follow me to the secret room, and catch all these people!
Princess Ming immediately became furious. Not only did she immediately go to the secret room, but she also arrested all the women she usually controlled. Woke up, Prince Ming was having fun behind Princess Ming's back. In fact, Princess Ming had known it for a long time, and she just didn't want to expose him. Now in anger, those women are all in trouble. As soon as they entered the secret room, they first gave the eunuchs and maids a severe beating, and asked them to explain which part of Yin Rui was hacked by King Ming. The eunuchs were really wronged. They were all waiting at the door. Don't know these tricks at all. Several maids have honestly explained that they not only have to serve tea and water, but also ask them to add fuel to the flames when Prince Ming is messing around. And they often have to help. So they know it very well. When interrogating the women who were secretly messing around with Prince Ming, several of them were good at using the back door. This made Princess Ming so angry that she almost fainted. She didn't expect Prince Ming to have such a fancy trick.
Beat them all to death with sticks. No one will be spared,
Princess Ming shouted viciously. And a panicked cry and wailing sound suddenly came out of the secret room. However, less than half an hour later, there was no sound inside. And then I saw the guards carrying out corpses one by one from inside. They were all beaten to pieces, and they died in extremely miserable conditions. Of course, Prince Ming also received the report, but he did not dare to come over. He also knew that His Highness the Sixth Prince did not withdraw his troops, and that Princess Ming returned without success. Prince Ming has been hiding in his study for the past 2 days, not even daring to see Princess Ming. The killing of Yin Rui was somewhat bloody, and Princess Ming did not blame her too much. But the subsequent violence was a bit excessive. Even though Prince Ming was mostly in the study, Princess Ming still couldn't hide from Princess Ming. She killed the eunuchs and maids in the secret room, and Princess Ming came to Prince Ming's study aggressively. Just like last time, Princess Ming gave Prince Ming a hard slap in the face again. But the next day, a carriage slowly drove up on the bridge over the Blackwater River. Just like last time, there was a coffin inside, but no one was driving it. So they just kept crossing the bridge, moving forward aimlessly, walking, until the soldiers guarding the Heishui River stopped the carriage and opened the coffin. Lying inside was the maid Yur, who had been begged by His Highness the Sixth Prince. The coffin was immediately delivered to Prince Ming's mansion. Princess Ming and Prince Ming turned over Yur's body and took a look. There was a big hole in the back, and there was a stick stuck in it. Yur's eyes were wide open, and she could tell that she was dead. It was very painful before.
That's too much. She's just one of King Wen's bitches. How could she make such a big fuss?
Of course King Ming understood what His Highness the Sixth Prince meant. This was telling him that what he had done had been exposed. King Ming roared loudly at this time to cover up his embarrassment and embarrassment.
Are you satisfied now? Sixth brother doesn't want to reconcile and wants to humiliate you in person. If you don't go, he will start a war.
Princess Ming glanced at Prince Ming angrily, and then said coldly,
Then let's fight. Am I afraid of him? Now that we have food, will I still be afraid of him?
Prince Ming roared loudly. He now wanted to show off positively in front of Princess Ming.
We are not afraid of any family. But what if the eldest emperor also takes action?
Princess Ming shook her head and said very tiredly. So many things had happened in the past few days, which made her a little exhausted physically and mentally. And Prince Ming did such a ridiculous thing again, which made her feel even more disappointed.
Well, even if we can't win, Shou can always hold on. Right.
King Ming was still very confident in his own troops.
That's all we have to do. Send the order to send 100,000 more troops to the Blackwater River,
Princess Ming said with renewed energy.
Then let's forget about the negotiation with Sixth Brother?
Prince Ming asked hesitantly.
Humph! What nonsense! I can't afford to embarrass that person.
Princess Ming cursed fiercely, and then left without looking back. King Ming here passively began to mobilize his troops. But in the study of the 19th princess in Shiyuan City, Duimuki was smoking a cigar and said with a satisfied smile,
Not bad. Not bad. Faster than I thought. This time Prince Ming really got into big trouble. I heard that Princess Ming won't let Prince Ming enter the palace to sleep these days. Commander Duanmu, what do you think we should do next?
Princess 19 also smiled slightly. Everything was under Duanmuchi's control, which made Princess 19 think more highly of Duanmuchi.
They have sent 50 million kilograms of iron and stone. We can't be insincere. Right. We will immediately send him 200,000 dan of food so that he can have the confidence to go to war. Well, remember, we must follow the market conditions at this critical time. We can't make too much money,
Duanmuchi said kindly. Now he wants to cheer up King Ming and let him charge into the battle.
Ha ha! There is also unexpected good news. That is, more and more people have moved from the Ming Dynasty fiefdom in the past few days. Tens of thousands of people every day. And the land prices in our Shiyuan city have begun to rise. Hee hee. And Prince Ming doesn't dare to interfere. And he doesn't have the heart to care about these things.
Wu Yu also said with a smile. This is the biggest gain in the past few days. Any powerful force must be based on the masses of people. This has long been confirmed in Lingyu Mountain. Now Shiyuan City has gathered millions of people one after another, of which there are only 200,000 troops. And the rest are all ordinary people. And this situation continues. Not only did they migrate from the Mingwang fiefdom, there were also many people who migrated back from Princess Island and Lingyu Mountain. It can be said that the current size of Shiyuan City is almost the same as when the 19th princess took over as the city lord.
So, I'm so busy these days that I can't even sleep peacefully. I'll go out and make arrangements first.
Duanmuchi also nodded and said, and then hurried out. The remaining Zhu Xiaobao looked at Princess 19 and Wu Yu with strange eyes. They were talking about business. But he was thinking about all the strange ways of playing by King Ming. King Ming was having a lot of fun. How avant-garde. I just don't know how it feels.
Hey! What are you thinking about? You are so sly and can't think of anything good at first glance.
Wu Yu immediately noticed something was wrong with Zhu Xiaobao and shouted loudly.
I'm thinking about King Ming. Can you tell me whether the princess has improved after this incident?
Zhu Xiaobao asked a little absent-mindedly.
Get out! You're obscene!
Wu Yu and Princess 19 shouted in unison. Then I heard Zhu Xiaobao screams like killing pigs. And his ears were grabbed again. In the eldest prince's meeting hall, there is a huge map hanging on the wall. Although it is very simple, the important locations are clearly marked. Their eyes stopped at the bridge over the Blackwater River.
Lao Lu really wants to start a war. He wouldn't be so impulsive. Would he? He wouldn't go to war over a woman.
The eldest prince also heard the news, with a somewhat mocking smile on his face. Among all the princes, he was most afraid of His Highness the Sixth Prince. The one he despised the most was Prince Ming. But the one he admired the most was Princess Ming.
1,000-year-old Hideo. I don't even think that His Highness the Sixth Prince will really start a war. He is waiting for us to express our stance. Although this time it is a bit embarrassing.
His Highness the Sixth Prince is very scheming and will not be irrational.
Sit you on the side, Buffon also said with a smile.
Then what does Mr. Sita think we should do?
The eldest prince asked excitedly. He is the one who wants to destroy Prince Ming the most among all the princes. The two have been fighting for more than 10 years. But the eldest prince has never been able to take over. What is cheap? The key point is the existence of Princess Ming.
No. We remain calm and wait for His Highness the Sixth Prince to come to us. What I am most uncertain about now is how much food the 19th princess can provide to Prince Ming. And what happened to concubine Yin who was raped by Prince Ming, who spread it so quickly.
Situ Buffon shook his head, and then said with a slight frown,
Oh, didn't Sixth Brother spread the news himself? Who else could it be?
The eldest prince asked curiously.
If it were something else, His Highness the Sixth Prince would probably take the opportunity to cause trouble. But this matter is about face. And he wouldn't want to expose his family to shame. I'm thinking who will benefit the most from this matter?
Situ Buffon, he has been thinking about this issue these days. He can't think of anyone who will gain more than the eldest prince.
Of course it's me. But we didn't spread these rumors? Could it be that it would be the 19th sister?
The eldest prince also asked in confusion.
It's hard to say. Sister 19 is not scary. But Duimuki's actions always make me wonder. Did he really start plotting against Prince Ming so quickly? But what good will this do to her? What an old fox.
Situ Buffon said with a sigh. But he was even more looking forward to it. Having such an opponent is really something to be thankful for. Then Situ Buffon came up with a plan. Turned around and said,
Please give Chitos an order to increase the purchase price of grain across the board. At least by 20%. I want Prince Ming to exhaust the treasury even if he is grain. Gao. You are worthy of being Commander Situ.
Come.
Just follow what the military commander said, and put the notice up immediately.
The eldest prince immediately shouted with joy. He seemed to have seen the dilemma of Prince Ming having no money to buy food.
Chapter 611 Variables A. In the main hall of King Ming, Princess Ming stood in the middle and snorted coldly.
Anyone who talks about peace will be killed without mercy.
It turns out that the civil and military ministers under King Ming have been quarreling in the past few days. Most of the civil ministers advocated peace with His Highness Sixth Prince, while the military generals all demanded war. Prince Ming sat on the dragon chair without saying a word, just watching Princess Ming standing to one side, waiting for her to make up her mind. King Ming is really miserable now. Not only is he not allowed to sleep in the palace, all the maids around him have been replaced by eunuchs. And the concubines are not allowed to approach King Ming. All big and small matters are decided by Princess Ming. But King Ming was dejected and did not dare to object. This was the critical moment. And he knew that this time it would be a big trouble. After hearing Princess Ming's words, no one in the hall dared to mention the word peace anymore. In fact, all civil and military ministers knew that Princess Ming was the most powerful. And if she really wanted to attack, she would be even more ruthless than Prince Ming. When all the ministers dispersed, only Lu Shiyan was left. He was considered Pluto's most trusted advisor. At this time, he was holding a letter in his hand. After reading it for a long time, he raised his head and said to Princess Ming,
Madam Princess, I don't think you need to pay attention to this letter. It makes no sense for Jialanga to suddenly propose to join forces with His Highness Sixth Prince.
The two parties have never been in contact with each other. The authenticity of this letter needs to be verified.
Oh,
do you have any clues?
Princess Ming suddenly asked with some surprise. If this letter can be proven to be fake, that would be great. After all, if Jialanga also takes the opportunity to attack him, then the situation is too passive.
I have sent out a large number of spies, and so far I have gained something. The messenger from Jialanga, whose name is Fong Bin, is actually Fong Bin, the second son of the Fong family, one of the two original aristocratic families in Shiyuan City. I forgot that when the entire Fong family was slaughtered, this second young master was missing, and he was never caught later. I didn't expect him to go to Jialanga,
Lu Shiyan said with some pride. Although Fong Bin hit it very well. Deep. But I didn't expect that his name still exposed his original identity. It turned out that this was the letter that Fong Bin gave to Yin Rui. King Ming was so excited at the time that he forgot about this letter. He had nothing to do these days, and had nothing to do. So he turned over this letter. When he came out, he quickly handed it over to Princess Ming to make up for his mistake. Princess Ming was also a little lucky. If this letter really fell into the hands of His Highness the Sixth Prince, the two families might really conspire to join forces. After all, if Prince Ming was destroyed, Jialanga would also get a lot of benefits. Therefore, Prince Ming's recklessness this time can be considered to have some advantages. And it is not all bad.
Well, it's best that Jialanga is testing the sixth brother on this matter. We should remain silent for the time being. And this letter must not be known to the sixth brother. Also, we will send another 150,000 troops to the Blackwater River immediately.
Princess Ming nodded, and then said, still a little depressed. It turns out that His Highness the Sixth Prince was stationed by the Blackwater River. But he did not immediately launch an offensive. Instead, he continued to increase his troops. 50,000 today, 30,000 tomorrow. And now there are 300,000 horses gathered by the Blackwater River. This made Princess Ming very passive. So she had to increase the number of troops accordingly to maintain a deterrent effect on His Highness the Sixth Prince.
Why did Lao Lu just keep adding troops, but not start a fight? This is making people even more uncomfortable.
King Ming asked in frustration.
He did it intentionally. Firstly, it makes us feel uncomfortable. Secondly, well, I guess he still wants to join forces with others. The Six Brothers' acting style has always been very cautious. There is no absolute certainty, and the best interests. You will do it easily,
Princess Ming said helplessly. Now she has become the most passive party, and can only take advantage of the situation. The initiative is in the hands of His Highness the Sixth Prince. Ha ha. But Lao Lu didn't expect that Sister 19 would be so active and quick to deliver food again. So what's the point of us confronting him for a year?
King Ming suddenly laughed and said, the happiest thing these days is that the 19th princess quickly sent another 200,000 days of food.
Yes. But I always feel a little strange. Why is the 19th sister so proactive and giving us the price according to the official price?
Princess Ming also nodded. But she felt a little uneasy in her heart. It seemed that this matter things were going a little too well.
What's the point? She's afraid that she just arrived in Shiyuan City. If we defeat her, won't she lose her barrier? She still wants to protect herself. With just a few people, anyone can kill her with just one hand. Destroyed. If not us, who can she rely on?
Prince Ming said proudly.
Well, that should be it.
Princess Ming reluctantly agreed with Prince Ming. But she couldn't think of any other reason. But Princess Ming knew that the crisis in her fiefdom was far from resolved. Now a large number of people were migrating to Shiyuan City. This was definitely not a good thing. But it couldn't be blocked by force. The two parties had agreed not to interfere with either party. The migration of her people. And now it is even more inconvenient to be shameless about it. But now there are too many people migrating to Shiyuan City, which has made Princess Ming deeply uneasy. She did not expect such a situation to occur at the beginning. Is his fiefdom worse than the relatively barren Shiyuan City? Princess Ming was very good at marching and fighting, and making suggestions. But she was not so good at managing people's livelihood. She still felt inferior to Duan Muqi in this regard. This continued for several more days. And even the 19th princess became a little impatient.
How long will it take for them to confront each other like this? They won't be confronting each other for a year or two. Right. Ha ha. What's the matter? This kind of confrontation is possible for months or even years. We won't suffer a loss. Now that food prices are still rising, the most uneasy ones should be King Ming and Princess Ming. The two sides are at war with each other. Be ready to go. Just like a bow. The more fully you draw it, the more lethal it will be. Once a fight breaks out, hey, it will be a big war,
Duan Muqi said like an old god. But he did not expect the recent price of food. The sudden surge made it impossible for them not to make too much money. He was still in a good mood. At this moment, Duan Muqi received 2 letters from Fei Gu in succession, both of which were sent back by Zhao Shenbao. Duan Muqi was shocked, opened it quickly, and was stunned. The 19th princess also quickly took it and took a look, and couldn't help but exclaim,
Jumei? She actually killed Sha Yin, the assassin of King Yu of Shijua Kingdom? How could this happen? Let's take a look. Let's take a look. Damn. My wife is so fierce. She strikes without hesitation wherever she goes. Sha Yin? This name sounds familiar.
Zhu Xiaobao also jumped up quickly. After reading the letter, I felt relieved immediately, as long as Jumei was fine. But the name, Sha Yin, still sounds familiar.
Sha Yin is the younger brother of King Yu Xiaobao, the third-ranked assassin in the Shijua Kingdom. Unexpectedly, he was killed by Jumei,
Duan Muqi said in a deep voice. This incident happened too suddenly. He had to think about it. What consequences will follow? Then, he opened the second letter, and finally understood the whole story. Just as Duan Muqi expected, something happened in Shijua Kingdom. Because the old Khan is dead. Only then did he remember Fang Bindu's bet. It seemed that Fang Bindu had known the news in advance, or had predicted that the old Khan would not survive for a few days before he dared to declare that there was going to be a war here in King Ming. Because once the old Khan dies, Jialanga will never consider joining forces with King Ming, but will immediately be involved in the chaos of fighting for the Khan's position. Now that King Ming has lost his right wing to contain the eldest prince, the eldest prince can launch an offensive against him without any scruples. Duan Muqi frowned and walked around in the study. Originally, things were likely to develop according to Fang Bindu's prediction. But now there is an unexpected situation like Jumei, which means that Jumei's action is very likely. It will affect the next actions of King Zhua and King Yu. Because instead of losing money, Wang Ting has foiled King Yu's conspiracy. But how will the next gap develop? Duanmuki is also a little embarrassed. He can't see the next trend. Now he can only wait for updated news. By the way, Jumei's journey from Shiyuan City to Wangting was smooth. She also listened to Zhu Xiubao's words and basically sat in the carriage and rarely came out. Zhao Shibao basically didn't stay in the team. He was looking for information everywhere, especially after passing through Jialangda's territory. He also made a special trip to several tribes under Jialangda for secret inspections. It was discovered that Jialangda's men and horses were secretly mobilizing, seeming to be gathering to the west, and the west corresponded to King Yu's forces. Then after arriving at the Wangting, Zhao Shibao asked his old apprentice to accompany Jumei to the inheritance place. But he sneaked into the Wangting to inquire about information. It turned out that Zhu Xiaobao was worried about Jumei alone. So his old apprentice also followed him secretly. Now that Zhu Xiaobao's martial arts has improved by leaps and bounds, he no longer needs his old apprentice to stay by his side. Besides, Jumei once again returned to the place of inheritance. The old apprentice still drank and played chess with Master Chindu. And Jumei entered the cave alone. This time, the spiritual enlightenment and practice went very smoothly, and a large amount of earth yellow halo was released from the cave, surrounding the huge beauty. And the Dharma form of the Xuanwu divine beast also quietly appeared again, looking solemnly at Jumei, who was meditating with her eyes closed. It must be said that Jumei's talent was so good that she had already used the Xuanwu that had penetrated her body last time. All the essence has been absorbed, and now her mental skills are thinking about breaking through to the 8th level. 3 days later, a long roar came from the cave, and a huge divine tortoise appeared in midair. It was condensed with great beauty, and it was very solid. This magical turtle image absorbed all the earthy yellow halo around it, and then slowly dissipated, leaving only great beauty in the cave. She slowly opened her eyes, feeling that her body was full of strength and confidence. She stamped one foot on the ground, and suddenly dense cracks appeared on the rocky ground under her feet. Jumei's power has once again been greatly improved. She also stared at the stone platform in the cave. There was a golden armor hammer on it, which was the inherited treasure that she failed to collect last time. Jumei held the handle of the golden armor hammer with both hands and tried her best to shake the artifact. Unexpectedly, it still remained motionless. Jumei immediately became extremely angry. This time, her mental skills were improving to another level. Could it be that not yet? Isn't this trip in vain? In anger, Jumei condensed the Dharma form again. With the power of the Dharma form, she turned around and used the turtle shield on her back to slam into the golden armor hammer on the stone platform. There was a loud noise, and Jumei and his divine turtle Fa Tong were shaken back several steps at the same time. However, Jumei was surprised to find that the golden armor hammer had been knocked crooked by her. She hit it hard again, and this time, there was no after being shaken away. He saw the diseased golden armor hammer slowly falling to one side. However, this golden armor hammer seems unwilling to leave this stone platform, and is still trying to return to its original position. Help me! Jumei held the handle of the hammer with both hands, roared, and raised the golden armor hammer. Then, she slammed the golden armor hammer against the stone platform, and no longer allowed the golden armor hammer to hit the stone platform. Reset. Boom! There was a loud noise, and the stone platform was suddenly smashed into pieces. At the same time, as the stone platform shattered, a dazzling golden light erupted. In the golden light, Jumei, like a golden armored god of war, once again raised the golden armored hammer. It seemed that the golden armored hammer was truly subdued and no longer so critical. As streaks of golden light flowed into Jumei's body, the hammer began to show its true appearance. It was really a shining golden hammer, with golden inscriptions still flowing on it. Jumei scratched her palm and held the golden armor hammer tightly, feeling her blood constantly flowing into the sick golden armor hammer. I don't know how much time passed before the golden armor hammer began to slowly become smaller, until the size that suits Jumei seems to be finalized. And at this time Jumei also feels that its weight is just right. What's even more amazing is that, like the turtleback shield, this golden armor hammer can also be stored in the body, and does not need to be carried around. Then a set of hammering techniques became clear in her mind. It only took Jumei half an hour to master this set of hammering techniques. This move is much more subtle than the previous moves. Even the flying hammer move is sharper and faster. Even faster than ordinary hidden weapons. With these two magic weapons in hand, Jumei felt invincible. According to this state, it should be the perfection of the 8th level of the mind. Right? There is no clear dividing line between the realms of Jumei. So she is not sure. But Zhu Xiaobao can only collect one magic weapon at the 8th level of cultivation. So she should be at the 8th level, or have reached the 8th level. Jumei is waiting in the cave, waiting to receive the Xuanwu inheritance. But after waiting for 3 days, there was no movement, and the Xuanwu beast never appeared again. It seemed like it was over. Jumei is a little confused. Could it be that her mental cultivation is not enough? But Jumei didn't care about this. She just wanted to return to Zhu Xiaobao in a hurry. So after waiting for 3 days, there was no movement. So she stopped staying and walked out of the inheritance place. But as soon as they came out, Jumei was shocked. A lot of people came to Turtle Snake Mountain, and the leader was none other than Prince Emohan. The great master Qiandu looked at Jumei with complicated eyes. He was so amazed. The talent of this Jumei was so evil. He came here twice and took away 2 inherited treasures. He didn't even expect Jumei to want to accept the inheritance. Prince Emohan, on the other hand, was alarmed by the huge movement in Guishan Mountain and led his people there. The Xuanwu divine beast is the national sacred beast of the Wangting and even the Shijua kingdom. All the people in the Wangting saw the thousands of golden lights that burst out from the giant hammer. Such a dazzling golden light suddenly appeared in the dark night. The entire royal court was immediately shocked. All the people were kneeling on the ground, kneeling and kowtowing in the direction of Turtle Snake Mountain. The national preceptor Qiu Baishan stared at it for a long time before he suddenly came up with a plan and asked Prince Emohan to quickly lead people to Guishan Mountain. He wants to take this opportunity to make the new king ascend the throne. Meet the goddess! As soon as Emohan saw Jumei, he immediately led everyone to worship her.
Huh! I know you. Aren't you the prince who made couplets with Xiaozu?
Jumei was surprised. Goddess? It seems to have nothing to do with her at all. But when she saw Prince Emohan, she smiled because she knew Prince Emohan.
Yes, it's me. Please ask the goddess to move to the palace to talk to you.
Prince Emohan was somewhat flattered, being recognized by the goddess. Doesn't that mean that his status is unshakable?
No, I'm going back. Xiaolu is still waiting for me.
Jumei shook her head. What about Prince Emohan? She only wanted to return to Zhu Xiaobao as soon as possible.
No, no, no. Goddess, you must go. This is what the King of England means.
Emohan said hurriedly. And with an idea, he moved the little treasures out.
Oh, that's right. Then I'll go there. What's the matter?
Jumei immediately agreed upon hearing that it was Zhu Xiaobao's intention.
Well, let's go back and explain this to the goddess.
Prince Emohan hurriedly said vaguely. Fortunately, Jumei was sincere in her heart and didn't ask any further questions. So she just left with the prince without any further questions. The old disciple beside the great venerable Thousand Poisons did not expose Prince Emohan, but followed him quietly. The great master Qiandu did not stop him. Only he knew that Emohan came here after listening to the advice of the national master. Back in the imperial city, Prince Emohan specially asked Jumei to ride in front of him on the sweaty horse, while he followed closely, staggering half a step. Moreover, Jumei was still holding a golden armor hammer in his hand, which made the surrounding crowd watch. They were so amazed that many people kowtowed to the giant beauty. Shout, goddess! Even though Jumei is quite straightforward, she has no stage fright. She walks in front with her head held high, especially those Westerners who worship force. Seeing Jumei's huge and powerful figure, they are even more respectful. But as Jumei walked, the fierce man felt a warning sign. Without hesitation, he fired a flying hammer. A golden light flashed. The golden armor hammer had already penetrated the crowd. When the panicked crowd dispersed, only to see that a young man in cloth had been knocked to the ground by a golden hammer, with half of his left shoulder completely shattered. There was also a delicate and compact repeating crossbow beside him, and 3 crossbow arrows were ready to go. And this young man was still staring at Jumei in disbelief. He never expected that Jumei would notice him despite his superb concealment skills. Chapter 612 Variables B. Prince Emohan's guards immediately surrounded the assassin and dispersed the surrounding people. Prince Emohan was shocked and annoyed. He was surrounded by 2 bodyguards of the martial arts level, but he didn't notice it at all. If Jumei died here because of this, wouldn't it bring about strong revenge from Zhu Xiaobao?
Say, who are you? Who sent you here?
Prince Emohan asked angrily.
Humph. If it weren't for this woman, you would have died in my hands. It's God's will.
The man was seriously injured and dying. He looked at Prince Imohan with distracted eyes and died after saying these last few words.
Ah?
Prince Imohan was immediately shocked. It turned out that the target of this assassin was not Jume, but him, the prince. It turns out that Jume saved his life.
Well, he should be a killer similar to that one named Mo Sang Xiao Jian.
At this time, Jume also dismounted and walked over and said, she was not frightened at all. Even if the assassin's crossbow arrows were fired, they would not be able to hurt her. However, one can definitely feel from the opponent's concealment skills that he should be on the same level as Mo Sang Xiao Jian.
Could he be Sha'in? Your Highness, it's very possible that he is Sha'in, although I haven't seen him before. Sha'in is the best at makeup and hiding among the 3 assassins.
The 2 warriors next to Prince Imohan also whispered. Said. The 2 of them were also quite embarrassed. With such a high level of cultivation, they didn't notice the assassin's presence at all. So now that Jume said that this person was similar to Mo Sang Xiao Jian, she felt relieved. Such a level it is indeed difficult for them to detect other killers.
Don't make any noise for now. Let's go back to the palace.
Prince Imohan was also very cautious and did not get angry again, but said calmly. Then he returned to his original lively self and invited Jume into the palace. When they arrived at the palace, Mo Sang Xiao Jian rushed over immediately. Of course she was very concerned about such a big thing. What's more, the other party might be the 3rd-ranked killer. She didn't believe it. He was killed by Jume so easily. Princess Mou also came with her. She was concerned about Prince Imohan, ever since she heard Zhu Xiaobao's point of view that,
when fighting outsiders, one must first settle down the inside.
The brother and sister cooperated even more tacitly. Princess Mou's mind was no longer in dispute. The matter of seizing the sweat position was over. She felt as if she no longer missed these things. Her heart wanted to fly further.
It seems that it is really Sha'in. There are arrow scars on his shoulders, which should have been left when he fought with Mukue. This silver dagger is also his signature. I never thought that he would die in your hands. He couldn't even use his life-saving tricks.
Mo Sang Xiao Jian looked at it carefully, and then said to Jume with a sigh. She always wanted to kill Mukue and Sha'in, but she couldn't do it. Although he had the advantage in the fight with Mukue, he couldn't kill the opponent. And this Sha'in has never been seen before, because compared to them, Sha'in is more low-key, never cares about rankings, and does not pick opponents. His goal is to assassinate everyone who is detrimental to Sha Storm. Therefore, after many people were assassinated, they did not know who did it. They could only guess that it might be Sha'in's handiwork. Now that Jume can easily kill Sha'in, doesn't that mean Jume can also kill herself with one hit? So Mo Sang Xiao Jian was full of fear of Jume. Princess Mayu looked at Jume with admiration, and had to admit Jume's super strength. When I first learned about the relationship between Zhu Xiaobao and Jume, I was still very disdainful. Now it seems that it makes sense for Jume to get Zhu Xiaobao's favor. And when she saw Jume again, Princess Mayu was surprised to find that she was becoming more heroic and more confident.
Hey! Prince! What's the matter with you inviting me to the palace? I'm still in a hurry to go back.
Jume asked a little impatiently at this time.
Yeah, that's it. Jume goddess. We have a ceremony tomorrow, and I hope you can participate. This matter is very important to us, and it is also important to King Kiantos of England.
Princess Mayu drove away all the people. The servant said in a low voice that she didn't even know how to call Jume, so she could only call her a goddess.
I'm not going. Xiaoyu asked me to go back immediately after practicing. I won't be allowed to cause trouble. I don't want to participate in any ceremony.
Unexpectedly, Jume shook her head and said,
This is what Xiaobao means. Look at the sword he carries with him. Right. He gave it to me just to make you believe my words.
Princess Mayu suddenly became a little anxious, so she had to leave Zhu Xiaobao to him. He took out the short sword. This huge and beautiful sword was quite familiar. He could recognize it at a glance. It was indeed Zhu Xiaobao's sword. There is also the word,
Little Treasure Sword,
on it.
Then I'll go back and ask, and I'll give you an answer tonight.
Jume thought about it, but still didn't agree. She needed to go back and ask Xiao Xiaobao and her old apprentice. When she came out, Zhu Xiaobao repeatedly told her to listen to this if anything happened. For 2 people.
Okay, I'll make sure tonight. Come on. Please take a rest. Goddess.
Princess Mo, you was a little helpless. It seems that this beauty is not that simple. Although she has no scheming, she is very principled.
Oh, by the way, You are asking them to prepare something delicious for me. I haven't eaten well these days.
Before leaving, Jumei turned around and said to Princess Mayu. Prince Emohan quickly ordered people to prepare and get something delicious. Isn't this just a matter of words? Then after Jumei left, she quickly asked,
What ceremony are you talking about? Why don't I know? Don't do whatever you want. Don't talk about Zhu Xiaobao. Even this Jumei we can't afford to offend. Let's really take action.
Come on. No one can stop her. Humph. It was the Imperial Master who asked me to come. Why do you think you invited her here? It is to use the aura of the goddess to allow you to successfully accept the throne. This is the easiest way for the people to accept it.
Princess Imo, he hummed a little dissatisfied. Although I have made the decision not to compete for the throne, I am still a little jealous in my heart. But thinking about the two people's change from mutual suspicion to tacit cooperation these days, the situation in Wangting has indeed undergone a gratifying change, and it has begun to show its full vitality. It turns out that this was all planned secretly by the national master Qiu Baisheng. After he saw the dazzling golden light of the inheritance place, he had already begun to think about using this miracle. The Xuanwu beast is the national beast of Shijua Kingdom, and it has an irreplaceable supreme status. So Qiu Baisheng wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to allow Prince Emohan to ascend to the throne of Khan smoothly. The old Khan has been dead for a month, because the current situation in Shijua Kingdom is unstable, and the power of Wangting is too weak. Qiu Baisheng has never dared to mourn. But in recent days, it has become almost impossible to hide it. And spies and legends from all sides have made people panic. The golden light produced by Jumei at this time undoubtedly allowed Qiu Baisheng to find the best opportunity. After Jumei returned to the post house specially prepared by Prince Emohan, she went to Zhao Shabao and her old apprentice to discuss the matter. Due to time constraints, they had no time to ask Duan Muqi for instructions. But Zhao Shenbao's analysis suggested that it would not be harmful to oneself. And on the contrary, it would be more of a deterrent to the other party.
Well, Jumei, I think you can still participate in this matter. But we have to ask them to answer a question for us later. Otherwise they are not sincere. It's okay not to go.
Zhao Shabao thought for a while before saying,
But you also need to know some inside information. He has been asking around these days, but he has found nothing. The situation of the old Khan is actually very confidential, and no one knows. Even the old Khan's villa was heavily guarded, and he couldn't get in. Originally, I wanted to ask the old disciple to take action, but the old disciple shook his head as if he was silent. He adhered to the principle that the great master would not participate in these mundane things. Zhao Shenbao was so angry that he just rolled his eyes, and there was nothing he could do to him. It didn't take long for Princess Mayu to arrive. They were anxious. If Jumei didn't agree, things would be very complicated. Someone might take the opportunity to cause trouble. So she rushed here in a hurry.
Well, I can agree to this, but you have to tell me the truth first. How is the old Khan doing now?
Jumei was still chewing on a mutton leg bone in her mouth, and she asked carelessly. Like this, the image of a goddess almost made Princess Mou faint. The fat old man next to him had an even worse image. He was grabbing handfuls and stuffing them into his mouth. That is to say, the servant who is serving is more presentable. But this servant is not very good looking, with a sharp mouth and monkey cheeks. It turns out that Zhao Shabao is wearing the clothes of a servant, and his identity is Jumei's follower.
To be honest, my father has passed away. Therefore, tomorrow is the ceremony for my father's ascension to heaven, and it is also the ceremony to announce that Emperor Emohan will take over the throne. That's why a goddess needs to come forward.
Princess Mou whispered, said, but not too sad. After all, the old Khan has passed away for a month.
Oh, that's right. That's okay. I'll go there tomorrow. But I can't speak.
Jumei then threw away the sheep bone in her hand, wiped her hands and said,
Thank you. You don't need to say anything. Just condense the Xuanwu Dharma when necessary.
Princess Mou said quickly. They have already succeeded more than half of the time in making Jumei appear. When Princess Mou left, Zhao Shabao and his old apprentice looked at each other in shock. Unexpectedly, the old Khan had already passed away for a month. No wonder the men and horses of Jialanga were mobilizing and gathering on the way here. It seemed that they had already noticed something strange. Got it. Thinking about the appearance of Sha'in. This shows that King Yu Shabao is even more ready to move. The next day, a tall and solemn altar had been set up in the square in front of the palace. It was guarded by 20,000 guards, and no other people were allowed to approach. But outside the restricted area, there are already hundreds of thousands of people from the royal court watching. And more people are rushing over. Looking at it, this scene is quite spectacular. Even Prince Emohan was a little nervous at the moment. There is a taller and more majestic altar behind the altar, which was prepared for Jumei. But now there is no one on the altar. Just kidding. How could a goddess sit here and bask in the sun with these mortals? As long as Jumei shows her face at the critical moment. It's all right. The time has come. And the national master stepped onto the altar and announced loudly that the old Khan had ascended to heaven with the golden light yesterday. That was because the old Khan had received the approval of the gods and took him to heaven. Suddenly all the people cheered. And the funeral turned into a happy event. Then the great master Qiu Baisheng announced with a solemn expression that Prince Emohan had been favored by the gods and was the best candidate for the throne of Khan. Then let Prince Mohan come on stage to accept the scepter left by the old Khan. The scene suddenly fell silent, and the people were all looking at Prince Emohan. And the moment Prince Emohan took over the scepter, a huge divine turtle image appeared on the altar behind Prince Emohan. At the same time, Jumei didn't know when she was sitting cross-legged on the altar. I saw this divine turtle covering the sky and the sun, rising in the air. At this time, the sunlight was also blocked by a dark cloud, and the sky became dim. But then a dazzling light emitted from the altar. The golden light turned out to be the golden light emitted by the golden armor hammer. It not only reflected the huge beauty like a golden armored god, but also illuminated the divine turtle's image in the sky with golden light. Jumei no longer needs any armor now. The turtle back shield on her body is the best armor. And from a distance, no one can see her face clearly because it is obscured by the golden light. At this time, it is really the feeling of a goddess. Boom! Suddenly everyone was shocked, including the guards, who knelt down, and even Prince Emohan had to bow and salute. But this effect shocked Prince Emohan. He didn't expect that Jumei could create such a strong aura. Everyone present was convinced. After a while, the divine turtle's appearance gradually disappeared, and the sunlight blocked by the dark clouds appeared again, shining on the earth, making everyone more convinced that it was the goddess who appeared just now, so that the sunlight did not dare to compete with her. Now, I declare that Prince Emohan will become the new Khan of our Shijua kingdom from now on. Great Master Qiu Baisheng took the opportunity to announce loudly. This time, there was no hesitation. Everyone cheered loudly, and the whole world celebrated, being recognized by the mythical beast. All the people naturally supported it. Prince Emohan also gave a speech. Of course, he has achieved outstanding political performance this year, and has indeed gained some capital. But that's not the point. At the end, he also denounced King Yu for sending people to assassinate the goddess, in order to make the people reject King Yu. So he didn't say it was an assassination attempt on him, but he said it was an assassination attempt on Jumei. At the same time, Sha Yin's body was hung high on the southwest city wall, which was exactly the direction of the sandstorm. This was also the idea of the great national advisor Qiu Baisheng. Originally, the new king had just ascended the throne, and the most important thing was to win over King Zhua and King Yu. But he did the opposite, because it was okay to fight for the throne in a sandstorm, but to assassinate the goddess, that would be a violation of public anger. So Qiu Baisheng's move indeed pushed Sandstorm into a very unfavorable situation. The royal court celebrated the new king's enthronement until dark, and then calmness slowly returned. And Princess Imo, you came specially to express her gratitude to Jumei with Imo's Sang Xiao Jian. I thought Jumei was simple-minded, but Princess Imo, you casually asked Jumei what kind of thank you gift she wanted. Unexpectedly, Jumei reached out for her little treasured sword. This caught Princess Moyu off guard, and she immediately refused resolutely. No, this is a promise Xiao Bao Qian Sui made to me, and I can't give it back to you. Humph, forget it. I don't want anything. There's nothing I like here. Jumei snorted unhappily. It turns out that Jumei also knows that leaving this knife in Princess Moyu's hand will be a hidden danger sooner or later. Maybe Zhu Xiaobao will get another woman. Although Jumei is usually quite innocent, she is also a little thoughtful, so she wanted to take back this little treasured sword. Ha ha! Jumei, don't be angry. I'm really not rejecting you. If you take this knife back without authorization, I'm afraid Xiaobao Chitos will be angry. Otherwise, I'll give you 2 sets of combat boots. They are all the best. I guarantee you will like them. Princess Mayu said with a smile, and at the same time moved the Zhu Xiaobao out. She found that as long as she moved the Zhu Xiaobao out, Jumei would be obedient. Okay then. Prepare some food for the road.
I'm going back.
Jumei really didn't dare to persist anymore, so she had to forget it. But she didn't want to stay any longer, and was anxious to get back.
Well, when you pass by Kingswood Jialanga's territory, be careful. Now the situation has changed, and I don't know what Jialanga will do.
Princess Mayu nodded, and said a little uneasily, now even though Prince Imohan successfully inherited the throne, the situation in Shijua Kingdom is very bad, and it can be said to be very dangerous, because they are completely hostile to King Yu. And now Jialanga's attitude becomes the key. Jumei rushed back with her men and horses overnight. She did not bring many men and horses. Princess Mayu even sent 2,000 elite soldiers to escort them, as a gesture of goodwill towards Jumei.
What? My brother was killed by them. His body is still hanging on the south wall? Oh, I'm so angry. Imohan, you and I are incompatible.
After receiving the news, Sandstorm immediately kicked several cases in front of him to pieces, and became furious. He shouted,
Come here. Gather your troops. I'm going to kill this bastard Imohan. Your Majesty. No. Rumors are spreading. The tribes under me are unwilling to start a war. They all say that Sha'in should not offend the goddess or the divine beast.
Sha Jian, his counselor, quickly kept Sha Bao's arm and said, Sha Jian is Sha Bao's cousin. He has followed Sha Bao all these years. Although he is not as famous as Duanmuki Chiu Baisheng, he knows the situation of Shijua Kingdom very well, and has helped Sha Bao become King Yu over the years. The key is that he is very good at balancing the relationship between the tribes. Many tribes surrendered to Sandstorm only under his coercion and inducement. Now that Sha'in was killed, although he was also very distressed, he immediately realized that this was Chiu Baisheng's trick, because he immediately noticed the instability of his subordinates and offended the gods. This was a death for them.
What? Why? Besides, my brother will never assassinate any goddess. Someone must be framing this.
Sha Bao became even more angry. Sha'in was very principled in doing things, and would never assassinate someone for no reason.
Target. Don't be impatient. I have sent people to find out where this goddess came from. In addition, Jialanga's attitude is particularly important now,
Sha Jian said in a low voice.
Garanga?
Chapter 613 Variables C. Shiyuan City is still adding troops here, but the number is not large each time. They are mainly escorting the people who have moved with their families back to Shiyuan City, because now the 19th princess still shows weakness to the enemy, and does not want to show too much strength. That would alert other parties. There is another reason. There are not many people in Shiyuan City, so they will not be able to support King Ming in times of crisis. Although there were only 10,000 soldiers who came with the warship this time, the leader turned out to be Yu Shuang and Yu Shui. When these two people heard that there was a war here, they also actively followed. And they also brought 10,000 female warriors. This will undoubtedly greatly increase the strength of Shiyuan City. Also following them were two giant men, De Xiong and Er Xiong. Zhu Xiaobao and Zhu Mei were not around. These two giant men had been restless all day, clamoring for their master. So Murong Feng simply sent them away. They were sent over because she couldn't control these two giant men at all. At the banquet for Yu Shuang and Yu Shui to receive the win, Princess 19 and Wu Yu were particularly happy. The arrival of these two female warriors will undoubtedly greatly increase the strength of Princess 19. What's more, Wu Yu and the two of them are still very familiar with each other. They have been practicing together when they were in Lingyu Mountain. Even the 19th princess admires these two people.
Brother-in-law, when will we start the war? There has been no war for several days. It's really uncomfortable.
Yu Shuang drank another cup of 5-year-old wine during the dinner and asked a little impatiently.
Who said I was going to start a war? I asked you to go back to Lingyu Mountain. But you came here? Now that you are here, just take it with me.
Duanmuki scolded with a stern face. It turns out that the two sisters are going back to Lingyu Mountain. After crossing the mountain, I didn't expect to turn a corner and arrive at Shiyuan City. However, Duanmuki did not chase them back. He just shook his head and said,
The situation is very unclear now, but every aspect is very beneficial to us. It depends on Jialanga's attitude. I guess the 6th prince and the 1st prince are also the same. I'm afraid of Kalanga. I wonder what the royal court's attitude will be towards Jialanga.
Princess 19 also nodded. She and Duanmuki have been studying this matter for the past few days. The key to the war now is Jialanga. If she is still willing to join forces with King Ming, then the eldest prince will not be willing to start a war. After all, Jialanga's strength is not weak. although Jialenga and King Ming are already inseparable. There is a land belonging to Jialenga to the northwest of Shiyuan City. There are 2 iron ore mines here. So once the eldest prince and King Ming go to war, Jialenga may send troops. Even if they do not participate, they will send troops to defend their own area, because the iron ore mine is too important to them.
I guess Wang Ting's attitude should be to appease. After all,
she is openly hostile to King Yu Xiaobao. So Jialenga must be appeased. It's already very difficult for Wang Ting to deal with a sandstorm. And Xiaobao will definitely do the same. Try our best to win over Jialenga and join forces to destroy Wang Ting. What we want to see most is for her to stand still,
Duanmuki said with some uncertainty, because there was Fang Binnu beside Jialenga, who wanted to Jialenga send troops to attack King Ming to avenge his people. As Duanmuki said, Jialanji has now become the most critical force. She has received several letters. The first prince, His Highness the 6th Prince, and Xiaobao are all showing their goodwill to her frequently. And Wang Ting is even more. 10,000 dan of grain was delivered directly. Just happened to be here with Yume. Although she was tried hard to recruit by all parties, Jialenga's heart was not easy. She had to make a choice. But if she made the wrong choice, it would most likely be the result of destruction. The opinions of the tribal leaders under his command are also very inconsistent. Some said that Jialenga should be independent on his own. Some were in favor of joining forces with the eldest prince. More people advocated or attached themselves to the royal court, because they had all heard of the miracles that had occurred in the royal court. The noise from these tribal leaders made Jialenga dizzy, so she had to break up the tent, return to her silver roof tent, and ask Fang Binnu to give her a massage. Now she is used to this way of calming her mood.
Fang Binnu, what do you think I should do?
Jialenga tapped Fang Binnu with his foot wantonly, and then asked lazily,
We absolutely cannot join forces with Xiaobao. Even if we destroy the royal court, Xiaobao will come and destroy us as soon as he changes hands. King Ming is already in danger, and we can't join forces with him again. I think we can make an agreement with the eldest prince. As long as if they don't invade our territory, we can just sit back and watch. When they fight and both sides are injured, we will decide whether to send troops.
Fang Binnu massaged the author of Jialenga very skillfully, and was still analyzing each item in his mouth. Right.
Oh, it's difficult. The eldest prince is not a man of his word at all. Making an agreement with him is simply deceiving himself. When the time comes, he will be able to capture my territory as soon as he changes hands. In fact, I don't really need this territory. But then the 2 iron ore mines are very important. Please think of a way for me to make the eldest prince and the others just attack King Ming and not invade my territory.
Jialenga shook his head and said distractedly,
I'm afraid this is really difficult to handle. Once the eldest prince mobilizes his troops, we will have to deploy at least 200,000 troops to suppress them. Let me think about it again.
Fang Binnu couldn't think of any good solution for a while. The next day, the food sent by Wang Ting arrived, led by Qiu Baiyan. Of course, Yume did not stop at this time and walked directly toward Shahu City. And the 2,000 guards sent by Wang Ting to protect her also just sent out the world of Jialenga, and it will be over. Yume did not show her face. She was a general who killed many Jialenga, so she stayed in the carriage and never came out. No one would have thought that this female murderer was the rumored goddess. Seeing these grains, Jialenga was in a good and happy mood. She was also in short supply due to the drought this year. Although she did not plant any crops, the prices of the grain she bought had increased significantly, so she also had some money. It's tight. There isn't much food left. Qiu Baiyan also read out the imperial edict of the new great Khan Mohan, which was full of high-sounding words, and sent her food as a reward for Jialenga's hard work in guarding the border of Shijua Kingdom. In fact, Great Khan Mohan just wanted to see Jialenga's attitude. See if she returns the favor and congratulates you. If she pretends to be deaf and dumb, it means she has other intentions. If Jialenga immediately sends a return gift and a congratulatory letter, it means he has approved of the new Great Khan.
Thank you, Great Khan. Mr. Qiu, I will prepare a return gift soon, and Mr. Lao Qiu will help me take it back. The situation here in Jialenga is tense, so I cannot go to the royal court to congratulate the Great Khan in person.
Jialenga's response is quite positive,
at least on the surface. This also made Qiu Baiyan feel a little more relieved. Now Wang Ting has just begun to recover, and is not very strong. If Jialenga does not intervene, they are still confident in dealing with King Yu Sandstorm. So Jialenga hosted a banquet for Qiu Baiyan, and the atmosphere was very lively. especially the leaders of the tribes who were all inquiring about the tortoise's dharma and the goddess. Qiu Baiyan also took the opportunity to brag so loudly that Jialenga even doubted that this was really God's will. As for the divine tortoise that covers the sky and the sun, all the spies she sent saw it with their own eyes. The next day, Jialenga brought all the tribal leaders and sent Qiu Baiyan home enthusiastically. Of course, the gifts for Great Khan Mohan were also quite generous. At this time, he must show his sincerity. Moreover, Jialenga has indeed discovered that Wang Ting is rapidly recovering and growing. With her current strength, it is wisest to submit to the Great Khan Mohan. Of course, she is also very willing to see King Yu and Wang Ting go to war. Just after sending Qiu Baiyan away, he didn't expect another messenger to arrive. This time it was Zhao Shabao who brought a message. Zhao Shabao was also brave enough. He broke into Jialenga's camp alone and showed no fear. When he heard that he was a member of Duanmu Xilong, he was Duanmu Qi's subordinate. Although Jialenga was a little unhappy, he still took it seriously and dispersed the servants and guards. And then asked, "What do you want from me? I don't have a good impression of Duanmu Qi." "Hee. It's not that my master Duanmuki wants to see you, but our King Chitos wants to meet you. The place is in Shahu City. You know that force is not allowed there. I wonder if King Chitos is interested," Zhao Shabao said with a smile. "Zhu Xiaobao? Why does he want to see me? He is even more hateful than that Duanmuki. His firearms caused us huge losses," Jialenga suddenly exclaimed, saying that Zhu Xiaobao's left behind for her the shadow is much larger than the one left by Duanmuki. "My Chito said, going will only do you good and no harm. But don't force it. Please give Chitos a happy word," Zhao Shabao said proudly. "For people like Jialenga, you must use provocation." "Humph. Do you think I will be afraid? I will arrive at Shahu City at noon tomorrow. Go back," Jialenga said coldly. Zhao Shabao cupped his hands, turned and left. Jialenga immediately started making arrangements. Although Shahu City was not allowed to use force, outside of Shahu City, it was the area where sniping and assassinations were most frequent. But Jialenga was very curious. What did Zhu Xiaobao want to do? Subconsciously, she still felt that it should be good for herself, because now he poses no threat to Lingyu Mountain and Shiyuan City. Although the two sides fought a battle, the other side seemed to have suffered no losses. If he came to see me for no reason, he must have something to discuss. It is very likely that it is related to the 19th princess and Prince Ming, because she is always paying attention to Zhu Xiaobao's movements. It is no secret that the 19th princess has committed herself to Zhu Xiaobao. Jialenga thought for a while, and decided to summon Mukue. As long as Mukue was lurking in the dark, he would be in no danger. Besides, Jialenga herself is also a martial arts master. As long as she is not a great martial master, she has really never been afraid of anyone. How did Zhu Xiaobao come to Shahu City? It turned out that it was also Yi Duanmuki's arrangement. He had gone to great lengths to facilitate the war between Prince Ming and His Highness the Sixth Prince. Since Jialenga has now become the most critical factor, let's talk to Jialenga. Of course, Duanmuki couldn't leave, and he didn't dare to come to Shahu City alone. There were so many people who wanted to kill him. After thinking about it, Duanmuki's eyes lit up, and he thought of Zhu Xiaobao. Now Zhu Xiaobao was not only highly skilled in martial arts, but his deterrent power was also quite huge. Thinking about the fact that Jumei's old disciples will soon arrive at Shahu City, there is definitely no risk for Zhu Xiaobao to go. Not to mention that Zhu Xiaobao is now on good terms with Venerable Duobao. So it is most appropriate for Zhu Xiaobao to come here. After Zhu Xiaobao and Jumei reunited, they asked Zhao Shabao to deliver a message to Jialenga. Then he immediately came to see Venerable Duobao. This is Venerable Duobao's territory. Why don't you say hello when you come? Besides, the old apprentice is also extremely skilled and really wants to compete with Venerable Duobao. When he met Venerable Duobao, he was overjoyed. He was not in a hurry to compete with his old apprentice, but was anxious to see the huge and beautiful golden armor hammer. As soon as he saw the diseased golden armor hammer, Venerable Duobao's eyes lit up. "Sell it to me at a price?" "Huh?" Jumei was immediately stunned. Venerable Duobao also wanted this thing. She snorted. "As long as you can hold it, I'll give it to you." Jumei, this is what you said. Don't regret it." Venerable Duobao immediately secretly rejoiced and said quickly. Just watching Venerable Duobao walk up to the golden armor hammer, he exerted all his strength. Unexpectedly, the golden armor hammer didn't move at all. This made Venerable Duobao very embarrassed. He was the third-ranked Great Venerable. He didn't even have a golden armor hammer. It can't be shaken. If this spreads out, it won't be a joke.
Get up!
Venerable Duobao once again exerted all his strength. This time with all his strength. Even an elephant could be brought down. But what makes Venerable Duobao embarrassed is that the golden armor hammer is still motionless, as if it was poured on the ground. Venerable Duobao's face turned red, and the sweat on his forehead was pouring out. This was so embarrassing.
Brother, this is an inherited treasure. Without the blood of the divine beast, it cannot be shaken at all. Just save it.
Zhu Xiaobao also said with a dumbfounded voice. This Venerable Duobao was too persistent. When he saw it, when you get a treasure, you must keep it as your own.
Old man, watch it.
Jumei also said very proudly at this time. She stretched out her hand and lifted it lightly. And the golden armor hammer was held in her hand. She didn't feel its weight at all, which was even more shocking. Sadly, the hammer disappeared immediately. Jumei said proudly,
Even if you can pick it up, you will still come back to me when the time comes. This is an inherited treasure. Okay. Hee hee. Actually, I was just joking with you. Why would I want your magic weapon?
Venerable Duobao is very good at finding steps for himself, and said with a smile. However, Zhu Xiaobao did not treat Venerable Duobao badly, and brought him the shredded tobacco that he had just roasted. It was very strong and enjoyable. This made Venerable Duobao and his old disciple very happy. Both of them are now he is an old smoker, and each of them holds a pure gold smoking rod in his hand, which is shining with gold. However, Venerable Duobao's smoking rod is twice as thick as that of the old apprentice, which makes the old apprentice have to sigh. You are really rich. A pure gold cigarette rod weighing dozens of kilograms is not too heavy to hold in your hand. Sitting down to smoke a cigarette and drink tea, Venerable Duobao asked a little uneasily.
Do you really want to fight? It won't affect my Shahu city, right?
Venerable Duobao doesn't care about the competition between several powerful forces. He only cares about the safety and prosperity of Shahu City. Since the opening of the trading market on Luofeng Island, Shahu City's revenue has dropped by 30%. However, the recent war has been tense, and Shahu City's business started to pick up again. The prices of weapons, armor, and food began to increase significantly during the cancellation period. In addition, in Shahu City, magic weapons regardless of their origins were bought and sold. Many people came to take a photo of one. Magic weapons. In this era, having a good weapon is equivalent to increasing the chance of winning by 20%. With a good piece of armor, you might be able to save your life. So now business in Shahu City is booming again. As soon as I heard Zhu Xiaobao's intention, Venerable Duobao was immediately worried that it would affect Shahu City's business.
Don't worry. It will only make your business better. I also plan to open a luxury store to sell my high-end supplies. Like this time, the cut tobacco will not be sold by the pound, but will be auctioned. I'm also getting a few missiles to ensure that the people who come to rush to buy will overwhelm your auction house.
Zhu Xiaobao said with confidence. He said that if you really want to open a store like this, you will definitely make huge profits.
Okay. You and Jialanga are talking here. Don't worry. It's absolutely safe, and no one will know. I'll give you my back garden. You can talk with peace of mind.
The core of the Duobao organization was immediately elated, and also enthusiastically lent his back garden to Zhu Xiaobao. You must know that the meeting with Jialanga must be kept confidential, and cannot be known to any party. Jialanga also changed into clothes with Western characteristics and wore a veil. From a distance, she looked like a Western noblewoman. The guards around her were also in casual clothes. There were 2 carriages behind her. She looked like she was here. A businessman in Shahu City. As soon as they entered Shahu City, Zhao Shenbao greeted them and took them to the back garden of Venerable Duobao. When she saw Zhu Xiaobao, Jialanga's mood was complicated, and she was still a little bit resentful. The firearms of this guy had hurt many of her soldiers.
Hey! Beautiful sister! Are you okay? Xiaobao is being polite.
As soon as Zhu Xiaobao saw Jialanga, he immediately stood up and said low with a smile. But at this time Jumei was staring at the door of the back garden and snorted coldly.
Come out! If you don't show up again, don't blame me for being rude.
Just when everyone was puzzled, Mukue's figure appeared from the door of the back garden. He looked at Jumei in surprise, wondering why she was discovered again from such a long distance.
Ha! Your person? Or the second-ranked killer?
Zhu Xiaobao also asked calmly.
Yeah. He's my man. But this time, he was just protecting me and didn't want to assassinate me.
Jialanga said, a little embarrassed. In fact, she was prepared with both hands, if necessary. As soon as she dropped the teacup, Mukue will do it.
Humph. If he really wanted to take action, he would be dead long ago.
Jiume snorted disdainfully.
I understand. You killed Shine.
Chapter 614 Cooperation, eh? Mukue suddenly understood at this moment that it was the huge beauty in front of him who killed Shine. He had an unforgettable encounter with Shine. The two had been entangled for a month, and they were inseparable, because killers don't impulsively fight in the open, but compete in concealment and lurking, waiting for opportunities to kill with one blow. Once one party is discovered, they immediately run away, and then lurk back again with lingering ghosts, entangled endlessly. Later, Mukue thought of a way. In order not to be sensed by Shine, he hid under the water and only breathed lightly through a straw. There was also a lot of information arranged around, inducing Shine to follow the information and finally give Mukue a chance. Because Shine approached the edge of the pond, only a dozen steps away from him, he shot a fatal arrow under the water, but it still failed to kill Shine. It only penetrated his left chest and missed his heart by a hair, because arrows shot from underwater are slightly deviated due to refraction. But even so, Shine still escaped with injuries. Mukue chased for 7 days, but finally failed to kill Shine, because Shine was best at putting on makeup, and he managed to escape in the end. It was because of this that Mukue became famous in one battle, and became the second among the 3 greatest assassins in the Shijua kingdom. So he was very aware of Xia Yin's strength, and even Imo Sang Xiao Jian would find it difficult to kill him. But the feeling given to the woman in front of him was very strong. Stronger than the last time he met her. He felt like she was locked in and unable to escape. So he immediately concluded that Shine was killed by Jiume. Jialanga was secretly surprised on the side. How could this giant beauty become stronger again? When she started the war with Lingyu Mountain, Giant Beauty left a deep impression on her. But at that time, it seemed that she was not as evil as she is now. At the same time, she was also very happy that she had only made preparations, and did not want to assassinate Zhu Xiaobao as soon as she came up.
Jialanga, I sincerely invite you to come and have a chat. Isn't it too insincere for you to do this? Isn't it too disrespectful of the great venerable Duo Bao?
Zhu Xiaobao looked at Jialanga and frowned. He said with raised eyebrows. In fact, he was trying to take the initiative first.
No. I'm not targeting anyone. I just want Mukue to protect me secretly.
Jialanga quickly explained. Offending the great venerable Duobao is no joke. At worst, he may no longer be able to enter Shahu City. Or at worst, he may be chased by the great master Duobao.
It's not necessary. We guarantee absolute safety here. And if you ask them to wait aside,
it's best for us to talk about today's matters alone.
Zhu Xiaobao didn't care anymore and said casually. These followers also prepared a banquet for them to enjoy as they please. Zhu Xiaobao and Jialanga entered a small room, which was luxuriously decorated, and the surrounding furnishings were all rare treasures. It was worthy of being the cave of venerable Duobao, and it was indeed a magnificent work. As soon as they sat down, someone started serving food and wine. When he saw the person serving the food, Jialanga was frightened again. It turned out to be his old disciple, the 9th-ranked great master, wearing an apron and smiling. It made Jialanga a little uncomfortable. What is this? 2 great sages. One lent his mansion to Zhu Xiaobao, and the other was even more exaggerated, serving food and wine as a cook.
Hee. Don't mind. You know he is my eldest disciple. Come on, Prince Wuqiantai.
Please. Zhu Xiaobao enthusiastically served 2 glasses of wine and asked Jialanga to pick one, so as to save her from doubting the wine. It's poisonous.
Good wine. It's even more mellow than a roasted knife. The dishes are also delicious.
Jialanga was born in the grassland, has a bold personality, likes to drink like the men, and has a good drinker.
Of course. This is wine that I have stored in the cave for 5 years. Most people can't drink it. This time, I brought it specially to entertain King Zhua.
Zhu Xiaobao said proudly.
Yeah. Thanks. Tell me, what do you want to do with me? There seems to be nothing to talk about between us.
Right. Jialanga said defensively. She had never figured out why Zhu Xiaobao wanted to chat with her privately. The relationship between the two had been at war before, but later because of Wang Ting's intervention, she had no choice but to withdraw. Of course, She suffered a lot of losses in that battle. 2 of the 4 Mu family brothers died, and several small tribes rebelled, which made her very angry.
Yes. Yes. There's a lot to talk about. So we are enemies. Right? Have you ever heard of a saying that turns war into friendship?
Zhu Xiaobao shook his head and said, and enthusiastically filled Jiao and Gama again. A glass of wine.
Humph. I understand. You are now worried that Prince Ming will be destroyed by the first prince and His Highness the Sixth Highness. You are worried that your 19th princess will not be able to stay in Shiyuan City any longer. You are afraid that I will send troops to take advantage of the fire. Are you not?
Jialanga suddenly I understood a little bit, and then said happily, I finally felt a little bit angry.
No. No. No matter how small Shiyuan City is. Even if the first prince and His Highness the Sixth Prince join forces, they can't attack it.
Zhu Xiaobao shook his head with disdain. Now that the walls of Shiyuan City have been strengthened and all kinds of defensive equipment are abundant, we still have no confidence in attacking. But if we want to let go, we are very confident because those red cannons have begun to be set up on the walls.
Then why are you looking for me? Just to treat me to a drink?
Jialanga drank another drink and then said,
Hey, I've received a lot of solicitations recently. They all want to join forces with you. The various promises are also very tempting. Right? Isn't my sister a bit spoiled for choice? Is it difficult to choose?
Zhu Xiaobao still said with a smile.
So what? This is my advantage. The initiative is in my hands. Why? Now that I know you are afraid. You want me to reject the first prince and His Highness the Sixth Prince?
Jialanga also knows that these are not secrets. Her position will inevitably be the target of all major forces.
It's not that I'm afraid, but I'm here to remind you, except for me, if you cooperate with anyone, you will be dead in the end.
At this time, the smile lines on Zhu Xiaobao's face disappeared, and he got a glass of wine by himself. He took a sip with determination and said calmly,
TSK, it's a joke. If I advance, I can attack the kingdom of Daxia. And if I retreat, I can return to the kingdom of Shijue. I can ride on my horse in the world. This time, I will make a lot of money wherever I go.
Jialanga is very domineering, she said, reaching for the wine jar and pouring herself another glass of wine. This time, there was no need for Zhu Xiaobao to be attentive. She started to do it herself, and he also devoured the dishes on the table. Not to mention that the old apprentice's craftsmanship was really high. Humph. We divided our troops to go to King Ming's fiefdom, but we were worried that King Yu would take the opportunity to invade. We stood still, and we were worried that the land and iron or mines obtained from King Ming would be taken away by the eldest prince. I think you are in a dilemma. Am I right? What's more, now that Wang Ting is recovering strongly, you don't dare to make a mistake. Am I right, sister?
Zhu Xiaobao analyzed each item slowly. And this time he picked up the wine jar and filled it with jiao and gama. A glass of wine was served.
Nonsense. I have a strong army now. Even if I divide my army into millions, I can still stop the invasion of the sandstorm.
Jialanga suddenly yelled a little guilty, and then said impatiently,
What on earth do you want to do? Hurry up. Don't beat me around the bush. I don't have time to drink and chat with you. There are still a lot of things at home waiting for me to deal with. Cooperate with me. Increase the troops in King Ming's fiefdom. When the time comes, the 19th princess will also divide her troops. When we confront each other, we only need to show off. You can just send some old and weak soldiers, and we don't need to reinforce King Ming. How about it? In this case, your piece of land will be safe, and there will be no need to send many more troops.
Zhu Xiaobao stopped beating around the bush and said straightforwardly,
Huh? Why? Didn't you join forces with King Ming? You don't want to support him?
Jialanga asked in surprise.
Our agreement is to provide him with enough food, but we don't say that we will help him fight. Besides, you have also seen that Shiyuan City only has 200,000 troops now. Can it be brought out to fight?
Zhu Xiaobao he immediately shook his head and corrected himself, saying that he had never promised to help Prince Ming deal with His Highness the Sixth Prince and the First Prince.
But if King Ming is destroyed, it won't be of any benefit to you. Right.
Jialanga felt that her brain was a bit insufficient. In her impression, King Ming was the protective barrier of Shiyuan City.
It may not be that easy to destroy King Ming,
Zhu Xiaobao said with a non-committal smile.
But why should I believe you? If all you send are elite soldiers and strong generals. Won't my old Weak and remnant soldiers have no choice but to give up their territory,
Jialanga said very vigilantly. The elite soldiers and generals he mentioned actually referred to those female warriors. The fighting power of these female warriors is terrifying.
Hey! Sister, can you think about it with your brain? Why do I need your land? My manpower in Shiyuan City is very tight now. How can anyone take care of this place anymore? The iron and stone in our Lingyu mountain is better than these two. The iron ore is much purer.
Zhu Xiaobao rolled his eyes and said, although there are a lot of iron ore in King Ming's fiefdom, the purity is too low. Most of them are only 30% pure. And it is also very difficult to mine. Unlike the iron ore mines in Lingyu Mountain, the purity is above 50%.
Well, let me think about it. This is a solution.
Jialanga didn't care about Zhu Xiaobao's teasing at this time, but lowered his head in deep thought. According to Zhu Xiaobao, she didn't need to divide many people, and she could still give an explanation to the first prince and His Highness the sixth prince. After all, she doesn't want to offend these two major forces, especially the eldest prince. His strength is still very fearful to Jialanga.
Also, your Shijua kingdom is about to start a war. The new Khan has taken over. You should still be your assistant king. I advise you to stand with the royal court. It is better to provide help in times of need than icing on the cake.
Zhu Xiaobao did not give Jialanga a chance to think too much, but continued.
Why? Do you think that Great Khan Mohan will definitely be able to destroy King Yu's sandstorm?
Jialanga was shocked. She just wanted to sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight. So she acted accordingly. But she didn't expect that Zhu Xiaobao had already pointed her out.
Got it. Yes. It must be possible. Because Prince Mohan is my friend. I will help him when necessary.
Zhu Xiaobao nodded affirmatively.
You? Just with your 200,000 troops?
Jialanga asked, a little surprised. Zhu Xiaobao cured the elephant neck disease in the Wangting area and had a close friendship with Prince Mohan. She is, I know. But it seems a little impossible that Zhu Xiaobao can help Great Khan Mohan destroy the sandstorm of King Yu.
No. I'm talking about my 5 million troops in the Great Purple Rui Kingdom. Plus the 100,000 female warriors on Lingyu Mountain and Lingyu Island. How about that? Is that enough?
Zhu Xiaobao asked domineeringly.
Okay. I know.
Jialanga then remembered that this British king was not called for nothing. He was the British king of the Great Purple Rui Kingdom. Now that the northern and southern Purple Rui kingdoms are integrated, it seems that it is really there are 7 to 8 million people and horses. Just when Zhu Xiaobao and Jialanga were in secret contact, the first prince and His Highness the sixth prince also met at the junction of the two sides. Both of them were very careful. They were in a very open place, and did not bring many followers. But it is definitely strong enough. A temporary wooden house was built. After strict inspection by the guards from both sides, the two entered the house, and began to discuss. The food and wine on the table had already been prepared.
Brother Imperial, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If you don't take action, it will give King Ming a chance to breathe. Once he recovers, it will not be so easy to erase him.
His Highness the sixth prince shouted. After a few glasses of wine, we got down to business. This time, he took the initiative to meet with the eldest prince. He couldn't bear Prince Ming alone. And he didn't want to see the eldest prince watching covetously from the side. He wanted the eldest prince to pay a corresponding price.
It is indeed an opportunity. But what I am worried about is not the second child. What I am worried about is the woman Jialanga. They are still working together. If she helps the second child, it will be very passive. I have to deal with two people by myself.
I'm afraid,
the eldest prince said hesitantly. Before coming, Situbufan had already told us that His Highness must take action first and be the main force in the attack. Never be taken advantage of.
Their alliance is in name only. Jialanga's daughter, who was married to King Ming, as a concubine has gone back. Now Jialanga has no intention to care about their affairs. The Shijua kingdom is about to go to war. She also has to deal with you, the king and the royal court. Don't worry. She will never dare to use his main army.
His Highness the sixth prince was still saying. Of course he hoped that the eldest prince could be at the forefront. He has always been very good at taking advantage of these small advantages. Yes, because small bargains will turn into big bargains when accumulated to a certain extent.
No. I have to wait for Jialanga's reply. Otherwise, I would rather give up this opportunity. Also, even if we have to fight, you and I should be separated. I will fight on the west side, and you will fight on the east side. Whoever wins the battle will be the winner.
Yes. The eldest prince still shook his head resolutely and said, He had already suffered a loss once. The last time he killed King Wen. The ones who benefited the most were His Highness the Sixth Prince and King Ming. Therefore, the eldest prince has always been worried about this, and be even more wary of His Highness the Sixth Prince.
Well, then, I'll wait for your news.
His Highness the Sixth Prince said helplessly. This time, the first prince seemed to be much calmer, and he was no longer as impulsive and irritable as before. It seems that Situbufan has already taught the eldest prince. 2 days later, the eldest prince personally led his people to the edge of Jialanga's territory. Jialanga had already received the news and came out in uniform, with Mu Xiong and Red Copper, and a group of people behind him. Thousands of most capable guards.
Yes, I can send troops to contain the iron or mine area, but your troops are not allowed to enter. I don't want my iron or mine to become yours by then. In addition, my food and grass must be provided by you.
Unexpectedly, Jialanga readily agreed, and the only condition was that the eldest prince's army was not allowed to enter her place.
Ha ha ha. Don't worry. I haven't paid much attention to those 2 iron or mines. As long as you send troops, it will be the biggest deterrent to King Ming. In addition, when King Ming is destroyed, my 2 counties will be returned to you.
The eldest prince said boldly, but actually he was secretly proud in his heart. Stupid woman.
Just focus on the small profits. Wait until you kill King Ming, and then start to deal with you as soon as he changes hands. Even though Jialanga is already 40 years old, she has a fit body and good looks. And she really does have a bit of wild beauty.
Then it's settled. When you launch troops, let me know immediately. Well, the food and grass can be sent here first.
Jialanga was also proud in his heart. A small price can be exchanged for a large amount of food and grass. This time I made a profit.
No problem. I'll send it to you when I get back.
But the eldest prince was not stupid. As soon as he came back, he put the food on the head of the Sixth Highness and asked him to pay for it. Although His Highness the Sixth Prince felt a little distressed, he had no choice but to set aside 50,000 dan of food and send it over. Prince Ming and Princess Ming were riding horses at this time, looking at the dark tents on the other side of the Blackwater River, which stretched to the sky and could not be seen to the end. I feel a little depressed. The 2 sides have been confronting each other for several days. This feeling is very depressing because they consume a lot of food and fodder every day. The key is that the price of food is still soaring, and their daily expenses are huge numbers.
Damn it! Do you want to fight or not? It's really suffocating me to spend so much time.
King Ming shouted a little angrily.
Do you really want to fight? I dare say that if there is a war, the eldest brother will definitely get involved.
Princess Ming said worriedly. At this moment, a spy came with a slightly panicked flying horse to report that the eldest prince's men had finally moved, and the target was the west of King Ming's fiefdom, and 800,000 troops were dispatched at once.
Well, what is still coming will eventually come.
Princess Ming sighed, then picked up her spirits, and immediately began to set up defenses. At the same time, she once again mobilized troops and generals to reinforce the Blackwater River. In the next 2 days, Princess Ming's messengers were busy coming in and out like a revolving lantern. And Princess Ming was also carefully deploying men, horses, and various defensive equipment. She felt an unprecedented sense of life and death crisis.
Report. Kingswood Jialanga has led 100,000 troops to Shuanfen County and is still advancing towards us.
At this time, a spy came to report, which immediately surprised Princess Ming.
Ah! This bitch. She actually wants to take advantage of her. I'm going to kill her right now!
King Ming shouted angrily.
Wait! I'd better go in person.
After Princess Ming was surprised, she quickly calmed down and stopped Prince Ming with a wave of her hand. She wanted to meet Jialanga in person. Chapter 615 Cooperation B. When Princess Ming saw Jialanji, she saw that Jialanji was already waiting there on horseback. A formation had been formed behind her, with flags waving and drums and trumpets sounding. The soldiers standing at the front were all the most well-decorated one. It seems that Jialanga has come with bad intentions.
Jialanga? What do you mean? Do you want to take advantage of the situation?
Princess Ming asked angrily, while riding on the horse. There were only 50,000 horses behind her, and they were temporarily mobilized.
Ha ha. Princess Ming. You're fine. I'm on my own territory. What? Isn't it okay for me to wander around on my own territory? Is Princess Ming always so domineering in everything she does?
Jialanga laughed, said. She was in an excellent mood. She had received the food promised by the eldest prince. and the soldiers in the front row were all the most elite. However, those in the back row were the old, weak, sick and disabled. It was just a make-up, but the effect was very good and enough. It shocked Princess Ming, and I believe this formation can also reassure the eldest prince.
Jialanga, don't be clever. If my place is destroyed, it will be your turn next. And you can't even keep this territory.
Although Princess Ming was annoyed, she still wanted to persuade Jialanga to retreat. Now it's really she doesn't have the strength to deal with Jialanga, and she is the most variable. It is possible to mobilize Byron's army.
Hee! You don't have to worry about it now. I'll be here to watch you fight with the eldest prince. It's very comfortable,
Jialanga still said with a smile. She knew in her heart that Princess Ming would never dare to fight with her, start a war, because the latest information she got was that the first prince and His Highness the sixth prince had launched an offensive at the same time. And the two of them were going all out this time, without any hidden secrets. Whoever conquers the territory belongs to the other. So why not go all out?
Humph. Don't forget, further west is the territory of the 19th sister, and we and the 19th sister are joining forces.
Princess Ming had no choice but to move out of the 19th princess, although she did not expect the 19th princess to be able to send troops against Jialanga.
Huh. Just the 120,000 troops of the 19th princess. Do you think I will be afraid?
Jialanga suddenly smiled disdainfully. But at this moment, a group of people really came from the north gate of Shiyuan City. Although the number was not large, only 30 or 40,000. They were led by two female assassins, Yu Shuang and Yu Shui. God, the person sitting in the center is actually Zhu Xiaobao. Next to him is a huge beauty that makes Jialanga change his color. Like a god, he is guarding behind Zhu Xiaobao.
Princess Ming, leave this to us. Don't worry. I'm very experienced in dealing with Jialanga,
Zhu Xiaobao said, cupping his hands towards Princess Ming.
You?
Princess Ming didn't know what to say for a moment. Zhu Xiaobao's appearance was a bit too unexpected, because his identity was the British king of the Great Purple Rui Kingdom. So it was a bit weird to appear here now.
Oh Xiaobao, you are the British king of the Great Purple Rui Kingdom. Why do you interfere in our affairs?
When Jialanga saw Zhu Xiaobao, although he had made an agreement long ago, when he saw these female warriors, his heart she was still a little afraid. She was afraid that Zhu Xiaobao would break his promise and really charge at him. Her troops were just pretending, but they had no fighting power behind them.
Oh? That's right. In the Great Zirwei Kingdom, the 19th princess is my concubine. Here, I am the 19th princess's consort. Is there anything wrong? Besides, the two of us still have many old scores to settle. From Lingyu Mountain to here, we are very destined to come here.
Zhu Xiaobao also pointed at Jialanga and shouted loudly, but secretly winked at Jialanga.
Humph. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Come on. Come on. Besides those firearms, let me see what other abilities you have. Come on. Shoot the arrows.
Jialanga also yelled angrily. Not expecting it at all, Jean the man of law took the lead in shooting. However, the range of this round of shooting was limited and could not reach Zhu Xiaobao's troops. But it also caused Zhu Xiaobao to stop advancing and start setting up camp, preparing to confront Jialanga.
Well, the King of England is 1,000 years old. Thank you very much. Please tell Sister 19 when you get back. Prince Ming, and I will never forget this favor. Then I'll leave this place to you. If you need anything, just ask.
Ming the princess felt relieved. As soon as she saw those female warriors, she felt more relieved. She was listening to Zhu Xiaobao's fallacies, but they were also very reasonable. The people he brought were all the troops of the 19th princess. They are not from the Great Zirwei Kingdom, and they are dealing with the army of the Shijue Kingdom. So there seems to be nothing wrong with it. Not to mention that the two families have been at war before.
Okay. Don't worry. Princess Ming, the food you need will never be cut off. You can rest assured to resist the first prince and His Highness the sixth prince.
Zhu Xiaobao also nodded solemnly. And good things will come to an end, and made a promise to her regarding the food issue, so that Prince Ming and the others could fight with all their strength.
Then I'll take my leave first.
Princess Ming bowed her hands gratefully, and then hurriedly led her team away. Now that the war was going on, she had no time to say anything more. The first prince and His Highness the sixth highness were attacking fiercely. Look, it seems that he wants to destroy King Ming in one go. After Princess Ming left with her men and horses, Zhu Xiaobao also started to set up camp. And then, They started to confront Jialenga. They fired a few rounds of arrows. And then the war drums and horns sounded loudly. But they didn't see any real fighting. There wasn't even a single wounded person. At night, Jialangia had nothing to do. He quietly rode a carriage and ran to Zhu Xiaobao. The two of them started doing business in the tent.
Add another 5-year-old jar. And I want this sweaty horse.
Zhu Xiaobao gritted his teeth and said,
What a beautiful thought. You are only 12 years old. And you want to exchange me for a bloody horse? Are you too evil-hearted?
Jialenga suddenly shouted angrily. She was fascinated by the taste of 5 years old. I couldn't forget it. So I wanted to exchange a bloody horse for some of this good wine. But I didn't expect it to be so expensive. One sweaty horse can be exchanged for 12 jars.
It has been stored in the cellar for 5 years. No. It has been 6 years now. Is it easy? In this way, we can add 3 more jars. No more.
Zhu Xiaobao also gritted his teeth and said harshly,
Make a deal.
Next, there were many transactions. Jialenga brought a large amount of horsehide and cowhide. And Zhu Xiaobao provided a large amount of saddles, leather armors and combat boots, all belonging to Hatcheta's tribe and dependents, processed and manufactured by the small tribes of the Hacha tribe. This time Hatcheta also came with him. He would follow immediately if there was a profit to be made. When Jialenga saw Hatcheta, he was really hateful and angry, and there was nothing he could do against him. Now that Hatcheta and Wang Ting have also established a relationship, Jialenga is even more helpless against him. During the transaction, Jialenga unexpectedly met someone, who turned out to be the chief and clan leader who had gone against her side. Their tribe was now under Hatcheta's command, and had gradually recovered its vitality. The development is still very good, and many lost tribesmen have also been found. Unexpectedly, Hatcheta brought him this time.
Chiefun? How can it be you?
Jialenga exclaimed a little surprised, but also a little embarrassed. At that time, the Muda tribe went too far towards Chiefun and his tribe, and she did not stop it in time, which led to this Chiefun led the tribe to fight back. But the Muda tribe suffered a big loss. It also directly affected the trend of the entire battle. Seeing Chiefun again, Jialenga's mood was still very complicated.
Now we are following Mr. Hatcheta, and living very well and contentedly on the edge of Lingyu Mountain.
Chiefun looked at Jialenga. He no longer had the fear he had in the past, but said calmly, he didn't have much hatred for Jialenga. Jialenga just didn't stop the Muda tribe's atrocities. What he hated most in his heart was the people of Muxiong.
Oh, that's fine. Chiefun, I was a little negligent and didn't take good care of you. I feel very sorry too.
Jialenga said a little embarrassed.
It's all over. Without the suffering back then, we wouldn't have the stability we have today. Now we just want to live a peaceful and stable life with King Chiatai.
Chiefun shook his head and said calmly. After Chiefun and others had left and the deal was over, Jialenga grabbed Zhu Xiaobao angrily and shouted,
You brought Chiefun here on purpose, didn't you? Humph. That's right. I just want you to know that in a world where the people win the hearts of the people, your method of conquering by force will not go far.
Zhu Xiaobao, however, unceremoniously moved Jialenga's. The arms were twisted behind her back, and then she was forced to bend down gradually. Zhu Xiaobao is also a martial master now, but he is a martial master who can compete with the great master, so it is easy to deal with Jialenga.
You? Let me go! You are so presumptuous!
Jialenga was bent over under the pressure and was a little embarrassed. He was extremely surprised. He didn't expect that Zhu Xiaobao's martial arts had reached such a high level that he couldn't even fight back. No strength at all.
Humph. Don't worry. I'm not interested in you yet. I just want to tell you to cooperate with me well, and don't go against me in the future. Being able to keep your princeway is your greatest success.
Zhu Xiaobao warned lightly, and then let go of Jialenga. In fact, Jialenga was also careless and did not go all out. Otherwise Zhu Xiaobao would not have been able to control her so easily. On the side of the eldest prince, the report was also received. The eldest prince was also surprised when he heard it.
What? 19th sister actually dared to take action? Did she block Jialenga? Well, this is normal. Once King Ming is destroyed, the 19th princess will suffer. She has no choice but to do it.
Situ Bufan said like an old god, as if all this was what he expected. Same as in,
what should we do? Do you want to reinforce Jialenga? I'm afraid this woman really can't defeat those female warriors.
The eldest prince asked a little embarrassed. He had already launched an offensive and was very reluctant to see such an accident. Case.
Why should we reinforce her? It would be best if they give her a bloody blow. We can just send her some herbs. Wine and meat as a token of comfort, and that's it.
Situbufon shook his head and said, "It would also be good to weaken Gialanga's strength by the way."
His Majesty's advice. Come here. Tell me the order to advance the catapult another 100 steps. Make sure to keep King Ming's armored army at bay 500 steps away.
The eldest prince immediately understood what the military advisor was doing, and immediately moved the catapult forward. Attention turned to the main battlefield. At this time, Prince Ming and Princess Ming had already felt tremendous pressure. The first prince and His Highness the sixth prince really wanted to destroy them this time. They actually launched several large-scale attacks in a short period of time, and the number of catapults on the opposite side also seemed to increase. Several times, a steady stream of flying boulders and burning straw bags hit the city wall, causing the casualties of King Ming's army to increase sharply. On the sixth prince's side, the catapults fired were all flaming straw bags. They wanted to capture the east gate regardless of the cost. And there were also a large number of missiles. It was obvious that the sixth prince had used many hidden methods. Take it out. This kind of missile is expensive and is produced by Pillaman. His Highness was able to produce so many at once. It seems that he was well prepared. But although King Ming and Princess Ming are very passive, they still have a very deep foundation. And their defense is also very tenacious. And all kinds of defensive equipment are in place. Although the battle situation was very tragic. As the defensive side, they were still able to resist the joint attack of the two forces with 1 against 2. For 3 consecutive days, although King Ming gave up some areas on the periphery, it was very difficult to break through their city wall. Now a part of the wall was destroyed. But King Ming and Princess Ming immediately sent people to reinforce it. They were even if you try your best. If you can't hold on, the result will be even more tragic than King One. His Highness the sixth prince was also a little crazy. After spending so much missiles and siege equipment, and tens of thousands of troops, he still couldn't attack the east gate. Will Gialanga cooperate with the attack as promised? His Highness the sixth prince found the eldest prince angrily, and asked rudely upon meeting him.
What happened to this bitch Gialanga? He took my food and stopped there? Oh. Sixth brother. We can't blame her. I'm afraid we have to be careful with the female warrior on the opposite side. Now she can hold off the 19 sisters' men. It's already good.
The eldest prince also said a little helplessly. And she didn't thinking about how powerful King Ming is. He managed to resist their attack with 1 against 2.
But if we continue to fight like this, our casualties will be huge. 100,000 casualties in 3 days. And all my missiles have been used up.
His Highness the sixth shouted angrily.
100,000 people? I already have 200,000 casualties here.
The eldest prince snorted even more angrily.
You two princes, I have a suggestion. Why don't you listen to it?
Situbufon stood up at this time and said calmly.
Yes. Please make it clear. Mr. Situ.
His Highness the sixth Highness still respected Situbufon and spoke much more politely.
What did Lingyu Mountain rely on to defeat the joint efforts of Gialanga and King Ming? Do you still remember?
Situbufon asked, twisting his beard.
You mean setting a fire?
His Highness the sixth prince immediately understood Situbufon's intention and asked excitedly.
Yes. We can also follow this method and attack King Ming's weakest mitigation. His weakest point is his lack of food. If we burn down a few more of his granaries, I'm afraid King Ming's soldiers will be in chaos.
Situbufon nodded and smiled.
Wonderful. Brother, look at it.
His Highness the sixth prince suddenly asked excitedly.
Then why are you hesitating? Send someone to set the fire immediately.
The eldest prince also shouted excitedly. In a newly built basement, Gialanga and Zhu Xiaobao are directing the battle. This basement is a bit like the headquarters in the war years. There are 2 trenches next to it, making it easier for the respective messengers to come and report. Dust was flying on the battlefield, and there were shouts of killing. Zhu Xiaobao was looking through binoculars while still finding fault.
No, your people died too fast, and they didn't look alike at all. They fell down as soon as they finished speaking. You should act more seriously. Fart. How are your people? You lie down on the ground before we fight. Catching my people off guard.
Gialanga also took the opportunity to grab the telescope and look at the battlefield, and then shouted back. Once on the battlefield, this woman behaves as rudely as the man.
Okay. Just don't let the spies of the first prince and His Highness the sixth prince notice it anyway.
Zhu Xiaobao also said speechlessly. The people on his side did not behave very well, pretending to be dead. It doesn't look like it either.
Don't worry. Mukue has cleaned up all the spies in the surrounding areas these days. They are much more efficient than your people,
Gialanga said with a bit of pride, and then said roguely,
just give me this telescope. As long as you give it to me, I promise to listen to you in the future. How about it? No. This is the most important military secret. I want you to know that I already trust you. Don't push yourself too far.
Zhu Xiaobao shook his head repeatedly.
Hey, Xiaobao, let me beg you. Okay. Anyway, I won't be your enemy anymore. So just give it to me.
Gialanga had no choice but to use a beauty trick, and she turned out to be very charming. Soft words to ask for help.
It's not impossible. There's just one condition.
Zhu Xiaobao looked at the heat and stretched out a finger.
Tell me, what are the conditions?
Gialanga immediately asked eagerly. She couldn't put it down now. This telescope is so powerful. She can see each other from a long distance. If she is fighting with others, that's not taking advantage of everything.
I intend to assist the royal court and send troops to annihilate King Yu.
Zhu Xiaobao suddenly said seriously.
This won't work. I won't help each other at most. Think about it. If I fight with King Yu and both sides suffer, then Wang Ting can kill me as soon as he changes hands.
Gialanga is still clear-headed and has not been carried away. Mind.
Don't worry. As long as I'm here, I will never let you suffer. I said that it is better to continue the negotiation than add icing on the cake. Think about it yourself. This telescope is given to you.
Unexpectedly, Zhu Xiaobao was very calm. He said, not reluctantly, but also generously gave the telescope to Gialanga.
Well, let me think about it,
Gialanga said hesitantly. For some reason, she felt that if she didn't listen to Zhu Xiaobao, the consequences would be serious. Raising the telescope again, Gialanga's expression suddenly changed because she saw billowing smoke rising from King Ming's fiefdom. Chapter 616, All Trump Cards Revealed. Due to the annexation of half of King Wen's territory, King Ming's fiefdom became narrow and long, with many areas for frontal attacks. This was the biggest hidden danger after annexing King Wen. But His Highness the Sixth Prince does not have this problem, because he is now joining forces with the eldest prince. So the battle line at the junction of the two is ignored. Before joining forces, the three parties restrained each other, and this problem was not prominent. Now King Ming is feeling the most uncomfortable. By eating King Wen, his front line has doubled, but the population of his fiefdom has increased by less than 20%. Therefore, this war made King Ming feel even more strenuous. He claimed to have 3 million men, but facing the joint attack of the first prince and His Highness the Sixth Prince, he was still a bit stretched. The opponent still had the advantage in numbers, and the opponent also had an advantage. That is, he could constantly change the focus of the attack, allowing Prince Ming to. They were also forced to constantly mobilize troops to support the areas where the enemy's attacks were most intense. After the painful lesson of the last time when food was burned, Princess Ming had tried her best to take precautions, but she didn't expect that the other party would still use this trick. Now 2 more granaries have been burned down, resulting in a loss of 30,000 denier of food. But the method of setting fires, this time, was completely different from Zhu Xiaobao's. They sent out many suicide squads with missiles, fuel, etc. to attack various granaries. Although the success rate was not high, they also burned 2 granaries. It had a great impact on the hearts of the soldiers on the front line, and those camps whose food was burned directly ran out of food.
Hey, it's interesting. How did these people get in? I didn't expect this trick to be effective everywhere.
Zhu Xiaobao also took a look at the binoculars and couldn't help but laugh.
What's so difficult about this? Not all of such a long battle line has walls. Many places rely on the terrain for defense. It's easy to sneak in dozens of people. Just put on the clothes of Mingwang's soldiers. You can sneak in with me. Besides, many spies have been deployed in Prince Ming's fiefdom. They can gather information in peacetime, and can also serve as surprise soldiers in wartime.
Gialanga said disapprovingly. Even she was also working for the princes. There are many lurking points in the fiefdom, and they all started before the station. Some people have even been lurking for several years.
Oh, with Princess Ming's shrewdness, there must be a lot of manpower deployed in the fiefdoms of the first prince and His Highness the Sixth Prince.
Zhu Xiaobao nodded. It seems that this underground work has been valued since ancient times, and it can often be effective. Huge destructive effect.
Of course, even in my place, There is Princess Ming.
Jialanga looked at Zhu Xiaobao in surprise. Doesn't this British King Qiantius even know this? Then why fight? Guan Muqi and Princess 19 were standing on a hilltop, looking at the fighting in the distance with binoculars. They were very relaxed and content. Now the war started smoothly as Duimuki expected. And the fight was fierce. Now seeing the thick smoke rising from King Ming's place, he couldn't help but laugh and said,
It seems everyone knows King Ming's weakness. Now the price of food is going to rise again. Mr. Duanmu, how long do you think King Ming can hold on?
Princess 19 was horrified to watch. Such a tragic war really made her heart palpitate. There were tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands of casualties every day. She was secretly thinking worried. I don't seem to be that strong yet.
How long? Ha ha. Morning. Do you think Prince Ming and Princess Ming are vegetarians? They will never be without a trump card. Princess Ming must not underestimate this woman. Just watch. The first prince and His Highness the sixth prince want to take a bite. Prince Ming's fiefdom is not as easy as they thought.
Duimuki shook his head and said with a smile, he just wants to see what other trump cards King Ming has. In the evening, the eldest prince and military advisor Situ Bufan were drinking and celebrating. They burned 2 of King Ming's granaries, which had a great impact on the momentum of King Ming's soldiers. Today, they forced King Ming to give up a position and retreated 50 miles. Now they have fought. They crossed the Heishui River and marched towards the hinterland of King Ming. His Highness the sixth prince sent people to send condolences, fine wine and meat, and 8 beauties, because the people he sent out this time did not succeed, and were all killed by the Ming King's troops guarding the granary. So it was a bit embarrassing. So he had to send something as a token of appreciation.
Huh? This old man is playing tricks again. He doesn't want to use his trump card.
The eldest prince snorted with a little dissatisfaction. But when he saw the 8 beauties brought to him, his eyes lit up for several days. I have never eaten human flesh before. So this beautiful girl from Ming Dynasty was sent very timely. It seems that the 6th brother is very familiar with his hobby. But in front of Situ Bufan, the eldest prince still tried his best to hold back, because Situ Bufan was still very afraid of his hobby.
Yes, it will only be a matter of time before we take over King Ming's fiefdom. But then we have to deal with His Highness the Sixth. He has a lot of hidden strength. We must put pressure on him now. Let him show these cards.
Situ Bufan also said solemnly. He looked further, and was already thinking about what would happen after defeating King Ming. Once King Ming is defeated, the situation will be more favorable to His Highness the Sixth Prince, because there is Jialanga to the west of the eldest prince. And this is a force that must not be underestimated.
What do you think we should do? Then, military advisor?
The eldest prince also had mixed emotions. He still has a long way to go before he can ascend the throne. Next, not only will he have to deal with His Highness the Sixth, but there is also a 7th princess in Southeast County who is eyeing him.
Stop the pace of the attack to allow King Ming to reinforce the eastern front. Anyway, now that we have captured a lot of territory, it's time for His Highness the Sixth Prince to put in some effort.
Situ Bufan took a sip of wine and said in a low voice, he has already begun to use his brain to weaken the strength of His Highness the Sixth Prince.
Okay. Ha ha ha. Let's see what other trump cards Lao Lu has. If he doesn't work harder, he won't be able to occupy the territory. It won't be so easy to be cunning this time.
The eldest prince suddenly said with a big laugh. He even poured a full bottle of wine for Situ Bufan himself to show his appreciation.
Thank you, Chitos.
Situ Bufan said as he bowed with some fear. He was very proud to be treated with courtesy by the eldest prince.
Report. The Thumb Mountain area was raided by King Ming, and the entire army of 50,000 men was wiped out.
Unexpectedly, when we were happy, the messengers ran in a panic to report.
What? Impossible. Isn't that place already occupied by us? Where did King Ming's people come from? Did they fall from the sky?
The eldest prince suddenly shouted in shock and anger, and kicked him. The unfortunate messenger was kicked out of the tent and directly kicked to death. But one after another reports made the eldest prince finally believe that Thumb Mountain had indeed been lost, and the entire army had been annihilated. It turned out that Thumb Mountain was abandoned by King Ming on his own initiative. But there was another cave in the heart of the mountain. 10,000 elite soldiers lurked inside. They lurked in the cave for 2 days, waiting until the enemy was at their most relaxed, and then took advantage of the darkness to kill him in one fell swoop. The 50,000 troops guarding here were wiped out. These people became ghosts under the sword in a daze while they were still sleeping. Before leaving, these people also burned all the food that they had brought here during their patrol. which was a response to the eldest prince burning 2 granaries. His Highness 6th Prince also received the news and couldn't help but sneer secretly. Idiot. Are you too complacent? Is Princess Ming so easy to deal with? Now you taste the pain. 50,000 horses were lost overnight. And they also lost 10,000 tons of food. His Highness 6th Prince was also drinking and enjoying himself. He had counselors under him. But he didn't care much about the ideas these counselors came up with. There was nothing surprising about them. And he likes to be dictatorial. And he decides on all major matters. Just as Sidubuffon thought, His Highness the 6th Prince was also starting to prepare for what would happen after the Ming dynasty was wiped out. So he didn't advance very fast. He just crossed the Blackwater River, the territory that the eldest prince has seized now. In his opinion, he still doesn't know whose it belongs to. Just when His Highness the 6th Prince was secretly proud, his guards ran in and reported in a panic.
Chitos, it's not good. A large number of soldiers are vomiting and having diarrhea. They must be poisoned. And this situation is still spreading. Go and have a look. What? Poisoned? How could he be poisoned? Who poisoned him?
His Highness the 6th Prince suddenly felt dizzy and realized something was wrong. He quickly got out of his tent, mounted his horse, and rushed to the military camp. Sure enough, the situation was worse than he expected. The number of people poisoned has reached tens of thousands, and it is still increasing rapidly. He quickly called the military medical officer to inquire. The military medical officer said a little helplessly,
"It should be that King Ming's men poisoned the Blackwater River after they withdrew. They were upstream, so our soldiers were poisoned." "Oh? This woman is so vicious. She actually allowed such a despicable method. Tell me quickly, how many days will it take for those poisoned soldiers to recover?"
His Highness the 6th Prince immediately shouted angrily,
"It will take at least 2 or 3 days. But the most troublesome thing now is the shortage of medicinal herbs. And I don't know how many people have not yet suffered from the attack."
The military medical officer said hesitantly,
"It's broken. Hurry up and assemble your team.
Strengthen your defense, and beware of the opponent's massive counterattack."
His Highness the 6th Prince immediately realized that the situation was not good. And I am afraid that Princess Ming will soon know about the situation here. But it was already too late. Suddenly, the lights on the opposite city wall were bright. And a large number of King Ming's troops rushed out of the city gate and started to counterattack here.
Quick! 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 Organize a defense immediately. Retreat immediately. And meet the enemy immediately.
His Highness the 6th Prince shouted in panic. At this time, his troops also began to become chaotic. They could not organize a decent defense at all. Those who were poisoned the soldiers were even worse. They couldn't even walk. They saw the other side soldiers rushing over, chopping melons and vegetables to harvest people's heads. In this battle, His Highness the 6th Prince was pushed back to the opposite side of the Blackwater River. And only then did he get the support of the troops behind him. The defeat was stopped. But the losses were heavy, with 70,000 casualties. What was even more annoying was that the original camps the food left behind was also taken back by King Ming's soldiers. Standing at the Blackwater River, looking across the river, I saw the soldiers of Prince Ming cheering for joy. This was their first complete victory since the war began. Princess Ming was riding on a horse, standing proudly, looking at His Highness the 6th Prince on the other side. The soldiers behind her surrounded her. At this time, Princess Ming was more like a king, and her reputation far exceeded that of Prince Ming.
Okay. Princess Ming is indeed a heroine among women. When I kill Prince Ming, I don't need anything else. I must get this woman.
His Highness the 6th Prince also looked at Princess Ming and suddenly laughed,
said fiercely,
"Overnight, both families suffered a disastrous defeat and suffered heavy losses. The next day, the eldest prince and the 6th prince came to see each other and sat down again. The eldest prince said dissatisfiedly,
6th, you saw it. Tomorrow the princess is a difficult woman to deal with. So stop hiding her. Otherwise this war will drag on for several months." "Brother Imperial, what do you mean? You mean I didn't try my best? So far, I have lost 400,000 horses. What more do you want from me?"
His Highness the 6th Prince snorted angrily.
Ha. Don't think that I don't know. Your 300,000 cavalry is only used but not much. These 300,000 cavalry are not much worse than King Ming's armored army."
The eldest prince said with a smile.
"What about you? Have you used your divine crossbow battalion? It shouldn't be reserved to deal with me."
"Right." His Highness the 6th Prince replied not to be outdone.
You 2,000-year-olds. Please calm down and listen to what I have to say.
Situbufan quickly stood up and cupped his hands. Although he had already begun to plan what would happen after killing King Ming, the current situation was still something he didn't want to see.
Humph. Say it. Commenter. Please speak. Ahem. Toot your toes. Although King Ming has temporarily won a small victory, the entire battle situation has not changed. They are still at an absolute disadvantage. Now we must cooperate sincerely, and not give them a chance to breathe. Princess Ming's it's awesome. Everyone has seen it. So we won't hide anything. The Shen battalion will be dispatched tomorrow. Your Highness. Sixth Prince. What do you think?
After Situbufan finished speaking, he asked with a smile. Did he want Sixth Prince? His Highness also made a statement and showed all his cards.
Yes. My 150,000 cavalry will be in place immediately.
His Highness the Sixth Prince nodded and hummed simply. King Ming is also holding a banquet here to celebrate his success. He feels that with this wife, he doesn't have to worry about it anymore. He is absolutely capable of both civil and military skills, and is very resourceful. Didn't even Situbufan suffer the same defeat? So this time, Prince Ming was sincerely congratulating Princess Ming. But Princess Ming's face was not relaxed. She knew in her heart that such a small victory could not change the overall situation at all, and she was still at an absolute disadvantage. What worries her even more is that the other party will incur crazy revenge, and a larger scale attack may be coming.
Ha ha. Madam. Don't worry. I still have 200,000 armored troops that I haven't used yet. Now the food supply in Shiyuan City is very timely, and we have no worries anymore. If you want to destroy me, huh? It's not that easy.
King Ming was I drank a bowl of wine excitedly. This was also the best roasted knife sent by the 19th princess, Prince Ming's favorite.
Alas, I'm afraid a more tragic war is about to come. The attitude of the other 19 makes me a little puzzled. They seem to support us. Jialanga is even more strange. The two sides are in such a stalemate. Jialanga, what on earth does she want to do?
Princess Ming was still very calm, but the more thorough her analysis, the more worried she became. She knew her own strength, but after all she couldn't compare to the two princes joining forces.
Ha ha. Sister 19's performance is still very good. Being able to contain Jialanga has relieved my worries.
Prince Ming said with a very satisfied smile. These days, the food for the 19th princess is very timely, and even for this victory, they also sent fine wine and food to Princess Ming to celebrate. So Prince Ming is very satisfied with the 19th princess.
Although this is the case, I always feel that it is not that simple. Duan Muki, an old fox, would not be so kind, and that Yu Xiaobao, who did not stay in the great Purple Roy Kingdom to be his king of England, came here to talk to. Don't you think it's strange that Jialanga is confronting you?
Princess Ming intuitively sensed that Duan Muqi had other intentions, but she just couldn't figure out what he wanted to do.
Ha 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 ha. Madam, you are worrying too much. No matter how capable Duan Muqi is, he is now the military advisor of 19th sister. So he has to listen to 19th sister. Not to mention Zhu Xiaobao. Just to please 19th sister. A new Ji can marry a 19-year-old girl. So he has to show off well.
Prince Ming laughed loudly, and then felt some desire. He came over and hugged Princess Ming and said,
Madam, we both should have a good time. Let's have some intimacy. I've been abstinent for several days. Go. Go. It's not you who caused the trouble. Otherwise, things wouldn't have developed to this point.
Princess Ming pushed Prince Ming away in disgust. She was currently taking care of the overall situation and was not in such a mood.
But I have changed my ways. Besides, as you said, without this matter, the boss, Lao Lu, would still find other excuses to attack us.
King Ming shouted angrily.
Well, okay. Hurry up. I want to go to bed early. There are still many things to arrange tomorrow.
Princess Ming sighed, and finally let King Ming go to bed as he wished. Now is a critical moment, and King Ming cannot let his enthusiasm go. Was hit. So Princess Ming had no choice but to let King Ming succeed. Sure enough, on the second day, the first prince and His Highness the sixth prince launched a more ferocious attack at the same time. The first prince launched the Divine Crossbow Battalion. This type of divine crossbow has been improved. Its range has been increased, and its lethality is huge. The only flaw is that it requires 2 people to operate. So although it is a 20,000 person divine crossbow camp, It is actually 40,000 people. Moreover, special crossbow arrows will be transported continuously in the future. The configuration of a divine crossbow battalion is 50,000 people. The eldest prince has 4 divine crossbow camps. This is also his strongest combat power. This time 2 divine crossbow camps came. His Highness the Sixth Prince also launched the attack again with anger. This time he mobilized 150,000 cavalry. He was really angered by Princess Ming. He lost 70,000 horses all at once. Can you not feel bad? But Princess Ming also had a trump card here. The missiles they had not used until now were finally taken out. Moreover, their missiles had been improved and had a longer range. They had actually hit the Shinna camp, which caught the eldest prince off guard. A lot of divine crossbows and soldiers were lost. The cavalry of His Highness the Sixth Prince were also disrupted by this ultra-long-range missile, and they actually lost 5,000 cavalry as soon as they came up. Duan Muki, who was watching on the top of the mountain, smiled with satisfaction. This is right. Everyone is starting to show their trump cards. Now the real competition begins. Chapter 617, all the trump cards revealed. B. Princess Ming really felt the possibility of destruction this time. The opponent really used all his strength this time and launched an offensive all night long. In some places, hand-to-hand combat began, and the number of dead soldiers suddenly increased significantly. But the hearts of the eldest prince and the sixth prince were also twitching, and their losses were also rapidly increasing. If this continued, almost half of their own troops would be lost. But now the war has reached a fever pitch, and there is no room for regret. All we can do is continue to attack, without giving King Ming's men any chance to breathe. King Ming's armored army finally went into battle, facing the main force of the eldest prince. The armored army began to divide into several square formations and crush them forward. The eldest prince's troops finally couldn't resist it. This kind of armored army, the army is not afraid of being shot by crossbows. But the catapults do not dare to fire anymore, because the people on both sides are too close. And if the catapults are fired again, they will hurt their own people. The eldest prince's troops did not panic and began to retreat. The shield soldiers in the back row held up oversized shields and began to resist the shooting of the armored army. King Ming personally led the infantry with the cooperation of the armored army and began to counterattack, forcing the eldest prince's men to retreat backwards in less than half a day. Actually advanced 5 miles. King Ming finally breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. This was his world-famous heavy armored cavalry. It ignored any defense and absolutely crushed wherever it passed. Many of them were too late to retreat, or ran slowly, and were directly trampled to death by the armored horses of the iron armored army. They stepped on the corpses of the enemy along the way and advanced steadily. Ha ha! Xia Ziyuan, come out here! Don't you want to fight me? Come on! Prince Ming was holding a 3-pointed two-edged sword, riding on an armored horse, shouting loudly, and finally let out a breath of bad breath. Feel. Humph. Second brother, I advise you not to pursue me. My reinforcements have arrived. The eldest prince, also wearing armor, appeared from behind the banner and looked at King Ming coldly. The two had been fighting for more than 10 years, just like they are enemies of life and death, with no sense of brotherhood at all. Ever since they were sensible, the two have been fighting openly and secretly, and they have never stopped. Now it's time to tell the results. What other trump cards do you have? Show them to me and let me see. Don't run away like that. That's too boring. Give me the order in charge. King Ming shouted a little smugly. This time, the eldest prince retreated backwards with his men and horses in a slightly embarrassed state, leaving behind many weapons and horses along the way. Even a granary in front of them had no time to move. King Ming was overjoyed and mobilized his men and horses to pursue and fight fiercely. However, when they got close to the granary, King Ming suddenly felt something was wrong. The terrain on both sides gradually became higher, and they seemed to be at the lowest point. At the same time, the opponent's men and horses no longer retreated, but turned their horses' heads and prepared for battle. No! You've been tricked! Retreat quickly! King Ming immediately felt that something was wrong. He was too careless and chased him so far. Now it was obvious that he had entered the opponent's ambush. Ha ha! Second brother, it's too late. Don't leave today. The eldest prince appeared on the hillside at this time and waved the flag in his hand. Suddenly the shouts of killing shook the sky, and countless flaming boulders rolled down from the hillsides on both sides. The granary in front was also fake. It didn't contain any grain at all, but hundreds of carts filled with flammable materials. At this time,
They were all set on fire, and the belts were cut off. These flaming carts moved along the hillside, rolling faster and faster, heading straight towards the iron armored army. The armored army is not afraid of swords and arrows, but they are most afraid of fire attacks and the impact of these huge rocks. This is the strategy Situbufon came up with against King Ming's armored army. Although he lost some soldiers, he successfully lured King Ming to pursue him. Got here, without Princess Ming to supervise the battle. Prince Ming was still too impulsive. The catapults behind the mountain also began to fire a large number of shots. The soldiers following the iron armored army were immediately smashed into a mess. King Ming's command was also ineffective. He yelled anxiously among the chaos. But earlier the situation is that those armored war horses also began to run around. These war horses are usually well trained and will not lose their position even if they are injured. However, after being hit by those boulders and catching fire at the same time, these war horses began to unable to bear it any longer. They began to jostle and bump into each other, and the armored soldiers on horseback could not control themselves. In the end, King Ming's men were completely defeated and had no resistance at all. King Ming, under the desperate protection of his guards, did not care about the soldiers who fell on the ground. He just stepped on an escape route and escaped desperately. At this time, the eldest prince also led his men to start the final siege. Of the 400,000 men and horses led by King Ming this time, less than 100,000 came back with him. Those armored troops were almost completely wiped out. The eldest prince gained a huge harvest in this battle. Not only did he obtain 100,000 armored horses, but he also killed hundreds of thousands of King Ming's men. The remaining soldiers surrendered. The eldest prince was not satisfied yet, and wanted to continue pursuing the victory, but was stopped by Situbufon.
Stop pursuing. Our soldiers are tired after fighting for days. If we continue to pursue, Princess Ming will definitely divide her troops and come for reinforcements. That would be too cheap. Your Highness, Sixth Prince. Oh, it's such a pity that the second child escaped, the eldest prince said with a reluctant pat on the thigh. Ha ha. Chateaus, don't worry. This battle has severely damaged Prince Ming's vitality. It will be a matter of time before he is wiped out. We still have to be prepared to deal with His Highness the Sixth Prince next. This is the key,
Situbufon whispered to him. The eldest prince said,
The military advisor is looking far ahead. Well, let the second child live a few more days. I wonder how the sixth child is doing.
The eldest prince was actually very satisfied in his heart. He now hopes that the sixth prince it would be better to fight harder. When he thought that His Highness the Sixth Prince was facing Princess Ming, the eldest prince became a little bit excited, hoping that both families would suffer losses. But things went against expectations. The sixth prince's place was not as tragic as expected. Princess Ming also led 50,000 armored troops to fight. Because the city wall had been breached, she had no choice but to lead people to fight, because she had to fight for the troops and people behind. Time to retreat to the rear. This is the 50,000 armored army that Princess Ming has been hiding under. It is said to be an armored army of 200,000 people. But in fact Princess Ming has another 50,000 men. This was somewhat beyond His Highness's expectations. But what shocked Princess Ming even more was that His Highness the Sixth Prince also sent out heavy armored cavalry, which were completely different from the original equipment. They turned out to be completely imitated by King Ming's armored army. Although the armor and horses were not as good as King Ming's armored army, the number was still the same. However, they already have an absolute advantage. 150,000 versus 50,000. His Highness, the Sixth Prince, can't play any tricks here, because the terrain here is flat and suitable for large-scale fighting. However, His Highness the Sixth Prince was not in a hurry. Instead, he rode a horse to the front of the formation and shouted to Princess Ming. Princess Ming also urged her horse forward and answered before the battle.
Sixth brother, do you really have to be so heartless?
Princess Ming's face was haggard and covered with dirt, but her temperament was still there. But after several days of fighting, Princess Ming was already very tired.
Second Emperor's wife, you also know that in the end only one family will be left. But Yui has always respected the Emperor's wife. As long as you dismount and surrender, I guarantee that you will still enjoy the treatment of Princess Ming. Once I inherit the throne, I promise to give you a county that will be completely under your control. You and your second brother can continue to live a life of glory and wealth. How about it?
His Highness the Sixth Prince said sincerely. He looked down on Prince Ming, but he admired Princess Ming very much. This woman is very talented and capable. He needs someone like this.
Ha ha! Surrender and let others slaughter you. Do you think I will do this? I am here to tell you that if you want to carve up King Ming's fiefdom,
you have to pay a sufficient price.
Princess Ming smiled faintly. At this time, she also understands that it will only be a matter of time before she is destroyed. But she will never surrender.
Well, then there's nothing more to say. Let's start the war. Sister-in-law, you have to be careful. Even if the two families fight to the death, I still don't want to see you get hurt.
His Highness the Sixth Prince nodded, and then said, he felt that we need a woman like Princess Ming around us. And following Prince Ming is like a secret project.
Humph. Stop talking nonsense. Let's start the war.
Princess Ming snorted coldly. How could she not see the thoughts of His Highness Sixth Prince? She also knew that once she was eliminated, there would be no consequences for a woman like her. How good. So she planned to fight to the end. This time it was a real head-on fight. There was almost no need for any strategy. It just depended on who had more people and who had more momentum. What surprised His Highness the Sixth Prince was that although Princess Ming's city was destroyed, the soldiers under her command were still in high spirits. This was because Princess Ming took the lead and showed her determination to live and die in one fell swoop. Facing His Highness the Sixth Prince's 150,000 heavily armored cavalry, Princess Ming was still confident of defeating them, because these imitation armored troops, whether they were horses or soldiers, could not compare with her armored army. Of course, this is one of the reasons why those soldiers are so excited. The armored army is invincible. This is the impression that has been formed in their minds for many years. 300,000 versus 600,000. His Highness the Sixth Prince had twice as many troops. But it was Princess Ming's troops who took the lead in charging. The 50,000 armored troops that Princess Ming relied on most formed in neat formation and advanced forward. And His Highness the Sixth Prince's 150,000 cavalry also began to advance forward, which surprised Princess Ming. Could these fake armored troops really compete with her own armored army? Although the number is worrying, it is very common for Princess Ming's armored army to fight 1 against 10. When the two sides got closer and closer, only 50 steps away, suddenly burning straw bales continued to fly out from behind the fake armored troops. Each straw bale was not big, but they were fired very densely and at a close distance. The accuracy is also very high. Only then did Princess Ming discover that behind each cavalry there was a small cart with a soldier on it, and there was a simple launching device on the cart. This soldier was responsible for lighting the straw bag and then launching it. This design was very clever. The arc is just enough to cross over the cavalry in front and land 30 or 40 steps away. It turns out that this is an improved armored army. I have to say that everyone is constantly improving for the war. Only by continuous improvement can we take advantage. Seeing these small straw bags on fire, once they fall, they can cause quite a fire, and many of them fall on the armored troops or their armored horses. Suddenly, the armored troops are a little confused. Don't panic. Speed up and fight them at close range. Although Princess Ming was caught off guard, she was still able to stay calm and quickly make the most reasonable orders. The real and fake armored troops of both sides finally collided together. This time, the real power of the armored army was shown. The armored cavalry could not hold it at all, and they were forced to retreat continuously. Princess Ming also it was uncomfortable. Many of the armored soldiers were on fire, and their horses began to run and jump around. Charge. Princess Ming ignored the burning armored troops and seized this brief advantageous situation. Immediately launched a full-scale charge and started a hand-to-hand battle with His Highness the Sixth Prince's troops. She is going to fight with all her strength. Come here. Give me my order. I'll attack. Don't take a step back. His Highness the Sixth Prince shook his head with palpitations. Although he had the numerical advantage, I am afraid that the losses in this battle will not be small. But now we can only go all out to give Princess Ming a fatal blow. But at this time, Shiyuan City ushered in another batch of troops. Now the number of troops in Shiyuan City has quietly increased to 500,000. But many of them are wearing ordinary people's clothes. Log in as a soldier. But among these people, Yuli also arrived with 20,000 female warriors. When they met the sisters Yu Shuang and Yu Shui, the three of them were still noisy because Yu Shuang and Yu Shui were complaining that there were no battles to fight these days. They were acting every day, rushing to the front of the formation, then falling down and being killed, and then being dragged back by a carriage, and repeated several times every day made Yu Shuang very angry, and simply fled back to Shiyuan City. But as soon as the two of them saw that Yuli had brought another 20,000 female warriors,
They knew that the real war was not far away, which made them very excited. And the 19th princess also came out to greet her in person. And she suddenly felt confident in her heart. These 500,000 horses were definitely worth Prince Ming's 1 million horses.
Brother-in-law, is there really going to be a war? Who are we going to fight?
Yu Shuang asked eagerly when she saw Duan Muqi. Yu Shui and Yu Li were also looking forward to Duan Muqi. They were now in Duan Muqi's study. You still had the guts to be presumptuous. After all, you are your brother-in-law. Didn't Duan Muqi go to his eldest sister Yu Hui? So now they usually call Duan Muqi
brother-in-law,
affectionately.
Fight? With just a few of us? Who can you beat?
Duan Muqi asked in surprise. In fact, Duan Muqi still had a good impression of these female killers. They were all straightforward and it didn't matter. She is evil-minded. And Yu Li is now much lower key than before. But her prestige is getting higher and higher because she is better at leading troops.
If we don't fight, what are we doing with so many people and horses? Isn't this a waste?
Yu Shuang immediately shouted in frustration.
Humph. So many people are used to defend Shiyuan City. Once King Ming is destroyed, we will face a joint attack from the two princes.
Duan Muqi snorted unhappily. But there was no trace of emotion on his face at all. There is no worried look on his face.
Prince Ming is really going to be destroyed? Then will we really be in danger?
At this time, the 19th princess's exclamation came from the door. She was actually worried about this problem. So she couldn't help but come to Duanmu for the reason. I didn't expect to hear such a terrifying inference as soon as I walked in.
Princess, please sit down. I didn't expect you to come.
Duan Muqi was also surprised, and quickly offered her seat to the 19th princess, then served tea, then sat down again, and said calmly,
Princess, don't worry. King Ming will not be defeated so soon. At least he can resist for a while. But I guess they will ask us for help soon. Then what should we do?
Princess 19 felt much relieved immediately, and then asked,
We cry out for poverty. We don't have that many people. So how can we help them? It's already great to be able to continuously ensure food supply.
Duan Muqi said exaggeratedly.
Okay. It seems we really don't have many people.
Princess 19 said with understanding. Princess Ming was also defeated. The defeat was tragic. She only brought back 100,000 from 300,000 horses. But the only good thing was that the people and baggage were all moved to the rear, which was equivalent to leaving an empty city for His Highness the Sixth Prince. But the cruel reality is that their territory has shrunk again. Now they have lost 1/3 of their fiefdom, and 1.5 million men and horses. After the battle, after a brief rest, Prince Ming and Princess Ming sat in the handsome tent, both feeling a little heavy. They could already foresee the final outcome, and were just making the final struggle.
Madam, if you really can't do it, just take your family and leave first,
Prince Ming said sadly. Not only did he have to worry about his family, but he also had to worry about his wife. He knew that many people were staring at his wife. Likewise, isn't he also staring at other people's women? I just didn't expect that it would be my turn so soon.
Escape? Where can I escape? Didn't you see King Wen's fate? I won't go anywhere. I will die in battle at most. I will never become someone else's prisoner, let alone their plaything.
Princess Ming looked grim, already preparing for the worst. She understood that once she was captured by the first prince and His Highness the Sixth Prince, it would be the beginning of humiliation. And it would be better to die happily. Princess Ming is still very stubborn.
I didn't expect to be in such a situation. If I had known, it would be better to join forces with Lao San and not plot against him,
King Ming said with a little regret. And then he suddenly had an idea.
Otherwise, we retreat to Shiyuan City? It's easy to defend but hard to attack. 19 Sisters' defenses have been built now.
Seeing King Ming's excited eyes, Princess Ming felt very disappointed. Is this the idea that King Ming came up with? She snorted coldly.
Are you mentally ill? 19th Sister is now the King of the West, and has the same status as you. Wouldn't it be equivalent to usurping her territory if you go? That's just a false name. Just her 200,000 troops? We are destroyed, and it will be her turn soon. Only we can save her.
Prince Ming regained some sense of superiority with the 19th princess, and he actually started to feel happy. Woke up.
Idiot! 19th Sister's current strength is definitely above us. Impossible? Get out!
Chapter 618, Change Place A. In the next half month, The two sides entered a stalemate stage. Although King Ming's troops were still retreating, the eldest prince and His Highness the Sixth Highness did not start a final decisive battle because King Ming and Princess Ming still had the strength to hold on to the stalemate and were still fighting. The fight between trapped beasts. None of them wanted to be the main force in the final duel. Now only half of King Ming's fiefdom is left. But the defensive area has also been reduced by half. The defense is more concentrated, and the battle line has been shortened significantly. This is the only advantage to King Ming. In more than a month of offensive and defensive battles, both sides suffered a large number of wounded, and various strategic supplies were also severely consumed. In fact, both sides felt that they could not afford it at this time. But the eldest prince and His Highness the Sixth Prince are still in a good mood, because their efforts have been rewarded. Now they each have an extra county in their hands. They are also busy sorting out and renovating the newly acquired territory, posting notices everywhere to appease everyone. People who were able to escape were even given food and supplies to help these people. The infrastructure destroyed by the war must be rebuilt immediately. Therefore, there has been no large-scale battle between the two sides during this period of time. But the first prince and His Highness the Sixth Prince have not relaxed either. They are pressing closer and closer every day, surrounding Prince Ming. In Shiyuan City, the 19th princess was also very busy. A large number of refugees poured into Shiyuan City, all of whom had escaped from Prince Ming. Even the common people at the bottom can see that King Ming is no longer good and will be wiped out sooner or later. So many people fled to Shiyuan City with their families and their families. Duanmuki had already prepared for this. Shiyuan City was in need of manpower. The arrival of these people would undoubtedly greatly increase the productivity of Shiyuan City and quickly enhance the strength of Shiyuan City. In fact, everywhere, ordinary people are the most fundamental cornerstone. Duanmuki had been prepared for this. As soon as these refugees entered Shiyuan City, they were distributed to various districts and counties in a planned manner. Each household could also have its own land. But these lands were not their own, but belonged to the government. But this also made these people very satisfied. They did not expect that they would be properly resettled as soon as they entered Shiyuan City. And there would also be food relief. They were not ostracized and driven away as they imagined. Moreover, Shiyuan City feels like it is developing rapidly. What's even more surprising is that the taxes here are actually lower than those of King Ming. And the order is in order. The originally remote Shiyuan City actually gives people a feeling of vitality. Of course, Duanmuki also took ruthless measures and killed some unscrupulous people who were lazy and wanted to get some benefits from troubled waters. He needs to maintain this deterrence. Otherwise, so many refugees will come in every day and there will be trouble without a strong deterrent. At this time, Princess 19's 500,000 troops no longer need to be hidden. What she has to do now is to show her strength. Firstly, it will make the people of Shiyuan City feel at ease. Secondly, what Duanmuki wants is expectantly. He was waiting for Princess Ming to come to ask for help. He had been planning for so long just for this opportunity. Compared with the other companies that were suddenly unable to communicate, Prince Ming and Princess Ming were in a state of distress here. The wounded alone gave them a headache. The medical supplies such as herbs and cotton cloths in their hands had long been used up. Now these wounded only they could be lying there waiting to die. Many people didn't even have a bed, so they could only lie on the ground and moan. A large number of wounded people died every day because they had no medicinal herbs and no time to receive treatment. And the load-bearing defense supplies are getting less and less. If this continues, it will only be a situation of being beaten. The only thing that comforted them was that the supply of food to the 19th princess had not been cut off. So the daily fire intensity could still be guaranteed. Both Prince Ming and Princess Ming were very haggard. Both of them had lost a lot of weight. They were tired of defending all day long, and it was difficult for them to sit down and rest for a while. When Prince Ming returned to Prince Daoming's mansion, he felt even more depressed. The concubines and concubines were all crying and begging to Prince Ming, hoping that Prince Ming could arrange a way out for them. Moreover, many of them had already begun to pack up their belongings and prepare to escape. I saw several women fighting over a valuable item. There are also some servants who are quick-thinking and have stolen things and escaped quietly. The housekeeper is also very helpless. Now it is in chaos, and there is no way to control this panic situation.
Madam, you'd better take the people away. Just go to 19th Sister. We won't send troops there, but we will settle down our family members. Even if 19th Sister can't defend Shiyuan City, they still have naval forces, so they can still do it. Retreat to Lingyu Mountain or the Great Zirwei Kingdom. After all, If you go to 19 Sisters, you should be able to save our little possessions.
King Ming already knew very well that failure was inevitable. And he wanted to save it now, with this little property of his. He still has more than a dozen children. In fact, King Ming suffered a heavy blow this time. His eldest son was also shot to death by random arrows during the defense. Although this eldest son was not born to Princess Ming, he was deeply trusted by Princess Ming. But he did not expect that he died tragically on the city wall.
Humph. My people are helping us fight desperately. But I escaped to Shiyuan City? I can't do this kind of thing.
Princess Ming shook her head. She was also from a big family. So this war, her family also tried their best to help, hoping to help King Ming tide over the difficulties.
Alas, there are less than 1,000,000 men and horses now. Even if we recruit more from those noble families, we can only get 500,000 more at most. There is no way to stop the offensive of the boss and the sixth man.
King Ming seemed to have aged 10 years all of a sudden. His eyes were red and his hands were trembling a little. He couldn't sleep at night these days. He could only get himself drunk with wine every day before he could sleep for a while. Because he was afraid. He was afraid that he would also experience the tragic ending like King Wen. He even thought about killing the whole family when the city was invaded by his parents-in-law to prevent them from being humiliated. But deep down in his heart, he still wanted to preserve some blood.
Well, let me think about it. Now the 19th sister has suddenly become 500,000 people. It seems that Duanmuchi had something to hide before. Moreover, a large number of refugees were quickly resettled by them, and there was no intention of chaos. I always feel that they came prepared and had a plan.
Princess Ming glanced at Prince Ming lightly, and then said in a low voice,
What's the use of talking about this now? They suddenly showed their true strength. Just to warn us not to take advantage of Shiyuan City. I didn't expect that this 19th sister really grew up because of her. Let's develop further go down. There is another 7th princess,
Prince Ming said with a sigh.
We will go to Shiyuan City tomorrow to see if we can talk to 19th sister.
Princess Ming suddenly made up her mind and wanted to talk to 19th sister. At the critical moment of life and death, she still wanted to make one last move. The next day, after another offensive and defensive battle, both sides once again stopped fighting and took a rest. Now the eldest prince and the 6th prince were very cautious and did not dare to fight too hard, because both of them knew very well that the two of them would probably have a falling out next. And that would be the most critical battle. King Ming and Princess Ming cleaned up. Although they were exhausted, they still had to maintain their image in front of outsiders. With 2,000 guards, King Ming and Princess Ming came to Shiyuan City. Unexpectedly, Princess 19 came to greet her in person, and Duanmuchi followed behind with a big smile. The more things went like this, the more concubine Ming became confused. Duanmuchi must have some agenda. But on the way to the West Prince's mansion, Princess Ming was still surprised. In just a few months, Shiyuan City was now full of vitality and prosperity. The people walking on the road also looked like they were living and working in peace and contentment. The war outside Soar City didn't seem to affect them at all. It turns out that large areas of abandoned farmland have begun to be sown again. Many refugees who fled here have their own farmland. And the shops and workshops are now operating again. Gives people a fresh look.
Oh, I didn't expect that you managed Shiyuan City in such a short time. It seems that it is right to invite you back,
Princess Ming said with a sigh, while also hinting to the 19th princess that all this as she gave it to the 19th princess.
Ha ha! It's a win-win situation between us. If the development here is not good, I can't guarantee the Russian food supply for you,
Princess 19 also said with a smile. But the implication was also obvious. That is, if there is no with the support of Shiyuan City, King Ming would have been destroyed long ago.
But according to our agreement, your troops have exceeded 500,000. Should you give me an explanation?
Prince Ming couldn't help but said angrily from the side. He now regretted giving up Shiyuan City to 19th sister. I didn't expect that Shiyuan City would develop so well.
Ha ha! Second brother, that was when you were stable and safe. Now that you are in danger, shouldn't I be prepared to protect myself?
Princess 19 smiled faintly and immediately responded. For Prince Ming, she simply didn't care about that kind of arrogant momentum. This was a typical example of being strong on the outside, but strong on the inside.
How presumptuous! 19th sister, don't think that you have become complacent by proclaiming yourself the king of the West. Now I still have 1.5 million troops in my hands, and I can handle the boss and the 6th one with ease.
King Ming suddenly scolded angrily.
Shut up!
Princess Ming was immediately angry. She quickly stopped Prince Ming in a low voice, then turned around and said with a smile,
19th sister. Don't mind. He just has a loud voice. But it doesn't really matter. The meaning of, it's okay. I won't mind such trivial matters. Sister-in-law of the second emperor. You haven't eaten yet. I prepared a banquet. Let's chat while eating.
19th sister smiled slightly and said calmly. King Ming almost cried after eating this meal. It seemed that he had not eaten such delicious food for a long time. These days, everything he eats is extremely simple. Now faced with so many delicious dishes at once, King Ming wolfed them down a little regardless of his image. No wonder King Ming came in a hurry without eating anything since the war started in the morning. So he was really hungry. Princess Ming was very angry and stomped on King Ming hard, which made him restrain himself a little. However, the chopsticks in his hands were still going in and out quickly, and he didn't even have the time to speak.
Ahem. That 19th sister. The main reason we came here this time is to discuss something,
Princess Ming said with a somewhat embarrassed smile.
What's the matter? The second emperor's sister-in-law said directly when she came in. You must not be polite when you come to my place.
Princess 19 said sincerely.
You see, the war is tense now, and we have suffered a lot of casualties there. Of course, the first prince and His Highness the sixth prince also suffered a lot of casualties. I was wondering if you could send troops to help defend part of the city. In this case,
our pressure will be reduced, it will be relieved a lot,
Princess Ming said in a low voice. She had no choice. She was here to beg for help, so she couldn't still act like she was superior.
It's useless. Sister-in-law of the second emperor. Can't you see that even if I lend you these 500,000 horses, it will only delay some time? Besides, I am also making active preparations here. Maybe it will be my turn.
Although Princess 19 said it very cryptically, her meaning was very clear. Only after King Ming was destroyed would it be her turn.
How presumptuous. How could you live so comfortably without us standing in front of you? Let me tell you, now we are grasshoppers on the same rope. If I am destroyed, you will not be able to recover either.
King Ming was eating and drinking at this time. Enough. Energetic. And shouted loudly with full energy.
No. You were wiped out. But I was still safe and sound. It's not like you didn't experience our defense back then.
Princess 19 also said calmly with a downcast face.
Ha ha. Of course I know that with the support of Zhu Xiaobao and the powerful artillery, it is of course no problem to defend Shiyuan City. But we are in the front, which is a guarantee for you. Is that so? Besides, once we are defeated, there will be Jialanga to the west of you, and you will also have to face the fierce and powerful eldest prince. So it will never be as easy as you think.
Princess Ming is accompanying you. Laughing, I was helping the 19th princess to analyze it in detail, hoping that she would send troops to help.
Ha ha. If Princess Ming didn't say anything, I almost forgot. Please come in. Please let the two princes come in.
At this time, Duan Muqi suddenly said with a smile.
Two princes?
Princess Ming's expression suddenly changed. Could it be that the eldest prince and the sixth prince are here? But the two princes who walked in were not the eldest prince and the sixth prince, but King Zhu Xiaobao and Kings with Jialanga. Princess Ming was immediately dumbfounded and asked hesitantly,
Aren't you starting a war? Why are you here together? Xiaobao and I think the war is fake. I don't want to help the eldest prince, and I don't want to offend him. At the same time, I have to protect my two iron ore mines, so we can only pretend.
Jialanga was very straightforward, she said, then sat down and asked Zhu Xiaobao to sit next to her. It turned out that Duan Muqi immediately invited Prince Ming and Princess Ming to Shiyuan City as soon as they arrived. Now Zhu Xiaobao and Jialanga are fighting fiercely all day long. They stay together to drink and chat every day. Sometimes they even compete in martial arts. They live a very happy life. Zhu Xiaobao and Jialanga got to know each other well, and they often took advantage of each other. Jialanga was very bold and unrestrained in this aspect, and he really didn't mind doing something with Zhu Xiaobao. On the contrary, Zhu Xiaobao was just basking in the trouble. Take advantage of it, and don't dare to do anything else. But the relationship between the two is very cordial. Jialanga really wants to have such a road brother. Moreover, Zhu Xiaobao's martial arts really shocked Jialanga. She was also a martial arts master, but she couldn't beat Zhu Xiaobao. She had been on the battlefield for a long time, and her fighting power was quite strong. She didn't expect that she was still defeated by Zhu Xiaobao. Living. Moreover, Zhu Xiaobao also told Jialanga about his plan. which shocked Jialanji very much. He didn't expect that the 19th princess was so ambitious and had already plotted against King Ming. So although Jialanga is fighting and arguing with Zhu Xiaobao these days, she is also thinking about this issue seriously. She is faced with a choice again.
Ha ha. Did you see that? Prince Chitos will not threaten me. On the contrary, we get along very harmoniously,
Princess 19 said with a smile.
But aren't you afraid that the eldest prince will find out and be angry with you?
Princess Ming felt that her brain was a bit out of control, and she even stuttered a bit when speaking.
Are you angry on me? I'm being polite by not causing trouble for him.
Unexpectedly, Jialanga snorted very domineeringly.
Jialanga, you don't keep your word. We were the first to join forces. You saw that we were in a tense war. And you were indifferent?
King Ming shouted angrily at this time.
Humph. We joined forces. Yes, but it is based on your providing food. Do you have it? You broke your promise first.
Right. Jialanga replied politely.
Then it was because of an accident that our food was burned.
King Ming was speechless immediately, and glared at Duanmuki angrily. He had started to go downhill since the last time he attacked Lingyu Mountain and his food was burned. Until now, it has almost been completely wiped out by others.
It seems that Mr. Duanmu has an agenda. Please give me some advice.
Princess Ming suddenly understood that there was a mystery in this. Jialanga is sitting here. It is definitely not as simple as eating a meal.
Ha ha. In fact, what Princess Ming should be most concerned about is the current war situation. If things continue like this, it will only be a matter of time before you are wiped out. I have a suggestion. I wonder if I should say it or not.
Duanmuchi still smiled in a good-natured way. Road.
Humph. Tell me, aren't you just waiting for this opportunity?
Princess Ming said helplessly. Now it seems that everything was planned by Duanmuki. But she couldn't figure out why Jialanga and Zhu Xiaobao reconcile. Jialanga suffered a big loss at the hands of Zhu Xiaobao back then.
Actually, the first prince and His Highness the sixth prince are not very strong. And now they are full of wounded soldiers. I have a suggestion that will allow you to continue to be your Ming king. But with a slight change.
Duanmuchi said cautiously.
What change?
Princess Ming asked coldly. She already had a premonition that it was definitely not a good thing.
That's right. Let's find another place to establish our feet. We will take over the current territory.
Chapter 619, Change Place B. After hearing Duanmuchi's words, Prince Ming and Princess Ming's faces suddenly changed color. Prince Ming still looked at Duanmuchi in disbelief and shouted,
What do you mean? Tell me clearly.
Duanmuchi didn't care about Prince Ming's expression at all, but still smiled calmly.
Prince Ming is 1,000 years old. How long can you sustain it without help? You will eventually be wiped out.
Right?
And your fiefdom will also be destroyed by the first prince and His Highness the sixth prince. Divide? Am I right?
Humph.
Then they have to pay a sufficient price.
Although King Ming was very reluctant to admit this fact, he also knew that he could no longer defend the few men he had. The key is that now the soldiers under his command have begun to lose their morale and have no fighting spirit.
Ha ha. So, I will show you a way out. Not only can you save your family, but you can also continue to be your wise king. Just tell us clearly. Give us your troops, and we will give you the Princess Island, where you can continue to be your Ming Wang. And now that all the pirates around have been wiped out, you can be absolutely safe living there.
Duanmuchi said simply. Princess 19 on the side also looked at Princess Ming nervously. She knew that this matter would depend on Princess Ming's attitude in the end.
You are so presumptuous. How dare you come up with your idea on my head? With only a few people like you. You still dare to ask for my fief? 19th sister. Do you think so too?
King Ming suddenly became furious and pointed at 10-9 Princess asked loudly.
Well, I'm thinking about you. This is better than being wiped out, and not even being able to save your family and children in the end. Isn't the third brother a living precedent?
Princess 19 also stared it without fear. Prince Ming said very forcefully.
Ha! Ha ha. It's so funny. I can't even defend it. But you still want to take over? Where do you get the confidence? Just with your 500,000 troops?
Prince Ming looked at Princess 19 in disbelief. In his eyes, here, the 19th princess did not have this strength at all, and she relied on his protection to gain a foothold in Shiyuan City. Now she actually wants to replace him, which is really unimaginable.
Hey, are you willing? If you don't want to, we won't force you to go back and wash your neck quickly, so that you won't have time to clean up when you are killed. and then settle down those family members and children. Since you would rather if we are willing to give up the territory to the first prince and his highness the sixth highness, then we will stop nagging. At worst, we will watch a good show first, and then wait for 2 more years, and we can still expand outwards.
Zhu Xiaobao is not going to do it at this time. He hummed politely. Bold! Who do you think you are? You're a slave, and you think you're really the king of England? Little bastard. Let me tell you, I don't even pay attention to you as the king of England.
Prince Ming immediately snapped at the table angrily. Since then, he has always looked down upon Zhu Xiaobao's background, and was very doubtful about Zhu Xiaobao's ability to regain the southern Zirui kingdom. He always felt that there was something fishy.
Aha! You still dare to look down on me? Damn it! I am good at eating, drinking, and entertaining. You still dare to scold me? Come on! Come on! Let me show you today. The prince, who was born as a slave, still beats you all over the floor looking for teeth.
Zhu Xiaobao shouted angrily, pointing at King Ming and about to take action.
Ha ha! Okay, I would also like to see how capable you, the king of England, are. Don't worry. For the sake of Sister 19, I will never beat you to death.
Prince Ming was immediately a little angry. Feeling happy, he stood up suddenly, took off his coat, revealing the soft armor underneath, and smoothly pulled out the sword from his waist. He took the lead out of the hall and came to the courtyard outside. Zhu Xiaobao also followed immediately. He had already put on the inherited tiger claws on his hands and took off his coat. Inside was the dark green soft armor given to him by Princess Mou. It looked very refined. Prince Ming did not hesitate, waved a single sword in his hand, and took the lead in launching the offensive. But as soon as the two of them fought, King Ming was shocked. Zhu Xiaobao's body skills and movements were very fast, and he also had the cultivation level of Wuzun. He really didn't expect that Zhu Xiaobao, who didn't have any kung fu at all, would now. It turned out that he was already at the level of Wuzun. And after fighting for several rounds, King Ming felt that he was still at a disadvantage. Princess Ming remained silent and looked so gloomy that she didn't know what she was thinking. At this time, she was standing aside and watching the competition between the two. The more he watched, the more frightened he became. If the fight continued like this, Prince Ming would be no match for him. Since Zhu Xiaobao subdued the pair of tiger claws, he has already mastered the tiger claws moves and has mastered them with ease. With one claw in the east and one in the west, he beat King Ming into a state of confusion. But after all, King Ming is also a martial artist, and his kung fu is experienced in many battles and is genuine. Although he is embarrassed, he can still hold on for a while. But Zhu Xiaobao was already a little impatient. Suddenly, a white tiger appeared behind him and pounced on King Ming fiercely. King Ming was shocked. This was the first time he saw the divine beast. Immediately afterwards, another white tiger rushed to King Ming with lightning speed, and only then did Zhu Xiaobao's true form appear. It turns out that Zhu Xiaobao once again used his innate skill, Phantom Dharma. Being so close, Prince Ming couldn't hide anymore. Zhu Xiaobao hit him with 3 big mouths, which made Prince Ming bleed from the corner of his mouth. He spun around in circles before he stopped dizzy, looking at Zhu Xiaobao a little blankly.
Huh? You're worthless. It's a miracle that you can survive until now. I'm not happy to give you a way out. Go back. Let me see how many days you can live.
Zhu Xiaobao clapped his hands, and then said he snorted disdainfully. Originally, Zhu Xiaobao was not so violent, but King Ming mentioned his slave status, which made Zhu Xiaobao very unhappy. He hated people mentioning this past incident of his, let alone adding it to the story.
Ah! I'm going to kill you!
King Ming regained his composure, shouted angrily, and rushed up from behind. This time he really wanted to kill someone. But before he could catch up with Zhu Xiaobao, he was grabbed by Jumei. King Ming wanted to fight back, but he didn't expect this female man to be more violent. He grabbed King Ming directly by his collar and grabbed his arm with the other hand, like it was like swinging a sack, slamming King Ming to the ground.
Ouch!
King Ming was so stunned that he howled and couldn't get up for a long time.
It's boring. It's too weak.
Jumei looked at King Ming and snorted dissatisfiedly. She was too lazy to talk to him anymore and returned behind Zhu Xiaobao.
Humph. Let me tell you, any person from here can knock you down,
Zhu Xiaobao said very conceitedly.
The bloodline of the mythical beast. Is it really the bloodline of the legendary beast?
King Ming groaned and got up, still mumbling. Originally, The two martial master level guards behind King Ming wanted to fight. But when they saw Yu Xuan and Yu Shui on the other side, who were eager to fight, these two people did not dare to come out. These two female evil stars were even more terrifying and were ready to kill them at every turn. Someone comes and cuts the body into pieces.
Ha ha! Princess Ming, since the matter has reached this point, I won't say anything anymore. Please come back. I will still deliver the food on time, and I will never break my promise.
Duan Muqi also said calmly to Princess Ming. Seems to have really just given up.
Madam, let's go back.
Ming Wang supported his waist with one hand. He had not yet calmed down. Ming Wang, who was originally a hot-tempered man, did not dare to have another attack because Zhu Mei was too violent. When he saw Zhu Mei, I was staring at him, feeling a little scared.
Wait a minute. Zhu Xiaobao, I want to talk to you alone.
Unexpectedly, Princess Ming, who had been silent for a long time, suddenly spoke. She did not look at others, but stared at Zhu Xiaobao. Only she could understand that Zhu Xiaobao was the backbone of these people. The reason why the 19th princess could develop so quickly was because Zhu Xiaobao supported her from behind.
Well, sure. You all wait outside.
Although Zhu Xiaobao was a little surprised, he still nodded. Anyway, he knew Duan Muqi's plan. I just don't understand why Princess Ming wants to talk to him alone. Beauty trap? No way. Princess Ming seems to be a bit too old. Returning to the hall again, the banquet had been cancelled. 2 cups of tea were served, and then only Zhu Xiaobao and Princess Ming were left in the hall.
You want to take advantage of my troops? Do you want to take the opportunity to expand? This is all designed by Duan Muqi. Right.
Princess Ming sat down and asked in a low voice.
Those people are following you, and the final result can only be that the entire army is annihilated, or they surrender. There is no third possibility. Emotionally speaking, you should hate the first prince and His Highness the 6th prince more. Right.
Zhu Xiaobao asked back. Road.
How can you be sure that you can hold our territory? Besides, how can I believe that you won't gain power and kill us in turn? I've seen many such things.
Princess Ming nodded slightly. Then, he said, this is what she is most worried about. If Duan Muqi gets the territory in Min, he will kill her and Prince Ming. Duan Muqi is a cunning person, and he will not be lenient at all when doing this kind of thing. Even though he usually looks smiling, he is definitely ruthless in his actions.
If I can hold the territory of King Ming, it depends on whether you are willing to give me the 1 million troops. In addition, I also have the cooperation of Jialanga and Mohan Khan, plus the follow-up troops from Lingyu Mountain and Princess Island. Do you think we can hold on? Of course, your worries are not unreasonable. So I invited Jialanga here as a witness. Once we kill the killer, it will definitely affect Jialanga. I am vigilant, and my reputation is ruined. Do you think I will do this? Besides, your people will also have conflicts, so you can rest assured that this will never happen.
Zhu Xiaobao is very worried. He smiled confidently and acted very sincerely.
I didn't expect you have made so many preparations. No wonder you are so confident. But I'm still worried. You must agree to one more request of mine.
Princess Ming sighed softly, and then made another request of her own.
Say it. As long as I can do it, I will definitely satisfy you.
Zhu Xiaobao said happily.
My request is that you must marry one of Prince Ming's daughters, and be named the 1,000-year-old concubine of King Ying of the Great Purple Rui Kingdom, so that I can rest assured.
Princess Ming looked at Zhu Xiaobao with a half-smile, but not a smile.
Oh? Marry Prince Ming's daughter? Is this necessary? Give me a daughter?
Zhu Xiaobao was stunned for a moment, his mind a little confused.
It is very necessary. And tomorrow I will send my daughter to the bridal chamber immediately.
Princess Ming did not have any children herself. Those daughters were born to Prince Ming and other concubines, but they can also be regarded as Princess Ming's daughters. She did this just to get in touch with Zhu Xiaobao. It's unlikely that he would kill his mother-in-law. Princess Ming is very smart, and this is also a way to protect herself.
Let me think about it.
This time it was Zhu Xiuba's turn to be in a bit of a dilemma. Coming out of the main hall, everyone was a little strange. Zhu Xiaobao seemed a little sad, but Princess Ming was a little proud. Duan Muqi couldn't help but be very excited when he heard that his plan was successful. This meant that the 19th princess was competing for hegemony. The road is one step further. Then after listening to Princess Ming's special request, Duan Muqi agreed wholeheartedly, regardless of whether Zhu Xiaobao was happy or not. In his opinion, This was just a trivial matter. Just getting another wife. Prince Ming was even more unhappy. This son-in-law had slapped him several times just now.
I have no objection. Don't worry. Wu Yu has no objection either. I will explain it to Zhu Rong.
Princess 19 said calmly when she saw Zhu Xiubao's eyes asking for help. Compared with fighting for the throne, this matter is absolutely acceptable.
I have an objection. If you marry Prince Ming's daughter, you must also marry my daughter. Otherwise I won't worry.
Unexpectedly, Jialanga also started to get angry at this time. She also thought of the stakes involved. With Zhu Xiaobao as her son-in-law, she will have an extra layer of protection in the future. The situation in Shijuak Kingdom is also very tense now. And she also has worries and concerns.
Oh? No way. Sister. I have always called you sister. Isn't this confusing the generations?
Zhu Xiaobao shouted in horror.
What's the matter? I don't mind. You can still call me sister from now on.
Jialanga didn't care about these at all. Even her daughters didn't care that much and gave them away as soon as they were happy. She was naturally bold. And some of her children didn't even know who their father was.
Oh my god! What is this? In the end, you got me involved. Old man Duanmu. Cancel your damn plan. I'm done with it.
Zhu Xiaobao suddenly shouted angrily. Duanmuki quickly covered Zhu Xiubao's mouth and smiled at Princess Ming and Jialanga.
Don't listen to his nonsense. He is so happy that he started talking nonsense. It will be fine after a while. Princess Madam, you should go back right away. I have been preparing here overnight and promised to let them enter the bridal chamber tomorrow. Prince Wuqiansui, your daughter will just wait for a few days. Anyway, I promise to let them enter the bridal chamber as soon as possible. Princess, hurry up and get Xiaobao help me in and enlighten me. Stop talking nonsense all the time.
Zhu Xiaobao didn't even have a chance to say goodbye. So he was forcibly carried to the dormitory by everyone. After returning from Shiyuan City, King Ming was furious.
Are you crazy? You really agreed to Duanmuki's suggestion? Can't you see that this is a disguised form of occupying our fiefdom? Yes. I would rather give it to 19th sister than leave it to the first prince and His Highness the 6th prince. Is there anything wrong? Besides, this can at least save our family and children. This result is better than Kinglin. Right,
Princess Ming said coldly, although she was unwilling to do so. She must calmly accept the reality. Princess Ming began to change her mind after seeing Zhu Xiubao's white tiger appearance. She had an intuition that as long as Zhu Xiaobao was behind her, the 19th princess would definitely be able to win the throne in the end.
But this is too frustrating,
Prince Ming said angrily.
Then I will send someone right away to tell you to cancel the engagement, and we will keep this feat for ourselves.
Princess Ming said very dissatisfied.
No. Let's follow the madam's wishes. Then which daughter do you want to marry to Zhu Xiaobao?
King Ming quickly waved his hand and said with a sad face.
Let's take the 9th princess. She is about the same age as Zhu Xiaobao. She has a quiet temperament and is also the most beautiful. She is well educated and reasonable. She will not cause trouble if she gets married.
Princess Ming thought for a while before saying, if she married an arrogant and domineering daughter, I'm afraid it will be returned within a few days.
Okay, I'll go talk to her. Alas, my miserable daughter,
King Ming said sadly, and then went to find the 9th princess. King Ming is almost 50 years old and has more than 30 children in total. This daughter is the most well-behaved and sensible. And she doesn't have that delicate air. I never thought that she would be given to Zhu Xiaobao as his concubine. He was very reluctant to give up. The next day, a very strange scene occurred. Prince Ming was still fighting fiercely and bloodily. But here in Shiyuan City, there was a festive atmosphere with loud gongs and drums. And a festive atmosphere with playing and playing. Princess Ming took the mother of the 9th princess, a concubine of Prince Ming, and followed behind with a forced smile, which was regarded as marrying off her daughter. In fact, Princess Ming was also very entangled in her heart. She was getting married and fighting fiercely at the same time. We will have to discuss many handover matters with Duanmuqi later, which means that starting from today, the Ming King's fiefdom will change hands. Zhu Xiaobao was enlightened by Princess 19 and Wu Yusheng last night, and now he could accept this reality calmly. Isn't it just to marry another wife? It's not a big deal. When he lifted the hijab and saw a pure and delicate face, Zhu Xiaobao couldn't help but feel elated. He actually picked up such a beautiful wife for nothing? After the ceremony, Princess Ming immediately sat down to discuss taking over with Duan Muqi. Unexpectedly, Duan Muqi first proposed that Prince Ming take his family to Princess Island first, while Princess Ming stayed in Prince Ming's fiefdom. Because those soldiers, they also need Princess Ming to command the battle.
Don't worry. After this battle is over, if the soldiers are willing to go with you to Princess Island, we will never interfere. Moreover, King Ming will go to Princess Island first, so he can adapt to the environment and learn naval warfare. Princess Island is now the military commander. We are guarding the city until King Ming is familiar with naval warfare, and in general we will evacuate them all. Of course, you will be left with 200 warships. Enough for your defense,
Duan Muqi said in an orderly manner. These have been planned for a long time.
Mr. Duanmu is so scheming. Not only did he gain our fiefdom, but I also have to take orders from you,
Princess Ming said unhappily.
Ha ha! We are fighting together. I deeply admire Princess Ming's ability.
Duan Muqi waved his hands and smiled.
Humph. Duan Muqi, let me ask you something. We have prepared several cards of dowry. Where is your bride price?
Princess Ming suddenly asked.
Well, look there. They are all tied with red silk.
Duan Muqi pointed with his hand and saw 50 red cannons tied with red silk neatly arranged in the distance. Chapter 620, Change Place C. Princess Ming followed Duan Muqi out to take a look. She was stunned and felt a great sense of failure in her heart. The preparations here in Shiyuan City are extremely complete, including those red cannons and various other military supplies. 500,000 men and horses are ready to go. There were hundreds of thousands of civilians helping to load trucks and transport these strategic materials. They were busy all night. Their faces were full of energy, and they seemed very proud to be able to help out. This was a scene that would never be seen in Prince Ming's fiefdom. Only then did Princess Ming understand that the 19th princess was not just sitting on the mountain watching the fight between tigers, but had already begun preparations. And their starting point was not to start with force, but to start from the most basic people. From the most basic level, management and construction started. Princess Ming is not good at this aspect, and her performance is average. The two returned to the negotiating table, sorting out various details and arranging various processes, in order to ensure a smooth transition, to smoothly accept the fiefdom of King Ming, and to allow those soldiers to be used by the 19th princess. Judging from various details, it is not very beneficial to King Ming. First of all, King Ming must leave his fief immediately and go to Princess Island, and he must not bring more than 5,000 people. There are now 100,000 soldiers and horses on Princess Island, enough to control King Ming. The purpose of Duan Muqi's move was very simple. If Prince Ming still stayed in his fiefdom, it would definitely affect the authority of the 19th princess. One mountain cannot accommodate two tigers, and King Ming is still King Ming no matter how miserable he is now. Therefore, Princess Ming can accept and understand this. But with only 5,000 troops, she is a bit suspected of being under house arrest. What's more, she can't leave herself and must help the 19th princess command the soldiers. In other words, for the safety of King Ming, she must go all out. Princess Ming felt a little uncomfortable. This was tantamount to surrendering to the 19th princess. They took a small island in exchange for her Prince Ming's fief. And there were also millions of people. But if you don't agree, there won't even be an island, and millions of people will have to fight it off.
Ha ha! Princess Ming, it's not what you think. Princess Island has its own specialties: tobacco leaves and agarwood fish. These specialties are enough to make Princess Island a lot of profit every year, and they are enough for you to have enough food and clothing. When Prince Ming comes to Princess Island after learning how to fight at sea, our warships will also be left to you. When the time comes, all our troops will withdraw, and if your current troops intend to follow you to Princess Island, we will never stop you. This is enough to show our sincerity. Are you done?
Duan Muqi saw that Princess Ming was not in a high mood and said with a smile.
Seriously? Are those warships really left to us?
Princess Ming asked with a bit of surprise. The warships of the 19th princess are still very modern, and Duan Muqi promised to evacuate all the troops in the end. It is equivalent to giving yourself an independent territory. Although it is a bit small, it is still your own fiefdom. Moreover, it can also receive support and protection from the surrounding Lingyu Island and the Great Purple Rui Kingdom. Speaking of which, this result is pretty good. It is much better than having the fiefdom destroyed and having nowhere to escape.
Of course, we can write these into the agreement. Princess Ming, you are a sensible person. And you should be able to see that Prince Ming no longer has the strength to fight for the throne. Having a place to stay is the best result. And now that the 9th princess is married to Xiaobao, do you think he will treat you badly? Xiaobao Chitos also said that he plans to hand over the processing technology and formula of shredded tobacco to you. This alone can make you make huge profits every year, Duinmuki said with a sure smile. Really? Well, this is somewhat sincere, Princess Ming immediately exclaimed in surprise. She knew this kind of tobacco very well. The price of high-end tobacco was terrifying, and Princess Ming liked it very much. And now I basically never let go of my cigarette, because she was under too much pressure. She became addicted to smoking. I thought that Prince Ming would be very angry, but I didn't expect that after hearing the report of Princess Ming's return. Prince Ming was silent for a long time, and then said dejectedly, Okay, I will bring my family to Merry Princess Island tomorrow. Madam, this is the place. I leave it to you. Be sure to keep your mind safe. I really failed. Forget it. There can only be one winner in the battle to seize the air. With our strength, this result is acceptable. After all, we still have our own territory, and the whole family is safe. And before I came back in the morning, Xiao Jiohe and Zhu Xiaobao even came here to say hello. She said that Xiaobao was very nice to her, and didn't have that domineering attitude. When you go to Shiyuan City to board the ship, they will come to see you off. Princess Ming sighed. To be honest, she was very disappointed with Prince Ming. But now she saw that Prince Ming was also frustrated and depressed, which still made her a little heartbroken. In fact, Princess Ming didn't want to leave here. She really wanted to see how the 19th princess managed this property. And she is also looking forward to leading her millions of troops to defeat the first prince and His Highness the 6th prince. Humph. I don't want to see him. This kid even beat me in public. How can I see him? When King Ming heard that Zhu Xiaobao was coming to see him off, he immediately shouted angrily. He really didn't want to see it. To this son-in-law. At least I don't want to see it now. It's up to you. You'd better take the people to prepare first. There are a lot of things to bring. And there are so many family members. It may not be possible until the day after tomorrow at the earliest. Princess Ming also smiled a little bitterly. Who would have thought that this Zhu Xiaobao, whom King Ming despised the most, has now become their son-in-law? It is really hard to predict how things will change in the world. What? The second brother married his daughter to Zhu Xiaobao? What does this mean? Could it be that he wants to ask Zhu Xiaobao to help him defend his fiefdom? Ha ha ha. Such a wise woman as Princess Ming actually came up with such a despicable idea means? I think they have been forced into desperation. Ha ha ha. It really made me laugh. Military advisor, do you know what is the most interesting thing about this kind of battle? The eldest prince couldn't help but laugh after hearing Shihu's frightened report. Please give me Qianto's instructions. Situ Buffon shook his head slightly and waited for the eldest prince's next words. That's the most satisfying feeling when you see them go from being arrogant to being terrified all the time. He must be sick and seek medical treatment indiscriminately, the eldest prince said in a very good mood. I don't think so. According to the report from the spies, Princess 19's troops are ready to go, and all kinds of military supplies are very sufficient. It seems that the two families have joined forces to resist us. Don't underestimate it. Situ Buffon shook his head, very cautiously said. He felt uneasy in his heart. That is, Princess Ming was not the kind of person who would mess things up, and her behavior in marrying off a girl this time was very questionable. Ha ha ha. That's just right. Originally, after I killed the second child, the 19th sister was next. But now it saves trouble. She came to the door by herself. The eldest prince was even more happy. He didn't bother the 19th princess in the first place. In his eyes, if he can capture Shiyuan City, his territory can be connected from north to south, which will definitely surpass the territory of His Highness the 6th prince, making him the prince with the largest fief area. Well, it's better to be careful. The 19th princess is not scary. It's the little treasures that are worrying. Don't take it lightly. Situ Buffon still didn't understand the mystery of this, so he had to advise cautiously. The military advisor is overly worried. In the face of absolute strength, all conspiracies and tricks are useless. Even if Zhu Xiaobao has some skills and some powerful firearms, but facing several times the number of people, we still tell him to go back to Dazi, Roy country. Humph. When I pacify the great Xia kingdom, I won't let go of the Zeroi country either, the eldest prince said very domineeringly. Well, I hope so.
In the camp of His Highness Sixth Prince, he also got the news. His Highness was also very surprised.
What do you mean by second brother? Do you want to use the troops of 19th sister? This is just to survive for a few more days. Oh, I understand. The reason why I married my daughter to Zhu Xiaobao now is that through this relationship, once he is finally defeated, he can use his identity to escape to the Great Purple Ray Kingdom for refuge. Princess Ming is quite calculating, but she can't not to mention that this is indeed a life-saving strategy. At least it won't result in everyone being killed. Your Highness must not be careless. This move may seem passive, but it is also strange. With Duanmuki as the military advisor, don't you think it's strange that the 19th princess would send troops to help Prince Ming like this?
At this time, he walked out of the camp. An old man came in. His beard and hair were all white, but he was in good spirits. When meeting His Highness Sixth Prince, he only bowed slightly, and there was no need to kneel down. It turned out that this old man was the mentor of His Highness the Sixth Prince. He once served as the Grand Tutor of the Great Xia Kingdom. He taught His Highness Sixth Prince his literary talents and military skills, and he was deeply respected by His Highness. Since the death of the old emperor, he has been invited back by His Highness Sixth Prince. But he usually does not show his face in public. But for all major matters, His Highness the Sixth Prince would first consult this mentor before making the final decision. His name is Yu Chongwen, and he is 93 years old this year.
I also thought about it. Instead of sending troops to help, the 19th sister might as well stick to Shiyuan City. It seems to have a better chance of winning.
His Highness the Sixth Prince is not as arrogant and proud as the first prince, but he can't see much mystery in this.
But King Ming still has millions of troops in his hands. The two families should not be underestimated if they join forces to fight against the enemy. Since the 19th princess and Duanmuqi dare to send troops to help, they are somewhat confident.
Yu Chongwen shook his head and said,
but if two princes join forces to fight together, they will always restrict each other, which is definitely not a good thing. One mountain cannot accommodate two tigers. Duanmuqi will not know this truth.
His Highness the Sixth Prince also said in confusion.
So, the more you don't understand, the more cautious you have to be. What's more, the Zhu Xiaobao behind the 19th princess is the most powerful character. He seems to be indifferent to the world, but in the end, his shadow is everywhere. Even Duanmuqi followed him.
Yu Chongwen shook his head repeatedly and sighed. He had never understood this matter. What was the purpose of Prince Ming marrying a daughter? 2 days later, King Ming took advantage of the darkness of night to quietly leave the city with his family and went to Shiyuan City. There were 5,000 close followers following him, and there were 200 chariots behind King Ming. There is no way. This has been streamlined by King Ming again and again. And there are thousands of people and countless properties. The wealth of a dignified King Ming is definitely not a small amount. After unloading the truck and loading the ship overnight, Princess Ming personally came to see Prince Ming aboard the ship. Even the newly married 9th princess came to see him off. Not to mention that Zhu Xiaobao really didn't come, and he felt a little embarrassed. But Zhu Xiaobao gave King Ming 100 jars of 5-year-old knives and 500 jars of top-quality burnt knives, which was considered a tribute to his father-in-law. A little compensation. At the same time, he also gave all the beauties that Hachita had given him to Prince Ming. So it seemed like he had fallen in love with him. Prince Ming took his daughter to ask questions. He felt relieved when he saw that his daughter was not bullied. On the contrary, she looked happy. When he saw the wine and beauties presented by Zhu Xiaobao, his heart suddenly warmed up. This son-in-law also it's really good. I know I'm happy with this. At dawn, King Ming had finished loading the ship and boarded Zhu Xiaobao's dedicated flagship, accompanied by 100 warships escorting him. The most eye-catching one was the
3 auspicious treasures.
With such a lineup, King Ming can definitely reach Princess Island safely. Immediately afterwards, the 19th princess and Duanmuqi also came to see them off. Seeing the 19th princess, Prince Ming felt uncomfortable, but there was nothing he could do. Now he still had to rely on the 19th princess's troops on Princess Island. Looking at all his family members, except for Princess Ming who stayed here, the rest can go to Princess Island safely, which is considered a good ending. Prince Ming stood on the boat and waved goodbye to Princess Ming. He felt a little empty, but also a little relaxed. Finally, he no longer had to worry about the fiefdom. As soon as King Ming left, Shiyuan City immediately began to take action. All the troops were ready to go, and with the order, they headed for King Ming's fiefdom. And the military supplies also started to be activated. The 19th princess, Princess Ming and Duanmuqi, also all dressed in military uniforms, started to set off towards the fiefdom of Prince Ming. Only Zhu Xiaobao was still sleeping soundly in his bedroom. He didn't wake up until the 9th princess came back crying.
Yeah. Don't cry. It's a good thing that Prince Ming went to Princess Island. You don't worry. Although Princess Ming forced you to me, I have always been a very responsible person. If you don't believe me, come here and I will comfort you. I hate it. I'm still sad. You're still bullying me like this.
9th princess said a little shyly and resentfully. She had already been dragged to the bed by Zhu Xiaobao.
Why are you sad? I can guarantee that my father-in-law is having a great time with the 20 beauties I gave him.
Zhu Xiaobao started to help the 9th princess undress and take off her belt. Smiled evilly.
The princess is right. You are the worst one. Hee hee. Just be bad. As long as you like it. Who likes it?
In Prince Ming's fief, notices were suddenly posted everywhere, because Prince Ming wanted to practice in seclusion. All matters in Prince Ming's fief were now handled by the 19th princess. Princess Ming would also assist the 19th princess and jointly guard the fief of Prince Ming. And the 19th princess led all the troops to settle in the Ming King's fief and vowed to defend the Ming King's fief to the death. As soon as this notice came out, it immediately alarmed everyone. The eldest prince and His Highness the 6th prince were stunned. No one expected this result. Prince Ming actually quit. What he said about practicing in seclusion was absolute nonsense. But King Ming just handed over millions of troops to the 19th princess. What's even more puzzling is that Princess Ming is willing to assist the 19th princess. Doesn't this mean that these millions of people have become the 19th princesses?
How unreasonable. The second child just quit like this? He would rather give the fiefdom to the 19th sister than to me? Okay. Fine. Since the 19th sister doesn't know how high the sky is, then I will let her know that this fiefdom is not it's so easy to settle in.
When the eldest prince heard the news, he was shocked and angry, and kicked several cases in front of him over.
Aw? Chateaus. Don't be impulsive. The 19th princess must have come prepared. And since Princess Ming recognizes her, it means that they have reached some kind of agreement. Or that the 19th princess is a little unreasonable. With her well-known strength, Princess Ming has no choice but to compromise.
Situ Buffon immediately advised. It is definitely not appropriate to launch a fierce attack now.
Shut up. Now is the time to catch them off guard while their foothold is not yet firm. Come here. Order 500,000 troops. I want this 19th sister to know that this is not Shiyuan City, and it cannot be done so casually. Come in.
The eldest prince shouted angrily.
Chateaus. Chateaus. Oh. You're going to suffer a loss.
Situ Buffon kept shouting after him. But the eldest prince had already gone out aggressively. After a while, he put on his armor, carried his weapons, and personally led his team into battle. The eldest prince left quickly and came back quickly. It turned out that he had been blasted back by a heavy barrage of artillery fire, which was nothing like those missiles. Instead, it was extremely powerful and had an extremely long range. His men had already entered the range of the red cannon before they even came out 5 miles away. His men and horses were not at all defensive, and they were still lined up densely together. The result was very tragic. Thousands of artillery SH/LS exploded in the crowd, causing heavy casualties in an instant. If the eldest prince hadn't followed at the back, he would not have been spared. The site is filled with gunpowder smoke, and there are panicked soldiers everywhere. There is gunpowder smoke everywhere, broken limbs and broken arms, and ownerless horses are also running around. In just a quarter of an hour, the eldest prince lost 20,000 people. Many people were trampled to death or hit to death in the panic. Countless people were injured. The entire formation was in chaos, and the troops behind them began to retreat one after another. The eldest prince was a little dumbfounded. This distance should be a safe distance. How could he be bombed so far away? How could he fight this battle? There is still at least 800 steps away from the opposite city wall, 3 times the range of a catapult. Why was he beaten so easily? The key is that it's such a long distance. The situation on the opposite city wall can't be seen clearly. How can the other party see it so clearly? At the same time, His Highness the 6th Prince was also a little confused. He was not impulsive and continued to launch a regular attack step by step. He thought it would be the same as before. Everyone would stop after one fight. It was a protracted war anyway. But today was completely different. Not only did the opponent use red cannons, But they also had 10,000 female warriors rush out of the city. They killed His Highness the Sixth Prince's 150,000 troops, and fled in all directions. The fighting power of these female warriors was too great.
Horrible. Oh? Is this really going to be a comeback?
His Highness the Sixth Prince murmured as he looked at the scene of great defeat. Chapter 621, Momentum picks up. His Highness the Sixth Prince found it hard to accept this scene of huge defeat. Look at other people's missiles. And then look at the missiles in your own hands. What kind of rubbish are they? The range is still not enough yet. Seeing his men and horses being bombed, people fell on their backs and cried for their fathers and mothers. These days were so smooth that the soldiers were a little lax. Unexpectedly, they were hit by fierce artillery fire today. Only then did they wake up. Now the Ming King's fiefdom has changed hands. Princess Ming also stood a little dull on the city wall. Is the strength of these 19 sisters so terrifying? Compared with when he first served as the Lord of Shiyuan City, his strength has increased more than 10 times. The 19th sister was already quite strong when she fought against King Ming. It's even harder now. The weapons in his hands are also more advanced. Wu Yu was also standing on the city wall and commanding. She was responsible for dealing with the attack of His Highness the Sixth Prince to the east. And it was the sisters Yu Xuan and Yu Shui who rushed out to pursue and kill him. They didn't care about the command right. As long as you can rush to the front. It is the biggest temptation. Princess Ming finally saw the true nature of the 19th princess. She did not rely on the number of troops, but on her super morale, advanced weapons, and her ability to boost the morale of all soldiers. It was obvious that even the soldiers under Princess Ming were eager to try and asked to go to war. Their morale was already low, but suddenly seeing such a huge advantage, they wanted to rush out and wipe away the bad breath in their chests these days. Most of these soldiers are the subjects of King Ming's fiefdom. The reason why they are still insisting is because their families and fields are here, so they must defend it to the death. Although they all know that failure is only a matter of time. And now they are just lingering. But today they suddenly saw hope. And they felt a sigh of relief. So when they saw Yu Xuan and Yu Shui leading their men to charge out, they couldn't sit still. And they also had the desire to avenge their shame. Originally, Wu Yu's series of offensive methods made Princess Ming sigh with admiration. After looking at the telescope in Wu Yu's hand, Princess Ming was even more stunned.
What is this thing? It can see so far? No wonder you guys from such a long distance. It was able to accurately blow up the catapult on the opposite side. This is amazing. This is called a telescope. It can see far away. Sometimes its effect is greater than those artillery. This was also invented by Xiao Bao. Well, this telescope is given to you,
Wu Yu said proudly. And she happily gave this telescope to Princess Ming, which made Princess Ming extremely happy. Yu Xuan and Yu Shui came back after collecting a lot of loot. And the city suddenly burst into cheers. There hadn't been such a heartfelt victory in a long time. Not to mention bringing back so many trophies. What made the soldiers even more excited was that today's food was greatly improved. Not only was they full, but they also had both meat and vegetables. They hadn't had such delicious food in a long time. Not only that, even the people in the city are very happy now, and are queuing up to receive food. These days, although Duinmuki is ensuring supply, he is only ensuring the supply of the army. Therefore, the people in King Ming's fiefdom had long been out of food, and many people were digging wild vegetables to eat. Unexpectedly, since the 19th princess, food distribution began, which made the people in the Mingwang fief immediately accept the new, Western king, Chitos from the bottom of their hearts. The 19th princess did not personally supervise the battle. As soon as she entered King Ming's fiefdom, she comforted the people, and then transported a large amount of medicinal herbs, and arranged a large number of military medical officers to rescue the wounded. Undoubtedly, this series of actions of the 19th princess were quickly recognized by the people in Prince Ming's fiefdom. Originally, the common people did not support King Ming's management very much. Not only were taxes high, but they were also very chaotic. And the 19th princess is very smart. She entrusts merchants to distribute these relief grains on her behalf. All she needs to do is register them. These merchants are all rushing to do work for the 19th princess. And they don't charge a penny in remuneration. They also hope to keep this last county. Otherwise there will really be nothing. The 19th princess smiled and wanted to assure everyone that she would never be captured here in the future. Those businesses are also encouraged to resume business. And those whose fields are not damaged can continue to cultivate as usual. Anyone who has lost their land can temporarily move to Shiyuan City. In short, A series of operations have made the people in the Mingwang fiefdom begin to settle down. And those merchants have seen hope. Seeing all this, Princess Ming had to admit that she was really not as good as the 19th princess. She focused too much on military affairs, and was not so good at governance. It's rare to see people's sentiments as personally as the 19th princess. It has to be said that the 19th princess has quickly replaced King Ming, and has been recognized by the people. This is more important than a great victory on the battlefield. The 19th princess entered the Ming dynasty's fiefdom, and won the first battle. Yuan Muqi then began to raise the account for the first time and plan the next task. The soldiers who were still harboring dissenting emotions have now begun to obey orders. Because of her special status, Princess Ming specially set up a seat next to Yuan Muqi. But Princess Ming did not sit down, but stood and waited for the general's orders. Now that she has recognized the status of the 19th princess, she wants to do it well. After all, she also wants to see this fiefdom regain its strong vitality in the hands of the 19th princess. After the disastrous defeat, the eldest prince was extremely angry, and came to meet with His Highness the 6th prince. Both of them were a little angry. Unexpectedly, the 19th princess had just settled in, and dealt them a heavy blow. But none of them wanted to give up. Otherwise, after so many days of hard work, and so many casualties, King Ming would have been wiped out. They didn't expect such a big change would happen.
Brother, tell me, what should we do? I will definitely go all out to cooperate with you this time. We must not let our efforts go to waste.
His Highness the 6th prince was the first to express his stance.
Good brother. This is what I want.
The eldest prince immediately felt more relieved. What he was afraid of was that His Highness wanted to be cunning again, and would not attack again.
Brother, in fact, the main reason for this failure is that we were too careless. Of course, the power of those missiles is indeed beyond our knowledge. But I guess they don't have many of these missiles. After all, they are expensive. This time we fired so many missiles just to boost morale and make us worry about it, so that they can have a chance to breathe.
His Highness the 6th prince estimated the price of the missiles he purchased, and the missiles of the 19th princess would not be able to do so. A lot of.
Yes. Military advisor Situ said the same thing. So not only can we not retreat, but we must immediately launch a more powerful attack. Suppress their momentum.
The eldest prince also nodded fiercely and said,
Yes. We must not let their momentum rise. In fact, this kind of missile is not that terrible. As long as our troops are spread out, we can greatly reduce casualties. And in terms of numbers, we now have an absolute advantage.
His Highness the 6th prince is not willing to give up this time. The major families have given him considerable support, all based on his promises. Now that he has stopped fighting, how can he fulfill these promises? Therefore, we must win the Mingwang fiefdom.
Okay. Then we will launch a fierce attack at twilight tomorrow. This time we will catch them off guard. All 4 of my divine crossbow battalions will go into battle.
The eldest prince agreed.
Okay. It's settled. All my cavalry will be mobilized to cooperate with this offensive.
His Highness the 6th prince also slapped the table, said loudly. Back at the military camp, Situ Bufan began to mobilize his troops. All the deployments and arrangements were very reasonable, and could be said to be impeccable. But Situ Bufan was still a little uneasy, and even the eldest prince was dissatisfied.
Commander Situ, what are you worried about? This battle will definitely hit Mr. Duanmu hard. You won't be frightened by their kind of firearms.
Bar? No. This kind of missile is expensive to make. There won't be many of them. I'm not very worried about this. What I'm worried about is that Zhu Xiaobao has disappeared since he married the daughter of Prince Ming. Even the 19th princess settled in King Ming's fiefdom. But he didn't show up. What do you think he was doing? It turns out that the people who were confronting Jialenga also withdrew. Don't you think it's strange?
Situ Bufan turned out to have been keeping a close eye on Zhu Xiaolin. Now there is no trace of Zhu Xiaobao in Jialenga, which makes Situ Bufan very alert.
Oh, this stinky bitch Jialenga has no one to confront her now. And she won't help besiege King Ming. What on earth does she want to do? Just guard her little territory? Forget it. Let's ignore this stinky bitch for now. Girls, fight this battle well first. Then I will go and settle the score with this stinky bitch.
The eldest prince said a little impatiently, but he was not worried that Jialangia would turn against him, because Jialanji and all the other Xiaobao had fought a battle. When he attacked Liu Mountain, Jialanga suffered a lot, and he definitely wanted to take revenge.
Yeah. Well, let's go all out to fight this battle first. Ha ha.
This is right. Sure enough, as soon as the hour came, the first prince and His Highness the sixth prince launched a fierce attack at the same time. This was also the most powerful attack since its launch. All four of the first prince's divine crossbow battalions were dispatched, as well as the newly formed armored army. Got it! Didn't he get 100,000 armored horses from King Ming? So he immediately formed an armored army. The momentum, this time, is absolutely overwhelming. You can see it from a distance on the city wall. It is so dark that there is no end in sight. However, when the eldest prince's army pressed forward, they were met with a more ferocious blow. The number of red cannons on the city wall doubled to a total of 120. And there are another 4,000 super powerful crossbows. This time, the red cannon did not fire first, but zoomed in on the prince's men and horses before starting to fire. And the target was the divine crossbow camp and catapult in the rear. The troops in front were dealt with by 4,000 super powerful crossbows. There were 4,000 super powerful crossbows. Thousands of people fell down in one shot. The heavy weapons troops behind were even worse. Before they could reach the range, they were hit by red cannons. The bombing immediately caused heavy losses to the eldest prince. What's going on? The number of their firearms has increased again? And this kind of powerful crossbow? How come it has such a long range? The eldest prince was immediately a little confused. He didn't hurt any of the opponent's soldiers, but he already suffered heavy casualties. Got it! Alas, we still underestimated this 19th princess. She has so many trump cards. Situbufon also said a little depressed at this time. He obviously had an absolute advantage in terms of military strength. But once the fight started, things changed. The current situation was something he had never encountered before. It only meant that the opponent's weapons were much more advanced than theirs. Come on. Don't stop. As long as we get under the city wall, our advantage will be revealed. The eldest prince was already angry with embarrassment and yelled regardless of everyone else. The eldest prince's men also tried their best, charging forward with their shields crazily. Not to mention, they really rushed over. Although they suffered heavy losses, they were almost under the city wall. Those super powerful crossbows gradually lost their effectiveness and were replaced by ordinary crossbows. But the eldest prince's troops also began to fight back with bows and arrows. Humph. Let me see what other tricks you have up your sleeve. Now that the army is approaching the city, you just wait to die. The eldest prince also breathed a sigh of relief and cursed fiercely. Who knew that before he finished speaking, he heard one after another explosions under the city wall. The soldiers who had just rushed over were immediately knocked upside down by the bombs, and they didn't know where these missiles came from. Finally, I realized that it was not a missile at all, but something buried underground that would explode if stepped on. It turned out that Yu Li and her people also laid a large number of mines outside the city wall. These artillery SH, LS and landmines have been produced by Shiyuan City over the past few months, working overtime. For these killing weapons, the four elders of the Du family basically slept for 1 or 2 hours every day. Now these hard work finally paid off handsomely. The city wall was suddenly filled with smoke, and the eldest prince standing behind could not see clearly what was going on under the city wall. He could only hear screams and explosions. Then I saw soldiers escaping back one after another, with frightened faces on their faces. Asshole! Who told you to retreat? Go back! As long as we reach the city wall, we will have the advantage. The eldest prince shouted angrily, and he also drew out his sword and killed several soldiers who fled backwards. But it was of no use. The soldiers were still desperately trying to escape. Godly crossbow camp! Godly crossbow camp! Why the hell haven't you fired yet? The eldest prince turned his head and asked angrily. Report. The 4 divine crossbow battalions have been destroyed by those firearms. Only then did a junior high school student come to report in panic. Impossible. It's so far away that you can't see it at all. How could they shoot it and explode it so accurately? The eldest prince suddenly felt that his brain was not enough. The 4 divine crossbow battalions were following the large army forward. The one advancing was only behind the large army, from the opposite city wall. It should be impossible to see clearly, let alone be able to strike accurately. The explosions were detonated one after another, and Duinmuki on the city wall was almost done. Then the command flag was waved. The city gate opened wide, and Yushui rushed out with the people. Although the person in front was a female warrior, but they followed closely. The ones who came behind turned out to be Princess Ming's men. They didn't want to succumb to the others, so they charged very fiercely.
with high momentum, and their shouts of killing were loud. This time, 100,000 troops were mobilized for this charge, and the front lines for several miles were filled with soldiers who rushed out. However, the soldiers of the eldest prince had already lost their fighting spirit, and turned around and ran away. Those who ran slowly were immediately killed, cut off the head with one knife. King Ming's men were as brave as chickens, and they even fought for heads with the female warriors.
No, it's okay. The defeat has been decided. Chitos, quickly order the withdrawal of troops. Otherwise, the losses will be even greater.
Situbufon hurriedly said to the eldest prince at this time.
Retreat, retreat, retreat quickly.
The eldest prince was also a little panicked. If he didn't retreat, even he wouldn't be able to leave. This defeat resulted in a retreat of 30 miles. The eldest prince suffered heavy losses. He had 500,000 horses, but only 110,000 came back. The rest were either killed or made prisoners.
I'm so angry. How could this happen? How many weird tricks does this 19-year-old girl have at her disposal?
The eldest prince returned to his tent and was furious. Seeing that no one was looking good, he reached out and tore the maid who was serving tea and water at his side into two halves, and then dug out his heart, which was still beating in his hand.
Xiantai, calm down. These are all things created by that Zhu Xiaobao. Alas, it's my fault that I am incompetent and know nothing about these things, which led to such a huge loss.
Situbufon was also feeling very guilty. He said, more importantly, he was a little scared, fearing that the eldest prince would tear him alive too.
It's not the military advisor's fault. Alas, it's not much better than Lao Lu's side.
The eldest prince understood and did not blame Situbufon. But in my heart, I hope that His Highness the Sixth Prince will be like him. It seems that in this way, I can have a better psychological balance. But the news he got next made the first prince unbalanced. His Highness the Sixth Prince only lost more than 10,000 troops, which was nothing compared to what he had here. And according to the spies' reports, His Highness the Sixth Prince encountered many men and horses, and they were unable to hold on. It was only with the help of red cannons, mines and powerful crossbows that the Sixth Highness's 700,000 men were forced back. Centaur.
It doesn't make sense. Why are all the heavy troops placed here with me? It's so abominable. Am I so easy to bully?
The eldest prince suddenly shouted in anger and annoyance.
Well, Princess 19's troops are limited, and Princess Ming's troops are only a little over 1 million. So we can only focus on one family,
Situbufon said cautiously.
Asshole, why don't you focus on taking care of the sixth child?
The eldest prince became even more annoyed. At this moment, another primary school student ran in and reported in a panic.
Report. Chitos, the granary in Beixian County has been burned down. What are these bastards doing for food? Immediately kill all the officials guarding the granary. Let the governor of Beixian County come to see me.
The eldest prince suddenly became even more furious and shouted frantically.
Report. The granary in Yiqing County was burned down. Report. The granary in Sanha County was burned down. Report. The granary in Qinghe County was burned down.
The reports one after another made the eldest prince stunned. Not one of the 4 counties in his fiefdom was spared. They were all burned. This was not an accident. This was a deliberate arson. It cost his own life. Chapter 622, Momentum Recovers B. Compared with the eldest prince, who was in dire straits, the situation of His Highness the Sixth Prince was much better. He had only lost 20,000 troops in the past few days, which was less than 10% of the eldest prince's loss. And except for the first time when Yu Shuang and Yu Shui fought for a while, there were no large-scale battles afterwards. The 19th princess's attitude towards His Highness the Sixth Prince was very obvious. It was mainly a stalemate. If the Sixth Highness came to invade, he would be bombarded with a round of artillery fire. Then all kinds of weird defense methods emerged one after another, making it difficult for the Sixth Highness to move forward. His soldiers were also frightened. As soon as there was an explosion, they squatted on the spot and looked around, for fear that more SHLs would fly next. Therefore, His Highness the Sixth Prince fought this battle with frustration. He had tried his best, but he had achieved nothing. But compared to the eldest prince, His Highness the Sixth Prince was secretly grateful, even very happy. The greater the loss to the eldest prince, the better it would be for himself. But then he thought again. Why did Duanmuki do this?
There are only 2 possibilities. One is that the 19th princess has a limited number of troops, so she can only focus on one side. The other is that the 19th princess does it intentionally and wants to divide the relationship between us and the eldest prince. The current situation makes us very embarrassed.
Yu Chongwen, the teacher of His Highness Sixth Prince, saw some clues and said a little worriedly,
Teacher, why are you saying this? Isn't it more beneficial to us now?
His Highness asked, a little puzzled.
Of course it's good that the eldest prince's strength is weakened. But then he asks us for help with food. Will you help? If you help, we can't afford the millions of data food. If you don't help, the eldest prince will we can return to the original place and return to the original power of the three families. Moreover, the 19th princess will definitely turn around to regain the Huaning County we just occupied. I can guarantee that the eldest prince will definitely sit back and ignore it, or even take advantage of it. It's very possible. This Duimuki is very powerful.
Yu Chongwen shook his head and said,
Humph. If you want to take back this county we just got, Sister 19 doesn't seem to have the strength. Right.
His Highness Sixth Prince snorted with some disbelief. If this county is returned to Princess 19, wouldn't it be in vain? Field? Hundreds of thousands of people were also hitched. The most important thing is that he helped the 19th princess drive away King Ming and became the new overlord.
We must be on guard. We have all overlooked the most important person. That Zhu Xiaobao. With his support, the power of the 19th princess is unimaginable. Plus this old and cunning Duanmuqi. No one can restrain her anymore.
Yu Chongwen sighed repeatedly and leapt on crutches.
Isn't this possible?
Sure enough, the eldest prince's messenger arrived the next day, asking His Highness the Sixth Prince to support 100,000 days of food. Although he said it very politely, the eldest prince had no intention of buying it at all, but wanted it. The two families joined forces, and he suffered such a heavy loss. His Highness should have come to help him. His Highness the Sixth Prince did not refuse and immediately allocated 100,000 denier of food. He hoped that the eldest prince could continue fighting with the 19th princess. If this small amount of food could allow both sides to consume a large number of troops from each other, it would still be very cost-effective. In fact, this idea is exactly the same as Duimuki's plan to provide food to King Ming.
What should we do now? We have been defeated in a row. Since the 19th sister took office, we have been hit hard. Now the army has no fighting spirit. How can we fight this battle?
The eldest prince received 100,000 days of food from His Highness the Sixth Prince. And finally he breathed a sigh of relief. But I was still extremely depressed. Even when King Ming was at his peak, he was not so difficult to deal with. The current situation puts him in a dilemma. He would be satisfied with just one of Prince Ming's counties. But the 19th princess opposite has no intention of truce at all. She even wants to regain this county.
Withdraw troops, return to the original position, and give Wufang County back. After all, the foothold here is not stable. If we want to defend it, I am afraid it will cost a lot of manpower, material resources, and troops.
Situ Bufan hesitated for a moment, but said very rationally,
What? I have been busy for so long, and I have so many people, and now I want to return the Wufang County I got? No, I can't say anything. I want to see if this 19-year-old girl still has what kind of skills. Situ Bufan, don't say these depressing words. What I want is how to defeat the 19th sister. No matter what, our military strength has an absolute advantage. Humph! I have millions of troops, but she has hundreds of thousands of troops. He was beaten back to his original position. Wouldn't it be ridiculous to tell him?
The eldest prince shouted angrily. He was no longer as polite as before.
Okay. Since Jatos refuses to retreat, there is another way. We immediately join forces with Jialanga and ask her to send troops from the flanks. After all, if the 19th princess really regains Wufang County, she will directly face Jialanga. She should be very clear about Lanjia's territory.
Situ Bufan said helplessly, but he was actually not at ease in his heart. Even if Jialanjia sent troops, it would probably be just a pretense and not really true. She is also conserving her strength by bringing out her elite talents.
Well, that's an idea. This bitch, Jialanga, has been idle from the beginning and just watched the excitement. Now it's time for her to contribute something. Otherwise, I'll get angry and destroy her piece of territory. It's also taken. But that's not enough. Mr. Situ, what else is there to do? I want the 19th sister to take care of one thing and not the other. Otherwise we will be too passive.
The eldest prince was still very satisfied with this suggestion. But he was not satisfied yet. He wants more means to deal with the 19th princess.
Moreover, it's best to start from within them. Burning granaries, assassinating people, poisoning, etc., to disrupt their military morale.
Situ Buffon thought for a moment before reluctantly saying, in fact, none of these things are as easy to do. He was forced by the eldest prince to have no choice but to come up with this idea.
Chateaus, let me take care of this matter. I know who set the fire, and I know where she is hiding. Just let me take people there.
Unexpectedly, Aoyang, who was behind the eldest prince, stepped forward and took the initiative. Please fight. He knew where Yi Qinghong was hiding, and the two of them had a grudge. But Aoyang didn't kill him. But now that Yi Qinghong was helping Zhu Xiaobao, he didn't want to be merciful anymore, because what he hated most was Zhu Xiaobao. Xiaobao. Both of his balls were destroyed by Zhu Xiaobao, and he simply became a eunuch. But there are advantages and disadvantages. Although Aoyang has been unable to do human work in recent years, he has been able to calm down and practice martial arts hard. Therefore, his martial arts has improved rapidly in recent years and has been promoted to the realm of martial arts. He has always wanted to seek revenge on Zhu Xiaobao. And now the opportunity has finally come.
Okay, it's best to catch her alive. I want to eat her alive. I'll give you 6 gold armored guards and 12 silver armored guards. That should be enough. Right.
The eldest prince was immediately overjoyed. He had already known this Yi Qinghong for a long time. I know. And speaking of it, I was a slave who escaped from him. When the 7th princess defected from the eldest prince and left, Yi Qinghong and others came in later to provide for the eldest prince's pleasure. Unexpectedly, within a few months, this Yi Qinghong killed the guards and escaped. The eldest prince was very angry at that time, so he still remembered this woman very clearly. In Duanmuki's tent, the 19th princess was discussing the next war with several major generals. Although some victories had been achieved, it could not be considered a victory. Her goal is very clear, which is to recover the 2 counties, Wufang County and Huaning County, that King Ming fell to. Only then can it be considered a real victory. Present here are not only sisters Wu Yu, Yu Li, Yu Shuang and Yu Shui, but also Princess Ming and several generals under Princess Ming. They have now recognized the 19th princess very much, especially Princess Ming. Her ideas changed very quickly. Since the 19th princess is indeed doing better than her, then she should assist her wholeheartedly. After all, she can regain the lost ground, which can be regarded as fulfilling her wish and letting out a bad breath.
Huh? Xiaobao isn't here again. Really? He doesn't care about such a big thing.
Seeing Zhu Xiaobao absent again, Princess 19 muttered in a low voice with some resentment. Now she unconsciously feels a sense of dependence on Zhu Xiaobao, as if everything becomes easier when Zhu Xiaobao is by her side.
Ha ha! Princess, Xiaobao has other things to do. And when it comes to war, he always doesn't care. Let's discuss how to regain Wufang County next.
Duanmuchi said with a laugh.
Mr. Duanmu, can we really regain Wufang County? That would be great. My people used to live in Wufang County, but now they are all forced to flee and have escaped from Wufang County.
Princess Ming, when she heard this, she immediately said excitedly that she didn't have any hope at first. But now she believed that the 19th princess really had the ability to regain the lost ground. How could this not excite her?
Definitely. How about it? Madam Princess, are you interested in becoming a county guard in Wufang County? This is equivalent to managing your own territory.
Duanmuki said confidently, and then planned to let Princess Ming manage Wufang County.
Well, I still want to lead the troops to fight with Mr. Duanmu. Management is not what I am good at.
Princess Ming thought for a while and refused. She found that she still preferred this feeling of fighting in all directions. Since Prince Ming went to Princess Island, Princess Ming has lived a very fulfilling life, learned a lot, and seen a lot of advanced equipment. She feels that she is beginning to like this kind of life.
When will we start attacking Wufang County?
Princess 19 asked a little eagerly. She needs greater results to quickly gain the trust and support of the people.
No rush. It will probably take some time. When the eldest prince and His Highness the 6th prince have a dispute, then the time has come for us to take action. But we must not take it lightly during this period. We burned the eldest prince's granary, so we must also be on guard. People are thinking about my granary,
Duanmuchi said cautiously.
Please rest assured, military advisor, I have made careful arrangements, and they will never find the location of our granary.
Princess Ming said confidently, because she had already experienced it during the last battle with Lingyu Mountain. It was a bitter experience. So later the grain was stored in a very hidden cave. This method has been used to this day, and the effect is very good.
Hee. Princess Ming also learns from every hardship.
Outside Jialanga's camp, King Ming actually brought people to visit Jialanga himself. But he didn't dare to break into Jialanga's camp without permission. Fortunately, Jialanga came out immediately with his troops. The eldest prince and Jialanga were old acquaintances. They had joined forces at first. But later the eldest prince went back on his word and took back the 2 promised counties, which caused the 2 sides to turn against each other. Now that the 2 of them met, the eldest prince felt a little guilty.
What kind of wind brought King Yong and Qian Sui here? It really makes Jialanga very frightened.
Jialanga said nonchalantly when he saw the eldest prince.
Zowang Chitos. Let's put aside the past matters for now. The top priority is that we must join forces to deal with the 19th princess now. You have also seen that the current situation is very unfavorable to us. Once Wufang County fails, you will also directly face it here. Threat to 19th sister.
Although the eldest prince was a little annoyed, he had to say it in a pleasant manner now.
What does the 19th princess's recovery of Wufang County have to do with me? She beats hers, and I protect mine, without interfering with each other. Why? It seems like you can't hold on any longer. Can't you defeat the 19th princess? Ha 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 ha. It's really interesting. The majestic eldest prince was defeated by a 19-year-old princess. It's really unexpected.
Jialanga laughed with mocking eyes.
Nonsense. I can't defeat them. I just allowed them to succeed due to my negligence. My men and horses are several times hers. So I can't defeat them? I'm giving you a chance now, so that you can also get some benefits.
The eldest prince suddenly shouted angrily.
It's not a surprise. I'm content with just guarding my own territory. I don't dare to expect too much. I'm very afraid of those artillery pieces. I don't even dare to step on those places where missiles are buried.
Jialanga simply didn't care. He waved his hands without interest and said, it seemed that she had long known about the terrible experiences of the eldest prince. In fact, Jialanga had experienced this kind of suffering earlier, and now she was just a little gloating. Finally, someone made the same mistake again, which made her feel more balanced.
Don't forget, you have attacked Lingyu Mountain. Once those little treasures free their hands, they won't let you go.
The eldest prince was angry and annoyed, but he still had to be patient and persuade this man. Langa. Now he really feels a little unable to stand up to the 19th princess. Even though they claimed to have 4 million troops, they had already lost 1 million. And his fiefdom had to be wary of Wang Ting taking advantage of the situation. Recently, Wang Ting had begun to make moves, and he had to guard against it. If Jialanga joins forces and His Highness the 6th Prince joins forces, we will be sure to win.
Yes, I'm so scared. So I also plan to learn from Princess Ming and marry my daughter to Zhu Xiaobao. Then everything will be fine. As for the bride price, just 30 red cannons will be enough.
Jialanga, she patted her chest in an exaggerated manner and said with a sweet smile.
Not to mention, her coquettish look made the eldest prince a little excited. But now is not the time for flirting. Stop talking nonsense. Are you going to send troops or not? If you don't help me, when I kill the 19th sister, I won't be able to reap the benefits from you.
The eldest prince threatened a little angrily.
If you want me to send troops, you can send 200,000 days of food first, and 2,000 missiles. Also, 2,000 super powerful crossbows, and more.
Jialanga clapped his fingers, and actually started they raised the price from the ground up, and extorted money in a big way.
Fart. If I had these things, why would I need to come to you? Then I can't help you. I can only cheer for you here.
You? At the same time, Zhu Xiaobao was sitting on the ground with Yi Qihong dividing the stolen goods in Yi Qinghong's special cave. It turned out that Zhu Xiaobao personally went to the eldest prince's fiefdom this time. Euphemistically inquired about the military situation, burned several granaries, and also made a lot of money in the eldest prince's fiefdom. With their skills, they sneaked into those the rich man's family is not a problem at all. The key is that this time Zhu Xiaobao also brought his old apprentice and Zhao Shenbao. These 2 people are also extremely skilled and wantonly steal treasures, such as pearls, emeralds, luminous pearls, whatever is valuable. And those gold ding didn't even look at it. And just like that, several people came back carrying a large bag of treasures.
This is yours. This is mine. This is suitable for women. Here you go. This is mine.
Zhu Xiaobao was sitting there, dividing the spoils seriously, seeing Yi Qingheng's eyes full of smiles. Her heart felt warm. It's great to have such a younger brother. In fact, she knew that the reason why Zhu Xiaobao came back here was because he was afraid that the eldest prince would send someone to take revenge. After all, Yi Qingheng's reputation had long been known, and it was easy to think that it was her work that burned down these granaries.
Okay, I told you. I don't need these things. Your 19th princess is expanding aggressively. It's time to use money. You can take it all back,
Yi Qingheng said with a chuckle. But more or less, I still feel a little bit sore. Zhu Xiaobao worked so hard this time, and went to the eldest prince's premises in person just to add fuel to the flames of the 19th princess.
Sister, I told you not to live here anymore. Although this place is hidden, it is no longer very safe after so many years. Just come back to Shiyuan City with me, and I will build you a separate house. Wouldn't it be better to live a quiet and comfortable life?
Zhu Xiaobao said with a little heartache when he saw Yi Qingheng's slightly thin cheeks.
When you really take control of the overall situation, I will go out. Then you have to find me an island. I don't like to be dependent on others.
Yi Qingheng hesitated for a moment, and then said softly,
This is too easy. There is an independent island next to Princess Island, which can accommodate tens of thousands of people. I will leave it to you when the time comes. In case of any crisis, Princess Island can support you immediately.
Zhu Xiaobao immediately I thought of the small island next to Princess Island, which could accommodate people like them. At this moment, Zhao Xiaobao ran in and gasped.
Someone came in. It seems that they are not very familiar with the terrain here, but they are all experts. Fortunately, I have a telescope. Otherwise, I would have been discovered by them. And the leader people. You definitely won't know who it is. Oh, who is it? Do I know him? Ao Yang.
Chapter 623, Action Failed. Upon hearing Ao Yang's name, Zhu Xiaobao couldn't help but laugh. This guy actually appeared again. Ao Yang had disappeared since he was hit hard by Zhu Xiaobao twice. I didn't expect it to appear again now. But I learned from Zhao Xiaobao that the people Ao Yang led this time were not simple. But Ao Yang didn't expect Zhu Xiaobao to be here.
Well, he should have come from the eldest prince. He has been staying with the eldest prince in the past few years, and even sent people to recruit us. But I killed the person who came to surrender,
Yi Qingheng said with a frown. In fact, Yi Qingheng and Ao Yang escaped at about the same time. But Yi Qingheng escaped from the eldest prince's harem, while Ao Yang escaped from the master's house. At first, the two were together, but later they turned against each other, because Yi Qingheng only robbed those wealthy slave owners who were ruthless, while Ao Yang had no bottom line at all. He killed and robbed as he pleased, raping, killing and robbing without mercy. So this made Yi Qingheng very disgusted, and eventually the two turned against each other. After they parted ways, Ao Yang began to target Yi Qingheng, but the two had similar skills, and Ao Yang was never able to take advantage. On the contrary, every time he touched this special cave, he suffered a lot. Later, Ao Yang would never dare to come here again to provoke. But this time it was Ao Yang who took the initiative, because he had been promoted to martial master, and was very confident in his own cultivation.
Ha ha! I didn't expect that Ao Yang would dare to come out, and he met me again! This is really a fate. Sister, tell me, do you want to die or live?
Zhu Xiaobao listened to Yi Qingheng's simple words. He made a statement, and suddenly broke into a smile. Ao Yang has been promoted to martial master, but he is not bad at all. Zhu Xiaobao actually doesn't pay attention to these dozen people now. Even martial lords have their strengths and weaknesses.
Don't be careless. Although Ao Yang is a poor person, his martial arts are very high, and he has been promoted to martial lord. Even I am no longer his opponent. Well, if possible, I'd better stay. He must have his own life. After all, he helped me back then.
Yi Qingheng was surprised by Zhu Xiaobao's confidence, but then suddenly thought of his old apprentice, and immediately felt relieved. That is one of the 9 great sages. But she still felt soft in her heart, and didn't want to kill Ao Yang. When they first escaped, the two of them did wander around together, and they even had a little fun. However, as their martial arts became more and more advanced, Ao Yang's hidden viciousness also emerged. This led to Yi Qingheng and him turning against each other, because Yi Qingheng was considered a night thief. He also had to take care of the slaves who had also escaped, so he was considered a small tribe. And Ao Yang is a real gangster who only cares about money and pleasure. His methods are brutal, and he never leaves anyone alive.
Okay. Let's play with him. And then lead him to an open place. And I'll take care of him.
Zhu Xiaobao said with a smile, thinking that when Aoyang had several silver armor guards, he felt like he was facing a formidable enemy. But now he has faced it calmly. The reason is that Zhu Xiaobao's own martial arts has improved by leaps and bounds, and he is not afraid of Aoyang at all.
Okay. The strongest ones here are the 4 fierce men. The others are not very strong. But there are so many traps in these chain holes that it's impossible for them to get in.
Yi Qihong had already started preparations with his people as he said that. The 4 men behind her were all quite powerful beings in Zhu Xiaobao's eyes at first. But now they look very ordinary, with the cultivation of first-level martial arts masters. But these 4 people have great respect for Zhu Xiaobao, because Zhu Xiaobao's anesthetic saved the 3rd among the 4 fierce men. Aoyang walked carefully along the way, avoiding those agencies from time to time. And at the same time, he had to be wary of cold arrows shot from the dark. 6 gold-armored guards and 12 silver-armored guards. A total of 19 people, 2 of whom are dead now, because they accidentally stepped on the mechanism, fell into the trap, and were pierced by the upward-facing spikes inside.
Old Ao, is that okay? If we continue like this, if we don't find Yi Qihong, all of our people will die.
A golden-armored guard beside him said a little worriedly. He is a great martial artist, and he is also the leader of these guards. Leader. He is not afraid of face-to-face fighting, but he hates the current plot. So he said with great dissatisfaction that they all didn't like Aoyang in the first place. This man was too cruel. And he even managed to put himself above them just because of his common hobby with the eldest prince. So they all rejected Aoyang. But there was nothing he could do about it. Aoyang was a martial master after all, and he was highly appreciated by the eldest prince.
Shut up! It doesn't matter if 2 people die, as long as I can catch Yi Qihong. I can force that Zhu Xiaobao out. If you keep talking, be careful. I will be rude to you.
Aoyang glared at this man and fiercely said. After walking in this chain of caves for half an hour, Aoyang realized that he had returned to the same place, and his group was trapped here, and there are 2 less of his own people, one of whom is a golden armored guard. Seeing the guards looking at him coldly, Aoyang felt a little panicked. If Yi Qihong just didn't come out, wouldn't he be trapped here?
Yi Qihong, what's the point of hiding in the dark? If you have the guts, come out and fight with me!
Aoyang shouted angrily, feeling a little regretful in his heart. He shouldn't have taken the initiative to ask for orders to kill Yi Qihong. Now he can't even find him. We're on our way. In these caves, it is impossible to tell the difference between south and north. But no one responded. What responded to Aoyang was a new round of shooting. It was unknown where these arrows came from. They chased them in the direction of the arrows, but all they saw was the hard rock wall. Aoyang used his pair of axes to chop and smash it vigorously, and found scattered gravel, but nothing. After walking around for 3 more times, there were only 8 people left, including Aoyang, and there were only 9 of them. They were tired, thirsty, and desperate. Aoyang was even more regretful. He had been here before, but at that time, the chain hole was not so complicated. He could still find it back along the original path. But now it has been obviously re-excavated, and many places are connected. It has formed an extremely complex network of interlocking circles. Without anyone to guide you, it is impossible to get out.
Come out! Fight me if you can!
Aoyang shouted sadly. The guards around him were extremely nervous. They were looking around in fear with shields in their hands, for fear that if they were not careful, they would be hit by those cold arrows, shot dead. But this time someone actually responded to Aoyang. Not far from them, a chubby old man appeared and said with a smile,
Want to go out? Come with me!
It was the old apprentice who came. In fact, they could have shown up a long time ago. But Zhu Xiaobao was extremely curious about this magical chain hole, and had a lot of fun. Even the old apprentice was amazed. If he walked in, I'm afraid I will also be trapped. No wonder Yi Qihong has been able to stay safe for so many years, because she is so familiar with the terrain here. And she has dug and opened many caves. If she had not lived here for a few years, she would not be able to figure out the doorway at all. The old apprentice turned around and left, not caring that the guards behind him would pounce on him. When he came to a stone wall, he pushed it, and a hole was revealed. The old apprentice turned around and smiled, then got through. Although Aoyang and others were wary, they immediately followed them. As soon as they came out, they were suddenly cheerful. It turned out to be the cave they first entered. They could also faintly see the sunlight coming from outside the cave. Aoyang and the others felt in their hearts everyone is getting excited, finally being able to go out. At the same time, I was also very depressed. After wandering around for a long time, I didn't really enter the hinterland. I just returned to the exit. The cave was very large, and the light was much brighter. Aoyang finally saw clearly that there were several people standing on the opposite side, all of them fully armed and holding weapons in their hands. Yi Qihong was also among them. And the other person, who made Aoyang feel resentful at the first sight, was Zhu Xiaobao. He is still smiling. But Zhu Xiaobao's figure has changed a lot. If it weren't for that familiar smile on his face, Aoyang would hardly recognize him.
Aoyang, we meet again. What can I say about you? 2 balls are missing. You are not honest. And you dare to provoke my sister this time? Well, let me think about it. You should chop them off this time. What part do you have? Forget it. Just the soft eggplant. It's useless anyway.
Zhu Xiaobao wanted to laugh when he saw Aoyang. This guy is really unlucky. He ruined those 2 balls. It was really not intentional. It was absolutely an accident. I was not good at it at the time, and my accuracy was off.
Oh, Xiaobao, I'm going to kill you. Kill you.
Aoyang's eyes suddenly turned red. He shouted ferociously, and he rushed forward with a pair of axes. My misfortune in the past few years was all caused by this Zhu Xiaobao. My life used to be so carefree, with riches and beauties coming to pick them up from whichever house I liked. But since meeting Zhu Xiaobao, everything has changed. He is no longer interested in treasures, and he has no ability for women. He only has one obsession in his heart, and that is to kill Zhu Xiaobao. Now Zhu Xiaobao finally appeared in front of his eyes, so Aoyang rushed up regardless of them.
Okay, let's practice then. See how much you have grown in the past few years.
Zhu Xiaobao was still smiling, and he actually went to fight. The two had fought, and Aoyang was shocked. He thought that Zhu Xiaobao didn't have much to do in the past, but he didn't expect that he had become so strong in the past few years. Apart from having an advantage in strength, he was actually at a disadvantage in everything else. Just look at seeing that Zhu Xiaobao had a pair of tiger claws. His movements were fast. His moves were exquisite. And more importantly, Zhu Xiaobao also had a set of weird footwork. He actually took the initiative around Aoyang, suppressing Aoyang in fighting.
Kill! Kill! Kill!
Aoyang started to fight like crazy. If he didn't fight, he would die here today. So it showed amazing fighting power.
What the HL? Are you so desperate? Are you the only one who can kill? I can also chop.
Zhu Xiaobao was forced back by Aoyang for a moment, and he couldn't help shouting in annoyance. He still lacked an actual combat ability. After saying that, Zhu Xiaobao put away the tiger's claws, took out the kitchen knife, and suddenly jumped up, still shouting,
I'll chop! I'll chop! 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 Chop!
Suddenly, sparks were everywhere in the field. Zhu Xiaobao's kitchen knife and Aoyang's axe continued to collide, making a clanging sound. In less than a stick of incense, both of them stopped panting, looking at Aoyang again. Everyone's eyes were a little dull, and Yi Qihong turned his head away, not wanting to look anymore. It turned out that Zhu Xiaobao had chopped the soft armor clothes into pieces on Aoyang's body and scattered them on the ground. Aoyang also felt that his whole body was chilly, and there was no cover at all.
Ha ha! That's right. This way I won't be wrong in finding the right spot.
Zhu Xiaobao nodded with satisfaction and smiled.
I'll fight you.
Aoyang suddenly became angry and charged forward with his axe again.
Roar!
With a tiger roar, Zhu Xiaobao condensed the white tiger dharma and used his innate skills. A pair of tiger claws seriously injured Aoyang, but another white tiger jumped over and arrived in front of Aoyang. Only then did he show his true self. Zhu Xiaobao took out a knife from his waist and cut Aoyang's lower body with one stroke.
Ouch! It hurts me so much! Zhu Xiaobao, please kill me!
Aoyang immediately threw away a pair of axes and rolled on the ground covering his wounds. This was really painful.
Humph! I promised my sister that I would spare your life as a dog. You are lucky.
Zhu Xiaobao looked at Aoyang, who was rolling and howling on the ground, and snorted with disdain. Yi Qihong next to him was immediately speechless. Is this considered lucky? You might as well kill him with one knife. Yi Qihong didn't waste any time. With a wave of his hand, Everyone rushed forward to surround and suppress the remaining 8 guards. These people were very strong. But now they had no fighting spirit. They were quickly killed by Yi Qihong and others. Only Aoyan was left, still curled up on the ground and groaning. There was a large pool of blood on the ground. When Yi Qihong saw Aoyang's miserable image, he didn't know what to do with this person for a moment. Zhao Shabao simply smashed Aoyang's dantian with one palm, and then threw Aoyang out like a dog to death, leaving him to fend for himself. In Liuhe County, Princess Ming also won a great victory, and those sent by the eldest prince were all annihilated. Originally, she had planned to burn the 19th princess's granary, but she didn't expect that Princess Ming had already prepared. Not only did she kill these people, but she also took down several of the eldest prince's lurking spots in Prince Ming's fiefdom. Although Princess Ming is not good at governance, these preventive measures are very effective. Even Duanmuqi secretly praised her. The eldest prince was furious. All the people sent out were wiped out. Aoyang, the only one who came back, was cut into a real eunuch, and his martial arts skills were also abolished. The angry eldest prince kicked Aoyang out of the tent. Aoyang's internal organs suddenly burst, and he lost his life. But things that bothered the eldest prince came one after another. He didn't have enough food, and His Highness the 6th Prince was not so straightforward this time, and delayed the delivery. The newly occupied Wufang County is also not at peace. The people are trying to flee, but they are blocked by the eldest prince and are not allowed to leave. Just kidding. If these people are gone, wouldn't it mean that only our own army is left? What's the point of occupying such an uninhabited county? But the eldest prince cannot provide food. So now the common people have been forced to start conflicts with the eldest prince's troops. They must either release food or let them go. If they wait like this, these common people will starve to death. Now even the bark is scraped off and eaten. Chitos! Distribute some food quickly. If this continues, the people will riot. Although we have the ability to suppress it, this will definitely create huge hidden dangers. Situ Bufan urged anxiously. Well, go ahead and make arrangements. Try to leave as much food as possible for my men and horses. The food from Yiqing County and Sanha County is already on the way. Send people to Lao Lu's place to urge food. I am here to carry it for him. And he wants to. Are you looking for a good show? The eldest prince said very depressedly. He also knew that once the people rioted, the consequences would be terrible. Although the granaries in the 4 fiefdoms of the eldest prince have been burned down, there are still several granaries that have not been burned down. In addition, there are many merchants who have a large amount of grain in their hands. Under the forced order of the eldest prince, they can still come together for emergency help. Military advisor. Is it almost over this time? The eldest prince's place has already started to become chaotic. If we don't take action, once the people riot, even we will not be able to end it. Princess Ming asked impatiently. She regained the 5 directions. The county's mood is even more urgent than that of the 19th princess. After all, it was once his own territory and was lost in his own hands. Ha ha! Princess Ming, don't worry. It's just a few days away. But before attacking Wufang County, we have to talk to His Highness the 6th Prince first. Why don't you go? Duanmuqi said with a calm smile. Talk to 6th brother? I won't go. I don't want to see this person. Princess Ming was surprised, but immediately shook her head. She was unwilling to meet His Highness 6th in her current capacity. Well, it's better for the princess to go there in person and ask him to return it to Huaning County on his own initiative, Duanmuqi said with a smile. How is this possible? 6th brother will definitely not agree. Princess 19 asked in surprise after hearing this. I know he won't agree, but we are making our attitude clear. And once Wufang County is recovered, hey! His Highness the 6th Prince will change his attitude, Duanmuqi said with a confident smile. Understood. I'll leave now, Princess 19 said with understanding. The next day, Princess 19 appeared on the eastern front, opened the city gate, led her team out of the city, and sent someone to deliver a message to His Highness 6th, asking for a face-to-face talk. Seeing that the 19th princess had set up a simple negotiation room outside the city, His Highness 6th Prince also happily went to the appointment. He also wanted to see what kind of strongman this 19th princess had become. He also knew that once he went to the appointment, he would definitely arouse the suspicion of the eldest prince. But now he had to go. His soldiers were all watching him, and he was also very curious. What did the 19th princess want to do? This is so similar to the last interview with Princess Ming. It's just that the other party is now the 19th princess.
Brother 6. Are you okay? Please. Ha ha. 19th sister. Please.
Chapter 624, Wufang County A. The 19th princess brought Wu Yu and Yuli with her this time. And there were 3 guards behind the 6th highness. One of them, Wu Yu, was very familiar with him. It was Hu Tianluan who came to Shiyuan City to capture Zhu Xiaobao. Although Hu Tianluan's martial arts is not the highest, he is His Highness the 6th Prince's most confidant. In recent years, his cultivation has been promoted to the level of a great martial artist. The other 2 people were wearing masks and followed His Highness 6th. But Yuli could feel that the martial arts of these 2 people were very high and should not be inferior to hers. This master's faint momentum made Yuli immediately alert.
Ha ha. Sister 19. We haven't seen each other for a long time. Brother, I think of you often. I didn't expect that you have grown to a certain extent in the past few years.
His Highness the 6th Prince entered the wooden house and was not polite. He came down, and said with a smile, "This posture really doesn't look like they are here to negotiate, but more like they are here to reminisce about old times."
Yes. Since the beginning of the Imperial City, 6th brother has taken good care of my little sister. I am really grateful.
Princess 19 also said with a smile, and then sat opposite His Highness 6th Prince. Wu Yu and Yuli was standing behind the 19th princess.
What the HL? My younger sister was ignorant at first. Please forgive me if I offended you.
His Highness the 6th Prince said, a little embarrassed. After all, she had tried her best to plot against the 19th princess, but she couldn't succeed. So His Highness the 6th Prince quickly changed the topic, looked at Wu Yu and said with a smile,
I didn't expect Wu Yu to be promoted to the level of a great martial artist. What a joy and congratulation. Don't dare. I still want to spar with this Hu Tianluan,
Wu Yu said coldly, but her eyes were fixed on Hu Tianluan. At first, Hu Tianluan was an insurmountable master for her, but now she wants to compete with him again. Hu Tianluan shows off.
Humph. Wu Yu, don't be arrogant. I'll be with you anytime.
Hu Tianluan also snorted in annoyance. Unexpectedly, he was a small third-level warrior at the time, and now he has become a great martial artist. The promotion speed is too fast, but Hu Tianluan has been promoted to a great martial artist in recent years, and he is still very confident in his combat power.
Okay, let's talk about business now. We'll talk about these little things later.
His Highness the 6th Prince waved his hand. What he was most concerned about was the negotiation with the 19th princess, and he wanted to get the maximum benefit from it. So His Highness 6th Prince turned around and said with a smile,
19th sister,
are you here to seek peace in this meeting? In fact, as long as you pay a little compensation, Brother 6th is still willing to grant your wish. Seek peace? Uh-huh. 6th brother, you are overthinking. I am here to ask for the return of Huaning County. If I accept the 2nd brother's fiefdom, I will lose 2 counties as soon as I take office.
Right? Princess 19 was slightly startled, then shook his head and said calmly,
repay it? Ha 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 ha, 19th sister. You are really good at talking. Even if 6th brother wants to help you, he won't offer a county as a favor?
His Highness 6th Prince was also stunned, and then he couldn't help laughing. In his opinion, these 19 girls seemed a little too naive. They wanted to take Huaning County back without giving anything.
Well, I am a courtesy first, and then a soldier. If the 6th brother doesn't want to return it, then the little sister will have to take it back by herself. The 2nd brother's fiefdom is now under my control. I must take back the 2 counties that you have occupied.
Princess 19 clicked. He nodded and said seriously,
take back both counties? 19th sister, I admit that you have fought very well in the past few battles since you settled in. But do you think you can take back Wufang County and Huaning County in this way? You also underestimate me and the Emperor. Brother, you have already achieved your strength. Let's do this. You pay a certain amount of compensation, and we won't invade Liuhe County again. If you can defend Liuhe County, that's already amazing.
His Highness the 6th Prince said seemingly in good faith.
Compensation? You occupied one of my counties. And not only are you not going to return it, but you also want me to compensate you?
Princess 19 suddenly asked in surprise.
Of course. You have to know that if we continue to attack, you won't even be able to protect the only remaining Liuhe County. Brother 6 is not joking with you. The combined forces of me and the eldest brother are more than 10 times as many as yours.
Brother, I really think about you.
His Highness the 6th Prince's expression was even more exaggerated, as if he was completely thinking about the 19th princess. But the 19th princess didn't even appreciate it.
It seems that sixth brother is not going to return to Huaning County. Then this meeting will be meaningless,
Princess 19 said with a serious face.
Ha ha! Sister 19, you don't seem to understand that the law of the jungle is the eternal truth. You are the weak one now. If you can keep the last Lioha County, it is already the best result. Well, let's talk. I want to help you. But I don't know if the Emperor is willing to let Lioha County go.
His Highness the Sixth Prince also gradually stopped smiling and said arrogantly,
Then there's nothing to talk about. I'll take back Wufang County first. And then I'll take back Huaning County. Don't blame me for fighting each other when the time comes.
19th sister stood up and said coldly,
Oh, ha ha. Then I'll wait and see. If 19th sister can really take back Wufang County, I will consider returning Huaning County to you.
His Highness Sixth Prince's heart moved. If 19th princess can really take back the eldest prince, if you are defeated, wouldn't that be a great good thing for you? Regardless of whether Wufang County can be regained or not, both families will definitely suffer losses. If we take action at that time, then these two families will definitely be at the end of their war effort. It is very possible to destroy the eldest emperor brother and the 19th sister in one fell swoop. Therefore, His Highness the Sixth Prince immediately became excited and made a very tempting promise. As long as the 19th princess could regain Wufang County, he would return Huaning County.
Okay, it's a deal. I hope sixth brother can keep his word.
Princess 19th immediately followed.
Of course, it's a deal. But it's better not to let the first emperor know about this meeting. Otherwise, I won't be able to refuse if he asks me to cooperate in the attack.
His Highness the Sixth Prince also responded happily. Before it seems that the 19th princess is a bit overestimating her abilities if she wants to defeat the eldest prince. Attack and defense are completely different things. If you want to capture Wufang County by force, the 19th princess's troops are not enough. Returning to Prince Daoxing's mansion, His Highness the Sixth Prince was very happy. Now he was in an absolutely advantageous position. If the eldest prince won, he could immediately launch a fierce attack. Once the eldest prince is defeated, he can still hold on to Huaning County. Anyway, after this battle is over, both the eldest prince and the 19th princess will definitely suffer losses.
Your Highness, you must not take it lightly. The 19th princess is able to stand up to you too, and even beat you. Her strength should not be underestimated.
Bachelor Yue Chong was also invited to the banquet. But Yue Chong felt uneasy because the 19th princess was too confident and had no absolute chance of winning. Where did she get this confidence?
Ha ha! Teacher, you are worrying too much. She is going to attack now, which is not as easy as defending. And Wufang County's defense is not bad. Without those ingenious means, 19th sister will have no strength. His Highness Sixth Prince said with a smile.
What are you going to do with the food your Highness has there?
Yue Chong asked again.
I'll guarantee supplies for him. And it's free. Let his men and horses be fed, and have the strength to fight. By the way, come on. Give Chitos the food in half, so that he can hold on without fighting if he has enough food. Then how can I afford it? He must have a sense of urgency. Not only to defend, but also to counterattack.
His Highness the Sixth Prince suddenly thought of this problem, and immediately reduced the food supply to the eldest prince by half. Only 20,000 denier.
Yes, this plan is feasible. But His Highness cannot be too comfortable. Let them fight.
Yue Chong nodded at this time, and said with satisfaction. Then he went back on crutches. Before leaving, he turned back and said,
Remember, if His Highness is really defeated, you must take the initiative to return Huaning County to the 19th princess. I know. Teacher, go slowly.
His Highness the Sixth Prince said a little perfunctorily. In his heart, he did not believe that the 19th princess could capture Wufang County. After sending off Yue Chong, His Highness the Sixth Prince happily ordered Hu Tielun.
Tomorrow you go and pack food to the eldest brother. Just say that I am also very nervous here, and am helping him prepare more food so that he can fight quickly. Quick decision. Yes. I understand. Chitos, do you have any other instructions?
Hu Tielun nodded and bowed, and then asked with a knowing look.
Well, I feel happy today. Let's recruit those talented ladies from Kingwen to stay with us. Haha. Their women are having fun. When the 19th sister is driven out of Lioha County, remember to help me get that Wu we got you and Yuli.
His Highness the Sixth Prince was in a very good mood and said after thinking that when he saw Wu Yu and Yuli today, he immediately had a different feeling. The strong and muscular beauty interested him very much.
Yes. Yes. I understand. These two women will be your plaything sooner or later.
Hu Tianwen flattered with joy on his face. The next day, Hu Tianwen escorted 20,000 dan of grain to Wufang County. He also took a look at Wufang County's defense and felt more at ease. Wufang County's defense had been repaired a lot, and the eldest prince's various all-defensive equipment has been erected, and the city walls are fully prepared with strong bows, crossbows, rolling wood and stones.
What? It's only 20,000 din? Is this enough to last for a few days? Go back and tell Lao Lu. Don't play tricks on me. And send me another 100,000 din quickly.
When the eldest prince saw that there was only 20,000 din, he immediately yelled in dissatisfaction.
Road. Yes. Yes. My prince is also trying his best to prepare food. He will never let you down. Don't worry.
Hu Tianwen quickly explained with a smile. He did not dare to offend the eldest prince. Otherwise he would have to cannibal.
Well, go ahead. Go back and prepare food.
The eldest prince waved his hand impatiently and sent Hu Tianwen away. 20,000 dan was indeed a bit small. For 1,000,000 troops, it was equivalent to only 2 kilograms per person. Wouldn't it be finished in 2 days? However, the eldest prince is in a good mood today, because the 100,000 yuan of food temporarily raised by Yiqing County and Sanhe County has arrived, as well as urgently needed herbs and various military supplies. This is the advantage of having his own rear area,
ensuring the continuous supply of various materials and energy. So the eldest prince is confident again. Although she was very wary of the 19th princess's firearms and mines, she was still very confident in defending Wufang County. Even if there was a stalemate, it was the 19th princess who was anxious. So the eldest prince felt much more comfortable. In the evening, a banquet was specially prepared for a rare treat. This time, another beautiful woman was unlucky and became the eldest prince's food. After an hour of eating, the eldest prince was already full and drunk. He hugged the two maids and fell asleep. But in the middle of the night, a fire suddenly broke out in the camp, and his guards rushed in to report it in a panic. They screamed for a long time before waking up the eldest prince.
What? It's on fire? The food has been burned again?
The eldest prince was still confused at first. But as soon as he heard that the food was burned, he was shocked and woke up. Then he gets furious. 120,000 dan of grain was just burned. The eldest prince rushed to the big tent angrily. Situbufan was already waiting there with a gloomy face. All the civil and military officials under his command were also present. They were all beating in their hearts. They didn't know how furious the eldest prince would be.
Kill me the generals guarding the granary. Situbufan, how did you arrange it? You can't even defend a granary. How many people did you send to guard the granary?
The eldest prince angrily yelled in the big tent. Even Situbufan was scolded. This was the first time that Situbufan was scolded like this.
It should be that Zhu Xiaobao. The sergeant saw a white tiger running back and forth in the granary. Fires were burning wherever it went. Only 5 people could catch up. Wei Chen had already sent 5,000 of people guard the granary. Without the power of a special divine beast like his, he would not be able to enter the granary,
Situbufan said in a low voice. He was also extremely depressed. He didn't expect that Zhu Xiaobao would actually take action. He was from the great Purple Ray Kingdom. But thinking about it again, there was nothing to blame. He even claimed to be the consort of the 19th princess. It is only natural for the consort to help the princess. It turns out that Zhu Xiaobao got the news as soon as the food from the eldest prince arrived. Originally, Yi Qihong wanted to burn down the granary. But this time Zhu Xiaobao stopped him. With the lesson learned from the previous time, the granary must be heavily guarded, and it would be difficult for Yi Qihong to get close. So Zhu Xiaobao decided to take action himself. For the sake of the 19th princess, Zhu Xiaobao also fought hard. Originally, Zhu Xiaobao wanted to touch the eldest prince's tent and assassinate the eldest prince. In that case, there would be a complete chaos without a leader. However, when I touched the eldest prince's tent, I found that it was impossible to get close to it. There were many secret sentries all around, and there were a large number of guards guarding the tent. Before he even got close, the old disciple sensed a powerful aura, which was unique to the Great Venerable. There was actually a Great Venerable hidden in the first prince's camp. Fortunately, the old apprentice was alert enough and quickly evacuated with Zhu Xiaobao, then shielded his aura and hid. As soon as they were hidden, a person jumped out of the tent very quickly. He was tall and had a fierce look on his face, but his aura was definitely that of a great martial lord. He should be the great lord of the wilderness. The great Lord Man Wang stood there and carefully sensed it for a while. But he couldn't sense the aura just now. He looked around with a little doubt, and then returned angrily. At that time, he was drinking and eating meat with the eldest prince. He drank a little too much, so his reaction was a little slow. Zhu Xiaobao gave up the idea of assassinating the eldest prince. The feeling given to him by the great venerable man just now was that he was very strong. He was not even a little bit stronger than his old apprentice. I'm afraid they might not be able to defeat each other if they fought. People. So Zhu Xiaobao rushed to the granary, and the 50,000 men and horses surrounding it surrounded the granary. Situ Bufan was cautious enough, and adopted this camping method to ensure the safety of food. However, this kind of defense with a large number of people could stump the old apprentice. But it could not stump Zhu Xiaobao. He condensed the white tiger Dharma, and the human and Dharma merged into one, and rushed in all the way. And this time the white tiger condensed the Dharma image was very small, not much bigger than a wolf dog. But it was so fast that the soldiers had no time to react. They saw a mini tiger rushing in. By the time they thought of chasing it, it was already gone. Arriving at the granary, Zhu Xiaobao was also very happy. Fortunately, he came in person. Situ Bufan actually piled the grains in more than a dozen warehouses as a precaution. Even if one warehouse was burned down, other warehouses could be avoided. Then there was the disaster, because each warehouse was still a long distance away. So Situ Bufan had to take great pains. But it was Situ Bufan's bad luck to encounter Zhu Xiaobao. Zhu Xiaobao's white tiger appearance suddenly became extremely huge. With a pair of tiger claws, he slapped the door of the warehouse to the fans, and then rushed in. His tiger the claws also emitted a scorching fire, which was much more powerful than ordinary flames. A raging fire immediately ignited wherever it passed, and there was no way to put it out. Therefore, no one in more than a dozen warehouses was spared, and they were all burned down. When everything was burned, the white tiger Faxiang threw himself into the fire, and disappeared in the sea of fire in the blink of an eye. And after a while, a small school boy wearing ordinary military uniforms ran out from inside, yelling for people to put out the fire, and then took advantage of the chaos to escape. No need to ask. This primary school is Zhu Xiaobao.
Zhu Xiaobao? Are the rumors true? Is he really of the bloodline of a mythical beast?
The eldest prince was also a little stunned. After a while, he turned his head and asked the great venerable man,
Great Venerable, can you take action against this man? Can you kill him?
Yes, but it's difficult. I'm not good at speed. If he runs away blindly, I can't do anything to him. And if I take action, that old guy Wu Wei will definitely be alarmed.
The great venerable man Wang hesitated for a moment, and then only then did he whisper that he had never fought anyone with the blood of a divine beast. So he was not very sure.
Okay, Mr. Situ, what do you think we should do next?
The eldest prince also calmed down at this time, and his tone became gentle. After all, Situ Bufan had done it very carefully this time. But when he encountered this monster roaring like a tiger can only be unlucky.
Hurry up and urge the 6th Highness for food. Also, ask the 4 counties under the tree to urgently dispatch food again and deliver it as soon as possible. Also, be prepared immediately. I estimate that the 19th princess's men and horses will take advantage of the chaos and attack Come On.
Situ Bufan was still calm. He did not panic at this time, but made careful arrangements in an orderly manner. However, no one saw the 19th princess's men and horses launching an attack at dawn. Instead, at noon, 8 strange-shaped chariots drove up from the 19th princess. There were no horses to pull them. They actually drove here by themselves. It's an improved mecha combat vehicle. Chapter 625, Wufang County B. The eldest prince and Situ Bufan were lying on the city wall. When they saw these strange chariots, they both looked at each other. What is this? Can you actually move forward on your own? The speed of travel is not very fast. At most it is as fast as ordinary people jogging. The key is what exactly is this thing, and what is it used for? Are you going to attack Wufang County just with this thing? Princess Ming was indeed secretly glad as she watched from behind. It seemed that the 19th princess wanted to regain the 2 counties, and was not just talking about it. The cards in her hand are still being exposed. Princess Ming had seen this kind of mecha chariot before. It was probably with this kind of mecha chariot that she defeated her armored army. There were only 4 of them at the time, but now 8 of them were taken out at once. The current mecha combat vehicle is 1/3 larger than the original one, and the armor is thicker. The key is that the front end is no longer a crossbow firing missiles, but 2 naval guns. These naval guns it was removed from the 3 lucky treasures. This power is several times higher than that of the original mecha chariot, and its range can reach a distance of 1,500 steps. This was developed and designed by Mu Chuani in the past 6 months. Mu Chuani originally stayed in the country of Zirwei, but since the 19th princess wanted to settle in Shiyuan City, all the little BMW sent a letter to Mu Chuani to rush him. Come over. So Mu Chuani has been in Shiyuan City for half a month. He also brought 10 sets of transmission equipment for mecha tanks with him on the ship. The other design data are all in Mu Chuani's hands, and he quickly assembled them when he arrived. 10 mecha tanks were launched. This kind of mecha chariot is now 3 meters wide and 4 meters long. The 6 wheels below are all made of fine steel, including the axle, in order to reduce the weight to the maximum extent. Only the front half of the top is paved with steel plates. The front end of the car is also a steel plate, and it is also tilted, which can effectively spread arrows and boulders fired from the front. This is something Zhu Xiaobao borrowed from later tanks. The entire mecha chariot is fully loaded with 8 people. The 4 people at the back provide power by hand cranking and pedaling, and drive the small gear to drive the large gear, although the speed is slower. 4 people can drive this 1.5-ton machine. It is a huge monster, and it is also relatively labor-saving. When the battle is fierce, the first 2 people can still participate in the battle, and the last 2 people can also drive this mecha chariot. In addition to the 2 naval guns, there are 4 people who can launch medium and long-range shooting, and there are 2 super powerful crossbows on the top. So the combat effectiveness of a mecha combat vehicle is quite huge in this era. In addition, there are more than 20 infantrymen behind the mecha. With the mecha clearing the way, their safety is very guaranteed, and they can keep shooting while hiding behind. Strategy. This is a chariot? Have you seen this thing before? The eldest prince asked very puzzledly. This was the first time he had seen such a chariot, and he was confused about what was so powerful about it. I have seen some similar mecha tanks. Some are horse-drawn, and some are pushed by people from behind. But the effect is not very satisfactory, because the bumps are severe, and the accuracy of shooting on this kind of tank is very poor. And this kind of chariot is not fast. The steering is not flexible, and it is easy to be attacked by catapults. So in the end this kind of chariot was gradually abandoned. Unexpectedly, I saw it here again, Situ Bufan said with some confusion. I can't figure it out. Why did the 19th princess take out the mecha chariot that Bei had eliminated? Actual combat has proven that the efficiency of this kind of tank is very low, and it is also very clumsy. It's extremely easy to become a target. What should we do now? Do we want to go out of the city to meet the enemy? The eldest prince asked a little eagerly. When fighting, he also likes to charge into battle. Large-scale fights. The more tragic they are, the more excited they are. Wait! When they get into the range of the catapults, let's concentrate our efforts to destroy these mechas first. Let all the catapults be ready. Once they are within the range, they must hit the projectiles and destroy these mechas in one fell swoop. Armored chariot, Situ Bufan said calmly. But these mecha tanks seemed to know Situ Bufan's intention, and they suddenly stopped when they were still 50 steps away from the catapult's range. Situ Bufan was so angry on the city wall that he almost cursed. What's going on? The other party seems to know what he is thinking, and also knows the specific location of the catapult. So he stops so accurately outside the range of the catapult? Situ Bufan looked at it from a distance in confusion. The opponent's camp had built a 20-meter-high observation tower. From the top, he could see all the conditions within the city walls of Wufang County from above. But at such a long distance, it's impossible to see clearly? Situ Bufan really couldn't figure out what the other party's purpose was in building this watchtower. After all, human vision is limited. He couldn't see clearly what was on the watchtower now. He could only vaguely see a figure moving. But on the watchtower, Zhu Xiaobao and others had a very clear view of Wufang County City. They could even see Situ Bufan's confused expression on the city wall because a high-power telescope was set up on the watchtower. This kind of telescope can only be seen clearly if it is fixed there, because the magnification is high. If it vibrates slightly in the hand, it will affect the observation effect. But you can see it very clearly from the watchtower. Princess Ming was also on the watchtower. This was her first time participating in such a battle. She felt that she could no longer keep up with the situation. How could she still fight like this? Looking at the telescope in my hand, I can also get an overview of Wufang County. As for Zhu Xiaobao and the others, they were enjoying the command of the battle.
There were actually wine and food on the watchtower. And there was a chessboard placed by the old apprentice, with an unfinished chess game on it. Zhu Xiaobao held the 19th princess's waist. And the two were still whispering. More like talking about love. The 19th princess was still complaining that Zhu Xiaobao was too risky to burn down the eldest prince's granary. Among them, Mu Chuanyi was the only one who remained silent. She only cared about the data of her newly improved mecha and ignored everything else. She has never been very satisfied with the steering and speed of this mecha.
Commander Duanmu, is it almost time to launch the attack?
Princess Ming asked a little eagerly. She was also working part-time as a signal soldier, because the number of personnel on the watchtower was limited. Princess Ming took the initiative to take on the job of signal soldier.
But let them start.
Duanmuki nodded and said. As Princess Ming waved the red flag in her hand, the people in the mecha tank immediately started the first round of bombardment at the same time. The mecha chariots were filled with heavyweights from Shiyuan City, including Yu Shuang, Yu Shui, Wu Yu, Wu Lijia, Yu Dahong, Yu Qing and others, each controlling a mecha chariot. Yu Li is not here anymore. She is guarding in the east, watching out for His Highness the Sixth Prince. In fact, Wu Yu played a little trick in the middle. She wanted to drive a mecha chariot and participate in the attack, so she changed Yu Li to the east. However, Yu Li is very generous now, and doesn't care about these small things. She does everything well, and is praised by everyone. With a flash of fire, the 16 naval guns of the 8 mecha tanks began to fire at the same time, aiming directly at the city wall of Wufang County. Suddenly, with the whistling of cannonballs, the city wall was exploded with flames, rubble cracked, and smoke filled the air. Several huge gaps were blown out of the seemingly solid city wall. As for the soldiers on the city wall, there were countless casualties and panicked soldiers everywhere, not knowing where to run. The eldest prince was also bombarded with disgrace, and asked in horror,
Commander Situ, what is this thing? So powerful. In just 2 rounds, the city wall was blown through. I don't know. It should be the kind of red cannon that they put on the mecha chariot. Unexpectedly, this thing is so powerful when paired with such a firearm.
Situ Bufan also had a face full of black and gray. A little bit, he said in horror. This was the first time he had seen this method of siege. But before he could finish his words, the second round of bombardment came again. This time even more devastating, hitting directly where the catapults were. Hundreds of catapults were blown to pieces. And those tarpaulin bags that were ready for use were blown to pieces. Was also ignited. And suddenly the Wufang County city was filled with flames. And smoke was everywhere. Walking around the city wall, one could not see clearly the people facing him. The third round of SH. Ling was even more terrifying. It was fired directly into the military camp behind. It immediately made the soldiers cry for their mothers and scream for their mothers. No one could have imagined that they would be bombed even if they stayed in the military camp.
Quick! 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 The armored troops come out of the city to meet the enemy. Destroy all these mechas!
The eldest prince was also anxious at this time. Without waiting for Situ Bufan's order, he had already dispatched his 10,000 armored troops, because Situ Bufan was hit by a falling flagpole at this time. His face was immediately covered with blood, and he passed out briefly. When Situ Bufan woke up and saw that the eldest prince had sent an armored army, he immediately slapped his thigh anxiously.
Wrong! Wrong! You can't send an armored army. You should send light cavalry. Only by being flexible and quick can you most effectively evade fire.
Kill! Sure enough, when those armored troops lined up and moved forward, they gave Wu Yu and the others the best opportunity to kill. They were just standing there waiting to receive the cannonballs. With just 1 round of naval gun, these 10,000 armored troops were in chaos. This explosive power was not like those catapults, which had poor accuracy and limited lethality. This kind of naval gun has a long range and high accuracy. A single SH. I can blow up those armored war horses. Moreover, it is not a bomb with huge explosive power to deal with the iron armored army, but a more flammable artillery SH. Once it explodes, flammable materials will be splashed everywhere. And a single artillery SH. I can ignite an entire place. These 10,000 armored troops were in disarray, and they collided and trampled with each other, causing countless casualties. At this time, the city gate opened again, and another 10,000 light cavalry rushed out. Their speed was much faster and more dispersed. Only strong bows and crossbows can effectively kill them. The lethality of artillery is greatly reduced. At this time, the yellow flag on the watchtower waved, and the 8 mecha chariots began to retreat at the same time. There was no need to turn around. The female warrior inside only had to rock and step backwards to reverse. And the speed was the same as before. No. We should say that it is much faster than before. Because the soldiers following behind are holding a rope at this time and helping to work together, which greatly increases the power of the mecha chariot, making it faster than before. Nearly doubled. The two naval guns in front were still firing, and the city of Wufang County was still being bombarded by artillery fire. In this short period of one stick of incense, 16 rounds have been fired continuously, and nearly 500 LS have been fired. The casualties and losses caused are not small. At this time, the 10,000 light cavalry also began to pursue them. They had realized that the LS had limited damage to them, so they began to gain confidence. After all, the 10,000 light cavalry were enough to kill these 8 mecha tanks. Shocked, the eldest prince was also waving the flag desperately on the damaged city wall, asking these light cavalry to destroy the 8 mecha chariots as fast as possible. He hated these mecha chariots from the bottom of his heart. Princess Ming, who was standing on the watchtower, was also a little anxious. The speed of this mecha chariot was still too slow. At this speed, it wouldn't take long for the light cavalry to catch up. Princess Ming couldn't help but feel sweat in her hands. She was very worried about Wu Yu and the others' safety. After these days of running in, Princess Ming has begun to like fighting with these female generals. She has never been more confident and integrated. So at this time her heart was aroused.
Ha ha. Don't worry. They have been prepared for a long time. Those light cavalry can't get any advantage.
Duan Muqi smiled calmly, and even Muchuni beside him nodded lightly. Sure enough, the female warriors on the mecha chariot kept using strong bows and crossbows to kill the light cavalry who were chasing after them, which made these light cavalry very afraid. They also used bows and arrows to kill them, but it was useless. Inside the mecha, these female warriors cannot be hurt at all. On the contrary, they were shot and killed by these female warriors along the way. More than 200 light cavalry had been shot and killed. But seeing the pursuit getting closer and closer, these light cavalry were still very excited. The time to make achievements was coming soon. But as soon as these light cavalry chased them to the place where the mecha chariot had stopped, they suddenly started to explode one after another under their feet. Without any warning, the entire area was filled with such bombs buried underground. In fact, it is Zhu Xiubo's mine. It turned out that the soldiers who were following behind were not idle. They were quickly laying mines. They laid mines in other places beyond the reserved route for the mecha chariot to retreat. Why was Duan Muqi so sure? He had already been prepared. This blast of mines blew up the 10,000 light cavalry to pieces, and they couldn't figure out what was going on. Moreover, there was so much smoke in front of them that they couldn't even see the mecha chariot in front of them clearly. In the smoke, many war horses also started kicking and jumping around, and 10,000 light cavalry suddenly huddled together in chaos. At this time, the mecha chariot started another round of artillery fire. This time, the killing force was huge, because the light cavalry were huddled together, but it was not so easy to escape. Suddenly, people were on their backs, and there was smoke and smoke everywhere, scorching flames, and arrows shot from afar. After passing through this minefield, only 5,000 of the 10,000 light cavalry were left, and these 5,000 lancers did not dare to pursue them anymore. Who knows if there are still mines ahead? And if you continue to chase, you will be too close to the opponent's camp. The eldest prince also had no choice but to order the withdrawal of the troops. If he continued to pursue them, the 5,000 light cavalry could not be saved. He murmured,
Is this possible? How many trump cards does she have? It's not about this kind of missiles.
Is it expensive? Why do they seem to be free of charge? Ahem. Chitos. It's better to just stick to it. Let's see how many missiles they have like this, and what kind of actions they will take later. Oh, it's so strange. This is the first time I've encountered such a battle. It's really too incredible.
Situ Buffon shook his head and sighed. He was also a little helpless. The opponent had too many trump cards, and it was difficult to guard against them. But for the next 3 days, these mecha tanks arrived outside the city on time, and started bombarding them round after round. The city walls of Wufang County were severely damaged by the bombings, and it seemed that they had no defensive capabilities. Every night, a lot of manpower and material resources were spent on repairing it. And the next day, it was torn into pieces by being killed. The missiles of the 19th princess seemed to be inexhaustible, which made the eldest prince really miserable. He lived in fear every day, and there were a large number of wounded every day. which also made him I was very depressed. The herbs and gauze were exhausted again. What was even more troublesome was that food was also in short supply. The food promised by His Highness the Sixth Prince had not yet been delivered. No. I can't sit back and wait for death like this anymore. I want to lead my men to attack. This kind of defense is too frustrating. The eldest prince finally couldn't bear it anymore and shouted angrily. No. Chateaus. Our losses will be even greater. They are deliberately provoking us. Just to make us attack. We still have to stick to it as the best policy. Situbufon was suddenly shocked and hurriedly dissuaded them. Fart. The city wall is almost destroyed. How can we defend it? It's too late to repair the city wall every night. Shut up. Stay in the city and come up with some good ideas for me. Don't be busy all day long. Such useless tactics as holding on and retreating. The eldest prince scolded angrily. Situbufon was speechless immediately. He really couldn't think of any other way. Sure enough, as expected by Situbufon, as soon as the eldest prince entered the edge of Liuha County, he was violently bombarded. At the same time, a new force came from the flank. It turned out to be Gialanga's men and horses, with a total of 50,000 cavalry. This caught the eldest prince off guard, and he immediately fell into a passive position. After a fierce bombardment and strong bow shooting from the front, a large number of people rushed out. The leader was Yushuan Yushuet, and behind him was Princess Ming. Attacked from both sides, it was immediately difficult for the eldest prince to resist, and the morale of his soldiers was low. They did not want to fight at all. As soon as they came into contact, they turned around and ran away. Some even simply threw away their weapons and surrendered. If you don't have enough to eat in Wufan County, you might as well be a prisoner. At least you can still have enough to eat. The eldest prince's impulse caused another loss of 50,000 troops. And he was also hit by an arrow. This time he was honest and asked Situbufon very embarrassedly. Military advisor, what do you think we should do next? Withdraw troops? Return Wufang County to the 19th princess. Huh? Or withdraw the troops? Chapter 626, Wufang County C. The eldest prince had already begun to think about quitting. But at this moment, the food for His Highness the Sixth Prince arrived. And he also brought a handwritten letter, agreeing to attack the 19th princess together. The letter was written with great sincerity. The eldest prince immediately changed his mind. Ah! Chateaus! No! This is His Highness the Sixth! He is deliberately consuming our strength, making us and the 19th princess fight to lose both sides. These days, he has no decent attacks at all. He is just pretending. And still the euphemistic saying is that it helped us hold back half of the main force. Situbufon suddenly shouted in surprise and urgency. No way! The sixth brother is indeed under a lot of pressure. Besides, this time he has made it very clear that he will send millions of troops to attack at the same time as us. Military advisor. As long as we kill the 19th sister, then all the problems will be solved. The eldest prince was still reluctant to give up Wufang County, although it was in a discussion tone. He had already made up his mind to give it another try. No, Chateaus. It's a small thing if we can't take Liuha County, but the loss of our men and horses is huge. If this continues, the gap in our strength has been widened by His Highness the Sixth Prince. Once he turns against us and becomes our enemy, it will be our end. What a disaster! Situbufon persuaded him in a very anxious and angry tone. Well, let's see. Let's hold on to Wufang County first, and wait until the sixth brother does launch a fierce attack. Then we take action. This should be safe. The eldest prince was also hesitant. The strength of His Highness the Sixth Prince must have surpassed his own now. But he still thought about the huge benefits of the two parties joining forces, and wanted to wait and see again. Oh, well, I hope that His Highness the Sixth Prince will really go all out this time. If that happens, we still have some chances. After all, the 19th princess still has too few people. Situbufon could only nod in agreement, knowing that the first prince this is already the biggest concession. Not to mention, early the next morning, His Highness the Sixth Prince really launched a fierce attack. The battle line, which was more than 10 miles long, was filled with huge boulders wrapped in oilcloth thrown by catapults. There were fireworks everywhere, and shouts of death everywhere. There was a huge crowd on the battlefield that stretched for more than 10 miles. And a large-scale attack was launched. The eldest prince also received a letter from Fei Gu, and he couldn't sit still. This was an excellent opportunity. Moreover, the mecha tanks on the opposite side did not harass them again today, and they were very calm.
It seemed that they were mobilizing troops to support the battlefield to the east.
Pass my order. All the troops will be dispatched. Line up horizontally. Form 6 square formations. And attack in all directions. Whoever breaks into Lioha County first will be rewarded with 100,000 taels of gold and promoted to the 3rd level.
The eldest prince is also willing to risk everything. And he will be promoted to the 3rd level. Give it a try.
Oh! I hope His Highness the 6th Prince is really going all out to attack. Otherwise, this is...
Situbufon looked at the large number of troops gathered on the city wall, and the momentum of the eldest prince, who was determined to fight, and thought in his heart, muttering silently,
Come on! Come on! The eldest prince finally couldn't help but take action. The military advisor is really good at predicting things.
The 19th princess saw the eldest prince finally taking action on the watchtower, and couldn't help shouting with joy. The fierce attack by His Highness 6th Prince put her under tremendous psychological pressure. She has been in a dilemma whether to go to the rescue or not. But at the critical moment, Guanmuchi was still calm. He was sure that His Highness the 6th Prince would not really fight so hard. At most, it would be just a show of the eldest prince. Sure enough, His Highness the 6th Prince's massive attack seemed very fierce. But it was basically a long-range attack with little lethality. When the soldiers reached a certain distance, they began to slow down, and finally stopped. Standing at such a distance, Yuli fired a few cannons at first, but later she just used catapults to greet the enemy. The whole battlefield was filled with fireworks and shouts of killing, but no real siege was seen. As for the eldest prince, he was very cautious at first, and slowly advanced for 2 or 3 miles without any resistance. On the opposite city wall, many soldiers could be seen blowing horns in a panic and hurriedly setting up defenses.
Ha ha! Sure enough, most of the main force has been taken away, and now we don't even dare to fight. Send me an order to speed up all the phalanxes and cooperate with the 6th brother to launch the most violent attack.
The eldest prince shouted very excitedly. Dao, relying on the human wave tactics to attack the city and seize the stronghold is his strength. But the eldest prince was negligent. From the time he entered the range of the red cannon to the foot of the city wall, which was a full 3 miles away, he was resisting the oncoming attack. First came the red cannon, which kept firing. After finally attacking within 1,000 steps, 12 more mecha tanks came out. It turned out that Shiyuan City had rushed to produce 4 more mecha tanks in the past few days. Now there were 12 mecha tanks. Although the naval gun on the mecha chariot is not as powerful as the red cannon, it has fast reloading and good accuracy, giving the eldest prince's troops a double blow. Moving forward, we entered the shooting range of the super powerful crossbows, and they became even more ferocious. The crossbow arrows fell like rain. Now the 19th princess has 3,000 super powerful crossbows here, half of which are King Ming's troops. The other half of what I originally owned was transported by the 19th princess from northern Zerway Kingdom and Princess Island. Although the number of people is not as high as that of the first prince, the equipment is already quite rich. Finally, within 150 steps, tens of thousands of archers fired thousands of arrows. The lethality was even more astonishing. They were all well-trained female warriors. The eldest prince was sitting in the back and commanding, and everyone was a little frightened. This loss was too great. Before they could even reach the city, tens of thousands of people had already fallen, and it doesn't seem like the opponent has removed its main force. So why is it still so strong? The most terrible thing is that wherever the eldest prince goes, those cannonballs follow him, as if they are staring at him. That is to say, the eldest prince is so strong that he just jumps up from the horse and flies out, so that he does not get hit by the bombs. It turned out that this time Muchuini was specifically adjusting the angle to greet the eldest prince. She adjusted these red cannons to a very fine level. How much the muzzle was raised was measured with a protractor. So the cannonballs she fired here were measured every time. Each shot was extremely accurate, and the whereabouts of the eldest prince could be clearly seen through the telescope. So the eldest prince felt that he was being targeted. Wherever he hid, the SH.LS followed him. This is killing him. Before the eldest prince could attack the city gate opened wide, and 30,000 female warriors rushed out, led by the 2 sisters Yu Shuang and Yu Shui. Next came King Ming's 50,000 armored army, which was personally commanded by Princess Ming, followed by another 100,000 armored troops. This is a counterattack. What's even more terrible is that 100,000 iron cavalry suddenly rushed out from Jialanga's side, and there were 100,000 spearmen behind them. These are Jialanga's best attack methods. From the other side, Wu Yu also rushed out with 20,000 cavalry. These 20,000 cavalry were trained by Wu Yu himself. Although they were not as good as those female warriors, they were all extremely fierce, and they were holding back their energy to compete with those women. The female warriors are competing. There are 50,000 infantrymen behind him, all of whom are direct descendants of the 19th princess. Soon, the two sides entered into a close combat situation. At this time, it depends on who is more powerful and who has a stronger desire to win.
Hold it! Hold it! Don't panic! They don't have many men! Hold it!
The eldest prince shouted until the end. He was almost crying. His troops had no morale at all. Obviously, they were not inferior in numbers. But in terms of momentum, it is simply incomparable. Many people have already started to turn around and run backward. What's even more irritating is that the mecha chariots and the men and horses chasing him are firing desperately. And they are running very fast. While the people hiding behind the mecha chariots are archers, shooting non-stop. But it is difficult for the opponent to shoot them, because they are hiding behind the mecha chariot. So they are very safe. Viewed from the watchtower, the eldest prince's men and horses, which were originally overwhelming, began to shrink together, while his own troops and Jialanga's friendly troops rushing from the surroundings began to form a semi-surrounding situation, gradually closing in. Encirclement. The eldest prince's troops have begun to show a trend of defeat, and all formations are in chaos. Even the main force on the front, which the eldest prince relies on most, has begun to retreat backwards. Those red-coated cannons did not stop shooting, and were now bombarding the opponent's rear team indiscriminately. Therefore, the eldest prince's soldiers not only have to fight with their opponents, but they also have to worry about being severely damaged if something goes wrong later on. So they have no intention of fighting at all. With a whistling sound, the eldest prince felt that something was not good, and wanted to run to avoid it. Unexpectedly, there were people everywhere around him. He failed to avoid it, and was finally hit by Mu Chuani's cannonball. The eldest prince was immediately blown away more than 10 meters, and fell to the ground. He was not seriously injured because he was wearing heavy armor, but he was already beaten to pieces, and couldn't get up for a long time.
Quick! Protect Chateaus and retreat!
Situ Buffon quickly ordered people to lift the eldest prince up and retreat backwards. At this time, he didn't care about so much anymore. Let's rescue the eldest prince first. At this time, the soldiers under his command were even more uninterested in fighting, and began to retreat one after another. Situ Buffon's command was still good, and there was no big rout. They fought and retreated, and finally returned to Wufang County. And Yushuang, Yushui and others did not dare to pursue too closely, because the opponent's crossbows and catapults also began to launch. After all, these soldiers of the eldest prince are also well trained and have methods for fighting. Yushuang, Yushui and the others stopped chasing, but the 12 mecha tanks were also pursuing them. They kept firing cannonballs, and defeated the catapults and crossbows behind them. Many soldiers had to give up. These bulky weapons fled back to Wufang County. The eldest prince's head was bandaged, and he was a little bit red-eyed, and prepared to fight back again. At this moment, his guards came to report in a panic, and Wang Ting's army also began to attack the eldest prince's fiefdom. The leader turned out to be Jumei, who was also carrying Yangwu Jade, and behind him were two giant men, none other than Big Bear and Two Bears. They were invincible along the way, and drove the eldest prince's troops back step by step. Finally, they were pushed inside the city wall, and a stalemate was formed. It turned out that Jumei had not shown up for a while, and was sent to the royal court by Duimuki. Zhu Xiaobao wrote a letter to Prince Emohan, asking him to cooperate with him in launching an attack on the eldest prince. Prince Emohan was a little hesitant at first, but when he saw Jumei leading the three giants, he immediately ordered to assemble his troops and launch an attack on the eldest prince's fiefdom. Princess Mayu takes the lead, and Jumei takes the lead. Unexpectedly, Jumei's appearance immediately aroused the fighting spirit of the soldiers. The descendant of the Xuanwu beast is a godlike existence, and as soon as they arrived on the battlefield, these soldiers were impressed by the super powerful performance, like a giant and beautiful god descending from the earth. It is indestructible wherever it goes, and no one can stop it.
What? Wang Ting also took the opportunity to attack me? Are you trying to destroy me? King Yong'an!
The eldest prince was not furious this time, but slumped down on the handsome chair a little dull, muttering something in his mouth.
Now it seems the 19th princess has been prepared for a long time. The confrontation between Zhu Xiaobao and Jialanga is actually a negotiation, and Zhu Xiaobao sent Jumei to the royal court, and Jumei has a huge influence in the royal court. In addition, His Highness the Sixth Prince added insult to injury by joining forces in the name of joining forces, but actually weakening our strength. Now our situation is precarious, Situbufon said sadly. He had received a definite report. His Highness the Sixth Prince had already withdrawn his troops. Those grand scenes only consumed some siege materials and did not cause too many casualties. And Wang Ting's move was definitely the most unexpected variable. And Jialanga's rebellion also gave the eldest prince another hidden danger. Alas! Military advisor, what should we do now? The eldest prince asked feebly. He had been injured and had lost the energy he had at the beginning. The transition from active to passive is too fast. Abandon Wufang County. Quickly return to your own fiefdom. Strengthen the defenses. And hold on until the resentment is restored before seeking hegemony, Situbufon said resolutely. Then, as the military advisor said, we will withdraw our troops. The eldest prince no longer objected this time. He closed his eyes and waved weakly. The next day, in the military camp of Liuhe County, there was thunderous cheers, and everyone was celebrating the recapture of Wufang County, especially Princess Ming, with tears in her eyes. She didn't expect that her fiefdom had been lost and recovered again. Although it is no longer his fiefdom, it can still be regarded as a bad breath. The 19th princess was even more excited. Wufang County was the first county she had regained by force, which was of great significance. So before entering Wufang County, they made a lot of preparations, posted notices to calm the people, distributed food, and then purified water and poured it on the streets. Tens of thousands of common people flocked to the city gate to welcome the 19th princess into Wufang County. This time the 19th princess has confirmed her status, and her reputation far exceeds that of Prince Ming. In Duinmuki's tent, Zhu Xiaobao was in a stalemate with Jialanga with a sad face. And Duinmuki also had no idea. Hey! Zhu Xiaobao! Do you want to cheat on your debt? You agreed to marry my daughter just like Princess Ming. So why are you trying to cheat now? My daughter is worse than Princess Ming's daughter? Jialanji, he asked with his waist a little annoyed. No! I didn't say I would marry your daughter so soon. Right. You have to let me take a breath. Right. Besides, I call you sister. Isn't this confusing the seniority? Zhu Xiaobao said in distress. He had never seen Lan Jia's daughter before. And Jia Lan Jia was so tough. He was afraid that Jia Lan Jia's daughter was as tough as him, and it would be difficult to get along with her. It doesn't matter. Call me sister or mother-in-law. It's up to you. As long as you marry my daughter. Anyway, I want the same treatment as Princess Ming. You can't favor one over the other. Right, Jialanga said arrogantly. She finally understood that having a son-in-law like Zhu Xiaobao was an absolute guarantee. Whether she can be able to sit firmly, as the king depends on her move to marry the daughter off this time. Hey! 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 Let me tell you something. Why do you always use me as a bargaining chip in your wars, negotiations, and alliances? What is this? When Zhu Xiaobao saw the 19th princess in the camp, Duinmuki returned while you didn't say a word, while Yu Shuang and Yu Shui were gloating and laughing, and couldn't help shouting in anger. Princess Ming also couldn't help but want to laugh. Well, I think since you have promised, you should keep your promise, Princess 19 said hesitantly. Yes, yes. In fact, it is normal for a man to have 3 wives and 4 concubines. Don't you think so? Duanmuchi quickly agreed, with an envious expression on his face. Who said I agreed? I just said we would talk about it later. And I have never met her daughter. Who knows if it is a crooked melon or a jujube? It will scare me. Zhu Xiaobao shouted angrily. Fart! My daughter is no worse than Princess Ming's daughter. I brought them all, just outside the door. If you don't believe me, go and see. Jialanga shouted angrily. This time, she was very sincere and brought her here comes the most beautiful, reserved and well-educated 5th daughter. The other daughters were indeed not very good. They were all too rough. And Jialanga was too embarrassed to take them out. Yes, yes. Go and have a look. Go and have a look. Maybe you will fall in love at first sight. Duinmuki actively persuaded, because it was he who came up with this idea for Jialanga. At that time, in order to persuade Jialanga to rebel, he also filmed it. I promise with all my heart that Zhu Xiaobao will agree. So now Duinmuki is very active. Yes. Go and have a look. Go and have a look. We will accompany you to have a look. The 2 sisters, Yu Shuang and Yu Shui, took Zhu Xiaobao out of the camp very actively. They were afraid that the world would not be in chaos. So my son is very excited.
Unexpectedly, there was a girl standing outside the door. She was probably only 16 or 17 years old. But it was definitely not Jialanga, who said she was knowledgeable and sensible. Instead, she looked arrogant.
Are you Zhu Xiaobao? Humph. If you want to marry me, it depends on whether you have the ability to defeat me. Otherwise, you will have to be a consort with my tribe.
Princess Jiayu was very happy. He shouted arrogantly, with a scimitar in his hand already unsheathed, pointing at Zhu Xiaobao, asking him to let his horse come over.
Don't say I didn't remind you. Jialanga and her tribe have always worshipped the strong. If you lose, you will have no choice but to listen to her and follow her back to the tribe. So don't take it lightly,
Yuxuan said kindly. He whispered in Zhu Xiaobao's ears.
Oh? There are still these rules. So what should I do? Beat her to death until she surrenders. Huh? Do you need to be so cruel?
Chapter 627 Huaning County A. Although the evil girl in front of her is only 17 years old, her height is already comparable to that of the 19th princess, which means she is slightly shorter than Wu Yu. But she is already fully developed. The front and back are curved, very similar to Jialanga, and the wheat-colored skin looks very healthy. The key is that she and Jialanga are dressed exactly the same, and even her eyes are the same as Jialanga's, with a provocative gaze.
Humph. If you want to marry me, you have to see if you have the ability. The King of England is 1,000 years old. Someone else didn't blow it up.
Princess Jiayu snorted disdainfully. The last time Jialanga attacked Lingyu Mountain. At that time, she was not involved. She was dealing with business matters in Shahu City. Among Jialanga's children, Princess Jiayu was the most knowledgeable, knew how to manage, and could read and write, while the others were good at using force.
Ha ha! Little sister, I think you have a bit of a misunderstanding. I don't particularly want to marry you. Do I? If you're not happy, fine. Let's go back to our respective homes. What do you think?
Zhu Xiaobao said politely. Wouldn't it be perfect if this chick refused on her own initiative? Jialanga has nothing to say.
Not good.
Unexpectedly, Princess Jiayu immediately shook her head, and then said,
Now everyone knows about this. Wouldn't I be embarrassed if I don't bring one back? Don't worry. Come back with me. As long as you be obedient, and I won't hit you. What? Go back with you? Do you want to be obedient? Did I hear you right? Little sister, I see that you are still young and I don't want to argue with you. Seeing this, you actually want to take me away. Go back?
Zhu Xiaobao suddenly became a little dazed, and looking at Wu Yu, Princess 19 and others behind him. They were covering their mouths and snickering. Jialanga looked at Zhu Xiaobao provocatively. Regardless of whether they were beaten or not, Zhu Xiaobao would not be able to escape.
Well, although you don't look very good, neither tall nor burly, the things you made are still very good. After you go back, you can just help me make these things. Don't worry. I will treat you badly. Come on. Get out the knife quickly. I still have things to do. Yeah. Well, although I never like bullying women, I want to make an exception today. If you lose, come back with me. I still need a handyman there.
Zhu Xiaobao didn't use weapons, just bare hands. Walked up.
Damn Zhu Xiaobao. How dare you ask me to do odd jobs and take the fight?
Princess Jiayu was immediately furious. She waved the scimitar in her hand and launched the first attack. However, Princess Jiayu's little skill is not enough in Zhu Xiaobao's eyes. Since his mental cultivation reached the 8th level, his speed, which was originally very fast, seems to have slowed down in his eyes. Just like that, you can easily resolve it by turning your body casually. On the scene, Princess Jiayu was seen attacking Zhu Xiaobao, while Zhu Xiaobao was strolling among them casually. It seemed like an understatement, but he was always able to get out of Princess Jiayu's hand at the most critical moment. Knife. Many people present were masters, and they couldn't help but be secretly surprised. They didn't expect Zhu Xiaobao to be so strong now. Princess Jiayu's martial arts is not very bad, and she is also at the level of a second-level martial artist. To be able to reach this level at this age shows that her talent is not bad. And her sword skills are also taught by famous teachers, and each move is very exquisite. However, he actually looked very clumsy in front of Zhu Xiaobao. After fighting for a long time, he didn't even touch a corner of his clothes. On the contrary, it made Princess Jiayu very tired and out of breath, and her speed slowed down a bit.
Huh? Are you finished? It's my turn. Right.
Zhu Xiaobao asked with a smile at this time.
Asshole! Don't hide if you can!
Princess Jiayu scolded a little angrily, which made Jialanga even a little embarrassed. Why don't you hide? Stand there and let you chop me? This girl has met her opponent today. Usually no one dares to kill her. Most of the time, the escorts who were sparring would give in to her.
Okay, then we won't hide anymore,
Zhu Xiaobao said with a smile, and then suddenly appeared in front of Princess Jiayu. He raised his fist and struck without mercy. Princess Jiayu was in dire straits this time. She didn't expect that Zhu Xiaobao would attack her at close range. A pair of fists fell on her like raindrops. But she still showed no mercy. Everyone present could hear the punch. The sound of a punch hitting her was painful to hear. Zhu Xiaobao also has some sense of propriety. Most of the areas are rough and thick-skinned, or protected by soft armor. But even so, Princess Jiayu couldn't stand it anymore. And the scimitar in her hand couldn't stand it. She was knocked out by Zhu Xiaobao with one punch. And then she felt that her shoulders, back, and butt were hit by dense and fierce fists everywhere. The pain was so painful that she burst into tears.
No more fights. No more fights. I give up. Don't fight anymore.
Whoa. In the end, Princess Jiayu was beaten by Zhu Xiaobao until she sat on the ground and began to beg for mercy. And then she started crying in a grieved manner.
Humph. So I won? Should you go back with me?
Zhu Xiaobao raised his fist and asked arrogantly.
I didn't say I wanted to go back with you.
Princess Jiayu looked at Jialanga for help and said aggrievedly,
Heck! Do I want to go back with you if I lose? Nothing will happen to you if you lose? It seems that you still haven't obeyed. Continue.
Zhu Xiaobao scolded loudly.
Stop. Stop beating me. I'll go back with you. Oh no.
Princess Jiayu hurriedly waved her hands and exclaimed. She was really frightened by Zhu Xiaobao's beatings. She didn't show mercy at all. The beatings really hurt.
Ah. Humph. That's more like it. Sister, I'll accept the person. When he's trained well, I'll add him to the harem. If the training isn't good, then return it.
Zhu Xiaobao forcibly took Princess Jiayu's hand, and the latter he followed reluctantly, but did not dare to resist. His expression was really aggrieved.
You fart. You've gone too far. What do you mean by returning goods? Is there anyone so cruel?
Jialanga suddenly became furious and cursed. Seeing Princess Jiayu being beaten, she was a little at a loss. I thought that Zhu Xiaobao would be able to stop it. And if he could win just 1.5 moves, it would be over. But he didn't expect that he would be beaten so hard. This is her most precious daughter.
Huh? Isn't it said that the harder the beating, the more obedient and submissive you will become? Isn't that true?
Zhu Xiaobao asked in confusion, and then looked back at the sisters Yu Shuang and Yu Shui.
Although you said that, get out of here. I'll peel off his skin.
Jialanga shouted angrily. Not far away, Yu Shuang and Yu Shui quickly slipped away quietly.
Well, Kingswood is 1,000 years old. In fact, Xiaobao has accepted Princess Jiayu. Now he is going back to learn some etiquette and rules. Don't worry. I promise that she will not be wronged by me.
Princess 19 is very comfortable. Shirda stepped forward and said, We must give Jialanga a step up. Besides, she also likes this Princess Jiayu. A bit like the original Wu Yu.
Ha ha! Jialanga, let Princess Jiayu and Xiaojiu study more together. In fact, there are still many things to learn here at Xiaobao. I believe Princess Jiayu will like life here soon.
Princess Ming also smiled and walked forward and said, Now that King Ming has left, Princess Ming doesn't have so many scruples following Jialanga. In fact, she admired the woman Jialanga very much. She actually thought of marrying a daughter to get a guarantee. It had to be said that Jialanga was quite strategic in being able to serve as the king's assistant.
Well, let's do this for now.
Jialanga also knew that her daughter would be a concubine after marriage. She would definitely not have as high a status as Wu Yu and others. But this was the status she wanted. Now that the royal court is getting more and more popular, after recovering, she also has to plan for her future. But at this moment, although he didn't expect that, a man rushed out from Jialanga's entourage and stabbed Princess Ming with a knife. Amidst the exclamations, Princess Ming reacted quickly and half turned around, narrowly avoiding the fatal knife. However, the tip of the knife still scratched her right shoulder, and she immediately started bleeding profusely. However, Princess Ming remained calm in the face of danger and whipped her leg back, knocking the assassin down. Only then did everyone see clearly that this person was actually Jialanga's slave Fan Binu.
Bold! What are you doing? Why don't you kneel down?
Jialanga didn't expect that Fang Binnu would suddenly attack Princess Ming, and yelled in shock and anger.
Princess Ming, look who I am. I am the only survivor of the Fang family, and I am willing to be a slave, just to kill you and Prince Ming one day.
Fang Binnu's eyes were red at this time, and he ignored Jialanga, but stared at Princess Ming fiercely, and then suddenly jumped up again, wanting to assassinate Princess Ming. But Fang Binnu's martial arts was too low. Wu Yu, who was next to her, had already come to Princess Ming's side, raised her leg and kicked Fang Binnu to the ground. Then he stepped on him with one foot.
A member of the Fang family? Oh, I remember. It was Prince Ming who gave the order. Well, forget it. I won't hold you accountable this time. You can go.
Princess Ming also remembered at this time. It was indeed a cruel attack. Although it was King Ming's intention, she did not object. So now she feels somewhat guilty, and does not intend to hold Bai Nu accountable. It turns out that Fang Binnu wanted revenge wholeheartedly, and was willing to be a slave. But I didn't expect that Prince Ming would give up his fiefdom, and go to Princess Island. And Princess Ming also began to assist the 19th princess. What makes her even more desperate is that Jialanga has now begun to join forces with the 19th princess, and also wants to marry her daughter to Zhu Xiaobao. Doesn't this mean that Jialanga will never be able to deal with Princess Ming anymore? And it is impossible to deal with her? King Ming, in this extremely disappointed mood, Fang Binnu finally couldn't help but burst out. If he couldn't kill King Ming, he might as well kill Princess Ming. So this time he came prepared, just wanting to fight to the death and kill Princess Ming. Jialanga looked at Fang Binnu, who was stepped on by Wu Yu, and felt very entangled in her heart. This slave was quite useful, and could give her advice. She was a little reluctant to kill Fang Binnu, but now besides such a big thing, she can't help but protect Fang Binnu. So she turned her head and looked at Duan Muqi, hoping that Duan Muqi could say a word and resolve the matter.
Fang Binnu. Alas, you are too resentful and can't let go of the hatred in your heart.
Duan Muqi also stepped forward, shook his head and sighed. He actually valued Fang Binnu's intelligence.
Let me go. I'm going to kill this bitch.
Fang Binnu was stepped on by Wu Yu, still struggling and shouting.
Let him go.
Duan Muqi stepped forward, picked up the knife on the ground, and then looked as if he really wanted to return it to Fang Binnu. Even Princess Ming's face darkened. However, just when Fang Binnu was about to take the knife, Duan Muqi turned his wrist and slashed Fang Binnu's neck with the knife. Fang Binnu immediately covered his neck and blood spurted out from his hands. He pointed at Duan Muqi, but he was speechless. He staggered for a few steps and finally fell to the ground, dying.
Keeping such a person around is always a hidden danger, and will kill you sooner or later.
Duan Muqi threw the knife and then said calmly to Jialanga.
Yes, this slave deserves it.
Jialanga nodded dejectedly and said, somewhat feeling that this was Duan Muqi's intention, to make Jialanga understand his position clearly, and said they were joining forces. But in fact it is mainly based on the 19th princess. Zhu Xiaobao didn't say anything when he saw the scene, turned around and left. He knew that people who play politics are ruthless. He couldn't do this and didn't like the scene in front of him. So he left immediately. After 3 days of rest in Wufang County, the most important task is to resume production and life in Wufang County and get those shops and workshops back into operation. At the same time, 200,000 days of food were mobilized to stabilize the people's sentiments. Now there is basically no food in Wufang County. Fortunately, the people did not lose a large number of people, because they had nowhere to go. So the 19th princess has been very busy these days, and has too many things to deal with. On the 3rd day, the 19th princess also hosted a special banquet for various meritorious officials, including Jialanga and Princess Ming. Now Princess Ming's people have basically recognized the leadership of the 19th princess, because following the 19th princess is indeed winning battles one after another. As a soldier, of course means winning the battle. In the meantime, Duan Muqi also announced that half of the loot captured this time would be given to Jialanga, which was actually a kind of appeasement for killing Fang Binnu. This gave Jialanji a bit of an unexpected surprise. According to her contribution in this battle, she would not be able to get so much at all, and she needed these strategic materials very much. What surprised Jialanga even more was that his daughter Princess Jiayu actually came with Princess Ming's daughter Jior. In just 3 days, Princess Jiayu's attitude has changed tremendously. She has already fallen in love with the life here in Zhu Xiaobao. There are surprises and novel things everywhere. And Princess Jiayu and Princess Ming's my daughter. Princess Jiu has become a very good best friend. They both like to learn new knowledge from Mu Chuanyi. So they have been by Mu Chuanyi's side these days. Jialangda and Princess Jiayu sat together, communicating in low voices from time to time. Princess Jiayu couldn't hide the excitement on her face. And Jialangda could only lament in her heart, forget it. I can't keep this daughter. So now within a few days, he had already started talking to Zhu Xiaobao.
The king of the West is 1,000 years old. Is it time to regain Huaning County next?
Princess Ming couldn't help but ask when she was almost done eating. She also has a goal in mind, which is to regain Huaning County. That was also a piece of Prince Ming's fiefdom, and I felt unwilling to take it back.
Hurry! When things here come to an end, we will go and recover Huaning County,
Princess 19 said with anticipation. This is what she has been thinking about these days.
Are you sure?
Princess Ming was still a little worried. The strength of His Highness the Sixth Prince was not bad. At least, he had far surpassed the first prince now.
Humph. If he refuses to return it, then beat him. Anyway, we can't lose to him in terms of momentum.
Wu Yu immediately snorted and said. The eyes of the two sisters, Yu Shuang and Yu Shui, were shining. They felt that this time, they had not had enough. The eldest prince was defeated too quickly. At this moment, a female guard walked up to the 19th princess and made a report in a low voice. Then, when she saw the 19th princess, she couldn't help but exclaimed in surprise.
Really? Sixth brother actually took the initiative to withdraw his troops. Give up Huaning County. Smart man.
When Duanmuqi heard this, he immediately raised his thumbs and praised. His Highness's move seemed aggrieved, but it was definitely the wisest choice. Princess Ming was also a little sluggish at this time. Did His Highness the Sixth Prince take the initiative to withdraw his troops? Just give up. That's a county. When King Ming had all his troops, His Highness the Sixth Prince and the First Prince still resolutely joined forces to destroy King Ming and carve up his fiefdom. But now the 19th princess does not have many troops. But His Highness the Sixth Prince actually took the initiative to withdraw his troops and give up Huaning County? Is the deterrence of the 19th princess already so powerful? Jialangda was also stunned. Doesn't this add another county to the territory of the 19th princess? Moreover, the foundation of Huaning County is quite good. The original Prince Wen's mansion was located in Huaning County. How could such a fat county be given away so easily? Jialangda had to re-examine the 19th princess again. Specifically, what attitude should she adopt? In the temporary palace of Huaning County, His Highness the Sixth Prince was also very depressed. But he also saw clearly that if Huaning County was not given up, the 19th princess would have to conquer Huaning County by force. It's definitely not worth it to fight Princess 19 now and lose both sides. That kind of result is what the eldest prince wants to see the most. Moreover, His Highness the Sixth Prince did not expect that the first prince would be completely defeated so quickly. Nor did he expect that Jialangda would side with the 19th princess. Nor did he expect that Wang Ting would also come to help. With these helping hands, can the 19th princess still be considered weak?
Oh, it's God's will. I didn't expect that this 19-year-old girl would appear out of nowhere and ruin all my plans,
His Highness the Sixth Prince said with a disappointed sigh.
But your decision is absolutely wise. Not only must we return Huaning County, but we must also take the initiative to make amends with her. You know, if we don't make amends with her, the eldest prince will be the first to make amends with her.
Yu Changwen at this time. He also said with satisfaction that although he suffered some losses, His Highness's judgment was still very satisfactory to him.
Teacher, I understand. I will definitely handle this matter. Ha ha! Children can be taught.
Chapter 628 Huaning County B. In Wufan County, the 19th princess has concluded the handling of many matters, and the next matters can be handled by her own officials. The 500,000 troops and 100 red cannons from Liuhe County have also arrived at the eastern front. Although His Highness the Sixth Prince has withdrawn his troops, the necessary deterrence is still needed. What if he still has any harsh conditions? If you can't reach an agreement, you still have to be prepared to proceed.
Military advisor, why don't you go with me to take over Huaning County?
Princess 19 was hesitant. This was the first time she faced such a big matter, so she was somewhat nervous.
Ha ha! If a county can't handle it alone, then how can it take over the world in the future? This is the best opportunity for you to increase your experience. Well, besides, Jumei is coming to Shahe City soon, and Qiu Baisheng, a powerful country, is accompanying him. Master, and there are 20,000 horses to escort him. This matter is not simple. I guess it is not just as simple as escorting Jume. I must go and see this Chiu Degwoshi in person.
Duinmuki twisted his beard and smiled. He had received the Fei Gupas the message and knew Jume was coming back. But he didn't expect Chiu Baisheng to come as well.
Okay. Then I will personally take over Huaning County.
Princess 19 nodded. She knew that Duanmuchi had consciously trained herself. The only thing she is inferior to these princes now is her qualifications and experience. She really still needs to sharpen her chain. When they arrived at the battlefield to the east, unexpectedly His Highness the 6th Prince proposed to meet with the 19th Princess and return Huaning County. Not the slightest bit of difficulty. Moreover, His Highness 6th Prince had already led his people to wait in the simple negotiation room where Sha Ong had a meeting. Showed great sincerity. The 19th Princess led 2,000 guards, followed by 4 female generals. Wu Yu, Yu Shuang, Yu Shui and Yu Li. Of course, there were other generals with high martial arts skills, but these were the ones she trusted the most and most effectively. When they arrived at the meeting place, the 19th Princess was a little surprised that His Highness the 6th Prince only brought less than 100 guards and some servants, who had prepared a banquet and were waiting there. In contrast, the 19th Princess was more alert. I have to say that His Highness the 6th Prince is quite courageous. When they arrived at the negotiation room, there were 2 masked Wuzun guards behind His Highness 6, and the other was Hu Tielun. Of course, only His Highness 6 and Princess 19 sat down to eat and chat, while the others stood behind them.
Ha ha! Unexpectedly, the strength of the 19th sister is beyond expectations. Not only has it been a month, but she has already recovered Wufang County. Brother Yu has no choice but to keep his promise and return Huaning County. Please!
His Highness the 6th Prince laughed. He said hee, and the servant next to him helped the 2 princes fill up the wine.
Please!
The 19th Princess also drank a toast simply. She has the blood of a mythical beast, and is not afraid of being poisoned. Of course, it is meaningless for His Highness 6th Prince to use such dirty tricks now. The truly powerful person is not 19th Princess.
I have already evacuated all the troops, and the extra food will be left in Huaning County. The food supply in Huaning County is also a bit tight now. This will not put the 19th sister in too much trouble.
His Highness the 6th Prince is very easygoing. He smiled, as if there was no reluctance or unhappiness at all.
Oh, thank you so much, Brother 6.
The 19th Princess was a little surprised. This Brother 6 was so kind, and he was such a gentleman.
Actually, you also know that the reason why I sent troops was mainly because King Ming went too far. Not only did he occupy concubine Yin, he also killed her. That's why I provoked the war on impulse. It's still too much to think about now. I'm so impulsive.
His Highness 6th Prince said, a little annoyed. In fact, he was depressed. If it hadn't been for the birth of the 19th Princess, he and the eldest prince would have been able to divide King Ming's fiefdom. But now that he had failed, he immediately began to clear his name.
Well, I know a little bit about this matter. But now that my second brother has retreated to Princess Island, and now that I have taken over this fiefdom, your matter is finally settled. It shouldn't involve me.
Tin, the 9th Princess, really admires this 6th brother. He is really good at acting. So she continued with her words, not mentioning the 6th Highness and the 1st Prince joining forces at all. It seems like there was just a little misunderstanding between the 2 parties.
Yes. No. I will give up Huaning County immediately. After all, it is not my own territory. I really don't have time to take care of another county and worry about it.
His Highness the 6th Prince nodded repeatedly and said. Then the conversation changed and he said,
however, 19th sister still seems to be a little hostile to me. She actually summoned 100 red cannons and 500,000 troops at once. I am a little nervous with my brother. Ha ha. I'm not targeting you, 6th brother. This is the most common configuration at the border of my fiefdom. These red cannons will no longer move and will be doubled in the future. Although my little sister is not good at offense, she is still good at defense. It's guaranteed.
Princess 19 said lightly.
Oh? You want to double it? Sister 19 is really a generous person.
His Highness 6th Prince shuddered when he heard that 50 red-coated cannons had already hit him hard. And now they want to double it. That's 200 cannons. Which seems a bit scary. Even His Highness the 6th Prince is a little trembling mentally. He must not provoke this Western King, Chitos. But she asked with some reluctance.
Have the 19th sister ever thought about taking advantage of the eldest brother's deep predicament and the help of Wang Ting and Jialanga to take over the territory in the northwest in one fell swoop? Oh, I haven't thought about this yet. My fiefdom has just experienced a war. It will probably take 2 or 3 years to recover. Besides, I just want to defend my fiefdom and have no other extravagant hopes. Why? Could it be that Brother 6 still wants to expand a little more? If necessary, my little sister can provide appropriate support.
Princess 19 also quickly entered the role and said very sincerely,
"Oh? No. 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 I am the same as 19th sister. I am satisfied just guarding my own fiefdom. The territory is big, and the more things I have to worry about. Come on. Let's have a drink."
His Highness 6th Prince also said he quickly waved his hand and said he hoped that 19th sister could continue fighting with the eldest prince. But he had no intention of taking action. There is no need to continue talking. The 19th princess has made it very clear that she does not intend to attack the eldest prince. The two chatted for a few more words. And then His Highness the 6th Prince said goodbye, with a somewhat depressed expression on his face. When Hu Tialuan saw that his master was not very happy, he immediately jumped out and asked loudly,
"Princess 19, my prince has returned Huaning County to you. You should also send Princess 14 back." "Right. How presumptuous. How can you speak in front of the King of the West? Why don't you step back?"
His Highness the 6th Prince immediately lowered his face and shouted,
"It doesn't matter. He is a loyal slave. However, the 14th princess is not with me. She is following Merong Feng in the great Purple Rui Kingdom. But as far as I know, it is not that she is not allowed to come back, but that she is not allowed to come back. She doesn't want to come back."
The 19th princess had almost forgotten the 14th princess. After all, she was just an unruly princess commanded by the 14th princess. In her eyes, it was nothing at all. Moreover, the 19th princess had long since forgotten those things in the past. Too lazy to care.
"Oh, why?"
His Highness the 6th Prince was stunned. He didn't expect that his sister would not want to come back. For his own benefit, His Highness the 6th Prince was indeed a bit indifferent, and did not rescue the 14th princess. But they were brothers and sisters from the same father and mother. So he still missed the 14th princess in his heart.
"Oh, I'm not sure about the details. It seems that I have learned a lot, and am living a more fulfilling life. Now I am basically self-reliant, and I don't even have a servant around me. If you are worried, you can write a letter, and I will send it to you. Give it to her."
The 19th princess thought for a moment before saying, because she really didn't care much about the 14th princess.
"Oh, I got it. I will write a letter to her when the time comes. Thank you very much, Sister 19. I will take my leave then."
His Highness the 6th Prince pondered for a moment, and then said in a low voice, "In fact, leaving the 14th princess behind, there is nothing wrong with the great Purple Rui Kingdom. If a war breaks out in the future, and the war goes unfavorably, the 14th princess will not be in any danger." In this way, the meeting with His Highness the 6th Prince ended, and the 19th princess was quite satisfied. In the afternoon, she led a large group of troops to settle in Huaning County. Unexpectedly, there was no special chaos in Huaning County, and there was no major damage to the housing facilities, except for some casualties and damage caused by the initial attack on Huaning County. There was no greater damage, and the people of Huaning County actually spontaneously walked to the city gate to greet the 19th princess. They have now recognized the 19th princess. She is much more powerful than King Ming. Not only did she regain Wufang County, but she also fought without blood. He regained Huaning County. The key is that the 19th princess's tax reduction and exemption, encouragement of production, and economic development measures in several other counties have long been spread to Huaning County. Don't the people just want to have a stable living environment? Princess 19 is much smarter than Prince Ming in this regard. At the same time, Duanmuki and Zhu Xiaobao also came to Shahu City, and Jialanga was also there. To be honest, Jialanga was still a little uneasy because the royal court suddenly sent so many people. However, when she entered Shahu City, she was relatively reassured. Troops were not allowed here, so she is still safe here. Several people first paid homage to the Great Venerable Duobao and gave him a large gift. But the Great Venerable Duobao dismissed these gifts. That is to say, Duanmuki, Qiu Baixing and others were all celebrities in the world, so he only met them. If they were others, he would not bother to take a look. However, When the great venerable Duobao saw Zhu Xiaobao, his face immediately became full of smile lines. There was nothing he could do about it. This was just one thing bringing down another. The great venerable Duobao was still thinking about Zhu Xiaobao's high-grade shredded tobacco. So when he saw Zhu Xiaobao, he immediately changed his smile. Zhu Xiaobao brought Princess Jiao and Princess Jiayu out this time to see the world. Even though these two were considered princesses, they really hadn't seen much of the market. Princess Jiayu has come to Shahu City so many times, but she has never seen the great venerable Duobao. He seems to be just a legendary existence. Unexpectedly, she followed Zhu Xiaobao and saw him today.
Brother, let's go and take my two little girlfriends to see your treasures.
Zhu Xiaobao also hugged the great venerable Duobao without any scruples. Princess Jiayu and Princess Jiao were both a little dumbfounded. Zhu Xiaobao was too casual. He was a great venerable. However, venerable Duobao was not angry yet and asked with a smile,
"Have you brought the shredded tobacco I asked for? Also, your 5-year-old tobacco, too."
The two walked away as they talked and ignored Duinmuki and others. Princess Jiayu and Princess Jiao had no choice but to follow them quickly. They also stretched out their little hands and pulled Zhu Xiaobao's sleeves tightly.
"I'm going too."
Unexpectedly, Jumei also abandoned everyone and followed immediately. She didn't care what other people thought and didn't know much about etiquette. She only knew that following Zhu Xiaobao was the most peaceful thing. Everyone looked at each other in shock. But Duanmuqi was still very calm. He didn't know Zhu Xiaobao's virtues. Duanmuqi smiled and came to a tea house with Qiu Baisheng. It was the first time that they met. But they had already met each other. They are well known and admire each other very much. It was Duanmuqi's idea to let Jumei go to Wangting this time. It was precisely because of Jumei's appearance that Wangting immediately sent troops to attack the eldest prince. Prince Emohan was a little hesitant at first. But it turned out that Jumei's influence on the people and the army of the royal court was very huge. Especially when it came to the battlefield. It was a female killer. Those soldiers were also full of enthusiasm and marched forward bravely, showing their strong fighting power. This is the power of faith. The Xuanwu beast is their patron saint in the royal court. So Duinmuqi made a special trip this time, because he saw the deeper meaning. He sent 20,000 troops to escort Jumei. And the Grand Imperial Master even sent it to Shahu City in person. It was definitely not that simple. Jumei's fighting power doesn't need anyone to escort her at all. Jialenga sat aside, feeling a strong sense of being suppressed. Facing someone like Qiu Baisheng, she was really a little afraid.
What? The 19th princess is now accepting Huaning County? So soon? 2 counties have been taken back. This is really incredible.
Qiu Baisheng couldn't help but said in surprise when he heard that the 19th princess had gone to Huaning County. This time to defeat the eldest prince. Wangting and Jialenga used a lot of li. But the process was still too fast. Too fast for people to imagine. The key is that the number of casualties is still very few. What's even more shocking now is that Huaning County was taken back without any bloodshed.
Ha ha! This requires your strong assistance to quickly reverse the situation. The 19th princess repeatedly told me to thank the great Khan Mohan for his support.
Duinmuqi said with a smile and cupped his hands.
Well, it seems that His Highness the 6th Prince is a smart man and has understood many things. Mr. Duanmu, Jialenga, please follow me to the study room to talk about it.
Qiu Baisheng nodded. He felt that now was the time for a showdown.
Please!
Duinmuqi had been waiting for Qiu Baisheng's words for a long time. When he arrived at the study, Duanmuqi's expression became serious as soon as he entered. There was a man sitting behind the desk, wearing a golden crown. And there was a guard beside him to help him hold a golden crown. No need to ask. This man must be Emohan Dake Sweat. There was another person standing next to Prince Emohan. It was Princess Mou. Duinmuqi really didn't make it. And Great Khan Mohan actually came in person.
I've met the Great Khan!
Duinmuqi saluted, still acting very calm.
Great Khan!
Jialanji was already standing there, at a loss. Unexpectedly, Great Khan Mohan came in person. She suddenly became nervous. Could it be that he was here to kill her? She had tested Wangting before, so she felt guilty.
Bold Jialenga, why don't you kneel down when you see the Great Khan?
Princess Mayu next to Prince Mohan shouted sharply.
Ah! It's Jialenga who is kowtowed to the Great Khan.
Jialenga immediately fell to the ground, cowed and saying,
Well, Jialenga, you have some foresight to join forces with the 19th princess this time. And you can invisibly double-team King Yong'an. Not bad. Very good.
Great Khan Mohan's voice was calm, and he couldn't hear it. No likes or dislikes.
It's Zhu Xiaobao. No. King Chitos persuaded me, and I'm very glad that I'm not an enemy of the 19th princess.
Jialanga still lay there, and said respectfully. Duimuki whispered a few words to Qiu Baisheng on the side. And then Qiu Baisheng stepped forward, and whispered a few words to Prince Emohan. Prince Emohan suddenly asked with some surprise.
You married Princess Jiayu to Zhu Xiao treasure? This is great. I and the King of England have been inseparable for thousands of years, and you being able to marry Zhu Xiaobao has given me an extra layer of confidence. Ah? Your Majesty. What do you mean?
Jialanga was also a little confused. What does marrying his daughter have to do with the Great Khan? Why is he so happy?
Jialanga heard the seal. From now on, your ministry will assist the royal court in exterminating the rebel king Yuang Xiaobao. After the completion of the mission, he will be granted the title of Iron Hat King and will be the commander-in-chief and supervisor of the other kings. Your current territory belongs to you. Remove it. The necessary taxes and tributes are completely up to you. Do you understand?
After the Great Khan Mohan finished speaking, he looked at Jialanga and asked.
Ah! Jialanga thanks the king for his grace. Jialanga will definitely live up to the king, and will definitely wipe out the sandstorm of the king.
Jialanga was stunned for a moment, then shouted ecstatically, and then kowtowed repeatedly. Although King Zhua and King Yu have the title of prince, they do not have their own fiefdoms. Now they are officially recognized as having their own fiefdoms, which is equivalent to a small vassal state. This is the first prince in the Shijua kingdom to have his own fiefdom. So Jialanji was very surprised. She was not as strong as King Yu Xiaobao, and now she can't compare to Wang Ting. She was originally very worried, but she didn't expect to have such an unexpected surprise. How could she not be excited? Duimuki nodded secretly on the side. It seemed that Wang Ting and King Yu Xiaobao were already at odds, so Jialanga's assistance was urgently needed. No wonder Prince Emohan came here in person, this time just for Jialanga. Of course, Jialanga's behavior of marrying off a daughter has undoubtedly become a strong promoter of this plan. When Jialanga stood up gratefully, Princess Moyu asked dissatisfiedly,
Where is Zhu Xiaobao?
Why didn't you show up when we came? Isn't that too rude?
Ah?
Xiaobao. He took Jiayu and Princess Jiur to the treasure house of Lord Duobao.
Jialanga said a little embarrassed. She didn't expect that Princess Moyu, who has always been above the top, was actually there, looking for Zhu Xiaobao. It seems that the two of them have some unusual relationship. Chapter 629, Making Dumplings. When Duimuki saw Princess Moyu's unhappy expression, she secretly marveled at the fact that Zhu Xiaobao was so popular with women everywhere. Seeing how Princess Moyu was acting like this, she was also here for Zhu Xiaobao. Originally, Prince Emohan quietly left the royal court, and no one knew about it. In name, it was the Grand Imperial Guard who led a team to escort Jumei back. Who would have thought that it was actually the Great Khan who left the royal court himself? What was even more unexpected was that Princess Mou followed her regardless. Now there are just a few ministers in the royal court presiding over daily affairs.
Ha ha. Even the princess knows that King Chitos has never been interested in political affairs. That's why he is not here. If there is anything wrong with the princess, I can immediately send someone to help you find King Chitos.
Duan Muqi smiled slightly.
Well, no. I don't like to participate in the conversation between you. I also went out for a walk. I haven't really played in Shahu City yet.
Princess Mou quickly declined Duanmuki's kindness, and then did not wait. Prince Emohan agreed and turned around and went out. Prince Emohan was also helpless. This sister had always been very independent, and now she was able to put aside the gap and help him ascend to the position of Great Khan. It was also inspired by Zhu Xiaobao. Prince Emohan was very grateful to Princess Mou for this. After all, not only did the two of them no longer have their previous prejudices, but they also put Wang Ting on the right track. Wang Ting's economy and military strength were rapidly recovering. Princess Mou was also paying more and more attention to Zhu Xiaobao. When she heard that the 19th princess had regained Wufang County and Huaning County so quickly, she couldn't sit still and wanted to see Zhu Xiaobao. Oh, that's fine. Shen Bao. Just take Princess Mou around. Princess Mou is not very familiar with Shahu City. You can help lead the way.
Duan Muqi immediately called Zhao Shenbao in and smiled. As command. Zhao Shenbao also went to Wanting with Yume this time. So he was also with Duan Muqi at this time.
Yes. Got it.
How could Zhao Shabao not understand Duan Muqi's intention? He immediately said respectfully and followed him out.
Great Khan and Mohan. Xiao Wushi. Prince Wuxinting. Let's go back to the banquet and chat while eating. What do you think?
Duan Muqi asked with a smile. The next step should be to discuss how the two parties should cooperate. Why else would Prince and Mohan come here in person?
Okay, Mr. Duanmu. Please.
Qiu Baisheng also said politely. He also wanted to talk about business.
Your Majesty. Imperial Master. You guys are going to talk about business. I'll take my leave first.
Jialanga quickly bowed and saluted and said, these are the people who are in control of the overall situation. And she felt that she was not qualified to sit together. Moreover, staying with Duan Muqi, Qiu Baisheng and Mohan Khan made her feel tremendous pressure, and she was really uncomfortable with it.
No. Listen. A lot of things are related to you.
Great Khan Mohan waved his hand and said calmly. It was not a discussion, but an order.
Yes.
Jialanga said helplessly, and had no choice but to follow and sit at the bottom. Kings with Jialanga is really the most important force now. Her choice can directly determine the development trend of Wang Ting. If she joins forces with King Yu Xiaobao, Wang Ting will be very passive. At the same time, she can also threaten the 19th princess and the eldest prince. Even Duan Muqi is very fond of Jialanga's choice. Fortunately, Jialanga now took the initiative to join forces with Princess 19, and even married her daughter to Zhu Xiaobao. Of course, we are not officially married yet. Princess Mo, you was wandering around absent-mindedly. The best thing about Shahu City was that she didn't need to worry about safety issues. No one had ever dared to cause trouble here. Even if there were, they are all dead now. The intimidating power of Venerable Duobao in Shahu City is absolutely unchallengeable. In fact, it was quite boring for Princess Mo you to go around alone. Fortunately, Zhao Shabao arrived in time and kept introducing to Princess Mo you the most famous shops here and their respective characteristics. Many of them are operators. Shubao's products are exclusively represented by Hachitu. Otherwise, Hachitu is very good at making money. The soap and toilet paper here are 40% more expensive than Lifengdao. And the knives and tobacco are also 30% more expensive. Anyway, Hachitu is trying his best to maximize profits.
Come on! Come on! Try them all. If you miss this village, you won't have this shop. The stinky tofu and tofu soup brought from Shiyuan City early in the morning are absolutely fresh and delicious. And great value for money.
At this time, a family of fat man was shouting hard at the door of the shop. Not to mention there were so many people. There was still a queue. This fat man is none other than Hachitu. Anyway, wherever the little treasures go, Hachitu can always arrive at the first time. The news in this regard is absolutely accurate. Even Duan Muqi is puzzled. Hachitu picture how to do it. Seeing Zhao Shabao, Hachitu immediately shouted even harder, and generously gave Zhao Shabao a plate of freshly baked fried stinky tofu and a bowl of tofu soup.
Is this the legendary fried stinky tofu and tofu soup? Why did he give it to you for free?
Princess Mo, you couldn't help but ask curiously. To be honest, she couldn't accept the smell of the stinky tofu when she first smelled it. But the tofu soup looks very eye-catching.
Yeah, he is Shuba's friend. So if he knows me, he doesn't care about money.
Zhao Shabao had already begun to eat with the condiments, nodding in praise from time to time.
Then give me one.
Princess Mo, you couldn't help but her stomach growled. Didn't she eat at the banquet just now? She was already feeling hungry.
I'm sorry. Please go to the back and queue up. There are very strict rules here.
Unexpectedly, Hachitu said very rudely and pointed at the end of the queue at the back. Good guy. There are 20 or 30 people queuing up.
Why? He can just enjoy it for free? Do you think I'm easy to bully?
Princess Mo, you had never been treated like this before. And she shouted angrily.
Huh? He is Shuba's friend. So of course, he is qualified to enjoy the privileges. Shuba's friends can get priority for free.
Hachitu said confidently, and Zhao Shabao next to him also nodded frequently, as if in agreement with Hachi picture words.
Then I'm his friend too. So give me priority for free.
Princess Mo immediately shouted in annoyance. And she sat down directly and stared at Hachitu fiercely.
You? Who are you? I've never seen him before. How many wives has Xiaobao taken recently?
Hachitu asked Zhao Shabao in surprise.
I don't know. I just came back from Wang Ting, and I haven't seen Xiaobao yet.
Zhao Shabao immediately shook his head and said,
You're not cheating on food or drink, are you? Recently, there are a lot of people pretending to be Xiaobao's wife in order to cheat on food and drink. And they catch several of them every day,
Hachita said very vigilantly, and also pointed at I looked behind me and saw that I was ready to call someone.
How presumptuous! Who am I and am I pretending to be? Open your dog eyes and see clearly. What is this?
Princess Bathing was very angry this time. She reached out and took out the short knife from her waist. Angrily slapped it on the table. Isn't this what Zhu Xiaobao gave to Princess Mou when he left? I didn't expect it to come in handy here.
Huh? It's really Xiaobao's sword. Just wait a minute. I'll take it back and verify it.
Hachita immediately looked at Princess Mou with confusion. Then took the sword and entered the back hall. Princess Mou felt a little regretful at this time. She really shouldn't have taken out the knife. As if she wanted to prove her close relationship with Zhu Xiaobao. Isn't this causing trouble for yourself? But before she could finish her thoughts, she saw several servants walking over quickly with trays. Fried stinky tofu, bracken and tofu soup, pickled pepper chicken feet, and red oil tripe. Many dishes and snacks that Princess Mou did not order were brought out without interruption and placed in front of Princess Mou.
It seems that the power of your knife is extraordinary. Princess, how about we enjoy these delicacies together?
Zhao Shabao said with a smile. Although Princess Mou had a noble status, Zhao Shabao was not in awe. On the contrary, Princess Mou was very polite to her, because he was the one around Zhu Xiaobao.
Well, okay. You can also introduce it to me. This is the first time I have eaten these things.
Princess Mou was a little overwhelmed. Not only did her treatment suddenly improve a lot, but the whole table was also full of food. No one bothered her anymore. But with so many delicacies, she didn't even recognize them. Those waiting in line were envious. This table of delicacies costs at least 20 taels of gold, which is not something ordinary people can afford. This time Princess Mou had a taste of delicious food. While listening to Zhao Shenbao's introduction, she ate happily. She ate no less than Zhao Shenbao. In the end, she quietly loosened her belt. Otherwise it would be a bit tight. When the meal was almost done, Hachita appeared again, returning the little treasured knife to the bathing princess with a joyful face, and also presented a box of exquisite napkins.
Ha ha. I didn't know it was Princess Mou who arrived. I offended you just now. So please forgive me,
Hachita said with a smile on his face.
Huh? How did you verify it? Are Zhu Xiaobao in the back hall?
Princess Mou asked, feeling a little more confident.
No. Xiaobao is not here. I looked at the compass on the handle of the knife and knew it was real. No one can make such a compass,
Hachita explained quickly.
Oh. Hey, General Zhao. What is the use of this thing?
Princess Mou nodded, feeling that what Hachita said was reasonable, and then pointed to the napkin on the table and asked.
Oh, there's a little grease on your hands and mouth. So just wipe it with a napkin.
Zhao Shabao skillfully took one, wiped his mouth, and then threw it away.
Isn't this just toilet paper? It seems to be whiter and thinner,
Princess Mou asked in confusion, holding it in her hand without daring to wipe her mouth.
Toilet paper is for wiping butts. This is for wiping mouths. Of course, this can also be used to wipe buttocks. As Xiaobao said, it is backward compatible.
Zhao Shabao whispered in Princess Mou's ear.
Can't you speak more politely? Really?
You have to say it so harshly.
Princess Mou, you suddenly scolded in embarrassment and annoyance.
Okay. This is for wiping your mouth. And the toilet paper is for relieving your hands.
Zhao Shenbao had to change his expression. Princess Mou immediately no longer dared to discuss this issue. She also followed Zhao Shenbao's example and wiped her mouth with a twitch. She immediately felt that there was still lingering fragrance in the corner of her mouth. I bet this napkin is scented. Seeing Hachita's face full of joy, Princess Mou was wondering whether to give away this box of napkins. But being stared at by Hachita with a smile, it was still a bit embarrassing. But Princess Mou suddenly thought of a question, frowned and asked,
Did you just say that Xiaobao is not here? That's right. Princess Mou. Do you have any questions? If you want to pack some and take them back, that's no problem.
Hachita replied with a smile.
Lie. You didn't know me at the beginning. But when you came out again, you already knew my identity. How dare you say that Zhu Xiaobao is not in the back hall?
Princess Mou suddenly lowered her face and asked. Ah?
This is what I guessed. In the past 2 days, the national master of the Shijua kingdom came to Shahu City. Naturally, I even thought of Princess Mayu.
Hatchitu was also surprised. But the guy reacted quickly. You can get your words back right away.
No. The Imperial Master came to Shahu City just to deceive others. No one knew that I was here. Little treasures. Little treasures. Get out of here.
Princess Mou immediately revealed Hatchitu's secrets again. Lie. At this time Zhao Shibao had quietly got up and fled.
Hey. 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 Princess Mayu. Xiaobao is really not in there. You can't go in.
Hatchitu originally wanted to stop the princess from bathing. But Princess Mayu waved her hand and threw her behind her. His martial arts skills are much better than Hatchitu's. When I walked to the back kitchen, I saw Zhu Xiaobao wearing an apron and rolling out dumpling wrappers. Jiumei was in charge of laying out the dumplings. And Princess Jior and Princess Jiayu were in charge of making dumplings. Several people were talking and laughing. It was very lively.
Sister Jiumei, you should be less careful. I can't even wrap it up.
Jior shouted dissatisfied.
Put more in it to make it taste better.
Unexpectedly, Jiumei, who was killing ferociously on the battlefield, said with a good temper.
Xiaobao said, everything is best in moderation.
Princess Jiayu also said to Jiumei. At this time, Zhu Xiaobao heard the footsteps, and he thought they were from Hatchitu. Jiumei had heard them a long time ago, but the footsteps did not sound malicious. So Jiumei didn't bother to say anything.
She's gone? Oh, you guys. I'm already annoying enough here. And you still brought her here? Okay. I sent her away with a table of snacks. It's worthy of her.
Zhu Xiaobao said without looking back, with a hint of happiness in his words. Because he had two little girls, Jior and Jiayu. He didn't want Princess Moyu to see them. Hatchitu and Zhao Shibao were self-righteous and wanted to bring Princess Mou to Zhu Xiaobao, thinking they could flatter Zhu Xiaobao. Unexpectedly, when Zhu Xiaobao saw the little sword, he hurriedly let Hatchitu send Princess Mayu away. But even more unexpectedly, Princess Mou was very smart. She immediately caught Hatchitu's gorgeous loophole and broke in directly.
Humph. Zhu Xiaobao, do you dislike me so much? It turns out that you have deceived two more little girls. Hey, aren't you the daughter of Jialanga?
Princess Mayu scolded in anger. But when she saw Jialanga Princess, Yu was also stunned.
Ah? Princess Mou? Why did you come in?
Zhu Xiaobao was also a little surprised. He looked at Princess Mou in surprise, and his eyes suddenly became lawless. This Princess Mou is absolutely stunning and beautiful now. With her original thick neck, she has returned to normal, looking particularly pretty in her smart outfit.
Humph. I just want to see what you are doing here. Let me ask you. Why are you avoiding me?
Princess Mou asked angrily, as it was always those young talents who competed to flatter and get close to her. Only Zhu Xiaobao still avoided her, which made Princess Bathing feel very aggrieved.
I'm afraid of being misunderstood. You've always wanted to find a handsome young man. Hee. I'm really not handsome enough. What do you think? I'm still very caring.
Right? Zhu Xiaobao went to recover. Seeing that smiling look, Princess Mou became even more angry.
Humph. Don't worry. I don't plan to marry you either. I'm here to find you again.
Princess Mou said coldly. She felt extremely wronged in her heart. But she must not let anyone see it. This is the most basic pride a princess can have.
Oh, that's it. Okay. Let's talk after I finish my work here. How about that?
Zhu Xiaobao seemed to be relieved, which made Princess Mou extremely angry.
Well, Princess, why don't you come and help? We are making dumplings today. They are delicious.
At this time, Jiumei said casually. This time, she cooperated with Wang Ting's troops to attack the eldest prince and Mou. The princess is already very familiar with her, and she quite likes this Princess Mou, because Princess Mou is still very imposing when fighting. A bit like Wu Yu. But she has more leadership skills than Wu Yu.
I don't know how. I've never done it before.
Princess Mou said very straightforwardly. She really doesn't know how at all. She has always been able to open her mouth and stretch out her hands when she was young. How could she ever do this?
Alas, if the 4 bodies are not diligent and the 5 grains are not separated. In fact, a lot of the joy of life will be lost. Then you can wait outside.
Zhu Xiaobao sighed and said,
Hey, what's so difficult about this? I just don't want to learn. Where's the bucket? I'll just wash my hands and come over. What's the big deal?
Princess Mou said in annoyance. She didn't want to leave yet, but it seemed simple. But when she really started to use her hands, Princess Moyu was not as good as Jior and Jiayu. Instead, her face was covered with flour. Only then did she realize that these seemingly simple tasks actually require learning. Practice makes perfect. But during this process, Princess Moyu suddenly felt a very harmonious, joyful, and simple atmosphere. There was no need for money and no power here. Just a very equal peace. She had never felt this feeling before. Even Jior and Jiayu dared to tease Zhu Xiaobao. They already liked this kind of life.
Ha! I've finally finished making the dumplings. Now you can eat the dumplings.
Jior and Jiayu shouted excitedly after finishing the last 2 dumplings.
Ha ha. Yes. You have made great progress. How many of the half-boiled and half-fried ones do you eat?
Zhu Xiaobao also smiled with satisfaction. And then asked Princess Moyu.
I'll eat 10.
Burp. Princess Moyu said very reservedly. And inadvertently burped. Chapter 630, Sense of Crisis. After a meal of dumplings, Princess Moyu sat there unable to stand up. She had already eaten at Hatchet's stall with all her food in her belt. And now she ate 1 boiled dumpling and 5 fried dumplings. Moyu the princess felt that she wanted to lie in bed and digest her food well. It's uncomfortable to be hungry. And it's even worse to be full. But what makes Princess Moyu feel a little relieved is that she is not the one who eats the most. Jumei had to eat more than 60 dumplings before she was satisfied and filled up a bowl of tofu soup and started to finish the meal. The goddess is truly extraordinary. 1 meal is enough to feed 3 adults. In fact, dumplings already existed in this era, but they were used as snacks in the palace. And they were filled with plain fillings and were steamed. Zhu Xiaobao's processing and eating method is still an eye-opener for everyone. And it tastes so delicious that you can't stop eating it. At this time, Jior and Jiayu were also full. But the 2 daughters of the princess family were very wise, and immediately started to clear the dishes instead of letting the servants do these things. Because Zhu Xiaobao requires that those who follow him can be self-reliant, rather than the second generation of rich people who rely on others to serve them.
Let's go for a walk in the backyard. It will help with digestion.
Zhu Xiaobao was very satisfied with the performance of Princess Jior and Princess Jiayu. These 2 girls are still very good. At least they have begun to change the extravagant and unruly behavior of their charming ladies.
Got used to. I haven't eaten much. What can help with digestion?
Princess Moyu struggled to stand up angrily and said while still holding on in her mouth.
Well, I know. Jumei eats more than you. I said to go for a walk in the backyard. Didn't you come to me if you have something to do? It's just a good time to talk.
Zhu Xiaobao didn't reveal it either.
He had already seen Moyu just now. The princess quietly loosened her waistband again. She ate so much at once. So it was no wonder that it was her fault.
Well, let's take a walk then,
Princess Moyu said with her head down. To be honest, walking is a bit difficult now. But she has no choice but to hold on. Unexpectedly, they were the only 2 left. But they were a little embarrassed. They didn't say anything and just walked forward in silence. Zhu Xiaobao seemed to be thinking about something too.
Well, my illness has been completely cured. Thank you.
Princess Moyu lowered her head and spoke first.
I can see it. It is indeed more exquisite and stunning than before. Ha ha. You came to me. Are you keeping your promise and giving yourself to me?
Zhu Xiaobao once again turned his head and looked at Princess Moyu. Indeed, she is very delicate and pretty. Even better than the 19th princess and the British princess Zhu Rong. And even slightly better than Wu Yu and Yu Dan.
Well, yes. I will not default on my debt. I will admit defeat. When do you think it is appropriate?
Unexpectedly, Princess Moyu nodded and said almost inaudibly.
Don't take it seriously. I am not the handsome young hero you think of. This matter has been revealed, and we won't mention it anymore. Okay?
Zhu Xiaobao also didn't expect this proud princess. He actually agreed, which caught Zhu Xiaobao off guard. Originally, it was quite fun to tease about this matter. But once it was taken seriously, it would not be fun.
What do you mean? Do you dislike me? Or do you really think that we Shijua women have a strange smell on us?
Princess Moyu's expression suddenly changed, and she glared angrily. Princess Moyu was also shocked. She didn't expect that she would take the initiative to confess her love. But Zhu Xiaobao was unwilling. Think about it. The people who pursue you can line up outside the royal palace. But now they are rejected. She always remembered what Zhu Xiaobao said. And she really thought it was because Zhu Xiaobao disliked the smell of the woman. But I don't have it. Because of eating beef and mutton for a long time and living a nomadic life. Some women do have some odor on their bodies. But she has always been pampered and ate very exquisitely. There is no odor at all. If there is, it is a good-smelling feminine fragrance.
No. 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 I was just joking. What I mean is that two people always need to get along for a long time before they know whether they are suitable and whether they have true feelings. Just like me and Princess 19th and Wu Yu. Do you understand that?
Zhu Xiaobao explained with great difficulty. But it was indeed what he was thinking. He didn't like expanding the harem just to satisfy his lust. Even Ing Xiuxiu, Lu Tong, Lu Feng and others have experienced a lot with him before they have their current identities.
Liar! What about Princess Jiao and Princess Jiayu? Aren't they following you now? I think they are quite satisfied.
Princess Bathing shouted angrily.
She and the others are different. This is a political marriage. I am innocent.
Zhu Xiaobao said with a sad face. He was indeed quite innocent. Inexplicably, there were two more little girls. And it was already a certainty.
Then I am also in a political marriage. I don't care what you say.
Princess Mo, you raised her head and looked at Zhu Xiaobao with provocative eyes.
Huh? What do you mean? You want me to help your court defeat King Yu's sandstorm? Sorry. I'm not interested.
Zhu Xiaobao's face suddenly became a little less pretty.
Why not? You can help the 19th princess. Why can't you help me?
Princess Mou said reluctantly. Although she has never met the 19th princess, she is very fond of her appearance. Confidence.
Because the Daxianglo Temple in the imperial city of Daxia has what we need. We must enter the Daxianglo Temple. Moreover, the 19th princess will rely on her own strength to fight for the world in the future. And I will not participate. You and Mo, the same goes for Prince Han. If you want to integrate the Shijua kingdom, you have to rely on your own strength in the end.
Zhu Xiaobao shook his head, feeling a little boring. He didn't like this kind of calculating, fighting and killing all day long. Killing life. Although he also knew that this was a necessary step to strive for hegemony, he still rejected it. With his current strength and various cheating methods, it would be easy for him to dominate. But what's the point?
How can you be so unambitious? Do you know that it is every man's biggest dream to dominate the world and compete with others? Not to mention men. Even us women also want to do something like this. Just like the 7th princess and the 19th princess same. Aren't they doing a good job? But you don't want to participate. What a great opportunity this is to make a name for yourself.
Princess Mou said a little annoyed. At this time Zhu Xiaobao was really a little disappointed. She was disappointed. She really didn't want to marry someone with such no ambition.
Become famous? I am already famous now. I said. I am not interested in this kind of struggle for hegemony. I have more important things to do.
Zhu Xiaobao looked at Princess Mou indifferently. Now I feel that she really can't compare to Princess Jiao and Princess Jiayu. In other words, she wants too much and is too purposeful.
What is more important? The inheritance of the mythical beasts?
Princess Mou, you suddenly remembered that Zhu Xiaobao still has the blood of the mythical beasts. And it is a pure bloodline of the mythical beasts than Jimei. This is somewhat understandable. Compared with the inheritance of mythical beasts, these battles for world supremacy and multiple securities positions are nothing. Once you inherit the inheritance of mythical beasts, you may become an immortal, ascend to the immortal world, have a long life, and have an immortal body. This is what people yearn for most.
Almost. Not quite.
Zhu Xiaobao frowned and said,
Okay. Then I won't force you. But if Wang Ting is in need, she still has to ask Jumei to help. The goddess in the hearts of the people of the special envoy Wang Ting. Well, my promise is still valid.
Princess Mou waved her hand. Xiao Baodao said,
Ha ha. Okay. Why don't you return this knife to me? It won't affect your beautiful marriage.
Zhu Xiaobao said with a smile, suddenly regaining his rogue look.
No. This is the love token you gave me. Huh? Love token? Right.
Seeing Princess Mou leave, Zhu Xiaobao still had a good impression of her. He didn't stalk her. And it didn't seem like he was trying to achieve some purpose. It can be seen that Princess Mou is quite confident. And the way that Plump-S twists and turns is quite exciting.
Where are you looking? If you look again, I'll dig out your eyes.
Unexpectedly, Princess Mou's sixth sense was very sensitive. So she turned around and said viciously,
Don't dare. Don't dare. I'm admiring a beautiful back view.
Zhu Xiaobao also quickly shook his head and said guiltily. When Princess Mou really walked out of the backyard and Zhu Xiaobao was left alone, the smile lines on his face gradually disappeared. replaced by a kind of worry. As the mental skills of the mythical beasts continued to improve, Zhu Xiaobao felt a crisis, which seemed to be a threat from outside the bloodline of the mythical beasts. It seems that in addition to the inheritance of the mythical beasts, there is another more powerful existence. And this powerful existence seems to be aimed at the 4 mythical beasts. In fact, Zhu Xiaobao has no proof. It is just a feeling. As the mental method advances to the 8th level and becomes more and more refined, there is an increasing sense of crisis. Jumei also had this feeling. Jumei once said to Zhu Xiaobao,
I feel like there is someone who can beat me. And it's very powerful. But he's not a descendant of the bloodline of a mythical beast. But I'm not afraid. It seems that this divine beast bloodline is not necessarily a good thing.
Zhu Xiaobao murmured to himself. But apart from the bloodline of the mythical beast, Zhu Xiaobao felt that he could no longer find a stronger opponent. Could it be the Great Reverend? Among all the great sages, the Great Venerable Wu Wei is the most suspicious. This is the result of Zhu Xiaobao's careful analysis these days. There is only the Great Venerable Wu Wei. Every time a person with the blood of a divine beast is born, the Great Venerable Wu Wei will show up and deliberately provide a lot of help. Therefore, no one has any doubts all along. And the Great Venerable Wu Wei himself represents the right path and does not tolerate doubts. However, if you think carefully about the actions of Master Wu Wei over the years, you will find that they all revolve around the descendants of the bloodline of the sacred beasts. Other acts of hoeing rape and punishing evil are incidental actions and are not the main purpose. But Great Venerable Wu Wei does not have the blood of a mythical beast. Why did he do this? In fact, Zhu Xiaobao also asked the Great Venerable Wu Wei. And the Great Venerable Wu Wei laughed loudly, saying that it was so that after Zhu Xiaobao accepted the inheritance, he could also gain some insights, and then cultivate further, and reach the level of Martial Saint. Realm? Legend has it that once you reach the realm of the Martial Saint, you are close to ascending to the immortal realm. But this is just a legend. This continent has not seen a Martial Saint for thousands of years. Zhu Xiaobao was sitting on the stone bench in the backyard, still thinking about this matter. He always felt that there was a big problem in this. Can he really ascend to the immortal world after inheriting the inheritance of mythical beasts? He didn't quite believe it. However, as his mental cultivation became more and more refined, not only did he not feel the joy of being about to start the transformation of the divine beast, but he also felt an increasing sense of crisis, as if a powerful being was eyeing him, like a ray of light on his back.
Little pig, what's wrong with you? You look so bad.
At this time, Jumei came over and asked very concernedly. She was still the same as before. After approaching, she squatted in front of Zhu Xiaobao because she was too Gao Dazhuan said, so that he no longer has to lower his head to look at Zhu Xiaobao. And she also likes to stay with Zhu Xiaobao like this.
Jumei, do you think there is anyone in this world who is more powerful than us? I mean the one that both of us can't defeat together?
Zhu Xiaobao looked at Jumei and then asked.
I don't know. I didn't think so before. But recently I always feel like someone is staring at me. And this person is very powerful.
Jumei also said with a solemn expression. This is a feeling that only she and Zhu Xiaobao can feel. Arrive. Xu Rong and Princess 19's mental cultivation is too low, and they haven't felt it yet.
Well, it seems that this threat exists. Jumei, remember, even if your mental cultivation is faster than mine, don't accept the inheritance first. I will tell you after I try it first what to do.
Zhu Xiaobao said seriously.
Okay. If you don't want to go, you won't go. Anyway, I listen to you. You don't have to worry. As long as we are together, no matter how powerful the person is, we will not be afraid.
Jumei nodded seriously and said. But Jumei's thoughts were simple, and she was not as worried as Zhu Xiaobao. She would start a fight as long as she disagreed. So there was no need to think so much.
Okay. Come to my room tonight. Let's work hard to improve our cultivation level quickly. Really? Great. I'll get ready right now. This female man is more impatient than me.
Venerable Wu Wei rushed to a remote village in Chengnan County. There was no one alive here, and all the more than 300 people in the village had been killed. Moreover, the corpses seemed to have been drained, shriveled, with frightened expressions on their faces. Not a single one of them, men, women, old or young, was spared.
Finally born. This evil obstacle has finally awakened its bloodline. Fortunately, now it can only be sacrificed with the blood of thousands of people. And it has not fully recovered. I must find it as soon as possible to eliminate future troubles.
Great Venerable Wu Wei silently thought in his heart. Demian said. But I was not sure in my heart that I could get rid of this monster. At this moment, Great Master Wu Wei's expression suddenly changed. He struck out with a palm, and then quickly retreated hundreds of steps away. The village in front of me disappeared, replaced by a barren and desolate dry land.
Venerable Shemale, I didn't expect you to dare to plot against me.
Great Venerable Wu Wei snorted angrily.
That's not all. I also want to get close to the Great Venerable Wu Wei.
At this time, in this desolate place, a charming woman suddenly appeared. She was wearing scantily clad clothes, covering almost 3 points, and she was also covered with wearing a light gauze. She looks even more looming and extraordinarily sultry, and around her was a pink mist, and a pair of enchanting eyes were ogling Master Wu Wei.
Master Join? You are looking for death.
Master Wu Wei was furious. He said that the great Master Join still had some strength, but in the eyes of Master Wu Wei, Master Join was not enough at all. Watch. I didn't expect that this old witch would dare to challenge me today. Is this because you have taken the courage of a bear's heart? Great Venerable Wu Wei flicked his robe sleeves and hit the charming woman in front of him directly. He immediately beat this charming woman to pieces and gradually dissipated. It is actually a phantom, not the real body. Is this the illusion of the human monster master that has become stronger again? Or has the skill of the Master Join improved? Venerable Wu Wei quickly wanted to make a judgment, but at this moment, 2 more women appeared in the illusion, both with protruding front and back, and scantily clad clothes. But the one on the left had a fig leaf under her crotch, and the bottom of the fig leaf was actually very strong. This charming woman should be a great ladyboy. In fact, he is a man. The great Master Wu Wei flicked his robe sleeves, and the 2 figures disappeared again, but finally appeared again. This time there were 4 figures. Great Venerable Wu Wei suddenly looked solemn. The 2 Great Venerables joined forces to attack, which made him feel that the strength of the other party had been greatly improved. So he dared to challenge him. And along with the enchanting dancing postures of the 4 figures, a faint fragrance spread rapidly. Even the Great Venerable Wu Wei was in a daze.
Okay, you 2 monsters. You actually have such a method?
Great Venerable Wu Wei shouted in shock and anger. He stretched out his hand and pulled out his sword. With a wave of his hand, all 4 figures were wiped out. However, 8 more figures appeared in the illusion. This time, the 8 dazzling women were all dressed in red, with a pair of long sleeves flying constantly. They seemed to be dancing, but the fiery red long sleeves were not dull, attacking the Great Venerable Wu Wei. And the aroma is even stronger.
Break!
Great Venerable Wu Wei shouted softly. The sword in his hand flashed with sword light, and those long red sleeves were cut off one after another. And those 8 dazzling women actually started to undress and take off their belts, smiling coquettishly and surrounding the Great Venerable Wu Wei. The Great Venerable Wu Wei felt that everything in front of him was covered with white flowers, full of lust, and he was a little uneasy looking at it. I didn't expect that these 2 great sages would become so powerful in the past 2 years. But what's even more surprising is that there is actually a hand hidden in these white bodies. With lightning speed, it moved towards the Great Venerable Wu Wei, and he saw a palm crossing his face. Come bigger, printed towards your face. And those charming women also gathered around Master Wu Wei, and unknowingly they were already in front of him. Suddenly, these charming women used their hands to force themselves, and clouds of pink smoke rushed towards the great Master Wu Wei. Chapter 631 Corpse Poison. The Great Venerable Wu Wei knew that the most powerful thing among them was not the great vengeance of the human demon and the Great Venerable Join, but the black palm. But in the illusion of the Great Master of the human demon, the Great Master of Wu Wei could not see the other party clearly. He could only see that this palm was about to hit his chest. This palm is several times larger than the average person's, like a door panel. The palm is also covered with fine scales, exuding a strong bloody aura.
Tien Moju, you finally showed up. Show yourself to me.
The sword in the hands of the Great Venerable Wu Wei was placed in front of him, emitting a dazzling golden light. At the same time, he also took half a step back, using this golden light to see each other clearly.
Chia! 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 Beast slave! You deserve to die!
A sinister and strange laughter also came out in the illusion, and at the same time, the giant palm was cut off by the sword of the Great Master Wu Wei, and then it turned into a monster. The gray-black smoke gradually dispersed.
Humph! You have just awakened now. Right. You are not qualified to fight with me now.
Great Master Wu Wei waved 9 swords in succession again, and the entire illusion suddenly shone with golden light. and 7 of the 9 swords were directed towards where the black palm appears, to deal with the Great Lord Human Demon and the Great Lord Join. I only use 2 swords.
Jia! 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 It's enough to kill you!
The eerie voice came out again. But it seemed that he was not very comfortable in speaking, and felt a little jerky. But at this time, the barren and desolate land in the illusion had disappeared, and it had returned to the original village that had been slaughtered. However, the scene was completely different at this time. The dead bodies stood up slowly, with empty eyes. Wu Shen, very mechanically, slowly surrounded the great venerable Wu Wei. Their arms were stretched out flat, and their 2 palms actually became like the black magic palm, exuding a strong bloody aura.
No! This is still an illusion! What a great sage! I didn't expect that illusions have reached such a level now.
The face of the great Lord Wu Wei looked extremely solemn at this time. These zombies are not scary. But there are 2 great sages and a great devil hiding in this illusion. This is the most threatening. Among these zombies, there are also hundreds of black petals mixed in. It used to be that the great human demons were shot with hidden weapons in the illusion. But now they have been changed to these black petals. Don't ask about the black petals. It also contains strong corpse poison, and there are hundreds of them at one time, making it difficult to guard against. Fortunately, those zombies were very afraid of the golden sword light of the great venerable Wu Wei. When they were still some distance away from the great venerable Wu Wei, they did not dare to get close. The great master Wu Wei took advantage of the situation and flashed his sword, knocking down hundreds of black petals. But the light of Master Wu Wei's sword didn't stay on like this all the time. It was only for a brief moment. These zombies began to move forward again, and the 2 black palms had already begun to attack Master Wu Wei.
Disease?
The great venerable Wu Wei shouted loudly, and the sword in his hand instantly cut off dozens of palms. However, these zombies felt no pain at all and were fearless. They still slowly surrounded the great venerable Wu Wei. The great venerable Wu Wei is a little passive. He still has to guard against the great venerable human demon and the great venerable Nine Yin. He can vaguely feel the position of the great venerable human demon now, while the great venerable Nine Yin cannot sense it at all. It seems that she knew that she could not pose a threat to the great master Wu Wei, so she hid far away. In fact, the great master of the human demon was also very embarrassed at this time. His position could always be sensed by the great master of Wu Wei. Every time the great master of Wu Wei made a move, he was very flustered. He could only quickly change his position. After all, his kung fu is much worse than that of Master Wu Wei. The great master Wu Wei was carefully sensing the position of the black palm at this time. This black palm was the biggest threat, and the black petals of the great master Shimei did not pose a great threat to him. And Jiu Venerable Yin's tricks were not taken into consideration by Venerable Wu Wei. After knocking down hundreds of black petals again, the great Venerable Wu Wei no longer paid attention to the great Venerable Shimei. Instead, he slashed at the dozens of zombies in front of him with a dozen swords. These zombies basically melted at a touch. The black smoke dispersed. However, great Venerable Wu Wei struck a zombie on the right with his sword. The zombie's body dissipated, but a palm of his hand still attacked great Venerable Wu Wei.
Humph! Did you show up? Kill!
Great Venerable Wu Wei immediately realized that the black palm was attached to the zombie. He was waiting for this opportunity. He swung his sword and struck the zombie very accurately. Only on the palm of your hand.
Ah! How dare you hurt me?
A cry of fright and anger finally came out from the illusion. And after the black palm dissipated, a pool of black blood was left on the ground. The great master Wu Wei just breathed a sigh of relief. But he immediately felt a warning sign. He hurriedly withdrew his sword. And then, he was attacked by the zombies, and narrowly avoided the palm of another zombie. Unexpectedly, there was another zombie on the other side. Palm! After cutting off the black palm again, the attacks against the great master Wu Wei and the illusion gradually disappeared. The great master Wu Wei did not attack again, and the zombies slowly dissipated. The great venerable Wu Wei could no longer sense the other party's presence, and it seemed that he had run away. After a while, the original scene was truly restored. It was still the same village and the same dead bodies. The difference was that these dead bodies had many more sword wounds, and some were split into 2 halves. But they were still there. There is no blood flowing out. The scene looked even more terrifying. The great master Wu Wei wiped the cold sweat from his forehead at this time, and felt that it was really dangerous. If the big devil hadn't fully recovered, he might not be able to escape this time. It's already very difficult just to deal with the great master of human demons and the great master of Join. At this time, The great master Wu Wei felt the burning and numbness on his shoulder. And he was actually injured by the other party. Although he had blocked most of the corpse poison with his body protecting chi, he was still hit by that palm in the end. The great venerable Wu Wei frowned. He couldn't resolve this kind of corpse poison by himself. He had to find the great venerable 1,000 poisons to resolve it. At this moment, a group of people appeared not far away. When they saw the tragic scene in the village, the general at the head was also horrified. He had never seen such a scene before. It was so weird. But when he saw the great venerable Wu Wei again, the general felt more relaxed. The great venerable Wu Wei was the head of the 9 great venerables. And there was nothing he couldn't solve.
I've seen the great reverend. Dare I ask where this is?
The leading general clasped his fists in a respectful salute, and then asked cautiously,
Well, I beat away a group of evil heretics. But I couldn't kill them. I will continue to track this group of evil heretics. Things here are not allowed to be publicized. You buried all these corpses, and then sealed this place. Get up. No one is allowed to enter.
Great venerable Wu Wei looked at the general and then ordered, Things here must not be leaked. Otherwise it will definitely cause huge panic.
Yes. I will obey the great lord's decree.
The general also realized the seriousness of the situation and immediately began to lead his men to bury the body. In a mountain call 100 miles away, 3 figures also appeared at this time. It was the great master of human demon and the great master of Jiuyin. But the one in the middle was a ferocious-looking, huge monster with a head. There are 2 horns, and the body is covered with black scales. Although it is humanoid, there is a huge tail behind it, and the 2 claws are more like eagle claws. However, the great master of the human demon and the great master of Jiuyin stood behind him fearfully. They did not have the arrogance of the great master at all, but were very afraid. This monster raised its head, twisted its neck back and forth, and slowly began to transform into a human form. If Zhu Xiaobao and others saw this image, they would definitely recognize it. It turned out to be GZ. But at this time, Ji Zhishan's eyes were flashing with green light, and his 2 claws were slowly being flogged and turned into human palms again.
Unexpectedly, I still underestimated the strength of the great master Wu Wei. You 2 useless people couldn't help it all. And I was also injured.
Only then did Ji Zhishi look at the sword wound on his palm. He looked at the 2 great sages dissatisfied.
Demon Lord, please calm down. The great venerable Wu Wei is indeed outstanding. It is too hasty to deal with him now.
The great venerable human demon and the great venerable Jiuyin quickly lowered their power and said in great fear, This big devil is not that easy to talk to. He always likes to suck people's blood.
Ha ha ha. Although he was a little injured, the great venerable Wu Wei is only capable of this. It will only be a matter of time before I kill him. I like this body more and more now. Many of your human behaviors, I also enjoy it very much. For example, the 7th princess actually likes to be abused. Let me get used to it for a while. During this time, don't provoke the great master Wu Wei.
Ji Jisheng seemed to be very satisfied with a smile at this time. The green light in his eyes gradually disappeared. And now, he has completely returned to his original self. It's just that both the Shimel Master and the Jiuyin Master know that this Ji Jishan has surpassed the existence of ordinary great masters. Even the 2 of them were controlled by the sub-demon. 3 days later, the great venerable Wu Wei appeared in Turtle Snake Mountain. He came to see the great venerable 1,000 poisons to detoxify him.
Huh? This is not an ordinary poison. This is corpse poison. And it's a very domineering corpse poison. I'm afraid I can't resolve it. Why don't you go find Jumei? Just a drop of Jumei's blood can completely resolve it. Poison!
Master Qiandu looked carefully at Master Wu Wei's shoulder injury, and couldn't help but said in surprise.
No, I can't go to Jumei. So I asked Brother Qiandu to help me. Don't you have that giant snake? Its essence and blood should be able to detoxify the poison.
The great Master Wu Wei said in a strong tone.
But will this damage its 10 years of cultivation? Venerable Wu Wei, is this corpse poison cast by the legendary demon? Is the legend true?
Venerable 1,000 Poisons is very cautious asked, feeling uneasy in his heart.
Well, it's exactly this animal. It's just that its bloodline has just awakened, and it's not very powerful yet. But within 3 years, I'm afraid it will truly recover. By then, it will really be a disaster. Don't say it is. Tens of millions of mortals, even you and I, cannot escape misfortune. So what does it matter if this giant snake loses 10 years of cultivation?
Great Venerable Wu Wei said worriedly.
Brother Wu Wei, can you tell me frankly? Why can't you let Jumei know about this? And those inheritance of mythical beasts are probably not a beautiful thing for Taoist immortals. Right. Who are you to know this great person so well? Demon?
The great master who moved the capital asked with some doubts. He had long noticed that the great master Wu Wei was very caring for the people with the blood of the divine beasts. And he could always appear in the places where these divine beasts had the bloodline at the first time. Being around people, this had to make him doubt the identity of the great venerable Wu Wei.
Humph. I don't know if the mythical beast inheritance can ascend to the fairy world. There should be a chance. But to get something, you have to pay something. To deal with Tianmoju, someone has to activate the mythical beast inheritance. I don't want Jumei and all the people to do it. Xiaobao and others know this because they are afraid that it will affect their state of mind and ruin my plan. As for who I am, you'd better not know. Knowing too much is not a good thing. Anyway, you and I both need it now. Relying on the inheritance of divine beasts to save lives. Not to mention tens of millions of mortals. Do you understand what I am saying?
Great venerable Wu Wei said coldly.
I understand this. So I won't ask any more questions. But are you sure you can destroy the demon Geo?
The great venerable Qian Du was shocked for a moment. So he didn't ask any more questions. The look in the great venerable Wu Wei's eyes had already revealed a hint of murderous intent. What's more, the last words of the great venerable Wu Wei made it very clear that even he relied on these descendants of the mythical beasts to resolve this crisis. The great venerable Thousand Poisons ordered the giant snake to squeeze out a drop of essence and blood. Seeing the black corpse poison on the shoulders of the great venerable Wu Wei slowly disappear, he breathed a sigh of relief. Although the great venerable Wu Wei is very domineering, the current situation is that they all need to rely on the great venerable Wu Wei, because he seems to be the only one who knows the origin of the demon Geo. The great venerable Wu Wei did not stay any longer, but left immediately. Originally, he wanted to kill the great venerable Thousand Poisons, but in the end, he did not do it. Now he needs such a master. What he is more concerned about now is when Zhu Xiaobao and others can inherit the inheritance of the divine beasts. Among them, Zhu Xiaobao is the most unstable factor, because he doesn't seem to want to ascend to the immortal world. And he is not that persistent in the inheritance of mythical beasts. He seems to be satisfied with the status quo. This is the most troublesome thing for venerable Wu Wei. 3 days later, the great venerable Wu Wei appeared in Liuhe County. He was the head of the 9 great venerables, and he was very familiar with Zhu Xiaobao, 19th princess and Zhu Mei. When he came to Liuhe County, there was no hindrance at all. Everyone welcomed him.
Ha ha! Old man Wu Wei, you are not in the Zirwei kingdom. Why are you here again?
Zhu Xiaobao said low with a smile, as soon as he saw the great venerable Wu Wei. The great venerable Wu Wei was of great help to them, and the 19th princess can inspire the Qinglong bloodline, which can also be said to be the great help of Master Wu Wei. Zhu Xiaobao was very grateful to the great venerable Wu Wei, and did not regard him as an outsider.
Ha ha! I don't trust you. You have been busy eating, drinking and having fun all day long, which has delayed your cultivation.
Great venerable Wu Wei also said with a smile. He has already seen that Zhu Xiaobao's mental cultivation has improved again. Quite a bit. It seems that Zhu Xiaobao has not been lazy during this period. This gave him some comfort.
Impossible. My current cultivation is very conscious. If you don't believe me, you can ask Jumei.
Zhu Xiaobao shook his head dissatisfiedly, and then suddenly remembered something and asked,
Old man, I just want to ask again. You? I always feel a sense of crisis recently, and I also feel this way about Jumei. It seems that I am being targeted by some very powerful existence. Do you know what is going on? Oh? Seriously?
Great venerable Wu Wei was immediately shocked. Unexpectedly, Zhu Xiaobao had already sensed the existence of the demon Geo. It seems that the bloodline of the divine beast does exist for the demon Geo.
Yes. Why? You feel it too?
Zhu Xiaobao saw the expression on Master Wu Wei's face, which was a little strange. Master Wu Wei had always been calm, but this time he looked a little flustered.
Oh. No. I didn't sense it. But what I said does exist. Because many people are coveting the inheritance of the mythical beasts. These people are not as powerful as the 9 great sages, but they have always been. They are all practicing in seclusion and have not been born. So you must seize the time to start the inheritance.
The great venerable Wu Wei did not tell the truth, but carefully fabricated a lie.
Well, once I inherit the white tiger heritage, these senses of crisis should disappear on their own.
Although Zhu Xiaobao didn't know who those powerful beings were, he didn't care. He was concerned about his own thoughts. I am still very confident in my cultivation. It is now the 8th level of consummation. He will be promoted to the 9th level soon.
Xiaobao, can you lend me your kitchen knife and watch it?
Master Wu Wei asked with a little hesitation.
Okay. What do you want this kitchen knife for?
Zhu Xiaobao said happily. But he was also very confused about what Master Wu Wei wanted to do. Do you also want to learn the technique of slashing randomly? Not to mention, this set of random slashing knife skills is still very sharp, and it can cut off people's clothes at every turn. Zhu Xiaobao likes to use this set of sword skills to fight with others.
Oh, no. I just want to see the quality of this knife. Recently, I want to make a magic weapon that I can use.
The great Master Wu Wei said vaguely. Without thinking much, Zhu Xiaobao handed his kitchen knife to Master Wu Wei. Great Venerable Wu Wei specially found a place for everyone. He looked at the kitchen knife and said with great confusion,
Dragon slaying knife. How come you recognize him as your master? You are my treasured knife. He is already here now.
Now that you have the blood of a divine beast, it's time for you to come back to me. I am your master.
But before Master Wu Wei could finish his words, the kitchen knife disappeared without a trace in a flash of golden light, leaving only the stunned Master Wu Wei. Chapter 632, Everyone is here. At this time, we have returned to the fiefdom of King Ming, which is now the fiefdom of the 19th princess. Zhu Xiaobao didn't care too much about the cooperation between the two wise men Duan Muqi and Qiu Baisheng in Shahu City. He was too lazy to take care of these things. As long as Duan Muqi made the decision, it would be fine. The change in Zhuang Jialanga's attitude was obvious. She had understood the situation and was determined to stand on Wang Ting's side. Being able to assist Wang Ting in exterminating King Yu's sandstorm is undoubtedly what she would like to see. Moreover, Jialanga also has Xiao Jiujiu in his heart. As long as Zhu Xiaobao can marry Princess Jiayu, he will not be afraid that Wang Ting will attack him again after he wipes out King Yu's sandstorm. I saw that Princess Jiayu seemed to have changed since she followed Zhu Xiaobao. She was no longer arrogant and domineering. Instead, she became very full and happy. She was learning new knowledge every day. Every time she sat with Jialanga, Princess Jiayu is actually a little reluctant to live in her own tribe. She feels that Jialanga's lifestyle is too primitive and too backward. She prefers her current lifestyle. Invisibly, she has become Princess Jiao's best friend. On the Liuhe Pagoda, the 19th princess looked down at her fiefdom, feeling in a trance. She did not expect that she had replaced King Ming and became the king of the West on an equal footing with the other 3 princes. And among the 4 princes, his strength will never be at the bottom. What he lacks is a deep foundation. On the Liuhe Pagoda, Zhu Xiaobao's original couplet is still engraved on it. One palm holds the sky. 5 fingers are 3 long and 2 short. Liuhe inserted into the ground on the 7th floor in all directions. The unparalleled domineering King Ming was replaced by the 19th princess.
Xiaobao, I didn't expect that we are now standing at the highest point of the Liuhe Pagoda. It's really incredible when you think about it. I already have my own fief.
Princess 19 leaned on Zhu Xiaobao's chest. He pointed to the increasingly prosperous fiefdom under Liuhe Pagoda with a sigh.
Yes. I have put a lot of effort into marrying this wife. Should you compensate me for something?
Zhu Xiaobao stood behind the 19th princess, his hands busy, stroking the lapel of the 19th princess's clothes, wandering back and forth inside. Now there are only 2 of them on this floor of Liuhe Pagoda, so the image of the 19th princess is not very good now, and her clothes have been untied by Zhu Xiaobao.
My whole body is yours. What else can I do?
Princess 19 shyly leaned on Zhu Xiaobao's chest and said softly. She did not stop Zhu Xiaobao's small movements. Anyway, this level is basically impossible now. Nobody else.
Yes. You have to have all the fun in life. How about we practice here?
Zhu Xiaobao couldn't help but whispered.
His practice
was very meaningful. Of course, the 19th princess I understand, but I still dare not be so unrestrained here.
No. How about we go back and practice again at the palace? The great master also said that I should not be busy with these political affairs and neglect the cultivation of mental skills. He also said that Princess Ming, Merong Feng and the others should also bring them all, so that I can have more time to practice my mental skills.
Princess 19 suddenly panicked. This Zhu Xiaobao really dared to practice here. But she didn't dare. But the 19th princess was very smart and immediately changed the topic to the great master Wu Wei.
Oh, really? Why do I feel so strange? Old man Wu Wei seems to be a little too enthusiastic. And yesterday he lent me my kitchen knife. But in the afternoon my kitchen knife flew back by itself. But it seemed a little bit. Something's wrong? This kitchen knife is actually trembling slightly. I wonder if it's my imagination.
Sure enough, Zhu Xiaobao's attention was successfully transferred to the great venerable Wu Wei. Master Wu Wei's arrival was sudden and strange this time. Not only did she check Jumei's martial arts, she even expressed dissatisfaction with the 19th princess.
Because the 19th princess had recently been busy managing the fiefdom under her name and neglected to practice, which made the great Master Wu Wei very dissatisfied. To others, Master Wu Wei is very tactful. But to the 19th princess, he can be very strict, because he has been taking care of and protecting the 19th princess from the beginning. And he was the one who sent Eunuch Wei at the beginning.
Well, I think Venerable Wu Wei is doing it for our own good. And he also said that he will unify Dasha Kingdom as soon as possible, so that I can easily enter the inheritance place of Daxiangwo Temple.
Princess 19 said to Wu Wei, the great lord has no doubts, and has always been full of gratitude. Now if she can really take over Murong Feng and others, she will be much less worried. Now her fiefdom has entered the formal stage, and is no longer like it was so busy at the beginning. Great Venerable Wu Wei did not hide it from Zhu Xiaobao and others, and even started to take action after consulting with Duanmuqi and others. Although Duanmuqi is a little strange, having Murong Feng come here will undoubtedly speed up the process of the 19th princess struggle for hegemony. And if Princess Ming also comes here, Zhu Xiaobao will have nothing to worry about. You can live in Shiyuan City with peace of mind. Therefore, Duanmuqi did not object to Venerable Wu Wei's suggestion. 20 days later, Murong Feng indeed drove into Shiyuan City with a large number of troops and luggage. This time not only Princess Ming came, but also Tao Zhiqian. Tao Zhiqian applied several times to come, but Duanmuqi finally asked him to come, because this guy is really good at management and rectification. And now the counties of the 19th princess are in need of such talents. Of course, Tao Zhiqian strongly requested to come here. Firstly, he wanted to show off his talents here. And secondly, he came here because of Yuli. The relationship between the two people now is very special. Yuli does not want to get married, but she is very willing to stay with Tao Zhiqian. The arrival of the British princess Zhu Rong made Zhu Xiaobao immediately overjoyed. What surprised him even more was that Zhu Rong's mental cultivation had reached the 6th level of perfection, and was about to enter the 7th level. During this period of time, Zhu Rong did not slack off in Bai Zirwei Kingdom, but stepped up her practice. Because Jumei puts too much pressure on her. Jumei has already reached the 8th level of perfection, and is about to break through to the 9th level. In comparison, Princess 19's progress seems to be slower, which makes Princess 19 a little depressed. She really doesn't have much time. But it's fine now. Murong Feng and Duanmuqi are both here, and she can practice with peace of mind. And this time, Venerable Wu Wei was a little tight and urging, as if something important was about to happen. Even the 19th princess felt it a little bit. For 3 days in a row, Zhu Xiaobao stayed at Zhu Rong's place and basically didn't go out. The two of them felt like they had been separated for a long time rather than newlyweds. Especially Zhu Rong. She feels that she has become more charming these days. Zhu Xiaobao also likes to practice dual cultivation with Zhu Rong the most, because she has the most experience in this area and is not as shy as the 19th princess. So she is very happy every time. In just 3 days, Zhu Xiaobao and Zhu Rong both made breakthroughs in their mental skills. And Zhu Xiaobao officially advanced to the 9th level of mental skills. Zhu Rong's Suzaku Heart Law has been promoted to the 7th level, and she can now merge with the Suzaku Heart Law. Therefore, the combat effectiveness will also be greatly improved. In the next few days, Zhu Xiaobao was consolidating his cultivation alone at the highest level of Liuhe Pagoda. He could not be disturbed during this period. Of course, Zhu Rong was also consolidating his cultivation in Cave Heaven Paradise. At this time, Zhu Xiaobao has condensed the White Tiger Dharma, which makes the White Tiger Dharma absolutely real. And his innate skills are no longer restricted and can be used as he wishes, because his mental power has reached a new level. Even if Venerable Wu Wei arrived quietly, he was immediately aware of it.
Old Wu Wei, please come to the pagoda to talk.
Zhu Xiaobao was sitting cross-legged on the highest floor of the Liuhe Pagoda, using the method of sound transmission to invite the great Venerable Wu Wei.
Ha ha! Sure enough, you have been promoted to the 9th level. This divine consciousness is indeed very powerful. Even the whereabouts of the old man cannot be hidden from you.
Great Venerable Wu Wei came to the Liuhe Pagoda very pleased. Xiaobao said with a smile.
Tell me about it. Regarding that powerful threat. What exactly is it? I have become more and more aware of the other party's hostility. I believe it can also sense my presence.
Zhu Xiaobao first made a gesture to the great venerable Wu Wei. Then he stood up and looked down at the Liuhe Pagoda. He is confident that his current strength is definitely no longer inferior to Great Master Wu Wei. It's just that the martial arts cultivation level is still at Martial Master. And there is no breakthrough.
Okay. I know that once you break through to the 9th level, these things will no longer be hidden from you. So it's time to let you know.
Great Venerable Wu Wei said with a smile.
Okay. Please tell me.
Zhu Xiaobao looked at the Great Venerable Wu Wei. There was indeed a story in this. It seemed that the Great Venerable Wu Wei had known it for a long time.
Ha ha. It's not that I want to hide it, but because your cultivation is not enough. My words will be in vain, and will cause unreasonable panic. That's why I can't explain it to you until today,
said the Great Master Wu Wei with a slight embarrassment.
It's okay. Then just tell me.
Zhu Xiaobao nodded. But he could still feel that this matter was serious from the eyes of the Great Venerable Wu Wei. Because the eyes of the Great Venerable Wu Wei also flashed. After a moment of panic.
Okay. Do you know why the 4 great beasts exist in this world? What is the meaning of their existence?
Master Wu Wei first asked a seemingly simple question.
I haven't thought about this. Just tell me. I don't know why there are so many. According to legend, for 1,000 years ago, an extraterrestrial evil demon appeared in this world. It relied on blood sacrifices to improve its cultivation. Moreover, this demon grew very rapidly. At that time, half of the population of this world had been slaughtered. At this time, the fairy world sent out an incumbent came to this world with the 4 great beasts to suppress and destroy this demon. However, he did not expect that although this demon could be suppressed, it could not be completely eradicated. It would reawaken every few hundred years and harm the world. In order to protect this world, the current leader left 4 great beasts specifically to suppress this demon. But thousands of years have passed, and the immortal seems to have forgotten these 4 sacred beasts, and they have never appeared again. And because the 4 sacred beasts do not have the immortal's decree, they cannot return to the immortal world, and their own magic power slowly dissipates over the long years. In the end, the evil demon could not be suppressed, and both jade and stone were destroyed. In the last battle, although the evil demon was suppressed again, the 4 great beasts also exhausted their mana and perished. Fortunately, before this battle, the 4 great beasts all left their own bloodlines. This is the bloodline of the beasts. They hope that one day they can inherit their heritage in this way. Now is another millennium, and the evil bloodline should also awaken. This is the huge threat you feel. You two are natural enemies. Therefore, I ask you to improve your cultivation as soon as possible to deal with the coming huge threat. This demon's name is Tian Mojiu, and its bloodline has begun to awaken. And its awakening and recovery speed will be far faster than yours. This is what I am most worried about. Great Venerable Wu Wei looked solemn and described the reasons in a low tone. He was also worried in his heart that telling Zhu Xiaobao about this matter would affect his state of mind. On the contrary, it affected his practice.
Wait, old man Wu Wei. Is this a bit serious? Let me ask you. Back then, the 4 great beasts fought against a fierce demon, and both of us were injured. Now, among the few of us, Jumei and I are the only ones who have we hope to inherit the legacy of the divine beasts. Do you think we can beat that devilish dove?
Zhu Xiaobao suddenly thought of a very critical question.
No, you are not the 4 great beasts. And the one that is awakened now is not the original demon Jiu. In other words, it can only inherit part of the evil demon's bloodline and inheritance. And I and several other great sages will also do our best I will go out of my way to help you. So this is not a big problem.
Master Wu Wei immediately said with certainty.
Let me tell you. How can there be such a good thing? If you inherit the inheritance of the mythical beasts, you can also ascend to the fairy world. There are indeed conditions. Old man, if I don't inherit the inheritance of the mythical beasts, don't I have to fight against that devil?
Zhu Xiaobao immediately snorted angrily, and then asked whimsically.
You want to give up the inheritance of the mythical beasts? How is this possible? This is what everyone dreams of.
Great Venerable Wu Wei almost sat on the ground in shock. This guy is so careless about the inheritance of the mythical beasts. It seems that I was about to give up.
That's right. I never thought about ascending to the immortal world. Besides, there's no telling whether I can ascend to the immortal world. I just want to live happily with a few wives. If I become an immortal, won't I just have to watch in the end, as they slowly die of old age? I will be the only one left. And I will be very sad. Otherwise, if I give this opportunity to others, let others inherit the inheritance of the mythical beasts. And deal with the demon Geo. I will support him mentally. Just okay.
Zhu Xiaobao asked seriously.
No. You are really pissing me off. You little fat guy who doesn't want to make progress. Let me tell you. It's too late to change people now. And besides, no one has such pure blood as yours. Even if you don't want to get involved, Tian Mogio will not let you go. Once Tian Mogio takes the initiative, then even mortals in this world, even martial arts masters like you and me, will still have to become Tian Mogio. A blood sacrifice. In the end, there will be no life left in this world.
Great Venerable Wu Wei said sadly. I really didn't expect that although this guy's state of mind was not affected. His idea was so weird. He didn't want to stand up for the people at all. He just wanted to live a happy life of his own.
Why am I so unlucky? I just want to live a stable life. But I can't satisfy even this wish. Tell me, what are our chances of winning?
Zhu Xiaobao asked in frustration. He also knew that this time there was no way to escape. That sense of crisis seemed to have locked onto him. And he couldn't escape anywhere.
If the inheritance of the 4 great beasts can be opened, then there is a 100% chance of winning.
Great Venerable Wu Wei said cautiously. At this time, Zhu Xiaobao must be confident.
It's useless to talk less. You know that Jumei and I are the only ones who have the hope to inherit the legacy of the mythical beasts. Zhu Rong and Princess 19 are still far behind.
Zhu Xiaobao rolled his eyes at the Great Venerable Wu Wei. Annoyed, he said that he always felt that Venerable Wu Wei did not tell the truth completely, and seemed to be hiding something.
If it's just you and Jumei, then I'm afraid there's only a 70% chance of winning.
Great Venerable Wu Wei still said cautiously.
Tell the truth. Don't play tricks on me. If there was a 70% chance of winning, you wouldn't be so anxious. Gather all of us with the blood of the beasts here. Old man, since we are on the same boat, you should tell the truth. Tell me.
Zhu Xiaobao glanced at Master Wu Wei and said unhappily.
Okay, let's be honest. But if we add the help of several of our great sages, we should be able to gain a certain advantage.
Great Venerable Wu Wei said a little helplessly. In fact, he knew in his heart that I'm afraid there is not even a 30% chance of winning. But we can't let Zhu Xiaobao know now. Otherwise this guy will probably give up.
Really? But why do I always feel like there's still water in it?
Zhu Xiaobao asked, still confused.
It's absolutely true. I promise. The top priority now is to improve your cultivation as soon as possible. At least to ensure that you and Jumei can inherit the heritage of the divine beast. If you are the only one who inherits the white tiger heritage, you will definitely not be the opponent of Tai Moju. Now its bloodline has just awakened. And we still have at most 3 years.
Great Master Wu Wei said eagerly.
3 years? You mean there are still 3 more years? Why do you know this demon Geo so well? Who are you? Why have you always appeared so promptly around us people of the divine beast bloodline these years?
Zhu Xiaobao staring at Master Wu Wei.
Now that she has spoken out, she doesn't need to worry about anything. What he needs is the truth.
You will know when you inherit the white tiger heritage. I can't tell you now. But one thing is for sure. I will never harm you.
Great Venerable Wu Wei hesitated for a long time before he became very entangled. Said,
Okay. Then what is the origin of this kitchen knife? It is definitely not an ordinary kitchen knife. You should know something. Right. It was originally a dragon-slaying knife. But now only half of it is left. I don't know what its condition is now. Dragon-slaying knife? Is it specially used to deal with demon Geo?
No. Chapter 633, Strong Rise. When it comes to this kitchen knife, Zhu Xiaobao is looking forward to it very much. Because he also knows that this kitchen knife is definitely not that simple. And it is definitely not a kitchen knife. Now he finally knows a little bit. Half of it is missing. And the first half is missing. Only the second half was left. And for some unknown reason, it became the shape of the kitchen knife it is now.
Old man Wu Wei, how much do you know? Why has this kitchen knife been shaking faintly since it came back from you? What did you do to it? Could it be that you forcibly claimed the owner?
Zhu Xiaobao took out it at this time. Chopper asked with a frown.
Oh, let me take a look again.
The great master Wu Wei was also a little surprised. He took the kitchen knife again eagerly, and wanted to sense it carefully. If he had really intimidated the kitchen knife, let him have remembered its original owner. That would be great. This magical weapon should not have belonged to Zhu Xiaobao in the first place. But what makes Master Wu Wei embarrassed is that the kitchen knife he just got in his hands turned into a golden light and flew back to Zhu Xiaobao's hands. As if he was still dissatisfied, he returned the table between the two of them, split in half.
What do you mean? Did you break the first half of this kitchen knife? Otherwise, why would it reject you so much?
Zhu Xiaobao asked in surprise. This was the first time that this kitchen knife behaved like this for her. See, it seems to be expressing some emotion. Zhu Xiaobao can be sure that this kitchen knife must have its own consciousness.
Nonsense! I didn't do anything at all. Besides, this dragon-slaying knife was not originally yours. Why is it like this? I am also confused.
Great Master Wu Wei was very depressed and almost said that this dragon-slaying knife was not originally yours. His words reached his mouth before he changed it to, I didn't know about you in the first place.
Then how do you know it is a dragon-slaying knife? How much do you know about the origin of this knife? Just tell me. If it is really destined, I will help it find the first half.
Zhu Xiaobao is looking forward to it, Panda said. Since he came to this world, this kitchen knife has saved his life several times. It can be said that it is very important to him. And it also has deep feelings for him.
It's not very clear. Or I've heard of it. So don't ask about it. I really don't know.
Master Wu Wei said vaguely, with evasive words. He always felt that this kitchen knife was not it should belong to Zhu Xiaobao. But it's hard to explain now. It was obvious that this dragon-slaying knife had a deep resentment against him.
Okay. Since Grandmaster Wu Wei doesn't know, I'm too lazy to pursue it any further.
Zhu Xiaobao said calmly, his expression already much colder. Because the great venerable Wu Wei must be hiding something, and just doesn't want to tell him. The atmosphere at the scene suddenly became a little cold. And the great Master Wu Wei also felt that Zhu Xiaobao had some barriers to him. But now, he really has nothing to do with Zhu Xiaobao. If he uses force, once Zhu Xiaobao displays the white tiger dharma, he may not be able to beat him. What's more, all hopes are now pinned on Zhu Xiaobao. Jumei's place is very simple. There is nothing to say. Jumei just obeys Zhu Xiaobao.
Well, Xiaobao, you still have to wait until you inherit the inheritance of the mythical beasts to know many things. Don't be anxious now. The most important thing now is to cultivate the 9th level of the mental method to perfection. Other things will be known later. But now I only know it will affect your state of mind.
Great Venerable Wu Wei stood up and was about to leave. There was no point in staying any longer.
Well, I know. Great Venerable.
Please go slowly. I won't send you away.
Zhu Xiaobao's tone also became very polite, which made Great Venerable Wu Wei a little confused. But there were some things he really didn't want to let go of. Zhu Xiaobao knows.
Okay. I'll take my leave then.
Great Venerable Wu Wei nodded helplessly, walked hesitantly, and finally turned around and said with some hesitation,
the first half of the dragon-slaying knife should be in the direction of the southeast 36 islands. Because the last and most brutal blow was there. It was there that the demon Jiu was killed. And the dragon-slaying sword disappeared there. After that, the southeast 36 islands appeared. Island. Oh! Thank you, Your Majesty. I will go and have a look when I have the chance.
Zhu Xiaobao suddenly became energetic. If he could find the first half of the dragon-slaying knife, wouldn't his strength be greatly improved? Even if it is not if you use it yourself. If you give this knife to your old apprentice, it can double his strength.
No. You should first perfect the 9th level of mental skills and raise your martial arts cultivation to the great martial master. And then go look for the first half of the dragon-slaying sword. Remember.
Great Master Wu Wei hurriedly warned.
Oh, I see.
After Master Wu Wei left, Zhu Xiaobao began to think carefully about the 36 islands in the southeast. He had only been to the outermost islands such as Nani Island. But the kitchen knife had no reaction there. Ah! Could it be that the first half of the dragon-slaying knife has completely dissipated? Otherwise, this kitchen knife must be able to sense it. After finally passing the consolidation period, Zhu Xiaobao came down from Liuhe Pagoda. To Zhu Xiaobao's surprise, the 19th princess's fiefdom was now full of vitality. All industries were recovering, and there was an endless stream of people returning from all over the place. Because the 19th princess reduced taxes, suppressed land prices, and encouraged production and management. A series of measures were deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. Many families, large and small, who had fled to the fiefdom of His Highness Sixth Prince, have also returned. The land price here is higher than that of His Highness Sixth Prince. It was half cheaper. and everyone was optimistic about the prospects of the 19th princess, because she defeated the eldest prince and replaced King Ming. What is even more impressive is that she managed and developed well. Now Liuhe County is more prosperous than when King Wen was alive. The streets are actually crowded, with people coming and going in an endless stream. All the shops are doing brisk business, and many industries that have gone out of business are starting to flourish again. What surprised Zhu Xiaobao was that the brothel that developed the fastest was actually the brothel. And it was legal. Of course, the slave trading market that he dislikes most is also booming, which he hates very much. But if he wants to change this slavery system in a short time, Zhu Xiaobao feels powerless. But now there is no doubt about the strength of the 19th princess. The fact that so many people have migrated here has fully explained the problem. And many of them migrated from His Highness the Sixth Highness. The Sixth Highness did not deliberately do this. Stop him. He is unwilling to provoke the 19th princess now. The eldest prince's fiefdom is completely sealed off, and the people in his fiefdom are strictly prohibited from migrating to the 19th princess. Otherwise, there will be no people in his fiefdom. Now the eldest prince seems to be very low-key, and the boundaries of the fiefdom are well prepared. What he has to do now is to defend his fiefdom, recuperate and preserve his strength, because he also feels that his strength is no longer the strongest. Zhu Xiaobao had just returned to his Prince Ying's mansion. Everyone was alerted to the news, and there was an endless stream of people coming to visit and say hello. This made Zhu Xiaobao somewhat helpless. This kind of entertainment was unavoidable, and it was also his biggest headache. But there are some people he is still willing to see. People like Murong Feng, Tong Wuxin, Tao Shiqian, etc. were all whom he was unable to see in time, because he was consolidating his cultivation. Now that he saw these people, Zhu Xiaobao was also very happy. Of course, Zhu Rong, Zhu Mei, and the 19th princess are also people Zhu Xiaobao is very willing to see. What surprised Zhu Xiaobao was that Yu Dan was also in Liuhe County. It turned out that Yu Dan sent all the iron and stones mined from Lingyu Mountain here. Now the demand for weapons and armor is very huge. And these things are inseparable. Iron stone. There is another person who is more positive. That is Kingswood Jialangda. She is anxious because her daughter, Princess Jiayu, has not yet had a formal title and has not been officially married. She feels very uneasy. Zhu Xiaobao, her son-in-law, is the strongest guarantee for her future development. She is here to urge marriage. I just came out of seclusion. Is this too urgent? Sister, what are you so anxious about? I can't run away. And Princess Jiayu is only 16 years old. Zhu Xiaobao suddenly said, a little distressed. No. I was 17 last month. In our tribe, we are already the mother of the child. Besides, you promised me. Now I have brought the production of 2 iron ore mines to you. And you still want how about it? You don't want to default on the debt. Do you? Jialangda shouted in front of everyone without any scruples. They are naturally bold and bold people. And these things are considered normal. And in her heart I'm really anxious. King Yu Sandstorm has begun to approach her. He also proposed a marriage. And what's even more incredible is that Xiaobao asked Princess Jiayu to marry his third son. It turns out that King Yu Xiaobao also sensed something was wrong. Ever since Sha Yin failed in his assassination, he had already fallen out with Wang Ting. Now the first thing he thinks of is to unite with Jialangda to be invincible. Moreover, King Yu Xiaobao is also very anxious. Wang Ting has not yet fully recovered to its heyday. Now is the most critical time. Wang Ting must be able to fully recover. Then he has no hope. King Yu Xiaobao still feels that he has a high probability of killing Prince Mian and replacing him as the Great Khan. Prince Wichitos. Don't worry. I have already discussed this matter with 19th sister. We are both in favor of this marriage. If you don't object, I plan to get them married on the 6th day of the lunar month next month. Princess Zhu Rong of England was dressed dignified and elegant in palace attire, while the 19th princess beside her was an official of the King of the West wearing a silver crown. The two actually agreed and even comforted Jialangda very affectionately. What? The 6th day of the lunar month next month? Why didn't I know? You are going too far. You have to discuss it with me anyway. Zhu Xiaobao opened his eyes wide and exclaimed. He had just come back from seclusion. And then he going to the bridal chamber? The key is that these wives still have the same opinion. This is the most terrifying thing. I didn't expect that Zhu Rong's methods were so clever. He had already settled all these women in just 1 month? I thought there would be some gap between her and Princess 19. But now it seems that the two of them actually have a good understanding. Brother-in-law, don't be surprised. I chose this day. I have calculated that the 6th day of next month is definitely a good day. It is a good day for getting married, traveling, opening a business, setting up a bed, and the probability of getting married is extremely high. Duanmuchi also came close to him and said in his ear. His expression was indescribably vulgar, and not at all like the usually graceful military advisor Duanmuchi.
Damn it! You said the same thing the last time you married your... Do you know how to say these words? Do you want me to teach you?
Zhu Xiaobao glared at Duanmuchi fiercely and said in a low voice. But when I looked back and saw the pitiful look in Princess Jiayu's eyes, I no longer refused. This girl has become well-behaved since she arrived here. The arrogance and domineering style in the past has been completely changed. Now what she hopes most is like Princess Jiu. She was able to marry Zhu Xiaobao smoothly, although she also knew that her status was definitely not as good as that of Zhu Rong and Princess 19. She didn't care. She was satisfied with just this status. After Jialanga left with satisfaction, Zhu Xiaobao saw that the remaining people were all his most trusted people. And then he said seriously,
Next, I will take Zhu Rong, Princess 19 and Jumei with me. Try your best to seize the time to improve your cultivation. Jumei and I strive to reach the 9th level of perfection within a year, and then accept the inheritance. Zhu Rong and Princess 19 try their best to improve their mental cultivation. As for the relationship with several other princes, the war depends entirely on Duanmu military and Murong military advisors.
Well, Xiaobao, are you so proactive this time? Is there something very important? I see that Master Wu Wei also has a bad look on his face. As if he is very worried?
Duanmuchi asked cautiously. Even though he is far behind in martial arts, his ability to observe words and emotions is very good. Venerable Wu Wei concealed it very well and was noticed by him.
Well, it's a bit tricky, but this matter can't be spread outside so as not to cause unnecessary panic.
Zhu Xiaobao saw that the people present were all his most trusted people, so he didn't hide anything about Tian Majiu. The matter was briefly discussed.
Oh? Is it really so scary? Is it true? This kind of thing has never happened in hundreds of thousands of years. Is it alarmist?
Many people are skeptical. Indeed, it has not happened in hundreds of thousands of years. There had been some demons and monsters, and now a demon dove suddenly appeared. It was hard for people to accept this moment.
Oh, it must be true. There must be a reason for the existence of the 4 great beasts. Now I finally know some clues.
Duanmuchi sighed and said, although he had just heard about it, he could immediately think of it. The bloodline of the mythical beasts of Zhu Xiaobao and others. This kind of miracle must have cause and effect.
Well, anyway, if you know it in your heart, it's okay. I have to bear the brunt of this matter. Don't worry. As long as I don't die, you will be fine.
Zhu Xiaobao looked at everyone, and then puffed up his chest. Said, it's time to take responsibility yourself.
He! And me! I don't care what the devil dove is. As long as it dares to come, I will kill it.
Jumei said nonchalantly on the side.
Okay. Then don't mention this matter to outsiders. To avoid causing panic, Military Advisor Duanmu and Military Advisor Murong, you must capture the Imperial City within 2 years. Because the heritage site of the Daxiangguo Temple is very important. The 19th princess needs to be able to enter at any time.
Zhu Xiaobao looked at Duanmuchi and Murong Feng. And now they can only leave many matters for hegemony to them. I'm just a little worried. Time is running out.
Don't worry. 2 years is enough. Military Advisor Murong, what do you think?
Duanmuchi smiled calmly.
Yeah, I think it's okay too. Even if we can't wipe out the other 3 kings, those imperial cities are still fine.
Murong Feng also smiled slightly. She and Duanmuchi had similar calculations. Be confident. For the convenience of cultivation, Zhu Xiaobao used the Liuhe Pagoda as a special place for him and Zhu Rong to practice together. The Liuhe Pagoda is divided into 7 floors, and the area of each floor is not small, which is enough for them to practice. The main thing is that it's very clean here. Zhu Rong and others listened to Zhu Xiaobao's words and immediately started to take action. They began to arrange the layout on each floor of Liuhe Pagoda. The necessary living needs must be met. Just the bed made of special materials for double repair needs to be remade by a skilled craftsman. Of course, Zhu Rong can handle these things with ease. What she is best at is handling these trivial matters. As everyone left, only Jumei was left. because Zhu Xiaobao's current focus is to improve Jumei's cultivation as soon as possible. Now it seems that only Jumei has the chance to reach the new 9th level with him. Then start the inheritance of mythical beasts. But unexpectedly, Tong Wuxin also hesitated and did not leave. Instead, she seemed to be hesitant to speak. Zhu Xiaoma stepped forward and asked with a smile.
Sister Wuxin, is there something wrong with you? The final battle between the 4 great beasts and the demon Jiao you just mentioned was at the location of the 36 islands in the southeast. I seem to have heard some rumors. I wonder if they are of any use to you.
Tong Wuxin was a little uncomfortable. Said with too much certainty.
Oh? Really? That's great. No matter whether it's useful or not. Just say it.
Zhu Xiaobao immediately grabbed Tong Wuxin in surprise and shouted eagerly.
Look at you. You're already a martial lord. And you still don't know how to control the city.
Tong Wuxin glared at Zhu Xiaobao angrily. Now Zhu Xiaobao is still the same as before, without the image of a master. But Tong Wuxin does it is known that Zhu Xiaobao has already left them far behind. And even the Great Venerable does not dare to provoke the British King Qintui.
Hey! You're not my sister. Why should I pretend to be serious?
Zhu Xiaobao immediately said with a smile. Regarding Tong Wuxin and Yi Qinghong, Zhu Xiaobao has always treated them as his own sisters. The 2 sisters have helped Zhu Xiaobao a lot.
Well, you know that I used to be a pirate. My father was a copper dragon and the owner of Jialong Island. Among the natives of Jialong Island, there was an old man who was said to have lived for hundreds of years. He kept saying this. Legend. Of course, no one believes him. But there are still many children who like to hear him talk about these things. I was also a child at the time. And I also heard him talk about these things.
Tong Wuxin recalled.
Is there anything special?
Zhu Xiaobao asked expectantly.
Nothing else. But he seemed to have mentioned the dragon-slaying knife you mentioned. Oh? Seriously? What did he say? That dragon-slaying knife is broken.
Chapter 634 10,000 meters under the sea. Tong Wuxin's words immediately aroused Zhu Xiaobao's interest. Although there were many versions of the old man's story, the final result was that they all mentioned the dragon-slaying knife.
In the end, the golden dragon-slaying knife and the blood-red blood axe fought together in the air for the last time. The 2 unparalleled weapons suddenly erupted with an earth-shattering sound. And then the blood axe turned into blood all over the sky. Rain! And the dragon-slaying knife also flashed with golden light. Broke into 2 pieces. The head of the knife shot into the sea, and the tail of the knife rushed into the sky. From then on, the mythical beasts and evil spirits disappeared and never appeared again.
The world has returned to its former peace.
Tong Wuxin finished telling the last version, and then looked at Zhu Xiaobao. She was also very curious. She never thought that the story told by the old man could be true. How could that be true? Doesn't it mean that the head of this dragon-slaying knife really might have fallen to the bottom of the sea?
Well, falling to the bottom of the sea? I didn't expect this. Sister Wuxin, how deep is the bottom of the sea? Can you dive down?
Zhu Xiaobao scratched his head and asked. Although his water quality is also very good, he is not as good as Tong Wuxin. But it's far behind. Tong Wuxin can stay in the water for 2 sticks of incense, while Zhu Xiaobao can only stay in the water for half a stick of incense at most. Of course, with the improvement of his cultivation, he can probably stay in the water the time of a stick of incense.
Stop dreaming. The only place we can dive to the bottom is the nearby shallow sea. The real deep sea is probably 20 miles deep. It is impossible to dive to the bottom of the sea. The huge pressure alone can crush people.
Die. Tong Wuxin couldn't help but roll his eyes at Zhu Xiaobao, and then said helplessly,
Ah, 20 miles away. Isn't that 10,000 meters under the sea? Isn't that too deep? No wonder the kitchen knife can't sense it. It turns out it fell so deep. This is really a tricky situation. Problem.
Zhu Xiaobao was a little disappointed. If he really wanted what Tong Wuxin said, wouldn't it be impossible to restore the dragon-slaying knife?
I think the most important thing for you now is to quickly improve your cultivation level. Not only your mental cultivation level, but also your martial arts cultivation level. Because the higher your cultivation level, the longer the distance you can dive. My father is a peak martial artist. He can dive to a depth of 3 miles. So if you can be promoted to the great martial master, it is not impossible to dive to the deepest part of the sea. And the knife head is not necessarily at the deepest place.
Tong Wuxin looked at it, seeing Zhu Xiaobao's disappointed look. She had no choice but to persuade him from the other side, although she didn't think Zhu Xiaobao could dive to such a deep distance.
Well, I have to let this matter go for now. But don't tell other people about it. I'm afraid that if it is true, someone will be the first to find the half of the dragon-slaying knife.
Zhu Xiaobao is also very happy, unfortunately. His martial arts cultivation did not progress as quickly as his mental cultivation. The main reason was that he put too little effort into this aspect. However, Zhu Xiaobao immediately thought of the seriousness of this matter. He was afraid that if the great master Wu Wei knew the whereabouts of the half of the dragon-slaying knife,
he would be the first to find it. The little treasures are now on guard against the great venerable Wu Wei. Everything was arranged properly. Zhu Xiaobao took Zhu Rong, 19th princess, and Ju Mei into the Liuhe Tower. Others who stayed with them were Lu Tong, Lu Fang, the second princess, and Princess Jiayu, and others. Just some servants. The area around the Liuhe Pagoda is guarded by 5,000 female warriors, and no one else is allowed to approach. This retreat training can be said to be very intense and focused. Several people live on each floor, complementing each other and interfering. And they are all practicing with concentration. Zhu Xiaobao is on the highest level of Liuhe Pagoda. In addition to the necessary dual cultivation, he is also intensifying his cultivation alone. 10 days passed in a blink of an eye. Unexpectedly, in the early morning of the 11th day, a long roar came from the highest floor of Liuhe Pagoda. And then a huge divine turtle appeared in the sky above Liuhe Pagoda. It turns out that Ju Mei has also broken through to the 9th level. The number of Xiaobao and Ju Mei in these 10 days is the largest. And of course the effect is the best, because the two have the same level of cultivation. But Zhu Xiaobao didn't expect Ju Mei's talent to be so good. He had just been promoted to the 9th level, and she had also broken through to the 9th level. What makes Zhu Xiaobao even more embarrassed is that Ju Mei has already pocketed 2 Xuanwu magic weapons on the 8th floor. Zhu Rong and Princess 19 felt a little powerless when they saw that Ju Mei had advanced again. This female man's talent made them a little frustrated. This is too easy. Just promoted to the 9th level so casually. Great Venerable Wu Wei also immediately observed the strange phenomenon above Liuhe Pagoda, and finally felt a little more relieved.
Oh! Fortunately, there is such a huge beauty. Otherwise, there is definitely no chance of winning with all the little treasures. Now! There should be a 30% chance of winning. Right. If I can restore the dragon-slaying sword and recognize me as the master again, then I can have more than a 50% chance of winning. But why does this dragon-slaying sword recognize Zhu Xiaobao as its master?
In fact, Great Master Wu Wei also knows the approximate location of the other half of the dragon-slaying knife, because his inheritance is very special, and many things have been passed down. But the Great Master Wu Wei didn't want Zhu Xiaobao to know the location of the half of the dragon-slaying knife. He still wanted to find it himself. But over the years, he has tried various methods. Even if he is promoted to the Great Martial Lord, he can still dive to a depth of 10 miles. The pressure he will bear if he goes down is too great, and his body cannot bear it.
Hey! Brother! What are you thinking about? Are you leaving yet? I almost fell asleep waiting.
The old apprentice urged at this time. It turned out that the 2 great sages were in the pavilion next to Liuhe Pagoda, playing chess. The Great Master Wu Wei was obviously out of shape, and his old apprentice had already won 3 games in a row.
Oh! It's time for me to go again? Why is there another general?
You didn't cheat.
Right.
The Great Master Wu Wei finally came to his senses. When he looked at the chessboard, he seemed to be losing again, and he couldn't help but exclaimed,
You are absent-minded. Forget it. No more. What are you thinking about? Tell me.
The old apprentice threw away the chess pieces in his hand and said dissatisfiedly,
Ha ha! Venerable Master Wu Wei, although you are not the best in martial arts, you have learned a lot of things. With your cultivation, can you dive to a depth of 15 miles? Or even deeper?
Great Venerable Wu Wei asked hesitantly.
Why are you going to the bottom of the sea so deep? Are there any delicious delicacies? Forget it. Even if there is, I won't be able to enjoy it. I can dive to 10 miles at most, and it can't be more than half an hour.
The old apprentice thought for a moment, and then shook his head. He shook his head and said in confusion, he has always taken things as they come and doesn't force anything. So he has no intention of desperately exploring the limits.
That's what I said. Because when I first practiced martial arts, I practiced it underwater a lot. Due to the resistance underwater, I can often get twice the result with half the effort. The deeper you dive,
the better the effect.
Okay. Great Venerable Wu Wei also said half-truthfully. This is not nonsense. When he was practicing, he practiced underwater for a long time.
Oh, this is a lesson.
It makes sense. The old apprentice also nodded and said with deep approval. At night, the old apprentice came to Zhu Xiaobao quietly. Master, I have found out for you. This old boy really knows the location of the dragon-slaying knife. It is similar to what you said. It should be somewhere seabed. It turns out that Zhu Xiaobao had doubts about the great venerable Wu Wei. So he asked his old apprentice Cuisine to pay more attention to the words and deeds of the great venerable Wu Wei. The old disciple was not good at anything else. But he was loyal to Zhu Xiaobao. And he immediately followed the great master Wu Wei conscientiously. There is no need for him to take action anyway. He just needs to pay attention and observe. Oh! It seems that the other half of the dragon-slaying knife is really at the bottom of the sea. This is very difficult to deal with. Even if he can't be frightened so deeply. I can't help it, Zhu Xiaobao said in a depressed tone. But you can still learn from his cultivation method. Practicing in water does have the effect of getting twice the result with half the effort. Now your mental skills have been promoted to the 9th level. But your martial arts cultivation still cannot keep up. So your body is a bit I can't bear it. This method can help you increase your body's strength faster. The old apprentice is also giving Zhu Xiaobao advice. The situation is critical now. Even though the old apprentice is still smiling all day long, he is also worried. If it really happens, if they are defeated by Demon Geo, these great sages will also die. After listening to the advice of his old apprentice, Zhu Xiaobao really started practicing underwater, and even sparring with Yumei. This is not a mental method, but a martial art. Without using the magic form of the divine beast, Zhu Xiaobao was simply tortured by Yumei and could not be defeated at all. Because Yumei's physical talent is so good, she has no bottlenecks in martial arts. And there is no obvious division of realms. Anyway, she should be above the great martial lord now. Because the old apprentice can no longer beat her. So she still doesn't need a golden armor hammer. Under the premise. What surprised Zhu Xiaobao even more was that Yumei was even more vigorous under the water. The two of them were practicing underwater. And Zhu Xiaobao was beaten and scurrying around. In the end, he had no choice but to surface and escape. Pa. At this time, on the top floor of Liu Pagoda, Yumei was being spanked hard by Zhu Xiaobao. And she was still shouting angrily. I told you to hit me again. This time I have to get it back. You told me to do my best. Now you blame me. Yumei lay there unconvinced. She had no choice but to let Zhu Xiaobao beat her a few times because Zhu Xiaobao wouldn't let her move. Well, I'm used to it anyway. And I don't feel any pain at all. I told you to try your best. So you hit me as hard as you can? Look, your face is swollen. How can I go out to meet people? You are so sincere. Why don't you hold back your strength? Zhu Xiaobao shouted angrily. I didn't mean to hit you in the face. You had to lower your head to dodge. And then your face hit my hand? Yumei said aggrievedly. This is a typical example of how a good hit is not as good as a good catch. The two of them quarreled for a while, then sat up and sat back to back on the ground. In fact, Zhu Xiaobao is not really angry. He is just a little upset. And he also knows that Yumei has been letting him go. From the bottom of his heart, Zhu Xiaobao likes Yumei very much now. She has a simple heart and is very obedient. She always feels relaxed when she is with Yumei. Well, Xiao Zhu, if you have anything unhappy, tell me. I'll help you, Yumei said with a little enjoyment. Every time they go back to back like this, she always paints the wall. When I first came to Zhu Xiaobao, I didn't understand anything at that time and was often bullied by Zhu Xiaobao. But this experience made her very sweet. Zhu Xiaobao is the first person who does not regard her as a slave. Oh, what's the point of telling you? I want to dive to a place 20 miles under the sea. Even old man Wu Wei can't do it. Let alone you. Zhu Xiaobao sighed and said, he must be so beautiful now I can dive to a distance similar to that of the great master Wu Wei. What's so difficult about this? I can do it. It's no problem if it goes deeper, Yumei said disdainfully. Aw? Yumei, you can eat whatever you want. But don't talk nonsense. Do you know how deep the distance is? Do you know how much pressure there is? And the key is to stay in the water long enough. Zhu Xiaobao immediately jumped up in shock, looked at Yumei and shouted. Really? What I said is true. When I was practicing at Turtle Snake Mountain, the weather was too hot. So I sank to the bottom of the lake to practice. And stayed there all day, Yumei said seriously. Aw? 1 day. Don't you need to breathe? Zhu Xiaobao asked in surprise. I originally had to breathe. But I cast the Xuanwu Dharma form, and then merged with the Dharma appearance. So I don't need to come up to the surface to take a breath.
Jumei also looked at Zhu Xiaobao very strangely. Can't even think of simple questions?
Damn it! Why didn't I think of using the divine beast form? Jumei, you are so smart.
Zhu Xiaobao suddenly shouted overjoyed.
Oh? Smart? Xiao Zhu, did I do something wrong again? Don't say that to me. In the worst case, I'll let you hit me twice more. Okay?
Jumei asked, a little confused. In her opinion, this is what Zhu Xiaobao is saying. I guess I'm going to lose my temper again.
No. 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 What I said this time is true. Uh-huh. My big baby. It's really great to have you by my side.
Zhu Xiaobao hugged Jumei happily, smiled. Then Zhu Xiaobao began to think. Since Jumei can do it, can he do it too? The characteristics of the basalt turtle and the white tiger are very different. The turtle can stay at the bottom of the sea forever. But can the white tiger? In addition, if Jumei is allowed to dive to the bottom of 10,000 meters, can she withstand the huge pressure? But no matter what, Jumei showed him the way. And it was the only possible way. The next day, Jumei quietly came to Shiyuan City, and then boarded the 3 lucky treasures with Tong Wuxin and went to sea. Of course, with Jumei's current cultivation level, even the 2 great sages did not notice that Jumei had left Liuhe Pagoda, waiting until the auspicious 3 treasures have come a long way. This place was definitely a deep sea, and there was no sign of a ship around. Only then did Tong Wuxin let Jumei display the Xuanwu Dharma, and then sank to the bottom of the sea. Tong Wuxin waited patiently on the 3 lucky treasures for almost 2 hours. Tong Wuxin was a little anxious. Something had happened to this giant beauty. It had not surfaced for so long. Just when Tong Wuxin was a little panicked, Jumei suddenly emerged from the water, carrying a huge octopus in his hand. Several tentacles were wrapped around Jumei, but Jumei was tightly grasped by him. There is no way to escape, and there is no threat to Jumei at all.
Why did you stay down for so long? It's almost killing me!
Tong Wuxin shouted with a bit of resentment.
You said the longer you want me to stay at the bottom of the sea, the better. I'll just stay a little longer. Look, I have nothing to do. I even caught an octopus,
Jumei said with an honest smile and raised her hand. The huge octopus inside seems to have seen a delicious meal.
Oh, you are so strong. Tell me, how far did you go?
Tong Wuxin couldn't help but sigh. Jumei's talent is really unmatched by anyone.
Well, I guess it should be about 17 or 80 miles away.
Jumei still has some idea of the depth of the dive. She knows the speed of her dive and the time it takes. So this depth is also it's not difficult to calculate.
Really? Great. I can really help Xiaobao this time. Jumei, you are really amazing.
Tong Wuxin immediately defended Jumei excitedly and said loudly. Sure enough, when Jumei returned to Liuhe Pagoda, Zhu Xiaobao was also very excited. This meant that it was entirely possible for him to find the first half of the dragon-slaying sword. Then wouldn't his strength increase dramatically?
Well, I think it will be a little difficult for you to go down because you don't have a turtle shield. So I'm afraid you may not be able to withstand the pressure. Even if you cast the spell, you may not be able to withstand it.
Jumei inadvertently. I poured a basin of cold water on Zhu Xiaobao, because the pressure at the bottom of the sea is still very high. Jumei relies on the turtle back shield to be able to handle it with ease.
Not necessarily. As long as you have raised your martial arts cultivation to the level of Great Venerable,
you should be able to withstand it. After all, you have cultivated the
4 phases of divine veins.
And now you have integrated the attributes of the Xuanwu divine beast. Plus your Dharma phase, it may not be impossible to dive to the bottom of the sea.
At this time, Zhu Rong said calmly, no matter whether it is possible or not, at least now Zhu Xiaobao must not let him lose his confidence. Zhu Xiaobao is now the hope of all of them.
That's right. Let Jumei go down with you when the time comes. And you will be absolutely sure that nothing goes wrong.
Princess 19 also nodded and said,
Okay, Jumei. By practicing with me tomorrow, I will be promoted to the Great Master as quickly as possible.
Zhu Xiaobao suddenly regained confidence and waved his hand. In the Chengnan County of Daxia Kingdom, a village was completely slaughtered. The faces of the great human demon master and the great master Jiuyin were both red, and it took a long time for them to slowly return to normal. Ji Jisheng, who was standing with his hands behind his back, looked at the shriveled corpses on the ground with some dissatisfaction.
Alas, it's still too slow. Now we can only sacrifice 2,000 people at a time. Too few. Too few. It will take at least 2 years to get back to the peak.
Ji Jisheng's appearance is even more elegant now. The two eyes are very special, with a soul-stirring light.
Congratulations to Master Tianma. Your cultivation has improved again. When we meet Master Wu Wei again, we can suppress him without Master Tianma taking action.
Master Ren Yao and Master Jiuying bowed and saluted humbly.
Well, don't be careless. The origin of the great Master Wu Wei is not simple. But don't worry. As long as you follow me and be loyal, it will not be difficult to be promoted to Martial Saint. Thank you, Lord Demon, for your support and cultivation. GGGG. Okay. Okay. Okay.
Chapter 635, Seizing the Body. The Great Master Shimei and the Great Master Jiuying looked at Ji Jisheng in front of them. Both of them were frightened. This is no longer the original Ji Jisheng. It was Ji Jisheng after his body was taken away by the demon Jiu. But seeing the current appearance of this person, the Great Master Shimei and the Great Master Jiuying felt more at ease. If the demon Jiu showed up in his true form, it would be truly terrifying. However, the Great Master Shimei and the Great Master Jiuying also knew that the original appearance of the demon Jiu was only a Dharma appearance, not its true form. Its true body has long since ceased to exist. And now only Ji Jisheng's body can be considered its true body. It should have been a year ago. At that time, the Great Reverend Shimei was very proud of himself. Not only did he control Ji Jisheng, he also took the Great Reverend Jiuying as a slave. But at that time, the Great Master also discovered some abnormalities. That is, Ji Jisheng's eyes would occasionally bring out a green light, which surprised the Master. But he was an expert and bold man, and did not care about Ji Jisheng. Change! He is already one of the 9 great sages. So he is still afraid of what tricks Ji Jisheng can come up with. But just half a year ago, after the Great Master Shimei vented his anger on Ji Jisheng again, he still wanted to let the Great Master Jiuying clean up the aftermath. But unexpectedly, Ji Jisheng suddenly started to attack, and he knocked the Great Human Demon to the ground, and then trampled on him. The Great Human Demon was suddenly frightened and angry, and quickly cast an illusion. However, the illusion was even more terrifying. Suddenly, a monster with horns on its head, scales on its body, and a tail appeared behind it. 2 huge demons appeared. The shark claws were even glowing with black corpse poison. Despite the illusion he had cast, the Great Human Male Master was unable to escape at all, and was grabbed by the giant black claws. If Taimoji hadn't been merciful, the Great Human Demon would have been torn to pieces by his shark claws. When the illusion disappeared, there were still 3 people in the room: Ji Jisheng, the Great Master of Human Demons, and the Great Master of Jiuying. What's ridiculous is that Ji Jisheng is still naked and hasn't dressed yet. And Taimoji didn't care about this kind of appearance. His body has no clothes. Only the scales on his body replace clothes. So he doesn't think there is anything wrong.
You are not GZ. Who are you? How dare you pretend to be GZ? No. Is this a way to seize your body?
The great sage was shocked. This kind of thing is just a thing in legend. I didn't expect it to happen. Have? The GZ in front of him is definitely not the original GZ. The monster just now is his true face.
Well, I haven't fully figured out who I am yet. But I'm almost there. I didn't expect that it took so long to fuse this body. But you mortals also have some interesting things. A mortal can also cast illusions. Can you practice martial arts to such a high level? Well, that kind of thing between men and women is also very interesting. But why are you different from others? Do you like men?
Ji Jisheng still seemed a little confused, but his eyes were already aggressive. And he looked like a ladyboy. The person was frightened.
Sir! Damn it. You are a little pervert. Please don't worry about the villain.
The Shimei clan could only ignore the honor of the Great Lord at this time. They lay there and kowtowed repeatedly, shouting. He finally knew that this demon's ability could definitely kill him instantly.
Well, I understand a little bit. But I still like women. From my memory, it seems that there are several very important people. The 7th princess has already met. And there is another 19th princess? And there is Yu Xiaobao? Many things I can't get in touch yet. Please tell me in detail.
Ji Jisheng nodded slightly. The 7th princess also came once. But she was very dissatisfied with his performance and left angrily. Now that I think about it, it turns out that she behaved too politely. With the detailed narrations of the Great Venerable Shimei and the Great Venerable Jiuying, and as his and Ji Jishi's bodies gradually merged, more and more information was inherited in their brains. Ji Jishi should still have 20% left. Consciousness and nature. Therefore, Tian Majiu and Ji Jishi's bodies became more and more harmonious. Many of Ji Jishi's behavior styles also affected Tian Majiu, and he fell in love with Ji Jishi's lifestyle more and more. He was not polite and immediately pushed the Great Lord Jiuyin to the ground, while the Great Lord Shimel turned into a slave waiting on the side. The change in this character was something that the Great Master Shimel never expected. Originally, they wanted the driver to escape, but Master Renyao and Master Jiuyin sadly discovered that Tian Majiu had injected a drop of demon blood into their bodies. As long as they thought about it, their blood would surge and their lives would increase. It would be better to die, and his body would explode in less than half an hour. So the two of them didn't even have a chance to escape. He can only become the follower of Tian Majiu with all his heart. It was easier to deal with the seventh princess. With the further integration of Ji Jishin's memories, Tian Majiu also knew the very strange hobby of the seventh princess. So he quickly fell in love with this method and beat the seventh princess, screamed repeatedly, and shivered with excitement. But the seventh princess couldn't bear it anymore. This Ji Jishin was much more powerful than before. Every time, the seventh princess was begging for mercy. She couldn't bear it anymore. And another time, Ji Jisheng accompanied the seventh princess to practice martial arts in the backyard of the palace. Unexpectedly, on a whim, he pushed the seventh princess to the ground in the backyard. At first, the seventh princess was shocked and angry, and was quite repelled. But after a few slaps from Ji Jishin, the seventh princess became fascinated. Her eyes were blurred, and she completely forgot where she was. After finishing, the seventh princess came back to her senses and angrily scolded Ji Zi. Unexpectedly, with a wave of Ji Jisheng's hand, all the servants in the backyard lost their lives, and even Dafu and Erfu almost lost their lives. They came with the cultivation of Wu Zun, and at the same time, they felt that the blood in their bodies seemed to be bursting out of their bodies. If they had not been suppressed by their own high cultivation, they would have exploded and died. When Ji Jiwei walked away with satisfaction, Dafu Erfa helped the disheveled seventh princess and asked in shock, "Master, this Ji Jiwei seems to be no longer an ordinary martial artist. If he is allowed to develop, he may endanger the master." Yes. I also feel something is wrong. Xiao Ji seems to be a different person, and that look in her eyes makes me very scared. What is going on? The seventh princess also regained her senses at this time, and very quickly said a little doubtfully, "How about the slave takes it by surprise next time?" Dafu and Erfu asked worriedly. Although they came because they were unsure, they were loyal to the seventh princess. As long as the seventh princess said a word if they come, they can fight for it desperately. Forget it. Don't touch him for the time being. After all, Xiao Ji is still mine. His martial arts cultivation level has improved quickly, which is also a good thing for me. Now the 19th sister has taken over the second brother's fiefdom and has officially become kingshi. Then just let Ji Zi deal with the 19th sister. The seventh princess thought for a while, then shook her head and said, at this time, she still thought about the overall situation, and she hoped that Ji Zi could help her ascend the throne. This time, another 2,000 people were sacrificed with blood. Ji Jisheng, together with the Great Master Renyao and the Great Master Jiuyin, also knew that they could not expose themselves for the time being. Otherwise, they would cause everyone to besiege them. The current demon Jiu has not yet returned to his original two. He is so successful that he dare not reveal his whereabouts. So after taking the blood sacrifice of the Great Master Shimel and the Great Master Jiuyin, he left in a hurry. But it once again shocked the imperial city. The dignitaries and ordinary people were panicked, and the people in 2 villages were exterminated overnight. This is definitely a disaster, and we still don't know why. Ji Zi returned to Jiaolong Island on the 36 islands in the southeast. This was his favorite place to stay. Ever since Ji Zi's body was taken away, Ji Zi had moved his general's mansion here, because he felt very friendly here. There is a feeling of blood connection. Standing on the highest peak of Jiaolong Island, Ji Jisheng was still thinking about the past. Looking down at the 16 roads on the mountain, he had already figured it out and felt that the 36 islands were transformed into these 36 islands after their main bodies were broken up. Among them, this Jiaolong Island is the most important part of the body, almost the torso. Ji Jisheng tried to awaken his own body and wanted to regroup. He roared to the sky and unleashed all his magic power. trying to wake up his own body. However, these 36 islands have lost their essence and spirituality because of too long a time. All. In addition to triggering the roaring tsunami on the 36 islands in the southeast, the original body of Tianmoju has not been able to return. The 36 islands were shaken by the ground, and the surrounding seawater roared and rolled, as if a major earthquake had been caused. The troops and residents stationed on the island were panicked. This was the first time they had seen such a big movement in so many years, as if it was the end of the world. Ah! 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 Why? Do you have to live in this body? Beast Master Slave. It's all your fault. I will definitely cut you into pieces. Ji Jisheng transformed into the demon Geo, looked like it was roaring angrily. It was very disappointed. Even a piece of its main body failed to respond. Without its main body, he could only recover to 70% of what it was at its peak. That was the limit that the human body could bear. After returning to Ji Jisheng's appearance, he slowly calmed down. The roaring tsunami on 36 islands also stopped and returned to its original calm state. However, all the islands were in a mess, with dead and injured people. Many people and many buildings collapsed. No. I feel something suppressing my body. Ji Jisheng looked at the sea in the distance and suddenly said gloomily. Chapter 636. It's still there. The next day, Ji Jisheng took 2 great sages out to sea on his exclusive warship. Surrounded by hundreds of warships, Ji Jisheng is not weak now. And these warships and soldiers, although nominally belonging to the 7th princess, actually belong to Ji Jisheng. The 7th princess cannot mobilize these troops at all. Ji Jisheng's flagship is much larger than ordinary warships. It is divided into 3 floors. Sitting on the 3rd floor, you can clearly see the warships protecting him around him. Only then did Ji Jisheng feel like he was dominating the world. Although being a demon Geo doesn't require this, Ji Jisheng still enjoys this feeling now. On his flagship, there are more than 100 cooks and servants, and there are various facilities on the 3rd floor specifically for his enjoyment. It can be said that Ji Jisheng enjoys it more than the 7th princess now. What's even more exaggerated is that there are 2 great sages accompanying him. This is definitely a unique miracle. Now the great human demon lord is guarding in front of the cabin door, and the moans and howls of the great Lord Jiuyin can be heard from inside. There is no way. Now the great Lord Jiuyin is actually facing Tianmoju. So he is not an ordinary person at all. If he could afford it, Ji Jisheng wouldn't have specifically sought out the great master Jiuyin to vent his animal desires. The other women simply couldn't bear it, and were hacked to death within a few strokes. I heard that the great lord of the demon outside the door was trembling in his heart. This lord of heavenly demon was not a human being at all. He felt a little sympathetic to the great master Jiuyin. Ha ha ha! Yes! You have practiced my blood sacrifice method, and now your cultivation has improved a lot, which makes me a little satisfied. At this time, Ji Jisheng seemed to be in a good mood and walked out of the cabin. The great master Jiuyin behind him was able to stagger out. Unlike before when he couldn't even get up. His face was flushed. He was panting. And he forced a smile to please and followed behind Ji Jisheng. Congratulations, junior sister, for improving your cultivation again. The great human demon master immediately raised his hands to the great master Jiuyin and said with a smile. Now he calls master Jiuyin his junior sister. And both of them are Ji Jisheng's followers. In comparison, the great venerable Jiuyin is more favored, because Master Tianmo wants the great venerable Jiuyin to sleep with him every night. So now the status of the great master of the human demon is lower than that of the great master of the Jiuyin. Although they were reluctant to be controlled by demon Jiu at first. Now the great master Ren Yao and the great master Jiuyin have gained and lost. And their cultivation has indeed begun to improve again. They are also looking forward to it in their hearts. Maybe they can really break through to the realm of martial saint. How far is this place from Jialong Island? Ji Jisheng put on the official uniform of a general again and looked very powerful. He stood on the deck with his hands behind his hands and asked, looking at the sea. It's almost 200 miles away. Sir, do you want to pay a visit? The great sage said respectfully. Yeah. Okay. Let me try and see if I can find the artifact that suppresses my body. Ji Jisheng's expression became serious. Then, he adjusted his breathing, concentrated his energy, and began to release a ray of consciousness into the sea. Oh? Damn it. I was cut off by it. This feels so familiar. Could it be that dragon-slaying knife? After less than a stick of incense, Ji Jisheng suddenly shouted, and his face suddenly changed. Very pale. This ray of his spiritual consciousness was actually cut off.
so he also suffered some damage. This kind of damage was directed at the spiritual consciousness, and could not be seen on the surface.
May the Lord Demon find the location of this artifact? Let's send people to dive down and salvage it.
The great human demon asked flatteringly.
Humph. Can you dive to a distance of 20 miles?
Ji glanced at the great human demon, and then snorted coldly.
Ah! This seems impossible. No one can dive to such a deep seabed.
The great human demon shuddered immediately. This flattery was not done well, and fell into the horse's lap. If the demon master asked him to dive, if you go down to salvage the artifact, wouldn't that mean your life is at risk too?
My consciousness was only detected at a distance of 15 miles. And then this ray of consciousness was cut off. So I can conclude that this artifact must be 20 miles or more away.
Ji Jisheng was very depressed. He said dully. He had only recovered less than 30% now, and he couldn't locate the location of this artifact at all. But he had a very familiar feeling.
Is it still there? Did it fall on the bottom of the sea? No. I remember it seemed to have perished with my blood axe. Why does it still appear here? Then what should we do now? Master Tianma.
Do you want to go to another place to sense it again?
The great human demon asked cautiously.
No need. With my current strength I can't determine its location at all. Forget it. Since it is at the bottom of the sea, it means that the beast control slave has no support. What I am most worried about is the inheritance of the mythical beasts. Now the 4 major except for the Azure Dragon Divine Beast. The other 3 divine beasts have already shown their Dharma appearances. I have to recover quickly.
Ji Jisheng's mood suddenly became less comfortable. He waved his hand, and then ordered to return. Ji Jisheng was still standing on the 3rd deck with a gloomy expression. He suddenly recalled many things, although they were intermittently. Many of the scenes were very unforgettable. It seemed to see the 4 great beasts besieging it again. Among them, the white tiger beast had the sharpest attack power, and it was basically led by the white tiger. Behind Xuanwu, he relied on his powerful defense to resist the zombies. The demonic fire of the Suzaku Divine Beast was very capable of restraining its corpse poison and blood axe, while the beast tamer slave was riding the Azure Dragon Divine Beast to command the 4 great beasts. The beast slave also holds a dragon-slaying knife in his hand. The most fatal injuries come from this dragon-slaying knife.
Ah! 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 Beast controller. Dragon-slaying sword. I will completely destroy you.
Suddenly, a bloody storm broke out on Ji Jisheng's flagship, and all the slaves and subordinates on the 3rd floor and those the guards burst out with blood in an instant, forming a huge blood axe in the air. This huge axe swept across, and all the cabins on the 3rd deck were moved to the ground. There were actually 3 living people left. This was because the great venerable Shimel and the great venerable Jiuyin saw the opportunity quickly and hid behind Ji Jisheng in time. Only then did they escape the disaster. Otherwise, they would not have been able to stop the bloody axe. At this time, the soldiers on the 2nd floor rushed to the 3rd deck one after another, and were immediately stunned by the scene in front of them. This was definitely not the work of manpower. At this time, Ji Jisheng gradually regained his senses, and said with a gloomy face,
"The demon appeared just now, which caused such a big loss. This kind of demon is not something you can deal with. Fortunately, it has left. You can treat the demon here, dispose of all the corpses."
"Yes, sir." The soldiers were so frightened that they had no idea that it was Ji Jisheng who had done this. Only the great venerable human demon and the great venerable Jiuyin knew in their hearts that this Lord Heavenly Demon was so terrifying that he killed more than 200 people in the blink of an eye. Otherwise, this bloody axe would not have appeared. In fact, although Tai Moju's blood axe is very terrifying, it has a drawback. That is, it requires a blood sacrifice to be sacrificed. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been so troublesome when dealing with the great Master Wu Wei. But even though the matter was revealed like this, it still aroused suspicion among some people, especially those warships around the flagship. Many generals saw the appearance of Tai Moju and the bloody axe, but Ji Jisheng stood among them and was unscathed, which made people suspicious. The order that came later was that this incident was the work of demons in the sea and should not be made public, as it would cause unnecessary panic. In the Shiwang fiefdom, Zhu Xiaobao hurriedly came out of Liuhe Pagoda and found the great venerable Wu Wei. Now word has spread that 2 villages in Chengmen County have been blood sacrificed, which has caused great panic inside and outside the imperial city.
Old man Wu Wei, you should think of an idea. That demon Jiu will definitely sacrifice more people's blood in the future. You can't let it be so wanton.
Right? Although it is not in the fiefdom of the 19th princess. It is still in the Great Xia Kingdom. People, the 19th princess is also very worried about this. Zhu Xiaobao also felt that this matter was getting more and more serious. Tai Moju is still very weak now, but he will become more ferocious as time goes by. By then, the blood sacrifices will not be made by hundreds or thousands of people, but by tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, or even millions of people.
Alas, I also know about this. I didn't expect that Tai Moji recovered so quickly and was able to sacrifice 2,000 people with blood. I will make arrangements right away to at least make it less easy for him to succeed.
Great Master Wu Wei was helpless. Said, well, then what can we do? In fact, if it is to deal with this big devil, I think all the princes will temporarily put down their fights and work together to eradicate the monster.
Princess 19 also said actively on the side.
It's useless. It's not just that more people can defeat this beast. The most important thing is for you to improve your cultivation as soon as possible and start the inheritance of the mythical beast. This is the only way to eradicate this beast.
Great Venerable Wu Wei looking at Zhu Xiaobao and Jumei. He said, now these two are the most promising to inherit the legacy of the mythical beasts.
Old man, have you ever fought against Tai Moju? It's now time. So stop hiding it.
Zhu Xiaobao said rudely, because he saw that the Great Venerable Wu Wei was hesitant to hide something. Concealed.
Alas, we fought once a month ago, but we couldn't win. We were even injured. And this beast now controls the Great Master of Human Demons and the Great Master of Join. So I was trapped in the illusion of the Great Master of Human Demons at that time. I was trapped and couldn't see clearly the true strength of Tai Moju.
Great Venerable Wu Wei sighed helplessly. Speaking of it, this was the first time he had suffered a setback. So he never wanted to let anyone know.
Oh? Ji Jisheng? Aren't the Great Masters of the Human Demon and the Great Master of Join following Ji Jisheng for a while? No. 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 That person is definitely not Ji Jisheng.
Chapter 637, 9 Palaces Demon Subduing Array. The reason why Master Wu Wei is so sure is that he is sure that Tianmajio is definitely not his true form now. If he were the true form of Tianmajio, he would have died long ago. It is impossible to choose a mediocre person like Ji Jisheng. Ji Jisheng is somewhat famous, but his reputation is based on his plundering and flattering the 7th princess to gain his current power. Even the 19th princess on the side didn't believe that Ji Jisheng would become the descendant of Tai Moju. Her character was too bad.
Well, this is not the point. How to restrict the blood sacrifice magic of Demon Jiu now? If it is not restricted, I am afraid that there will be no people in Dasha Kingdom in 3 years.
Guamuchi also frowned and said, he saw if it continues like this, it will definitely be more tragic than the 4 kings seizing the throne. Not to mention that there are 2 great sages next to Tianmajio.
Well, the old man can teach a set of 9 palaces demon subduing array to all villages and crowded places. But it is only to stop the blood sacrifice technique of Demon Jiu. He must first break the 9 palaces demon subduing array. To put it bluntly, it is for those who were sacrificed by blood have a chance to escape.
Great Venerable Wu Wei said in a low voice. It turns out that this formation is too simple. It just uses 9 fire piles placed in different directions. This formation can indeed restrain the blood sacrifice technique. But it uses 3 flavors of real fire. Not ordinary fires. The 9 palace demon subduing array of Master Wu Wei can only be regarded as a simplified version and cannot play a substantial role. As long as 2 or 3 of the fires are destroyed, this formation will be useless. But it's not bad. So this formation was spread to all counties. And even several other princes received it. Because they have the same hatred against this demon Jiu. After coming out of Master Wu Wei, Zhu Xiaobao returned to the Liuhe Pagoda. He was discussing with his old apprentice in a low voice.
Apprentice, how credible do you think what Mr. Wu Wei said is? Hey, Master, most of them are actually believable. It was because the dragon-slaying sword was involved. So he concealed it. The rest should be credible. I guess he wanted to get the dragon-slaying sword. Just in case. We are no match for the demon Jiu. He can still protect himself with the dragon-slaying sword.
The old apprentice was still smiling. He was not too worried. Anyway, he was determined to follow Zhu Xiaobao. Whether it is a blessing or a disaster depends on Zhu Xiaobao has developed.
Yeah. He is definitely hiding something about the dragon-slaying sword. Also, if the demon Jiu is the one who took the body, why do I feel that that person is Ji Jisheng?
Zhu Xiaobao also nodded. In general, it is said that the general direction of Master Wu Wei should still be consistent with theirs. But Zhu Xiaobao had a feeling that that person should be Ji Zhishan.
Because GZ is always trying to trick your wives. You are always grudges about it,
the old apprentice said with a wretched smile.
Nonsense! What I'm talking about is an intuition. Of course, the attempts of this guy are indeed abominable.
Zhu Xiaobao immediately shouted angrily. But he had to admit in his heart that he was very jealous of Ji Zhishan. Not only did this guy want to molest the 19th princess, he was also thinking about Zhu Rong, which made Zhu Xiaobao very angry all the time.
Master! In fact, no matter who the demon Jiu is parasitic on, what you have to do now is to quickly improve your cultivation. The great Master Wu Wei is right about this. Otherwise we will definitely die. If it is really Ji Zhisheng, then you can't lose even more? Otherwise, the 19th princess and the princess of England will fall into his hands in the end,
the old apprentice also said with a solemn expression. In fact, his chances of winning until now are very slim. If Zhu Xiaobao and Zhu Mei cannot inherit the inheritance, then they have no chance of winning.
I know. I will work harder.
Zhu Xiaobao also knew that the old apprentice was not trying to scare him. He was indeed very passive now, because Tien Mojia's strength is so terrifying. He was able to fight against the 4 great beasts together, plus a beast master slave.
Well, there is one more important thing. What's up? We must find the front half of the dragon-slaying knife. This may greatly increase our chances of winning.
Time passed in a flash and 2 months passed. Unexpectedly, during these 2 months, there was no movement from Tien Mojio. This actually made Master Wu Wei very surprised. And he also looked forward to another result. That is, Tien Mojio would be more willing to give up. His body couldn't bear his rapid recovery, so he had to stop temporarily. But this is unlikely. Just when the great Master Wu Wei was puzzled, he did not expect that King Yu Shaobao suddenly began to march towards Jialanga. This time it was different from the past, but a massive attack. The first batch of troops reached millions, and the follow-up troops are still being assembled. Jialanga was a little panicked. He didn't expect that King Yu Shaobao would attack him with all his strength without any warning. Jialanga asked Wang Ting for help, but received no response. Something big seemed to have happened to Wang Ting. This time, even Duan Muqi was surprised. It was completely unreasonable. Although Sandstorm is brutal, he is by no means a brainless person. Moreover, Zhu Xiaobao had a wedding with Princess Jiayu last month, so there was no way Xiaobao would know about it. Seeing that King Yu's troops were about to enter Jialanga's territory in 1 day's journey, Jialanga was really anxious and hurried to the 19th princess for help.
Ha ha! Prince Wichitos, don't worry. Even if you don't come to ask for help, we won't sit idly by. After all, if you are defeated by a sandstorm, you will definitely be a huge threat to us.
Duan Muqi still said. He smiled very calmly.
Stop talking about these useless things. After all, I am also Zhu Xiaobao's mother-in-law. Right. Merong Feng is my sister. Right. Let them come out and help me.
Jialanga is also very impressive now. Not only does she have Zhu Xiaobao, the son-in-law also has a half-sister Merong Feng, who speaks much tougher words.
The King Yu sandstorm is not terrible. It's just a mob of millions. Now I'm really worried about what went wrong with Tang Ting.
Merong Feng rolled his eyes at Jialanga. To be honest, she was worried about this half-sister doesn't have deep feelings for her. But she does like Princess Jiayu quite a lot, so it was certain to help. But like Duan Muqi, she was worried about what went wrong with Wang Ting.
Humph. I don't care what the problem is with Wang Ting. Now help me stop the sandstorm. It would be better if the sandstorm can be destroyed.
Jialanga suddenly became arrogant again after hearing what Merong Feng said.
Okay. How about letting me be the vanguard?
Unexpectedly, Zhu Xiaobao appeared in front of everyone at this time. He was not involved in these wars. His most important task is to improve his cultivation. So Zhu Xiaobao's appearance surprised everyone. Seeing everyone's surprised expressions, Zhu Xiaobao smiled and said,
Recently, my practice has been a bit boring, and I need to participate in some actual combat to gain more experience. Ha ha.
Not only me, but also Zhu Mei and Princess Ying all need to gain some actual combat experience.
Ha ha. So that's it. No matter what. This time the sandstorm has hit the iron plate.
Duan Muqi immediately twirled his beard and laughed. Now the strength of Zhu Xiaobao and Zhu Mei is definitely better than that of the 2 great warriors. Your Majesty, isn't Sandstorm looking for death?
How about I be your vanguard?
Zhu Xiaobao turned to Jialenga and asked with a smile.
This is what we call a family. It seems that there is a difference between those who have passed through the family and those who have not. Okay, I will give you 100,000 troops. Absolutely elite.
Jialenga also said with a smile. No matter what. Zhu Xiaobao now gave her enough face, which made her feel a little flattered. The next day, the vanguard of King Yu's sandstorm also arrived, with a total of 200,000 horses. Opposite Zhu Xiaobao's camp, dust suddenly flew up. The sound of horse hooves rumbled, and they faced a large flag embroidered with,
Everyone is beaten by sand. The vanguard of Sandstorm turned out to be his sixth brother Shadun. It is said that he is one of the 4 powerful kings of Shijua Kingdom. The pair of copper hammers in his hands weighed 300 kilograms. This Shadun had a bad temper. When he reached the opposite side of Zhu Xiaobao, he did not bother to set up camp. He directly led his people to form a formation, shook a pair of copper hammers in his hands, and shouted loudly,
Which one is Jiumei? Give it to me. Come out. I want to avenge my third brother.
It turns out that Zhu Xiaobao's situation has been reported to Shadun by spies a long time ago. Otherwise, why would he be so anxious to start a war? He was thinking of avenging Shayin, one of the 3 major assassins of Shijua Kingdom. Shayin went to assassinate Prince Imohan, but unexpectedly was killed by Zhu Mei. This hatred has always been a worry for Sha Bao and others.
Huh? Are you looking for me? You didn't expect me to be the first to fight?
Zhu Mei said in surprise. Behind her are the 2 sisters Yu Shuang and Yu Shui. These 2 sisters were clamoring to come. Whenever there is a war, these 2 sisters are the most active. But he didn't expect that the other party would ask Zhu Mei to fight by name, which made Yu Shuang and Yu Shui feel very unhappy.
Are you Zhu Mei?
Shadun was also surprised when he saw Zhu Mei walking towards him. This woman was too strong. She stood there like an iron tower. The key is that she looked very brave. Not like that. Feeling sluggish and clumsy.
Why did you come to me the first time? I don't know you.
Zhu Mei asked, still puzzled. However, she was a little satisfied when she saw the pair of copper hammers in Shadun's hands. Such an opponent was still worth fighting.
Humph. It was you who killed my third brother Shayin. Right? I am his 6th brother. Do you think I should settle the score with you?
Shadun looked at Zhu Mei and licked his lips and said, he actually changed a bit. What an idea! If I could capture this woman and make her my wife, it would be great.
Oh, it turns out you are his younger brother. Okay then. Shall I send you to meet him? I will save you from thinking about him all the time.
Only then did Zhu Mei understand the reason. So she said kindly,
Ah, you are looking for death. Give me a hammer.
Little did Shadun know that Zhu Mei was really kind-hearted. He thought he was deliberately teasing him. So he shouted angrily, urging his horse, and charged at Zhu Mei. Came over, raised a pair of copper hammers high, and smashed them down hard towards Zhu Mei. Chapter 638, 1 Force Defeats 10 Societies. As Shadun's war horses rushed over, a pair of extra-large copper hammers also hit Zhu Mei from top to bottom. With the momentum of the war horses and the acceleration from top to bottom, the weight of this blow was it is definitely not something that ordinary people can afford. Even Zhu Xiaobao behind him looked a little worried for Zhu Mei. The power of this sand shield was too great.
Zhu Mei, be careful.
Princess Zhu Rong, who was following Zhu Xiaobao, couldn't help but exclaimed, although she was also very confident in Zhu Mei. This was her first time with such a powerful and domineering pair of copper hammers. See, what's more, Zhu Mei is still below. It's too late to hide now. But Zhu Mei had no intention of evading it. When she saw the pair of copper hammers coming towards her, Zhu Mei shouted, well done.
Then she saw a huge and thick turtleback shield in Zhu Mei's hand. She rushed forward to face Shadun's horse, and caught the pair of copper hammers, with the turtleback shield in her hand.
Boom!
There was a loud noise that shook the ground beneath his feet. Sha Bao was almost deafened while sitting on his horse. The sound was too loud. Moreover, both hands were a bit unable to grasp the pair of copper hammers of his own. And the tiger's mouth on his right hand was so shaken that it cracked open. But it wasn't over yet. Zhu Mei fended off the pair of copper hammers, and her momentum continued unabated. She used the turtle-back shield in her hand to charge directly at Shadun's war horse. Then, there was another loud noise, which was also mixed with the war horse, with a neighing sound. Shadun and the war horse under his crotch were knocked to the side by Zhu Mei. The soldiers of both camps present were stunned. This was simply like a god descending to earth. Sha Dun also got up from the ground in embarrassment, picked up his pair of copper hammers, and looked at Jumei in astonishment. In fact, it can be seen at this time that the two of them are about the same height. But in this confrontation, Jumei has already won. But what's even more surprising is that Jumei actually ignored Sha Dun, but pulled the reins of the warhorse, and patted the horse's neck with satisfaction.
Uh-huh. I happen to be sure there's a warhorse that can carry me. It's you?
Unexpectedly, the warhorse would belong to Jumei in the blink of an eye. And he did not expect that the warhorse would follow Jumei very obediently, wagging its head and tail, as if it had found its master. It turns out that Jumei was originally a herder of cattle and horses. Subduing this warhorse was not a problem at all. The key is that the warhorse had completely surrendered when it saw Jumei.
Ah! Jumei, you've gone too far. Stop! Come on!
Sha Dun looked behind and became furious. Jumei didn't look at him at all, and even took his horse away. This warhorse is 1 meter longer, and 1 head taller than ordinary warhorses. This means that only such a warhorse can withstand the weight of a warrior like Sha Dun. Unexpectedly, as soon as they fought, the warhorse was snatched away by Jumei. Sha Dun had already heard many soldiers snickering faintly.
You're not leaving yet? You can't beat me. I took your warhorse and let you live. Aren't you satisfied?
Jumei was also surprised and turned around and said seriously. In her opinion, Sand Shield has narrowly escaped death.
I'm so angry. Jumei, don't be arrogant. I am one of the 4 powerful kings of Shijue. How dare you underestimate me? Stop and give me a hammer.
Sha Dun was struck by Jumei. This very straightforward attitude completely angered him, and he rushed forward desperately.
Are you sick? I told you that I don't want to kill you. But why do you want to come here to die?
Jumei was really a little angry this time. She loosened the reins of the horse and patted the horse's rear gently. The horse was very obedient and trotted all the way back to Jumei's camp, which undoubtedly angered Sha Dun even more.
When?
Another sound made Sha Dun's ears buzz, and a golden armor hammer appeared in Jumei's hand, which was no smaller than Sha Dun's copper hammer. No one could see where Jumei got this golden armor hammer from.
Dang! Dang! Dang!
With the sound of the collision of golden hammers and copper hammers, Sha Dun felt a little regretful at this time. He was really not Jumei's opponent. They had only fought for a few rounds, and he was retreating steadily. His hands were numb with tremors, and Jumei's moves are getting more and more powerful. With a turtle-back shield in her left hand and a golden armor hammer in her right hand, it's like a god descending to earth. No wonder Jumei has such a high prestige in the royal court. She is really the reincarnation of a goddess. After a few more rounds, Sha Dun could no longer hold on, and his hands were almost numb. The most terrible thing was that Jumei had already killed Xing Xing and refused to let him go. There was another hammer, and Sha Dun did not dare to fight hard again. Instead, he chose to roll on the spot and dodge Jumei's blow, taking advantage of the two of them being separated by a few steps. Sha Dun gritted his teeth and used his special move and let go of the flying hammer. He only used this trick twice in battles against enemies, and both times he killed his opponents. So he is still very confident in this trick. But he didn't expect Jumei to fly out the golden armor hammer in her hand when she saw this flying hammer.
Huh? Not good.
Sha Dun felt a flash of golden light, and the huge golden armor hammer arrived first, like a golden lightning, heading straight for his chest. It was no longer possible to escape, and a dull crash was heard, followed by the sound of a broken sternum. Sha Dun was smashed and fell to the ground on his back, with a large mouthful of blood spurting out of his mouth. At this time, the flying hammer came to Jumei's eyes. Jumei caught it lightly and held it in his hand. He nodded and said,
"Yes, it still has some weight."
Then Jumei threw the copper hammer back again. Sha Dun couldn't afford to be seriously injured, but she didn't expect that her copper hammer flew back and hit her chest. Sha Dun suddenly spurted out a mouthful of blood from his mouth, like a fountain. This time it really didn't work. There was only air that was not coming in.
"Come for me!"
Princess Zhu Rong waved her hand and shouted. Although she was usually gentle and elegant, she was also heroic on the battlefield. All Xiaobao looked a little stupid. Sisters Yushuang and Yushui didn't care about this. They rushed forward with their men and horses. Jialanga's 100,000 men also rushed out. But Zhu Xiaobao fell behind. He shook his head and sighed. These women, we are all so bellicose. Without the leading Sha Dun, King Yu's vanguard troops were completely in disarray. There was no decent counterattack at all. They were chased by Jialanga's men and retreated 15 miles before they regained their footing. Stand firm and gather the troops. Looking at the remaining troops, there are already less than 100,000. 100,000 troops were lost in this battle. At this time, Jialanga, who was watching the enemy formation from behind, happily rushed to the front and ordered people to cut off Sha Dun's head and hang it on the flagpole. This was also a demonstration to King Yu Xiaobao. Originally, Jialanga was worried that Zhu Xiaobao and the others would suffer due to their lack of experience in facing the enemy. But unexpectedly, it was a great victory. The fighting power of this giant beauty was so powerful that it absolutely shocked the other party's soldiers. Otherwise, we wouldn't be so defeated. This battle not only defeated the vanguard of Yuwang Sandstorm, but also greatly frightened the tribes under Jialanga, especially the Muda tribe. Originally, they were Jialanga's biggest support. Unexpectedly, Jialanga had no chance to rely on them now. I have no intention of using them. In turn, Mu Xiong began to assume dim sum status under King Zhou. In fact, after the attack on Lingyu Mountain, the Muda tribe's status began to decline. If Mu Kui hadn't won Jialanga's trust, the Muda tribe would have given up its existing pastures. Because of the battle at Lingyu Mountain, the Muda tribe suffered great losses. Zhu Xiaobao returned to the camp with his troops, and Jialanga came to greet him personally. Looking at the son-in-law he had just snatched, he felt extremely proud. This daughter was worth marrying. What Jialanga didn't expect was that Princess Jiayu actually brought people to reward the three armies at this time. This made Jialanga very happy. He didn't expect Princess Jiayu to become so sensible in just a few days. There was a fat man following behind her. It was Hachitu. Even though Hachitu and Jialanga have fought before, he can still get by as long as there is business to do. This is his ability. Now the food, wine and meat sent by Princess Jiayu to reward the three armies were all provided by Hachitu. But Hachitu would never suffer a loss, and he exchanged the captured trophies. Zhu Xiaobao looked at Hachitu and shook his head. He could only accept the defeat. This guy is a good person, and can make money wherever he goes. As soon as they returned to the camp, Guan Muqi and Murong Feng rushed over. They didn't care too much about their victory, but invited Zhu Xiaobao into the big tent for discussion. There are more important people here.
Here's the news. The reason why King Yu Xiaobao dared to attack here in a large scale is because something happened at Wang Ting,
Guan Muqi said in a low voice.
Oh, what's the big deal?
Zhu Xiaobao asked quickly. Since Duan Muqi came to him immediately, it means that this matter is not a political matter, but something related to him.
The heavenly demon Jiao appeared in the royal court. To be precise, the heavenly demon Jiao went to the inheritance place of Turtle Snake Mountain. It wants to destroy the inheritance place of the four great beasts,
Guan Muqi said with a solemn expression.
Oh? Oh no! Has the inheritance place of the Xuanwu divine beast been destroyed?
Upon hearing this, Zhu Xiaobao's heart suddenly sank. He did not expect that Tian Moju would take the lead and destroy the inheritance place of the mythical beast.
No! I feel like the land of inheritance is still there,
Jiu Mei said in confusion. If the land of inheritance was destroyed, she would sense it immediately.
Yes, Jiu Mei is right. There is no serious problem in the inheritance land. Tian Moju's current strength is too weak. As soon as he entered the inheritance place, he was defeated by the Xuanwu Dharma Prime in the inheritance place. But because the Dharma image could not leave the palace of inheritance, it could not kill the demon Jiao,
Guan Muqi said with a little regret.
Then what does this have to do with the royal court not sending troops to support Jialanga?
Zhu Xiaobao asked, still a little confused.
Although Tian Moji failed to destroy the inheritance land, he did blood sacrifice to a tribe in the royal court. This time, 5,000 people died. These two things happened one after another, causing chaos in the royal court. So Prince Yu Xiaobao got the news and wanted to kill Prince Zhou first.
Murong Feng added on the side.
You haven't guessed yet. Who is leading the trip to the land of legend this time? Who is it? Is it GZ? No. It's the great master of savagery.
Question mark. Chapter 639, Change Body A. Compared with the vanguard troops who defeated King Yu's sandstorm, the sudden incident in the royal court worried everyone more, especially Zhu Xiaobao and others, who were all frightened. Unexpectedly, Tian Moji would take action against the inheritance land. If it succeeds, there will be no chance of winning in the future.
Although it was a near miss, it also allowed us to see that the strength of the demon Jiao is not strong. According to the message from the great venerable Thousand Poisons, It did not get an advantage in the inheritance place of Turtle Snake Mountain. And it was not even close. Folded there. I just didn't expect that the demonic dove would inhabit the body of the great lord of the wilderness. It was really beyond my expectations. But now that I think about it, it's not surprising. It requires the strongest body to withstand its rapid recovery of power.
At this time, I, the Great Reverend, arrived uninvited and walked into the big tent.
I've seen the Great Venerable.
Everyone stood up and saluted. After all, the Great Venerable Wu Wei still represents the righteous way. And his relationship with everyone is also very good. It's considered to be on their side. Only Zhu Xiaobao still sat still, and just made a gesture of invitation.
Please sit down. Tell me, the last time you fought with me was the Great Venerable Man Wang? Absolutely not. After the last fight with the Demon Jiu, the Great Venerable Human Demon, and the Great Venerable Jiuing, I also fought with the Great Venerable Savage. But I was injured at the time, and in the end, I had to avoid him. Sharp Edge.
Great Venerable Wu Wei said, a little embarrassed. It turned out that the last time he was poisoned by corpse poison, he went to find the Great Venerable Thousand Poisons. Unexpectedly, he met the Great Venerable Wilderness on the way. The two were already incompatible with each other, so they started fighting as soon as they met. The Great Venerable Wu Wei, because he was poisoned by corpse, he was defeated and had to run away in the end. Of course, he wouldn't tell anyone about this. But what is certain now is that the Demon Jiu did not inhabit the body of the Great Master of the Wilderness at that time.
So, Tianmoji specifically went to find the Great Master of the Wilderness this time and took over his body? Then he went to the inheritance place of Turtle Snake Mountain along the way.
Or Duinmuki's brain was so smart that he immediately thought of it, the connection.
That's right. That's what I thought too. Otherwise, there would be no need for him to go to the king's court to perform the blood sacrifice technique. The reason why you didn't receive the letter from the flying pigeons is because the pigeons were panicked when the blood sacrifice technique was performed in the Wang court.
Can't find the direction. You must know that after the actual combat of this blood sacrifice technique, the scope of influence is quite large, and these animals will instinctively feel this kind of terrifying atmosphere. So it is not surprising that those homing pigeons did not come back. Surprising?
Great Venerable Wu Wei nodded and said,
Then how did King Yu get the news in time? Otherwise, he would never dare to invade my place.
Kingswood Jialanga asked, still a little puzzled.
It's very simple. Tianmoji used the blood sacrifice technique twice. Once in the eldest prince's fiefdom, and the other time in Wangting. And the tribe that was sacrificed by blood happened to be between Wangting Imperial City and Zhuo Wang's fiefdom. So it affected the direction of those carrier pigeons. But King Yu is on the west side of the royal court and has not been affected at all. And I estimate that King Yu still has spies in the royal court to convey information to him in other ways.
Great Venerable Wu Wei said with a smile. For Jialanga, although this time it was a bit unexpected, he did not suffer any losses and won the first battle. This is probably something that even King Yu Xiaobao did not expect.
Then the royal court is in chaos now? Otherwise, it has been so long, and there is still no detailed news. The current news is sent by spies outside the royal court.
Jialanga asked, still a little worried. If there is something wrong with the royal court, even if the problem is solved, it is still difficult for her men and horses to fight against King Yu's sandstorm.
Well, chaos is for sure. Wang Ting has never experienced this kind of blood sacrifice technique, and has never even heard of it. Moreover, the inheritance land of Turtle Snake Mountain has been invaded, and the blow to them must be considerable. Big. But as long as Tian Majio and his gang leave the royal court, there should be no problem.
Great Venerable Wu Wei is also not sure where Tian Majio is now. If it is really still lurking in the royal court, it will really cause great panic.
It doesn't matter. Let's go all out to deal with King Yu Xiaobao first. After killing Sha Dun today, I guess Xiaobao will never give up. As for the news from the royal court, I guess Great Khan Mohan will send someone here right away.
Duanmuchi waved his hand. He could not interfere with Tianmoji's affairs, but he still had to deal with the invasion of King Yu's sandstorm seriously. Once something goes wrong here in Jialanga, it will directly affect the safety of the 19th princess's fiefdom. Things are similar to what the Great Venerable Wu Wei expected. The purpose of Tianmijio's trip is to seize the powerful body of the Great Venerable Wilderness, because Ji Jishi's physical condition is not outstanding, and now he can no longer bear the speed of Tianmojio's recovery. In fact, Tianmoji has awakened long ago, and it only exists in the form of a soul body. It is dormant here on Jialong Island. Only when it has recovered to a certain level and is confident can it seize the body. Otherwise it will use the soul body. The situation is dangerous. And with a healthy body, recovery will be faster. In fact, Taimoji didn't want to take away Sheiji Jisheng at first. But one of the two great sages was a woman, and was not suitable for him. Another great human male figure also had a curvy appearance, which made Taimoji dislike him very much. Finally, it was discovered that Ji Jishi's cultivation was progressing rapidly, and he had actually reached the realm of martial master. So Taimoji chose Ji Jishi. However, as it quickly recovered, it felt that Ji Jisheng's body was still too weak, and could no longer withstand his rapid recovery of magic power. Later, it was the great human demon lord who introduced him to Taimoji. Among the 9 great lords, the most powerful one was the great lord Wilderness. So Taimoji took the 2 great sages Renyao and Join to the eldest princess Fief. Although several princes were vying for the throne at this time and wars continued, the trade routes between the various fiefdoms were not interrupted, and the merchants could still shuttle back and forth between the various fiefdoms to do business. So Taimoji and the others mingled with the caravan and went to the eldest prince's fiefdom leisurely. Arriving at the eldest prince's fiefdom, it was too easy to find the great venerable man Wang Dazu. Tianmajio immediately sensed the position where man Wang Dazu could only fight. The great venerable Jioin was sent to seduce him. Not to mention, the great venerable Jioin has now improved a step further, and he has become more charming and charming. He was a bit fascinated by the great venerable man Wang. Unable to find Bei. We are in hot pursuit. The eldest prince has no shortage of women. But these women can't bear his beast-like body at all, and they are killed in a few strokes. Therefore, the beauties they eat are basically done by the great lord of the wilderness. Dead. The eldest prince didn't do much. He just ate what was ready-made. This time, the great master of wilderness has found his favorite target. This great venerable Jioin can definitely meet his requirements. Can the great venerable's physical fitness be inferior? Besides, Jioin still has nearly 100 years of rich experience. If you can conquer this and take it with you, it will definitely be a great joy in life. But the great venerable man Wang only thought about good things, and never thought about why the great venerable Jioin appeared here. In the past, it was too late to escape when I saw him. So why would I take the initiative to seduce him? But now the great master of the wilderness has a mind above the spirit/insect. And he has not thought about these issues at all. What's more, he had just defeated the great master Wu Wei recently, and his heart was so swollen that he felt invincible. Without paying attention, the great venerable man entered the illusion of the great savage human being. Only then did he become alert. The 2 great sages still made him a little afraid, but he didn't pay much attention to it. The great venerable barbarian roared angrily. Master Shimale, put this piece of shit away quickly, or else don't blame me for being rude. Don't you hacking dislike women? You're not trying to take advantage of me, are you? The more the savage great lord thought about it, the more frightened and angry he became. Does the human monster great lord want him? Is this too incredible? He didn't have an idea for you. But I want your body. TSK. You really have a good physique. I'm afraid I can't find another one in this world. Unexpectedly, in the illusion, a young man appeared. It was Ji Jisheng. Ji Jisheng looked at the great venerable man Wang with a salivating look, as if he had seen delicious food. This made the great venerable savage feel a little nervous. This kind of look would only appear when he was watching those beauties turn into delicacies. I didn't expect that the other party would look at me like this. Who are you? You actually appear in the illusion of the great lord of the human demon? Are you a human? The great lord of the wilderness stared at GZ with full vigilance. He saw GZ's eyes glowing green. Suddenly asked in horror. I instinctively felt that the person in front of me was dangerous. And he's not even human. Me? Well, let me think about it. By the way, my name is Tianmajio. I need a strong body now. Your body is very good. I am very satisfied. Ji Jisheng seemed to be thinking about it, and then seemed very happy. Said, "Oh? Heavenly Demon Geo? Could it be that the legend is true? Don't come here. I don't want to die. Great Master of Human Demons, please accept the illusion immediately." When the Great Master of Savage Land heard the name of Heavenly Demon Geo, he was immediately frightened. He yelled. As a clan member, he could only be reconciled. And he still knew some shiny things. But he never took it seriously. He didn't expect that he would actually encounter it today. Ha ha! You won't die. You will only become stronger. You should feel honored. From now on, the world will be completely in your hands. Ha! Of course it is in my hands. Come on. Be good. Don't resistance. There is no point.
Ji Jishin smiled evilly and walked towards the great lord of the wild step by step, with uncontrollable excitement on his face.
I will fight with you.
The great lord of the savage land finally regained his strength and took out a pair of axes from his waist, intending to fight for his life.
Ha ha ha. You also use an axe? Me too. I like this body even more now,
Ji Jishin said, and a blood axe appeared in his hand, and the bloody aura suddenly filled the illusion, suffocating. Chapter 640, Change Body B. At this time, the great venerable savage also knew that the other party would not let him go. Spending so much energy to lure yourself here was already planned. But once the great lord of the wilderness has the axe in his hand, he immediately has a murderous intention. The fourth-ranked great lord is not just someone to slaughter. However, the young man in front of him did not take action, but waved his hand and said sinisterly,
"What are you waiting for? Get him for me. Remember not to hurt this body."
Immediately afterwards, Ji Jisheng disappeared in front of the great venerable man Wang. The double illusion of the great venerable man Wang made the great venerable man Wang even more confused. The scene in front of him changed again. This time, the scene was full of corpses. But there was no trace of blood. But the sky was scarlet. The dead corpses on the ground also began to stand up one after another, and slowly surrounded the great master of savagery. Their palms were covered with gray-black corpse poison. The black petals of the great lord of the human demon are also falling down one after another. If the great lord Wu Wei is present at this time, you will know that the great lord of the human demon has improved a level of cultivation. And now the black petals that can be cast have reached 2 levels. As many as 100. The pink fragrance mist of Master Jiuyin also spread in the illusion. Originally, this kind of incense had no effect on the great Master Man Wang. But now it made the great Master Man Wang feel like he was ready to move. Desire. Because the cultivation level of the great Master Jiuyin has also improved. The great venerable man Wang was immediately put into a completely passive situation. Only now did he realize that the demon Jiu was not as powerful as he thought, but needed the help of the great venerable human demon and the great venerable Jiuyin to deal with him. If I had known this earlier, I shouldn't have talked nonsense just now and directly launched a fierce attack on Tian Mojiu. There was still a certain chance of winning. But now it's impossible. What's even worse is that the great master of wilderness was able to avoid the zombies and corpse poison. But he couldn't avoid the pink mist. Now his lower body is raised high, which is very inelegant. Not only is it indecent, but it also affects his combat effectiveness. In addition to corpse poison, the great lord of the human demon is also good at hidden weapons. Now those hidden weapons are specially aimed at the lower body of the great lord of the wilderness. The great lord of the wild wilderness is furious. But there is nothing that can be done, because the exact identity of the great lord of the human demon cannot be found. Location. Inadvertently, the great venerable savage was hit below by a locust stone. He jumped in pain and cursed.
"Ah! Damn you, monster! You hit me! Ouch! Damn it! That's my body! You want me to be a eunuch?"
Behind the illusion, Demon Joe angrily gave the great human demon a slap in the face and cursed angrily. No. It will be his body from now on. If it's broken, wouldn't it be impossible to enjoy it?
Yes. Yes. It's the little one who deserves to die.
The great human male master covered his face and nodded in apology and panic. His face had turned black and red, and he was gradually numb and unconscious. This was because there was strong corpse poison in Tian Miju's palm, which he could not resolve. He could only wait until after the incident, and Tian Mojo could resolve it for him. At this time, Tian Mojo also created an opportunity to attack. Taking advantage of the opportunity, when the great venerable man Wang was covering his lower body, and the swelling was subtracting, Tian Mojo's blood axe fell from the sky and struck down at the great venerable man Wang.
Open it for me!
As soon as the great savage saw the bloody axe coming towards him, he quickly raised a slab axe to meet it. He wants to break this bloody axe for one's own strength. The great venerable man Wang is absolutely confident. But there was no violent collision as imagined. After the blood axe was hit by the axe of the great lord of the wilderness, it actually fell into pieces and turned into a thick mist of blood that fell on the head of the great lord of the wilderness. Immediately, the great lord savage felt that his head and body were beginning to become numb. And what was even more terrifying was that the blood mist was still seeping into his body, trying to merge into his own blood. The great master of wilderness was immediately frightened. and he quickly used his energy to force out the blood mist from his body. In fact, this was also corpse poison. But it was the most powerful corpse poison, and its color was also black and red.
Chia! 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 It's useless. Although my fighting power is still very weak. You can't resolve this kind of corpse poison. Not even the great Master Wu Wei. Just let me enter your body. This body. Ha. What a good body.
At this time, Tian Moju had already appeared in front of the great venerable man Wang. He recovered his soul body again, floated out of Ji Jisheng's body, and then got into the body of the great master of the wilderness. At this time, Ji Jisheng stood still like a stone statue, with the same expression on his face as before. A weird smile.
No! Don't! Spare me! Right! Me!
The great lord of the wilderness was completely numb and couldn't move at all. He was still muttering about begging for mercy. Immediately afterwards, I saw the face of the great master of the wilderness was twisted ferociously, and he began to struggle and howl continuously. Although his body was numb, his soul and mental power were devoured. This kind of pain is not numb. It is very cruel, and it completely wiped out the soul of the great lord of the wilderness. After half an hour, the great master of wilderness stopped howling. His eyes slowly began to shine, and he showed a very satisfied smile.
Ha! As expected, this body is very powerful, which makes me the recovery can be more complete. This body of cultivation can actually reach this level, which is considered very talented.
Although half an hour passed before the body was seized, Tian Moju was also very tired, but the joy on his face could not be suppressed. Although this body could not compare with his original body, it was still satisfactory to him.
Congratulations, Lord Demon.
Both the great human demon lord and the great lord Jiuying quickly knelt down and shouted to please them. They could also feel that Tian Mojo has changed his body and is even more demonic than before. At this time, Ji Jisheng slowly began to come back to his senses. He regained his original consciousness, but he had not forgotten what the demon Jiu had done to him. And he also brought with him a third part of his demonic nature. What's more important is that his cultivation has not declined, but has taken a step further, reaching the peak of martial master. It turns out that the demon Jiu in Ji Jisheng's body is not a complete body snatching, but a fusion. The advantage of this fusion is that you can still take off this body, but it also has a disadvantage. That is, you may not be able to exert your strongest power, strength, because Tian Moji knew from the beginning that this body was not the most ideal. But at that time, he had no choice but to find a body that suited him in the form of a soul body. So he temporarily merged with Ji Jisheng's body. But this time, the body taking of the body of the great venerable savage was a complete seizure and complete devouring. The body of the great venerable savage has been completely integrated with his soul. Therefore, Ji Jisheng did not lose his consciousness, but he was completely suppressed a while ago and had no initiative at all. Now he is gradually recovering his consciousness.
Congratulations to Lord Heavenly Demon. Ji Jisheng is willing to serve Lord Heavenly Demon.
Ji Jisheng's reaction was very quick, and he immediately knelt down with the two great sages and shouted loudly, "If you don't take the initiative to express your position, you will probably be sacrificed to blood by this demon Geo."
Oh, I forgot that you can still return to your original GZ. It's just that your cultivation is still too bad.
Tian Magio looked at GZ and then said a little surprised. His eyes were uncertain. He was thinking about whether to kill Ji Jisheng.
Lord Demon, Ji Jisheng controls the 36 islands in the southeast and can help you find a lot of resources needed for blood sacrifices. Let him serve you.
At this time, the great master Jiuying quickly knelt down to plead for Ji Jisheng. Although in the previous stage, she was often raped by Ji Zhihui, but she knew that it was not Ji Zhihui himself but Tian Muzhou. She still likes this apprentice very much.
Well, it's okay. He already has some of my inheritance, and his cultivation level is not too bad. So just follow me. Your benefits are indispensable. Hee hee. Jiuying, don't use any other ideas. Or follow me honestly. You know?
Tian Mojia thought for a while before nodding and said. Then he saw the great master Jiuying and laughed evilly. Isn't it that the great venerable man Wang was intoxicated by the scent of the great venerable Jiuying before his body was taken away? So Tian Moji immediately thought of solving this urgent need on the spot. And he also wanted to see how the savage master's guy functioned.
Yes. Yes. I will serve Lord Heavenly Demon well.
Reverend Jiuying was exposed to the thoughts in his heart. and he immediately crawled over in fear.
Ha 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 ha. Yes. Yes. I like this place more and more.
Demon Geo took off his clothes unscrupulously and laughed arrogantly. This is the blood sacrifice technique that Tianmoji performed in the eldest prince's fiefdom. Afterwards, Tianmoji took the three of them and hid them, absorbing and consolidating them for 7 days before setting off again to the royal court. It wasn't until Tianmoji and others had been gone for several days that the eldest prince discovered the slaughtered village. Only then did he remember the notice Duinmuki had sent to these princes. It turned out that it was true. What makes the eldest prince even more depressed is that the great lord of the wilderness has also disappeared. Tianmoji took Ji Jisheng and 3 other people to the royal court and immediately rushed to Turtle Snake Mountain. It was also confident and wanted to destroy the inheritance of the 4 sacred beasts. In this way, the wine would no longer be a threat to his existence. But when he arrived at the inheritance place of Turtle Snake Mountain, Tianmoji realized that he was no match for the Xuanwu Dharma Phantasm now. He was simply vulnerable. Even though the Xuanwu Divine Beast was just a remaining ray of spirit at the place of inheritance, it has a profound background. But it is very powerful. Even if it includes 2 great sages, it is still beaten by the Xuanwu Dharma Prime Minister. If it weren't for the fact that the Xuanwu Dharma image couldn't leave the inheritance place, Tianmoji and his group would have died in the inheritance place. In this way, Tianmoji was still hit with a golden armor hammer by the magic form of the Xuanwu beast, causing heavy damage to the body that had just been taken away. If it weren't for the double illusion of the great human monster, it would be really difficult for Demon Geo to escape. Therefore, after Tianmoji and the others escaped from Turtle Snake Mountain, they hid themselves and recuperated. But the severe damage to their body was not so easy to repair. As a last resort, Demon Geo used the blood sacrifice technique again, and a small tribe next to the royal court was sacrificed to death by Demon Geo. This is why Tianmoji wants to vent his resentment. Unexpectedly, he could sacrifice 5,000 people with blood at once this time, which finally made Tianmoji feel better. Moreover, the damage suffered by this body is quickly restored and reinforced through the art of blood sacrifice. But this time the commotion of the blood sacrifice technique was too loud. The entire sky was filled with blood-red color, and the smell of blood could be smelled dozens of miles away. So the entire royal court was shocked. It triggered widespread panic. This was the most direct reason why Jialanga did not receive timely information. This also made the great venerable Thousand Poisons have no choice but to go down the mountain to deal with the Demon Geo in person. Although the great venerable Thousand Poisons had inconvenient legs, the giant snake next to him was not afraid of these corpse poisons and could also track the whereabouts of the Demon Geo. The great master Qiandu, along with his disciples and thousands of demonic snakes, tracked him for more than 10 days. But there was no information about Heavenly Demon Geo. Finally, it was confirmed that Heavenly Demon Geo was no longer within the scope of Wang Ting. Only then did Great Khan Mohan have time to take care of King Zhua and Yu. They were also very panicked at first. The royal family members all hid on Turtle Snake Mountain to avoid being harmed by the demonic dove. And within the scope of Wang Ting, all kinds of rumors are spreading, and it will take a long time to restore calm. At this time, the main force of Yuang Sandstorm had arrived. When he saw Shatten's head hanging on the flagpole of the opposite camp far away, Sandstorm couldn't help but became furious. It took more than a year. After losing 2 brothers, his anger could no longer be controlled. Moreover, both brothers died at the hands of the same person. And that person was Jume.
I'm going to kill this giant beauty. Come on. Follow me to the front of the formation immediately. I want to see what kind of goddess this giant beauty is.
Sandstorm just set up camp and couldn't wait to come to the front of the earthquake, defeat the enemy and scold the array.
A sandstorm is coming? Hey, don't worry. Ignore him for now. Let him dry for a few days, and kill his spirit.
Murong Feng was not in a hurry after hearing the spy's report, but said calmly,
This is a great plan. I think so too.
Duinmuki said with a smile as he twisted his beard. For 3 days in a row, the opponent ignored him, which made Sha Bao very angry. He launched an offensive. The strong bows, crossbows and catapults on the opponent were very fierce, and they killed and injured many people. Sha Dun was worried. If he didn't get Shatten's head and body back, they would begin to rot and stink. Although it is late summer and early autumn, it is still very hot during the day. Unexpectedly, on the 4th day, Shatten's head and body were brought back in a donkey cart from the opposite side. Immediately afterwards, 50,000 troops came out from the opposite camp. led by kings with Jialanga.